There has always been a prophecy on the continent of heroes. The day the legendary hero draws the holy sword will mark the end of the demon race's reign. But this year was the 15th year of Demon Queen Elizabeth's rule, and the legendary hero had yet to appear. On the contrary, under the Demon Queen's absolute dominion, discrimination between the races had vanished. Everyone could coexist as equals, and the continent entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. Fearing the loss of this peace, the common folk had even established an anti-hero alliance. However, none of this was what Elizabeth wanted. She had painstakingly deciphered ancient magical texts to create a world-ending spell, all in anticipation of the hero's challenge. Yet, to this day, she didn't even know the hero's name, making the suffering she had endured feel like a joke. She went directly to the holy sword and, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, forcefully drew the Alpha Holy Sword, which belonged to the hero. The immense backlash of power forced the onlookers to erect a barrier to defend themselves. Soon, a pillar of energy shot through the castle and into the heavens. A moment later, the energy dissipated, revealing Elizabeth holding the holy sword. She sneered to herself. Who was it that prophesied only the legendary hero could draw it? But as soon as the words left her mouth, an image from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away suddenly appeared in her mind. On a desolate hill, there stood a humble tile-roofed house. Elizabeth suddenly understood. The hero had been hiding there all along. A red light enveloped her body, and she waved her hand to summon a teleportation array. Meanwhile, the legendary hero was engrossed in his daily farming, unwilling to leave the novice village. This was because in his previous life, he was an ordinary office worker. One day, while commuting home on the subway, he and the handle he was holding were suddenly transported to this world of sword and magic. Under the guidance of a novice system, Leping slowly learned the basic survival skills of this world. The system urged him to leave the novice village, defeat the great demon queen, and become the legendary hero. But the current Leping just wanted to live a peaceful life. The village was protected by a special time barrier that completely concealed it and made a single day feel much longer than 24 hours. Although Leping was still clueless about sword and magic, for someone who had no interest in adventuring, building his ideal pastoral home was his lifelong dream. The system was so furious it crashed on the spot, leaving only a final message: hope you get killed by the demon queen soon, before vanishing forever. One day, while he was farming, he saw the dark clouds in the sky twist and gather together. Is it going to rain all of a sudden? My clothes and dried fish are still outside. He immediately rushed back to his courtyard. In reality, it was the demon queen Elizabeth teleporting to his location. She watched this so-called hero rush back to collect his laundry and felt a wave of speechlessness. Just then, an electronic pet dog named Wang Kai started barking. Leping initially thought it was just fooling around, but then he noticed its behavior was unusually agitated. Leping subconsciously glanced at the sky and saw a dark figure hovering in midair. Wang Kai, what's that thing in the sky? Elizabeth heard him loud and clear. How dull, and you dare call me your queen a thing? Leping quickly explained. No, I'm sorry. I couldn't see clearly just now. Elizabeth couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and decided to verify his identity first. A golden stream of light shot down from the sky towards Leping. Before he could even understand what was happening, the light circled around him and landed automatically in his palm. As if guided by some strange impulse, Leping gripped the holy sword and swung it, the blade cutting through the air and revealing the powerful aura of the hero. But when Elizabeth returned the holy sword to Leping, she discovered his magical sensitivity was so low he was worse than an ordinary soldier. Is he hiding his true strength? Leping was already overwhelmed, and then he noticed the electronic pet dog at his feet was growling. Why is the demon queen here? Shut up, you stupid dog. Don't provoke her. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled in the sky. Elizabeth summoned 3 massive magic circles, and from their centers, gigantic meteorites began to emerge. In that instant, Leping finally understood that what the system had said was true. The meeting of the hero and the demon queen was inevitable, even if he never left the novice village. Thinking this, he dropped the Alpha Holy Sword and walked, trembling, back into his house. Leping was just a rookie, and the final boss had already come knocking. He had no choice but to accept his fate. I've had a happy time here. I can die with no regrets. Let me and this home return to nothingness together. However, Leping's unusual actions led Elizabeth to imagine a completely different scenario. That parting smile seemed to say to her, bring it on. The more Elizabeth thought about it, the angrier she became. Feeling she was being looked down upon by the hero, she immediately commanded the 3 massive meteorites to smash into the small house. At that critical moment, Wang Kai on the ground suddenly activated. It ran complex code from its database. Its outer shell opened up, revealing all sorts of missile launchers and cannons. Before the 3 meteorites could hit, it fired missiles that blew them into countless fragments. Elizabeth was surprised. So it's an intelligent, high-level magical tool. No wonder the legendary hero is so arrogant. But before me, everything is inferior. She quickly cast her world-ending spell, gathering tens of thousands of miles of dark clouds. A sphere of purple light slowly descended from within. I have no more interest in testing you. Let's end this here. At that moment, Wang Kai once again ran its complex code and spat out a black energy crystal from its mouth. Though only the size of a walnut, the crystal contained terrifying power. A stream of black light shot out, looking insignificant in front of the massive world-ending sphere. Elizabeth calmly tilted her head, dodging the black beam. It's useless. Just disappear along with this continent. But as soon as she finished speaking, the crystal triggered a quantum black hole within the world-ending spell. The energy that could have destroyed the world vanished in an instant. Elizabeth looked on in disbelief. My world-ending spell was broken. What did that hero do inside the house? What she didn't know was that Lu Ping had already accepted his fate and was lying on his bed, waiting to die. Elizabeth decided to descend to the ground and get a good look at this high-level magical tool. But Wang Kai couldn't speak, only barking woof, woof, woof incessantly. Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh at herself. To think I would be looked down upon by a magical tool. But don't get too cocky. So far, I've used less than 30% of my power. You insolent thing. Let me show you what true terror is. With that, Elizabeth activated her demon god form, entering her strongest demon god form and battling it to the death for a full hour. At that moment, Lu Ping, who had been waiting to die in his house, happened to wake up. He looked around and found everything at home was normal, and it seemed quiet outside. Is that demon queen still waiting for me out there? She's that crazy? The courtyard was filled with thick smoke, as if a great battle had just taken place. The demon queen was covered in wounds, clutching the now wrecked electronic pet dog and tossing it to the ground like trash. My apologies. I've completely destroyed that magical tool you were so proud of. Lu Ping's voice trembled slightly. It's okay. Can't we just sit down and talk things out? Elizabeth's consciousness began to blur. Damn it. To make me fight to my limit. Is this the ending the prophecy spoke of? Finally, Elizabeth's body lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ping rushed forward to help her up. Just as he was about to check her injuries, he saw the demonic horns on her head and the clothes on her body vanish simultaneously, leaving only a naked body before his eyes. At that moment, Lu Ping's blood pressure skyrocketed, and a nosebleed shot out 2.5 meters. Soon, night fell. When Elizabeth woke up, she was surprised to find her hands bound together by Lu Ping. He didn't kill me while I was unconscious. Instead, he imprisoned me. Is he trying to show off his power to the world? Elizabeth tried to use her magic to break free, but she couldn't. She guessed it was another legendary grade magical tool she had never seen before. What other terrifying power is that guy hiding? Elizabeth looked around the room and saw many strange objects. I was too careless. It seems this hero is far more sinister than I imagined. While Elizabeth's mind was racing, Lu Ping walked in with a tray of food. He wanted to use this opportunity to suck up to the demon queen and save his own life. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I'll untie you right now, and we can have a proper chat. But Elizabeth interpreted his words as, you've misunderstood from the very beginning. You thought you were strong enough to challenge me, the hero? You're gravely mistaken. If you want to live, you'll have to satisfy my every demand. Elizabeth swallowed hard, thinking, this pervert is clearly threatening me. Then, Lu Ping untied Elizabeth's hands. I'm untying you to prove I mean no harm. We agreed. We'll talk properly, okay? Elizabeth stubbornly turned her head away, feeling her current situation was very disadvantageous. I'll endure it for now and come back for revenge later. In truth, the reason Lu Ping didn't kill the demon queen while she was unconscious was that he had never killed anyone before, and he figured a demon queen would naturally have a resurrection skill. To resolve the conflict between a hero and a demon queen, fighting wasn't the only way. If he could show he was no threat to her and befriend her, he could continue to live his reclusive life. As he thought this, a silly grin appeared on his face. However, Elizabeth saw this as the hero mocking her. Just then, Lu Ping picked up the broken electronic pet dog. Wang Kai, how did you get so wrecked? Elizabeth asked tentatively. Is this thing your most powerful magical tool? Lu Ping explained that Wang Kai was something he had developed in the last 2 years, but it was actually just a small toy he made out of boredom. However, Elizabeth took his words to heart. This time, it's your turn to be careless. After untying me, I can secretly use abyss magic to recover quickly. Without the protection of your strongest magical tool, you're like a man who's lost his right arm. The scales of power have tipped in my favor. Now is the perfect time for me to eliminate you, the legendary hero. Little did she know, he then pushed open a cabinet, revealing a pile of spare parts. The demon queen's rage was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. As long as the memory card wasn't damaged, it could be inserted into a spare body to restore its functions. Lu Ping explained that Wang Kai was sometimes naughty, so he only kept one active at home for companionship. However, this loving scene appeared very different in Elizabeth's mind. After imagining a sinister scenario, Elizabeth sank powerlessly onto the bed. It was then that she noticed a fragrant aroma in the room. Lu Ping explained, I saw you had fainted, so I made you something to eat to warm you up. On the table was a simple bowl of meat congee and a plate of ordinary dumplings. The demon queen declared that only the weak needed to eat. She had reached a transcendent state and had no need for such things. But despite her words, her throat made an audible gulp and her stomach followed with a growl. It turned out that even a demon queen couldn't resist delicious food. Lu Ping explained that the ingredients were all grown by him, completely natural, and he hoped she would try them. The demon queen was intrigued by these strange foods and casually picked up a dumpling to eat. At first, she ate slowly and expressionlessly, but her pace quickened until the entire plate of dumplings was gone. Elizabeth felt the meat juices explode in her mouth like fireworks, containing a high concentration of magical energy. She was reluctant to even swallow the last first bite. However, when Elizabeth swallowed the last of the meat juice, something strange happened. Her body erupted with excitement like a volcano. She couldn't help but let out a few delicate cries, her whole body growing hot and trembling. Her hands tore at her clothes, and her legs twisted together. She demanded to know what Lu Ping had put in the food. Lu Ping explained that he had added a little chili pepper, not realizing the demon queen couldn't handle spicy food. Elizabeth's mind raced again. So this evil hero imprisoned me just to use me for his research experiments. Just then, Lu Ping remembered he also had a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee, which would surely cool her down. Elizabeth thought, this guy feeds me poison and then gives me the antidote. He's clearly toying with me. But the strange sensation was too uncomfortable, so Elizabeth steeled herself and tried a spoonful. As soon as she ate it, the hot, restless feeling vanished, and her body felt as if it were floating on cool, calm water. Ruling the world, demon queens, and heroes, all the troubles of the world seemed to have nothing to do with her. Soon, Elizabeth's power level broke through, reaching the rank of a 3-star demon queen. She had never imagined that she could advance her strength through food. She began to reevaluate the hero before her. Stop pretending. What do you really want? But Lu Ping said, actually, I just want us to work together and see if a demon queen and a hero can coexist. However, in Elizabeth's ears, his words became, in this world, only you are worthy of being my research subject. I will help you become stronger, and then you will defeat me. At this, Lu Ping weakly asked, is that okay? I'll continue to make you delicious food to serve you. But these words twisted again in Elizabeth's mind. If you want to get stronger, I can help you. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can really defeat me. Elizabeth sighed in resignation. Hearing her sigh, Lu Ping nearly fell apart, thinking the demon queen was still going to kill him. Elizabeth climbed onto the bed and looked down at Lu Ping. Listen to me. I can agree to your terms, but make it clear that I'm not doing this because I fear you, but because I seek the pinnacle of power. Lu Ping was speechless, thinking, fear me for what? But since she was the demon queen, whatever she said went. Elizabeth continued fiercely, don't think that just because I'm living here, I'll bow down to you. My dignity will never be compromised. I would sacrifice everything to destroy you. Lu Ping nodded. Understood. Then let's try to get along. Elizabeth commanded, what other delicious food do you have? I want it all. Unexpectedly, the demon queen and the hero could coexist, and they even lived together for a year and a half. The once elegant Elizabeth had now turned into a lazy couch potato who loved eating potato chips. Every day, she either watched heart-wrenching romance dramas or ate the delicious dishes the hero, Lu Ping, prepared for her. She was now so lazy that she even used magic to sprout a small pair of wings to fly to the dinner table. What kind of poison are these potato chips you're feeding me? The more I eat, the lazier I become. Lu Ping had to explain, potato chips are high in calories. Eating too many leads to fat accumulation, which naturally makes a person lazy. Hearing this, Elizabeth finally noticed her own flap. She snapped her fingers and used abyss magic to envelop her body. In an instant, her bloated figure returned to its former curvy state. Sorry to disappoint you. I've converted all the accumulated fat into magical power. Lu Ping was dumbfounded. He never knew magic could be used that way. Elizabeth chuckled. Another one of your schemes foiled by me. Lu Ping didn't want to argue. You're right about everything. Let's eat. Although Elizabeth always claimed Lu Ping was poisoning her, she would instantly forget all about it whenever she saw delicious food, ignoring any supposed schemes or conspiracies and devouring it all. Lu Ping would grumble from the side, if it's not enough, I'll just make more. It's fine if you eat a lot. But his casual words were once again misinterpreted by Elizabeth. You're still too weak. I'll fatten you up before slaughtering you. Every time she imagined such a scene, Elizabeth would fly into a rage. I've broken through more than 10 times this year. It's time for a final battle. But then, Lu Ping would take a pudding out of the refrigerator. In that moment, Elizabeth's eyes would clear, and all thoughts of final battles and world domination would vanish. Lu Ping found that the demon queen wasn't so hard to handle after all. As long as the food was good, she could be calmed down. However, ever since the demon queen had forcefully broken into the novice village and destroyed its protective barrier, the flow of time here gradually synchronized with the outside world. Time synchronization wasn't a big deal, but what was worse was that without the barrier's protection, the novice village lost its hidden status and was completely exposed to the wilderness, and the magical beasts that roamed nearby seemed to be anything but simple. Lu Ping guessed it was because of the demon queen's presence that those beasts didn't dare approach his courtyard. Meanwhile, on a nearby plain, a middle-aged man was fleeing with his daughter, pursued by 3 humanoid monsters wearing strange masks. Their claws tore through the space in the air, creating sharp blades that flew towards the fleeing pair. Soon, the blades split and plunged into the ground, forming a cage of claws. Blocked, the middle-aged man drew his greatsword. Yilafu, wait here. I'll hold them off. You keep running towards the town, and you'll be safe. Yilafu shook her head. How can I leave you and escape alone, Dad? The middle-aged man's eyes were firm. I promised your mother I would protect you. Just then, a humanoid monster levitated in the air, condensing a massive ball of ghostly fire in its hand. The middle-aged man knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to use his strongest move. He swung his greatsword, sending blades of energy upwards to collide with the ghostly fire. Before it could fully form, he sliced the monster in half along with the fire. This was a monster from the Dark Guild. Even when one was was cut in two, it could still become nourishment for another, absorbed into its body. After absorption, their power would increase, and another head would grow on their body. Yahello didn't want to abandon her father and immediately summoned her elven longbow to fight back. Arrows formed from the natural power of the elves shot swiftly towards the monster. Unfortunately, the level gap was too large. She couldn't even break its defense. The middle-aged man didn't know how long he could hold on and only hoped his daughter, Yahello, would be decisive, but it was already too late. The monsters launched another attack, their limbs stomping the ground with explosive speed, and delivered a powerful punch to the middle-aged man. He flew tens of meters, only stopping after shattering a rock. He was now too weak to fight and could only hope his daughter would seize the chance to escape. But then, one monster suddenly merged into the others. Their bodies dissolved like slime and reassembled, finally forming a 20-meter-tall, three-headed humanoid monster. Yahello pleaded, "I'll go back with you. Please, just let my father go." Unfortunately, the monster had already lost its sanity. Just as Yahello was filled with despair, an object 100 times larger than the monster suddenly fell from the sky. The surrounding mountains trembled as the 20-meter-tall monster was crushed on the spot. Yahello was stunned by the sight. It was a mammoth lord as large as a mountain. The 20-meter monster was smaller than its toe. In fact, on the mammoth lord's head was a mansion where a 1,000-year-old toad sage lived, and on the toad sage's head was a doghouse. The danger has been eliminated. What should we do with these two harmless humans? Ribbit. Wonkai responded, "Do not harm harmless humans. I will take them back to my master for him to deal with." The scene changed. Yahello finally woke up after what felt like a long time. She found herself in a strange place. She remembered her father had suffered severe internal injuries and would die if not treated promptly. But when she opened the door, the first thing she saw was her father flexing his muscles. Lu Ping clapped. "Uncle, it must have taken you a lot of time to get that muscular." The man said that for a warrior, physical fitness was the most basic requirement. Lu Ping was excited. "So this is the warrior class in another world? It's amazing." Seeing its master happy, Wang Kai also circled excitedly at his feet, but the nearby Elizabeth was annoyed. She kicked Wang Kai away and questioned it. "Who told you, you stupid dog, to bring outsiders back here?" Wang Kai whimpered pitifully. What could it do when it couldn't beat the demon queen? On the other side, Lu Ping poked the man's muscles. "Wow, so firm." The man flexed again. "Since you like it, Mr. Lu Ping, I won't hold back." With that, he activated his burning battle spirit, his clothes bursting as he showed off his favorite muscles for his savior. Unfortunately, this awkward scene was witnessed by his daughter, Yahello. The three of them stared at each other, and the air suddenly fell silent. The man was only trying so hard to please his savior. Lu Ping wanted to go and explain to Yahello but was blocked by the jealous Elizabeth. "Now that you're awake, get out. I'm warning you," Elizabeth said, pushing forward with her chest as if declaring her sovereignty to Yahello. "I was here first." But Lu Ping felt that since guests had arrived, they should be treated with courtesy. He invited the two of them into the house and served them roasted barley tea he had made himself. Yahello's eyes were a bit hazy. "Is this the magical potion you mentioned that heals you instantly after drinking it?" Lu Ping thought she was exaggerating. "I just gave your father some cool well water earlier." The nearby Elizabeth sulked. "Why did this guy bring another girl here? Am I not enough for you?" Just then, the middle-aged man spoke up about what happened that day. "Although I was barely conscious, I was still aware. A strange dog brought us to the farmland, and then Mr. Lu Ping gave me a sip of water. That sip saved me from the brink of death. If it weren't for Mr. Lu Ping, I'm afraid I would never have seen you again, my daughter." Yahello exclaimed that the tea must be precious. "Can we really drink this?" Lu Ping felt they were being too modest and told them not to be so polite. Hearing Lu Ping's words, the father and daughter finally drank the barley tea without hesitation. As soon as they finished, they felt a surge of magical power overflowing from within, making them feel as if they were lying in a wheat field looking out at the world, even seeing aliens flying by in saucers in outer space. Soon, both of their magic levels broke through, and Yahello's mother's elven bloodline was even awakened, causing her ears to grow longer. The two of them sighed deeply, amazed that a simple cup of tea could lead to a breakthrough. Lu Ping thought his hospitality was lacking and wanted to pour them another cup of barley tea, but the man was already overwhelmed with gratitude and refused such a precious gift. In truth, Lu Ping also wanted to treat them to drinks and snacks, but Elizabeth had monopolized them all. He could only sigh an apology, completely unaware that the two had been shaken by a single cup of tea. Lu Ping asked about what had happened. "Uncle Boss, why were you attacked?" Uncle Boss replied, "As you can see, Mr. Lu Ping, it's because of the elven bloodline within Yahello." Yahello added, "My mother was the holy maiden of the elven race. She fell in love with my father and gave birth to me, but the elves forbid marriage with other races." Lu Ping understood. "So it was the elves who were trying to capture you?" Elizabeth questioned this. "Nonsense. The ban on interracial marriage was abolished after the demon queen united the world." Uncle Boss continued, "It's a long story. Ever since Yahello's mother was forced to return to the elven holy land, I've been living in seclusion with Yahello." Lu Ping thought it was like Romeo and Juliet in another world. "I get it. And then the elves found you and sent people to capture you?" Uncle Boss shook his head. "Because of my wife's sacrifice in returning to the elves, they have forgiven us. The ones hunting us now are apostles from the Dark Guild in the Demon Domain." Hearing the words Demon Domain, Lu Ping subconsciously glanced at Elizabeth, feeling the strange gaze. Elizabeth flew into a rage. What do you mean by that? To get to the bottom of it, Elizabeth had Uncle Boss explain clearly. What Dark Guild in the Demon Domain? Why are they capturing elves? Uncle Boss's voice trembled. It's said that the Dark Guild is conducting mysterious human experiments in an attempt to resurrect the former ruler of the world, Demon Queen Elizabeth. Yahello added, the elves are one of their materials, so even I, with my unawakened bloodline, have become their target. This time, Ping didn't look at Elizabeth, but he thought to himself, they've mentioned you by name, and you still say it has nothing to do with you. However, Elizabeth seemed to hear his inner thoughts and flew into a rage again. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Ping was at a loss. I know everything. You've been here with me this whole time. Calm down. Unexpectedly, in the year the Demon Queen and the hero lived together, the outside world claimed that Demon Queen Elizabeth had been dead for 500 years. Elizabeth and the hero, Ping, were shocked. She had only been living there for a little over a year. Elizabeth wasn't concerned about the time discrepancy. Does the rumor say how she died? Yahello answered truthfully. According to historical records, Demon Queen Elizabeth was defeated and killed by the legendary hero. Uncle Boss continued, it's said that the battle lasted for a full month. In the end, the legendary hero, in order to protect the continent, perished along with the evil Demon Queen. Hearing this, Elizabeth's expression turned fierce. The two of them were instantly pulled into an illusion, a land covered in skulls and corpses, with a crimson moon and the smell of blood. Yahello thought it was another spiritual realm, but Uncle Boss said, this is pure killing intent. Elizabeth retracted her killing intent, explaining that the rumor was false. The two of them coughed up blood and knelt, begging for forgiveness. Just then, Ping pointed to himself, because I am that legendary hero, and she is the Demon Queen Elizabeth you were talking about. The amount of information was so overwhelming that the two of them spurted out blood 2.5 meters long. However, in Elizabeth's eyes, this scene transformed into something else. The Demon Queen you speak of has been imprisoned here by me. Come and laugh at her. After imagining this, she flew into a rage again. I'm not playing along anymore. With that, Elizabeth walked out of the house. She slammed the door with such force that a section of the wall cracked. Uncle Boss's voice trembled. Mr. Ping, what do you plan to do with us now? Ping didn't answer. He was shocked that after Elizabeth broke the time barrier, the time here had become chaotic. 500 years had passed outside. Night fell. Yahello whispered to her father, so this is the truth from 500 years ago. The Demon Queen fell in love with the legendary hero and gave up the world to live in seclusion. Uncle Boss told his daughter not to speak nonsense. Mr. Ping is probably deciding whether to spare us right now. Yahello disagreed. If Mr. Ping wanted to kill us, why would he have saved us in the first place? Uncle Boss sighed. In their eyes, we are no different from ants. Whether they kill us or let us live depends entirely on their mood. As the two were talking, Ping walked into the room. You're still awake? What are you two doing? Hearing the sudden voice, Yahello was nearly scared to tears. Ping smiled and pulled out a deck of playing cards. If you can't sleep, let's play cards. The three of them sat together, and Ping explained the rules of the game. Yahello felt an ominous aura emanating from the cards and asked Ping what the game was called. Ping thought for a moment, realizing that the people of this world probably wouldn't understand the name Fight the Landlord, so he created a new name on the spot. This game is called Fight the Evil Dragon. The father and daughter were startled again, thinking this was surely a test from the great hero. Meanwhile, Elizabeth used an invisibility spell to hide in the air and secretly observe, curious about what Ping was doing with them in the middle of the night. Ping said, the two heroes have to work together to defeat the evil dragon. We can decide whether to be a hero or the evil dragon based on the cards we draw. However, in the father and daughter's vision, Ping's words were, I'm starting to deal the cards. Think carefully before you choose. Uncle Boss told his daughter to take the cards. There was no room for hesitation now. His daughter nodded and reached for the deck, but the moment she touched the cards, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and the father and daughter were once again pulled into a spiritual realm. Yahello felt as though just picking up the cards had drained all her magical power, as if she were experiencing life and death. I'm sorry. Uncle Boss comforted her. It's okay. Leave the rest to me. It turned out that every card played was at the cost of his life force. However, the hero, Ping, was completely unaware of this. Unable to think of what card to play, he simply passed. But this put the shriveled-fingered Uncle Boss in a difficult position. He dejectedly asked Ping if he was sure he didn't want to play. Ping smiled and nodded, indicating he would pass. Uncle Boss guessed that Mr. Ping was deliberately letting him continue to play to drain his life force. In this situation, he had to play his cards as quickly as possible. According to the rules, the combination I played should be called a flying dragon, right? But as soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Boss's right leg shriveled. The bigger the card played, the greater the cost. Soon, a massive, menacing winged dragon was summoned above the illusory realm. The father and daughter had never seen such a scene and were so scared their eyes nearly popped out. A burst of energy gathered in the dragon's mouth, and a moment later, a blast of dragon's breath shot down, directly hitting the hero, Ping, turning the two of them to stone on the spot. After the attack, the dragon in the sky gradually dissipated. Uncle Boss was terrified. I just offended the legendary hero. I'm dead for sure. However, Ping was completely unaware, focused on how to respond, but his hand couldn't beat the opponent's flying dragon. You go ahead. Uncle Boss trembled all over. I understand. This time, he only dared to play a 3. Soon, his right middle finger also shriveled. Seeing this, Yahello quickly passed her turn. When Lu Ping saw it was a 3, he played a 10. The father and daughter, given the chance not to play, naturally passed. Lu Ping then played a straight. The moment he played it, towering waves suddenly rose in the realm before them, as if engulfing the father and daughter in a deep sea. After a brief moment of suffocation, the two of them gasped for air. Can't beat it. Seeing this, Lu Ping continued to play. Next, a 3 of a kind with a pair. This time, the illusion was of 2 warhorses pulling a chariot. Uncle Boss prepared to endure the chariot's impact. I can't beat it. But just then, Yahello stood up. Wait. Uncle Boss quickly stopped her. That will cost you your life force. But Yahello had made up her mind. I can't always hide behind you. I want to protect you too, Dad. With that, she played a 3 of a kind with a pair. Soon, another chariot appeared in the realm and collided with Lu Ping's. Uncle Boss looked at his daughter in terror. Yahello, are you okay? But Yahello's life force hadn't diminished at all, and she firmly stated that she was fine. Lu Ping spoke up. Sometimes you have to break up your own hand to protect your teammate. That's right. What's most important is determination. Uncle Boss looked at his 2 withered fingers, seeming to understand. Was it because of her determination that my daughter is fine? Lu Ping suddenly grinned mischievously. Determination is important, but unfortunately, it's too late. The father and daughter's faces turned pale. At that moment, even the invisible demon queen had a bad feeling. Lu Ping smiled and played the strongest combination, the king bomb. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky of the realm, and 2 massive arms stretched out from the center of the crack. When the hands pulled the crack open, what appeared was a terrifying-looking clown. At that moment, even Elizabeth couldn't help but shed a cold sweat, because Lu Ping had summoned the Supreme Joker King, a 3-star demon god, the same level as Elizabeth. The Joker King first made a heart gesture to the father and daughter, then noticed the equally 3-star demon god, the demon queen, nearby. What are you peeking at? Hiding over there? Then the Joker King materialized a dagger and lit the blade. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Elizabeth couldn't take the insult. She barely managed to get into position, ready to fight. The father and daughter below were in deep despair, blaming themselves for angering Mr. Lu Ping by playing their cards. Just then, Uncle Boss started coughing violently, blood spewing out as he felt his life force draining away. Lu Ping thought Uncle Boss's injuries hadn't healed yet until he saw the cards on the ground. It turned out the uncle's hand could have won long ago. He had been letting him win all along. Lu Ping didn't want to disturb others' rest and disappointedly shuffled all the cards. This casual action directly erased the illusion of the Supreme Joker King in the realm. Lu Ping packed up the cards and bid the 2 farewell. That was fun. You 2 should get some rest. Sorry for bothering you so late. The 2 of them collapsed on the ground, still alive. The legendary hero is truly unpredictable. However, in Elizabeth's eyes, she believed that Lu Ping's card game with these 2 was a pretense. His real intention was to send her a warning. The next morning, the 2 of them bid farewell to the hero and the demon queen early in the day. Lu Ping tried to persuade them to stay. Are you sure you don't want to stay for a couple more days? The fruit I planted is almost ready for harvest. Uncle Boss didn't dare to linger. He quickly bowed to the 2 of them. Mr. Lu Ping, your great kindness will never be forgotten by my daughter and me. Please rest assured, after we leave, we will not speak carelessly. Yahello said, Mr. Lu Ping, are you still giving us such a precious gift? Lu Ping chuckled. It's just some ordinary barley tea. Don't mind it. Then he took Uncle Boss's hands. And this, please take it as a souvenir, Uncle. With that, he handed over the deck of cards from last night. Take it. My skills are too poor. It's not suitable for me. Just then, Elizabeth impatiently called out, Hey! Uncle Boss immediately noticed the demon queen's mouth shape. In less than a second, the 2 of them had vanished from sight. Elizabeth turned and walked back into the courtyard. Everything's back to normal. Go make me some food. On the other side, Uncle Boss and his daughter ran for an unknown distance before daring to stop. It turned out that after Lu Ping left that night, Elizabeth had appeared. She had left a mark on each of their necks. I, Elizabeth, command you to leave this place immediately tomorrow and not to reveal any information about me and the legendary hero being here. If you have the slightest thought of disobeying me, the curse mark on your necks will cause your heads to roll immediately. At that moment, the 2 of them guessed the truth of history. The demon queen who ruled the world and the legendary hero, Mr. Lu Ping, had grown tired of the world's conflicts and did not want to be disturbed again. Yahello suddenly noticed that this place looked familiar. It was where the monsters had been crushed by the Mammoth Lord. Meanwhile, Wang Kai was hiding behind them, secretly watching the 2. It was afraid that the demon queen at home would fly into a rage, so it had no choice but to quickly send the 2 away. Woof woof, something seems to be approaching. Whatever, I don't want to get beaten by that nasty woman again. Then Wang Kai opened a portal and left. At that moment, Uncle Boss looked at the corpses on the ground and had a bad feeling. There will probably be more high-level monsters appearing nearby. We should leave as soon as possible. But as soon as he finished speaking, a large group of apostles from the Dark Guild descended from the sky, blocking their path. The leader was a grand apostle, a 2-star great demon spirit, while the others were the same as the ordinary apostles who had hunted them before, 3- and 4-star demon spirits. Unfortunately, Uncle Boss was only a 3-star 2-star Grand Magus, 2 major stages below his opponents, making him no match for them. To protect his daughter, Uncle Boss opened the deck and repelled the 3 and 4-star Demon Spirit level apostles. Then, he drew 4 4s from the deck. Card summon, Arrow God descends. Soon, the illusion of an elven woman levitated above the 2 of them. Yahello looked at the illusion and couldn't help but cry out, "Mom." Meanwhile, the elven woman's illusion drew an elven longbow, shooting an arrow formed from natural power that tore through the void and pierced the heads of the apostles in the front. However, the leading 2-star Great Demon Spirit didn't even bother to dodge, arrogantly catching the unstoppable arrow with one hand. But the moment he caught it, he knew he had misjudged. It was too late. The arrow, as if unstoppable, pierced his head. After it was over, the 4 playing cards returned to the deck, and the elven woman's illusion dissipated. Uncle Boss had used a 4-of-a-kind bomb and lost most of his stamina, but this time, he understood the hint the hero had given him. Determination was the key to unlocking the card's true power. From then on, a new profession was born on the continent of heroes, the Card Master. A week later, Leping was eating a watermelon he had grown in his courtyard. He marveled at how wonderful this magical world was. His fruit crossbreeding method had been a great success, but there was no one to share it with. The joy of the harvest seemed to be missing something. He had thought he would be content just farming peacefully, but after having everything and then coming into contact with the outside world, his heart began to stir, wanting to see more. That's how it is, always wanting more. But I'm so weak, I'd better forget it. Just then, Elizabeth's appearance broke the peace. She sat on a chair with a glass of iced drink. "What are you thinking about? You look so down." Leping sighed. "I want to go out and see the world, but I'd better not. I'm too weak." Elizabeth chuckled. "Finally want to leave this place? Then come with me on a trip." Hearing that he would have the Demon Queen's protection, Leping's interest was immediately piqued. Elizabeth nodded. "Enough talk. Go change your clothes." In truth, she felt that the outside world was no match for this place. Then, Leping tailored a set of casual clothes for Elizabeth. Elizabeth felt it suited her temperament. "I have to say, your cooking and tailoring skills are both excellent." With that, she snapped her fingers and summoned a portal to a town. "Let's go. Through here, we can reach the nearest town." Leping praised the convenience of the skill. In fact, he didn't know that his own electronic pet dog, Wang Kai, could also perform magic of this level. But before leaving, Leping asked, "Elizabeth, I have to ask you something. After we see the outside world, will you still come back with me? I don't mean anything by it. Of course, you can leave if you want." However, his words were misinterpreted. "If you want to run away after we go out, I can understand." Elizabeth grew angrier the more she thought about it. How could the one called the most powerful demon queen in history possibly run away? "Until I officially defeat you, I have no interest in anything else. Of course, I'll come back with you." Hearing this, Leping breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of losing the demon queen's protection, as his fields could be trampled by nearby monsters at any moment. But Elizabeth set a condition. "As an apology for your disrespect just now, you have to agree to one request of mine." Leping thought he had angered the demon queen and worriedly asked what the request was. But Elizabeth quickly moved in front of Leping. "After we get back, you have to make me a supersized pudding with the newly harvested fruit." Hearing this, Leping was momentarily stunned. So the reason the demon queen was staying was for a supersized pudding. Soon, both of them stepped through the portal, leaving Wang Kai barking alone in the courtyard. This was the world after being ruled by the demon queen for 500 years. When the legendary hero first came to a village, he found it unexpectedly prosperous. Demon Queen Elizabeth proudly declared, "The foundation I laid during my reign was solid. The world used to be divided by various forces, with constant conflict. It was I who suppressed them with absolute power and established the great rule that all people are equal. So, the one who truly saved the world was me, not you, the so-called legendary hero." But when Elizabeth finished recounting her glorious deeds, she found that the hero, Leping, wasn't listening at all. "How dare you? You don't even care about my past achievements." At that moment, Leping was at a doll vendor's stall, admiring the well-stitched seams and asking if she had made them. The girl nodded. "If you like them, brother, I can give you a discount." But as soon as she finished speaking, a pig-headed man deliberately kicked over the girl's dolls. "Who gave you permission to set up a stall here? You wretched girl. Your church still owes our gang protection money, and you have the nerve to set up a stall in my territory?" Seeing the ferocious pig-headed man, the orphans were scared to tears. Annie retorted, "You've never protected us. Why should we pay you protection money?" The pig-headed man laughed. "Idiot. Starting last month, this street belongs to our beast gang. If you want to survive here, you have to pay a monthly tribute." Annie was defiant. "Nonsense. The church belongs to the nun. When she gets back, you'll be in for it." The pig-headed man continued to curse. "You fool. You really don't get it, do you? Today, I'm going to kick you orphans out and tear down that rundown church." Hearing this, Leping couldn't help but shout. The pig-headed man glanced at the human. "What the hell do you want?" Leping took 2 steps back, stammering. Elizabeth thought he was about to play games with these weak commoners again. Leping whispered, "Elizabeth, you should step in and stop this." Elizabeth turned her head away, thinking, "I don't share your lowbrow sense of humor." The pig-headed man was getting impatient. "I asked you what the hell you want." This put Leping in a tough spot. He hadn't expected the demon queen to not react. He had no choice but to resort to the most powerful modern tactic. "Everyone, look, this pig-headed man is bullying a little girl. Condemn him. condemn him. However, moral condemnation was a joke in this era. The onlookers didn't react at all. The pig-headed man was amused by Lu Ping's words. You don't really think someone will stand up for you, do you? Everyone on this street knows our beast gang. You must be a foreigner from the south. The girl next to you has a nice figure, though. Lu Ping said, everything can be discussed, but you really shouldn't mess with her. But the pig-headed man was determined to court death. He ordered his subordinates to beat up the man and take the woman back to the gang for some fun, completely unaware that his words had enraged the demon queen. The entire sky darkened, and the clouds swirled as if a demon king were descending, making all of creation tremble. The pig-headed man let go of Annie, his voice trembling. Why did the weather suddenly change? Lu Ping told Elizabeth to calm down, otherwise she might accidentally destroy the entire town. Calm down. Why would you get serious with ordinary people? For Lu Ping's sake, Elizabeth retracted her powerful aura. The sky instantly returned to its original state. The pig-headed man breathed a sigh of relief. Was that a passing shower? But Annie had seen everything. That sister's magical power is so strong. The legendary hero was being extorted for protection money by a pig, and he even asked how much it was. The pig-headed man's voice trembled slightly. A total of 10 gold coins for 2 months. The demon queen found it ridiculous. Just for a mere 10 gold coins. You all make such a fuss. How foolish. Just then, Lu Ping leaned over. Elizabeth, you must have a lot of gold coins, right? Elizabeth nodded proudly. The treasures I possess are countless. Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately tried to borrow money from Elizabeth, saying he would sell the vegetables from his home to pay her back. Elizabeth looked at him as if he were an idiot. You want to trade my food for those useless gold coins? No way. Besides, I didn't bring any with me when I came to find you. The pig-headed man at the side lost his patience. Do you have it or not? Lu Ping was in a difficult position. I don't have any gold coins. Can I use the local products in my bag to pay? This nearly made the pig-headed man explode with anger. Are you messing with me? Get them. But as soon as he finished speaking, a bag of gold coins flew towards him. Then, a half-man, half-horse swordsman walked over. Yetta, take the money and get out of here. Don't harass my friends anymore. The pig-headed man, having received the money, became much more restrained. So it's Swift Thunder Shaji from the Sword Saint Guild. I'll give you face, but you won't be so lucky next month. Lu Ping quickly thanked the centaur. I have some fruit here. If you don't mind, please take it. Shaji refused Lu Ping's offer. It was nothing. Don't mention it. But if you're willing, I'd like to ask you to partner with me on something. As he spoke, Shaji looked at Demon Queen Elizabeth. Annie quickly asked, partner, what can I do to help? Shaji smiled. Let's talk somewhere else. If this works out, I believe it can also solve your financial problems. The Demon Queen had no interest in earning gold coins. I'm not interested. Lu Ping, let's go. But Lu Ping felt it was rude to refuse directly, especially since they had just been helped. They should at least go and see. The orphans, seeing this, asked Annie if she was going out. Annie told them to go back to the church and wait. She would be back soon. They all went to a smoky tavern filled with disgusting, foot-picking brutes. The man with you looks like a weakling. Why don't you come over to my side? At that moment, Elizabeth's eyes glinted, and she shot a powerful, murderous glare at the crowd. If you want to die, say that again. The tavern instantly fell silent. No one dared to make another sound. Elizabeth turned and glared at Lu Ping. It's all your fault for insisting on coming to this place and wasting my time. Lu Ping naturally didn't dare to answer directly. We're here, Shaji said to the group. This way, please. Inside this private room, we won't be disturbed by outsiders. However, when Shaji opened the door, a group of young women, some in maid outfits and some with cat ears, rushed out, calling him master. Shaji said embarrassedly, I forgot to tell you, my wives are also here. Lu Ping's jaw dropped. Wives. The half-man, half-horse man was introducing his wives. First was the shield warrior, Gasha, sitting next to him. Then there was the assassin, Loloko, and the mage, Jelly. Finally, there was the archer with elven blood, Golia. But the demon queen had no time for his family matters. Stop wasting time. If you have something to say it quickly. We're leaving. Gasha was not pleased to hear this. Master, who is this woman? Her attitude is really annoying. Elizabeth said, this is my attitude. Do you have a problem with it? Loloko also glared at her. How ridiculous. Calling herself Her Majesty. Is this woman out of her mind? Golia joined in. Look at the shape of her ears. She's probably just some low-class half-blood with a bit of elven blood. Who does she think she is? Acting all high and mighty in front of me. The demon queen couldn't take such insults. Just as she was about to destroy the place, the hero, Lu Ping, saw the look on her face and quickly placed a pudding in front of her. The demon queen, who was on the verge of exploding, instantly changed her expression, casting aside all the verbal attacks to focus on the delicious pudding. Lu Ping said to the group, actually, we're from a very distant, nameless tribe, traveling here. She's the princess of that tribe, Elizabeth, and I'm her servant, Lu Ping. Loloko said, no wonder she acts so strangely. She's just a princess from a tribe that has never seen the world. Golia continued to mock, and her name is Elizabeth. She must be from some backwater tribe in the demon domain that worships the demon queen. Lu Ping shushed them. This is her first time out, and there's a big cultural difference, so she's still adjusting. Only Shaji was suspicious. To be able to emit such terrifying magical power on the street, she couldn't possibly be just a princess from a remote tribe. He then invited Lu Ping and the others to team up with them for a treasure dungeon. Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately asked the nearby Annie, do you know what a treasure treasure dungeon is? Annie explained. A treasure dungeon is said to be a magical space created by powerful ancient beings to hide valuable items. They are usually very well hidden. Shaji nodded helplessly. It took me a lot of effort to get information about this treasure dungeon, but the condition to open the barrier is that we need a party of 8. Leping finally understood. Shaji had sought them out to fill the numbers. The nearby Annie counted the people and found that with herself, they were exactly 8. Do I have to go? Leping was confused by her dejected look. Didn't you just say treasure dungeons are very precious? Annie cried. Treasure dungeons are precious, but they are also usually extremely difficult, and I'm just a mere 4-star magic warrior. I'd be going to my death. Shaji told them not to worry. Once we're inside, we'll handle all the fighting. You just need to be there to make up the numbers. You won't be left out of the treasure. You'll probably get at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Hearing this, Annie's spirits lifted. Really? Then the church's financial problems can be solved. Leping asked for the Demon Queen's opinion. So we'll help them make up the numbers to repay the favor? Elizabeth said she didn't care and let Leping decide. Seeing no objections, Shaji nodded to his mage wife, Jelly. The woman took out a dazzlingly beautiful crystal ball, and Shaji placed his hand on it. This is a magic testing crystal ball. Just place your hand on it to measure the magic power within you. A 4-digit number then appeared on the crystal ball. Leping asked Annie what the numbers meant, and Annie explained that the 8769 corresponded to the demon spirit level. Shaji smiled. My magic level is 4-star demon spirit, and my wives are all 4 or 5-star grand magi. Since we're partnering up, we should know each other's strengths to coordinate well. Hearing this, Annie also placed her hand on the ball, and the crystal ball showed only 300. Jelly let out a laugh. Are you kidding me? Even when I first changed my class, my number was higher than that. Annie burst into tears. I'm so sorry. The nearby Leping was eager to try. He thought to himself, although I've been farming in the novice village all this time, and my magic level hasn't increased, as the legendary hero, my potential should be pretty high, right? However, when he placed his hand on the crystal ball, there was no dazzling light as usual. Instead, the magic power value displayed was 0. Leping was utterly embarrassed. How could he have any magic when all he did was farm? Loloco looked at him with disdain, feeling he would be useless in the dungeon. Leping quickly took out some freshly harvested bananas to prove he was still useful. The 3 women complained in unison. He really is a country bumpkin from a remote region. You can keep those for yourself. Just then, Shaji came to the Demon Queen's side. Miss Elizabeth, please give it a try. Seeing that Elizabeth didn't react, Leping also urged her, just go along with it. Elizabeth snorted, thinking, this hero is truly sinister, making me play along with him to deceive these ignorant mortals. But for the sake of the delicious pudding, the Demon Queen still placed her hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, the magic testing crystal ball emitted an unusually brilliant light, so bright that everyone present had to shut their eyes. Leping thought, this is bad. He had forgotten that revealing the Demon Queen's power would cause a huge commotion. While everyone's eyes were closed, he whispered, Elizabeth. Elizabeth glanced at Leping and instantly understood his meaning. It's been 500 years since I've been out. I'll play along with you. She then retracted almost all of her magic power. When the light faded, the crystal ball showed the number 8768. Annie said, that's the same as the centaur's magic power, a demon spirit level. However, this small amount of magic startled Shaji's wives. This woman is also a 4-star demon spirit. Seeing that her identity hadn't been revealed, Leping breathed a sigh of relief. Shaji quickly gave a thumbs up, as expected of a kingdom's princess. With your addition, our chances of success will be greatly increased. Then Annie asked Shaji, how do we get to that treasure dungeon? Hearing this, Shaji called out, Jelly. Jelly nodded and took out a scroll, waving it in the air. The teleportation scroll, marked with the coordinates of the treasure dungeon, opened. A huge teleportation array instantly appeared in the air, enveloping the 8 of them. The brilliant light faded, and the room was empty. On the other side, Leping and the other 7 were teleported directly to the entrance of the treasure dungeon. Leping marveled at the teleportation magic and began to take an interest in magic. However, Annie nearly fainted. It turned out that having low magic power could cause teleportation sickness. At that moment, Elizabeth sensed a familiar aura, but she didn't explain much, simply turning to Leping and telling him they were leaving the dungeon. Gasha flew into a rage. What's wrong with you, woman? You're backing out at the last minute. The nearby Golia and Jelly were also furious. Do you know how much crystal and magic power it took me to make that positioning scroll? If you don't go in, you're not leaving either. Elizabeth turned and glared at them. So you're threatening me? Just as a fight was about to break out, Leping stepped in front of the Demon Queen. Everyone, calm down. Let me say a few words. Then he clasped his hands and pleaded, since we're already here, Elizabeth, why don't you take me to see it? Just then, the nearby Annie interrupted, Sister Elizabeth, have you noticed? There seems to be a magical power inside the cave that's very similar to yours. Leping was confused. Magic power similar to Elizabeth's? What does that mean? At that moment, Shaji pushed aside Leping, whose magic power was 0. Excuse me, Miss Elizabeth, please believe me. No matter what dangers we encounter inside, I will protect you. Please come in with me. However, his affectionate gaze didn't even get a glance from the Demon Queen. She walked right past him. Elizabeth agreed to Leping's earlier request. Since we're out, I'll go play with you. Aren't you going to keep up? With that, that. The two of them walked towards the dungeon entrance, leaving Shaji grinding his teeth. The 8 of them then passed through the dungeon's barrier, which closed behind them. Lu Ping wondered if this meant their way back was cut off. Elizabeth explained, in this kind of special magical space, unless you're stronger than the person who set up the barrier, you can't leave via teleportation magic. If they can't find the target and fulfill the barrier creator's conditions, none of them will be able to leave. Just then, Jelly blurted out, as long as Master is with us, we'll definitely get that thing. The nearby Gasha interrupted her. Don't talk nonsense. This piqued Annie's curiosity. Sister Golia, what is that thing you're talking about? Golia was evasive. Of course, it's gold and treasure. Don't worry, you'll get your share. This was a fork in the road leading to the treasure. To investigate the situation in each cave, the mage, Jelly, used magic exploration, dispersing her magic power into each cave to search. A complex route map formed in her mind, and soon she would find the shortest path to the treasure. However, the nearby demon queen laughed at her ignorance. The magic exploration started normally, but the deeper it went, the more twisted and divided the paths became, like an endless series of forks, leaving Jelly gasping for breath. Shachi came over and asked, have you mapped out the entire maze? But Jelly was sweating profusely. She had extended her magic power to its limit but still couldn't find the edge. Gasha was shocked. No way, your magic power can extend for 3 kilometers. Golia was also surprised. Should I use my elven divination? Loloko also made a suggestion. Let's split into groups. I can use my clone jutsu to provide support. Just then, Lu Ping whispered, Elizabeth, you know the way, don't you? Elizabeth sneered. This maze is just a facade. If you try to explore it to the end, you'll never get out. Lu Ping said, then why don't you help them? We can repay their favor sooner. Elizabeth flatly refused. I've changed my mind. I just want to watch them fend for themselves with you. However, amidst the discussion, Annie, with only 300 magic power, suddenly spoke up. Taking the 3rd cave should lead us to our destination. This precise perception even surprised Demon Queen Elizabeth. Lu Ping quickly asked Annie, how do you know? But Annie shook her head. Actually, I'm just guessing, because that special magical power is coming from that direction. This answer displeased Jelly. Nonsense. I don't feel the magic power you're talking about. A mere 4-star magic warrior shouldn't be giving her opinions here. Annie didn't know how to explain and could only weakly apologize to Jelly. Jelly pointed to the last passage. Although I haven't reached the end, this side has the fewest monsters. We should go this way. Shachi asked his other 3 wives for their opinions. Loloko still thought it was better to split into groups, while Gasha thought they should follow Jelly's advice. Even if they were wrong, it was the safest route. Jelly patted her chest. That's right, please trust Jelly. Shachi thought for a moment and decided they should all take the last cave together. But this time, Annie was surprisingly firm. We can take any of the others, but not the last one. She then used her doll magic to summon a rabbit doll and send it into the last cave in her place. However, as soon as the rabbit doll entered the cave, it was instantly crushed by a giant mouth from underground, leaving only its head rolling out of the mimic worm's attack range. This scene nearly scared Lu Ping to death. What was that? Elizabeth explained. It's a parasitic magical beast, commonly found inside giant magical creatures. At that moment, Loloko couldn't help but mock. You said there were fewer monsters over there. Did you detect the corpses in its stomach? Just then, Elizabeth suddenly walked towards the 3rd cave. You all can stay here and debate. Lu Ping, let's go. Seeing the demon queen taking the lead, Lu Ping followed without a second thought. But this made Annie feel responsible. Sister Elizabeth, I'm not sure that's the right way. Wait for me. Loloko asked uncertainly. What now? Should I use my clone jutsu to follow them? Shachi thought about it and concluded that Elizabeth's background was not so simple. Having just witnessed the horror of the mimic worm, how could she make a choice so calmly without some confidence? He then ordered his 4 wives to follow. However, they still killed many low-level monsters along the way. Most of these monsters had no intelligence and attacked any intruders they saw. Gasha and the others were out of breath, while the hero, Lu Ping, hid behind Elizabeth, asking if it was safe yet. But in Elizabeth's eyes, she still believed the hero was just acting. Just then, Jelly took the opportunity to blame Annie. It's all your fault for bringing us here. There are monsters everywhere. Elizabeth couldn't stand it and replied for Annie. The more concentrated the magic power, the more monsters will gather. Does she have to teach you that? Jelly was furious. Of course I know that, but you, a 4-star demon spirit, have the ability but just stood by and watched. But Elizabeth said, didn't you say you would handle any monsters we encountered? Just then, Shachi stepped forward. Miss Elizabeth, let's just rest here for a bit. A little elven potion will help everyone recover. Hearing this, Lu Ping's interest was piqued. He had never tried an elven potion and wondered what this otherworldly flavor would be like. Seeing his expectant look, Elizabeth sighed. Tired of fine grains and want to try some coarse ones. Are you? I can't do anything about you. So the 8 of them rested by a campfire. After drinking the elven potion, Jelly praised its effectiveness. Her magic and stamina had almost fully recovered. Just then, Golia took out a bottle of elven potion and deliberately came to Elizabeth to humiliate her. This is a special concoction of mine. Drinking it can boost all sorts of stats, but you're so powerful, you probably don't need it, right? Seeing this, Shaji quickly stopped his wife. Golia, be respectful. Golia nodded and reined in her arrogance. Sorry. Then she reluctantly tossed the elven potion over. The demon queen didn't even look, simply catching the potion and tossing it to the curious Lu Ping. Lu Ping, having never tried it, drank a large gulp, but the strong grassy taste of the ingredients made him spit it out. Annie, do you want the rest? Annie said she didn't need it. I haven't used much magic power, so I don't need it. Seeing everyone's disdain, Golia cursed. Giving it to you idiots is a waste of good stuff. Elizabeth wouldn't tolerate her, since no one's drinking it. Just pour it out. Golia's mouth twitched with anger. What do you mean by pouring out my elven potion? Elizabeth glanced at her and asked back, what do you think? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Ping opened his backpack. I have some fruit in my bag. Let's all have some. He then took out a regular banana and handed it to the centaur, Shaji. Shaji politely took the banana and gave one to each of his wives. Gasha and Loloko both thanked him politely. Lu Ping then took out an apple and handed it to Annie. The bananas are gone. Is an apple okay? Annie was moved to tears. Are you really giving it to me? Lu Ping was surprised. It's just an apple. Is it worth crying over? Annie cried. Can I take it back for my younger brothers and sisters? They haven't had fresh fruit at the orphanage for a long time. Lu Ping nodded. Of course, you can. When I get home, I'll pick some more for you. Enough for everyone. Jelly disdainfully threw her banana away. Who would want this rotten fruit? Golia even crushed her banana. Can this compare to my elven potion? Shaji said. Let's just have it for now. After we get the treasure and leave, I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Then Shaji, Loloko, and Gasha ate the bananas. However, the moment they took their first bite, the three of them were simultaneously pulled into a spiritual realm. The scene was lush and vibrant, and their clothes had changed, making them look like peacocks in full display. Just then, a few strange grasshoppers appeared, singing rock music, and the three of them started dancing the samba. At that moment, Loloko's whole body trembled, and the crushed banana pulp sprayed all over her. But to outsiders, they just looked crazy. Seeing Shaji shaking his head like a fool, his other two wives were embarrassed. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Shaji finally woke up from the illusion. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Sorry, I lost my composure. Lu Ping was stunned. Is this a performance? But Elizabeth was smug. I understand your intentions. Just then, Shaji was enveloped in a brilliant light, and his level instantly skyrocketed. The nearby Gasha and Loloko felt the same, their magic ranks rapidly increasing. Lu Ping thought they were performing. Is this a campfire performance? Amazing. The culture of this other world is so interesting. To come out on a trip and see a centaur dance, it's really worth it. Elizabeth guessed, if they go any further, they'll die. So you're strengthening them here in advance to let the game continue. The centaur's magic power broke through 3 stages just by eating a banana, directly promoting him to a 3-star great demon spirit. The hero, Lu Ping, said it was just an ordinary banana, the only difference being that it was produced from crossbred crops. The other two, hearing that eating bananas could raise their magic level, also quickly stuffed the bananas into their mouths, but the bananas had already started to rot and emitted a nauseating smell, making them impossible to eat. Annie believed this was a phenomenon recorded in magic books called synchronicity. This knowledge even impressed Demon Queen Elizabeth. The centaur, Shaji, was confused. What is synchronicity? Annie explained that it was mentioned in the nuns' magic books that special treasures usually only work under special conditions, but Jelly thought Annie was just pretending to know and pointed to Elizabeth, asking why her banana hadn't rotted. Annie was speechless and chose to remain silent, but she guessed that Elizabeth's power was completely superior to the treasure, which was why the banana hadn't rotted. Elizabeth noticed Annie's strange gaze. Don't look at me with those eyes. Annie bowed her head in apology, retracting the crimson pupils of her eyes. Golia was not convinced, believing it was the cumulative effect of her elven potions. To verify the truth, Shaji wanted to get more fruit from Lu Ping's backpack. Just as Lu Ping was about to share more fruit, Elizabeth snatched it away. These are all for me to eat later. We've rested enough. Let's go. It's about time to finish this. With no other choice, Lu Ping had to apologize to Shaji, promising to treat them properly when he got back. Shaji waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. You go on ahead. My wives and I will pack up and catch up. So Lu Ping and Annie followed Elizabeth deeper into the dungeon. However, after the three of them were far away, Loloko whispered, should we go and grab that bag? Gasha also chimed in, yeah, maybe they're hiding something better. Shaji replied, no rush, it's not time yet. An ordinary person wouldn't carry such a precious treasure so casually, so she can't be just a princess from a remote tribe. Recently, one of the 4 major powers, the Kingdom of Aristotle, has been offering a high reward for information about their missing princess. If I'm not mistaken, that princess is right in front of me. If I can take this opportunity to make the princess my woman, I'll be able to climb up the ranks of the Kingdom of Aristotle. Then I'll get much more than just these magic fruits. Let me conquer you completely with this massive pillar of mine. However, in the eyes of his 4 wives, this lewd scene was one of charming pheromones. The 4 wives then simultaneously placed their hands on Shaji's horse rump, letting out coquettish cries of unsatisfied desire. Deep in the maze, pairs of crimson eyes were peeking. At that moment, Lu Ping, who was walking ahead, sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Elizabeth, are we going the right way? Why does it feel like it's getting darker? Elizabeth said, didn't I tell you? The maze is just a facade. We're almost there. Meanwhile, at the top of the cave, tentacles burst through the rock. Annie tugged on Lu Ping's sleeve. Something seems to be approaching us. But as soon as she finished speaking, a figure flashed past them like like lightning. It was the centaur, Shaji, who had just finished with his 4 wives, their faces still flushed. Shaji struck a handsome pose. "I was delayed a bit. I hope you can forgive me, Miss Elizabeth. As an apology, let me serve you for the rest of the journey. You can ride on my back." This was what Shaji considered the highest honor, but the demon queen didn't even give him a second glance. "You want to be my mount? You're not qualified yet." Hearing this, Golia flew into a rage. "You bitch, you're really asking for it, aren't you?" But before she could finish, a black shadow instantly decapitated her, leaving only a headless corpse to fall to the ground, a pillar of blood staining the entire area. This bloody scene stunned Shaji and his wives. Just then, a rock fell from above, catching Lu Ping's attention. Giant fleas burst out from the rock wall, one of them even chewing on Golia's head. But this small snack was not enough to satisfy it, and the dragon flea then charged towards the group. However, its target this time was the most powerful demon queen in history, Elizabeth. A red light flashed in Elizabeth's eyes, and the terrifying dragon flea exploded on the spot. The nearby Annie hugged her head and cried, repeatedly muttering that she was going to die, and the legendary hero hugged the demon queen directly. "Elizabeth, someone died." But in the demon queen's eyes, this had another interpretation, testing human nature, letting the selfish and arrogant destroy themselves first. This is your first step. Meanwhile, the shield warrior, Gasha, raised her weapon to fight, while the mage, Jelly, activated a magic shield to block the attack. However, this magic shield only protected the 4 of them, completely ignoring Lu Ping and his 2 companions. Seeing this, Lu Ping urgently asked, "Wait, what about us?" Shaji wanted to use this opportunity to test Elizabeth's strength. "I believe you'll find a way." Gasha snorted. "Who cares about you now? Our partnership ends here." Jelly also smiled smugly. "You can just stay outside as bait." But before she could finish, her head flew high into the air, sliced in half along with the shield. The remaining dragon fleas then swarmed in, fighting fiercely with Shaji and his 2 remaining companions. However, the death of his 2 wives did not bring sorrow to the centaur. He easily slayed these dragon fleas with his 4-star demon spirit strength. In contrast, the shield warrior, Gasha, struggled to cope, and Loloko barely dodged the dragon flea's attack, using her assassin skill, the art of assassination, to counterkill it. Although all 3 of them had eaten Lu Ping's banana to raise their magic rank, they would eventually be worn down if they continued to fight like this. Just then, Elizabeth asked, "Now that you've seen their true colors, do you still want to continue this adventure game with them?" Lu Ping shook his head. "The favor has been repaid. Farming in the village is more suitable for me." The corner of Elizabeth's mouth lifted. "First, let them become arrogant, then determine if they are worthy of being saved. This is your second step." Then she said to Lu Ping, "Then let's go." As she spoke, she took Lu Ping's hand and walked forward. Meanwhile, a dragon flea launched a sneak attack on Annie from behind. A crimson light flashed in Annie's eyes, and a doll suddenly appeared, shattering the attacking dragon flea with a single punch. After it was over, it instantly reverted to a useless rabbit doll. But Annie seemed to have lost her memory, forgetting what had just happened. Just then, Elizabeth knocked on the air, and ripples spread outwards. She then whispered some strange incantations, and a white barrier appeared in the air in front of them. Soon, the outline of a magnificent gate gradually appeared. Lu Ping finally understood. So the exit is a hidden giant gate. A moment later, the gate slowly opened, and Elizabeth walked in without hesitation. Lu Ping patted Annie's shoulder. "Let's go." And 2. On the other side, Shaji, who was fighting a bloody battle, also discovered the treasure entrance and immediately shouted to his 2 remaining wives, "You 2, get on my back." Loloko and Gasha immediately jumped onto Shaji's back and ran towards the gate. After the 3 of them entered the gate, they were greeted by a sea of gold, the air itself seeming to be filled with the scent of gold. At that moment, Loloko and Gasha were stunned. It turned out that the endless maze outside was just an illusion. The real golden palace was hidden in this void. Lu Ping and Annie were both excited. "Can we take some?" However, just then, Shaji pushed Lu Ping aside. "Get out of the way." At that moment, he no longer needed to pretend, because he had found the most precious treasure in the entire place, the Demon King's nectar. Lu Ping was a bit annoyed. "We owe each other nothing now. I don't expect you to be grateful, but don't go too far." The 3 of them sneered. "What are you talking about? Of course we're grateful. As a reward, we'll give you a quick death." Just then, an ice suddenly opened among the pile of gold coins, and the entire golden palace began to shake violently. Then, a huge claw was exposed to everyone's sight, menacingly warning the intruders. Soon, the head of a golden dragon rose high into the air. The inexperienced hero was even surprised to see a dragon. In contrast, Annie, with only 300 magic power, saw something even more terrifying behind the dragon. Elizabeth had never expected that this little girl could see through the illusion. Meanwhile, the golden dragon guarding the treasure was enraged, its roar shaking people's eardrums. Gasha stared at the dragon nervously. "Master, your orders." Shaji drew his sword. "Let me charge up and kill it in one blow. You 2 buy me some time." The nearby Loloko nodded in understanding. Then, the assassin and the shield warrior advanced to engage the golden dragon. Loloko scattered small paper dolls, using the assassin's exclusive skill, Clone Jutsu, to summon clones identical to herself to attack the golden dragon. At that moment, Shaji was channeling all his magic power to charge up for his strongest move, Swift Thunder Flash. However, However, Loloko's clones could not harm the golden dragon. Even the weak point breaking effect granted by the art of assassination could not leave a single scratch on its scales. The shield warrior, Gasha, threw her shield into the air and used shield transformation, turning the shield into a thruster that charged at the golden dragon with ferocious power, pushing it back a small step. Gasha laughed triumphantly. It worked. This is a new move I learned after being promoted to a 2-star demon spirit. However, less than 3 seconds later, the golden dragon suddenly swiped at Gasha with its claw, instantly crushing all her internal organs. Her limbs and head flattened beyond recognition. Now, only Loloko was left to buy time for Shaji. She threw all her paper dolls into the air and summoned a 1,000-strong army. Although they couldn't deal any effective damage, they were more than enough to distract the golden dragon. However, the dragon's gaze was still dismissive. It opened its wings and created a massive tornado, instantly shredding more than half of the clones. Countless gold coins were swept up by the tornado, shooting out like bullets. Even Lu Ping and his 2 companions, standing at the back, were nearly hit. However, the legendary hero stood motionless in the face of the attack, which deeply impressed the demon queen, who was using a barrier to block the attack. You're so calm, but for you, it's only natural. In fact, Lu Ping was just slow to react, thinking he had almost died just now. However, the tornado continued to carry the surrounding gold coins, causing indiscriminate destruction. At that moment, a crimson light flashed in Annie's eyes, and she subconsciously activated her powerful doll magic, summoning a giant panda to stand in front of everyone, its thick body blocking the randomly ricocheting gold coins. On the other side, Shaji, who was charging up, was also hit by the indiscriminate attack of the gold coins. Loloko immediately directed the nearby clones to block the coins for her master. However, her own body was not so lucky. She was directly pierced through the head by one of the golden dragon's coins. However, at that moment, Shaji had successfully finished charging up. He rushed towards the golden dragon like lightning, boasting that even a magic master level opponent couldn't withstand his 300% damage boost. However, when the smoke slowly cleared, his swift thunder flash had only left a shallow mark on the dragon's neck, while Shaji's sword had shattered on the spot. This made his face turn pale, and his eyes nearly popped out. Then, the golden dragon swept its tail, sending him flying in front of everyone, plowing a deep trench in the ground for dozens of meters, leaving him with only a breath of life. At that moment, Lu Ping stared at the dragon's figure nervously, stammering Elizabeth's name, but Elizabeth asked back, "The game is over. What do you plan to do next?" Lu Ping replied, "You have to do something, or we'll die." Elizabeth was stunned. "You noticed?" Lu Ping urged. "Isn't it obvious? You have to do something now." He was thinking that if she didn't do something, he would surely die, but Elizabeth misunderstood, thinking Lu Ping wanted her to protect Annie. "Don't order me around in front of outsiders." However, at that moment, Annie started muttering to herself, "The real terror hasn't arrived yet. We may never get out of here." This time, Elizabeth held Annie down and looked at her closely. "It's the bloodline of Jamuji. Let me see what's going on with your magic power." A brilliant light flashed, and Elizabeth's magic power entered Annie's sea of consciousness. It turned out that Annie had lived with the orphans as a child, but one day, the apostles of the Dark Guild suddenly attacked. On the verge of death, she awakened the bloodline of Jamuji, and her powerful magic killed all the apostles, including the orphans. Because she couldn't control this terrifying magic power, she had no choice but to seal it along with that memory. Elizabeth sneered, "To alter your memories, you forcefully dispersed and suppressed your magic power. How foolish." Annie kept muttering, "It's all my fault. My younger brothers and sisters. I killed you. I'm sorry." Elizabeth said, "You're a disgrace to the Jamuji clan. If you want to escape the prison of remorse, then stand up and fight." Annie held back her tears. This time, at least, she had to protect her big brother Lu Ping. Then, her body levitated in the air, releasing the sealed magic power within her. She used her doll magic to summon again, but this time, it was different from before. She summoned 4 different types of dolls. However, the golden dragon was as dismissive as ever, swiping its sharp claws at the broken dolls. But when the claws dug into the panda's belly, it felt like hitting cotton. The dragon's strength suddenly vanished, and the panda controlled its claws. Then, the rabbit doll lunged forward, and countless iron fists materialized around it, continuously bombarding the golden dragon, causing it to let out a series of wails, instantly breaking through the dragon's iron-hard scales. Lu Ping was curious about what Elizabeth had just done. "Annie seems like a different person." Elizabeth said she had just made her accept reality. Meanwhile, the golden dragon's other claw swiped at the rabbit doll, slamming it to the ground, but the rabbit used the momentum to dig its ears into the ground and wrap its limbs around the dragon's claw, controlling it. Seeing both its claws restrained, the dragon began to gather its breath. At the same time, the green snake doll pounced, its massive tail coiling tightly around the golden dragon's body, causing it to let out a muffled poof and misfire. However, the power of a 4-star magic master was far more than that. The golden dragon flapped its wings, creating a golden storm that launched an indiscriminate attack on its surroundings. Just then, a hawk doll flew over, flapping its wings to create a powerful whirlwind that countered the storm. Lu Ping was amazed. "Annie is so strong. What was that Jamuji bloodline you mentioned?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something flash behind him and snatch his backpack. It was the twisted faced Shaji, laughing. You let your guard down, didn't you? Lu Ping and Elizabeth never expected that he was still alive. Shaji took out the fruit Lu Ping had grown. Your trump cards. These fruits of the realm are mine now. With that, he devoured all the fruit in the backpack. Seeing this, Lu Ping was speechless. Now's not the time to be eating. After about 3 seconds, Shaji felt an endless stream of magic power welling up inside him. His body suddenly grew in size, bursting his armor, and his entire shape changed, with countless bone spurs growing from his back. With this power, I no longer have to fear those old geezers from the Sword Saint Guild. However, the golden dragon was not pleased with this disgusting creature. It abandoned its other targets and locked onto him. A blast of golden dragon's breath shot out from dozens of meters away, but the enhanced Shaji simply flashed away, appearing next to the golden dragon's head and delivering a swift thunder kick that shattered the dragon's scales, sending its head crashing to the ground. After defeating the golden dragon, he came to the Demon King's nectar. If I had this, maybe not even the Sword Saint himself would be my opponent. Then, Shaji drank the entire cup of nectar in one gulp. His pupils then began to contract, and a painful expression appeared on his face. His disgusting body underwent another transformation, with demon horns and wings growing from his head and back. As expected of the Demon King's nectar, I am beginning to understand everything. Just then, Lu Ping urged, that guy is getting weirder and weirder. Elizabeth, you have to do something. But Annie told Lu Ping not to worry. I won't let him get near you, brother. Doll magic. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Shaji pierced through Annie's chest with lightning speed. Seeing this, Lu Ping rushed over, ignoring everything else, and pressed on Annie's wound. Hold on. Elizabeth will definitely save you. On the other side, Shaji came to Elizabeth. I know you're hiding your true strength, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you 2 choices. Willingly become my woman and take me back to your kingdom to help me inherit everything, or be played with until you're a wreck and then used as a bargaining chip to get what I want. At that moment, tears welled up in Lu Ping's eyes. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Elizabeth, kill him. Shaji glanced at Lu Ping. When did a lowly servant like you get the right to speak? As he spoke, Shaji used his swift thunder kick, raising his 2 hooves to stomp on Lu Ping. The floor was violently shattered, and thick white smoke filled the air. But it was Shaji, not Lu Ping, who was sent flying. Lu Ping's clothes were still pristine, without a single scratch, while Shaji's 4 hooves dug a deep trench in the ground for over 10 meters before he could steady himself. He thought, what just happened? It felt like all the damage from my kick was instantly reflected back at me. He then glanced at the motionless Elizabeth. Was it her? Elizabeth's heart was calm, because even she couldn't damage the clothes Lu Ping had personally sewn. She guessed that Lu Ping was deliberately drawing fire to make him taste the bitter fruit of his own demise. In fact, Lu Ping thought Elizabeth had protected him. Since he served the Demon Queen and provided her with all sorts of delicious food, he would naturally receive some of her protection. So anyone who wanted to kill him was essentially smashing the Demon Queen's rice bowl. Elizabeth was his backer. Shaji, unaware of their identities and relationship, naturally couldn't understand the situation. Don't get too full of yourself. I was only using less than half of my strength just now. Faced with an excellent stallion like me, you could have chosen a better part to enjoy, but you insisted on taking my iron hooves head on. Then, as you wish, this is my full strength attack. If you have the guts, try reflecting it again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a huge object suddenly crashed into him from the left, slamming him hard onto the floor. Elizabeth asked the object coldly, are you finally awake? Shaji, not understanding the situation, was already a bloody mess, stuck to the floor and constantly asking questions. Just then, a huge dragon claw vaguely descended from the void, followed by a dragon head as large as a mountain, too big to be seen in its entirety. Shaji was terrified. Is this the dragon's true form? Then what was it that I just killed? Meanwhile, the body of the fallen golden dragon gradually liquefied, eventually merging back with its true form's tail. Elizabeth thought to herself, using your tail as a cat teaser, that was a little trick we used to play. The 1-star Demon King golden dragon guarding the treasure was actually the little golden dragon Elizabeth had contracted with 500 years ago. Shaji couldn't believe it until he died. He had drunk the Demon King's nectar and possessed the power of a Demon King, so how could he lose? But his regret lasted less than 3 seconds before a huge dragon claw instantly crushed his body into a bloody pulp. A single dragon claw was as large as a mountain, and its full form was too big to be seen at a glance. At that moment, Lu Ping was completely stunned. Elizabeth, is this real? But Elizabeth said, you're right, this space doesn't actually exist. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden mountains around them dissipated like illusions, and the 3 of them were left floating in the void. Elizabeth knew that magic was Lu Ping's weak point, but it seemed he still had it under control. Just then, the golden dragon king suddenly spoke a series of strange incantations to the group, as if it were some kind of password. The Demon Queen Elizabeth then spoke the second half, successfully completing the exchange. At that moment, crystal clear tears fell from the golden dragon king's massive head, and with a poof, it transformed into its human form. Master, it really is you. Amelia has finally waited for your return. Elizabeth said, you've already been promoted to the Demon King rank, and you're still so childish. That's why I didn't want to come in and wake you up. Amelia cried, no, no, Master, you left without a word for 500 years. years. Do you know how much I missed you? I was born from the heavens and the earth. It was you, Master, who found me in the lost secret realm and hatched me with your magic power. Then you gave me the name Amelia and personally taught and trained me. So Amelia made a vow in her heart to protect and serve you, Master. After I grew up, Amelia became your mount, carrying you to vanquish evil everywhere. Finally, to put an end to the constant wars, you decided to rule the world. Watching you achieve your goal of ruling the world, Amelia was very happy. But after that, the smiles on your face became fewer and fewer. Is it because you became stronger, Master? Amelia could no longer help you. Unexpectedly, while Amelia was patrolling the world for you, Master, you drew the holy sword to find the legendary hero, and after you left, there was no news of you. At first, your reputation could still intimidate all parties, but after 10 years, the undercurrents began to stir, and the crime rate continued to rise. Even the Beastmen tribe began to have chieftains declare their separation from the tribe. Among them, the dwarf minister, Heimerdinger, suggested that everyone go to their respective territories to stabilize the situation and wait for your majesty's return. The elven minister, Tavira, asked Jamuji, "You've been with her majesty the longest. Could it be that her majesty really ran into trouble with that legendary hero?" The demon minister, Jamuji, thought it was impossible. "There's no one in this world who can threaten her majesty. I will personally find her majesty. You all can do as you please." The former human prince murmured, "I will also find her majesty in my own way." As a result, all her ministers went their separate ways, carving out their own territories. However, the little golden dragon, Amelia, was not interested in these things. In the end, she only took the half-empty glass of wine that Elizabeth had left behind. Amelia returned to the place where they had first met, believing that one day her master would return. She slept for 500 years, and the once barren land was now covered in flowers. "And so, I finally waited for your return, Master," Elizabeth said. "It seems that the long wait has made you put aside your playful nature and learn to meditate. This is the key step in your breakthrough to the Demon King rank." Amelia didn't care about any of that. Breakthroughs, Demon King ranks, she wanted none of it. She only hoped that her master would not leave her again. Just then, the hero, Lu Ping, urged, "Elizabeth, let's not reminisce for now. We need to save Sister Annie." But as soon as he finished speaking, Annie suddenly opened her eyes. "Brother Lu Ping, where are we?" Lu Ping was both surprised and happy. "Are you okay?" Annie replied, "I'm fine. Brother Lu Ping, the apple you gave me got crushed." In fact, it was the magic from the crushed apple that had saved Annie's life. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought it was something serious. As long as you're okay." Elizabeth once again imagined a different scenario. Everything is within his control. He had already set things up when he was handing out the bananas. Amelia looked in the direction her master was staring, her heart filled with jealousy. Why does master keep staring at that man? She doesn't even look at Amelia anymore. "Who is he?" Elizabeth said. "He's the legendary hero. I've been living at his place during my absence." Hearing this, Amelia grew even angrier. So it was this guy who took master away for 500 years, and now he wants to steal master's heart from Amelia. Old and new grudges, I'll settle them with you all at once. However, Lu Ping had a smile on his face. "Hello, my name is Lu Ping. It's nice to meet you." Amelia smirked, thinking, "I've already reached the Demon King rank. As long as I team up with master, I can definitely kill this legendary hero." With this in mind, Amelia secretly materialized the Dragon King's claw and charged at Lu Ping. "It's nice to meet you too." However, when the one-star Demon King's claw reached him, Lu Ping easily caught it, simultaneously dispelling its magic. "No wonder you were so calm from the beginning, Elizabeth. So Sister Amelia is your friend. She's so enthusiastic." At that moment, Amelia froze in place, thinking the attack that could have destroyed a town was just neutralized by his one hand. "But I've already been promoted to the Demon King rank. How terrifying is this legendary hero?" Elizabeth explained. "You could say that, but to be precise, Amelia is my mount." Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately imagined a strange scene. He never thought that Sister Amelia could be ridden on her back. Just then, Demon Queen Elizabeth snapped her fingers, and the surrounding void realm began to collapse, eventually converging to form a teleportation channel that instantly transported the four of them back to Lu Ping's idyllic home. That's enough for today. Amelia was deeply impressed by Elizabeth. A realm that only a Demon King level being could create was swallowed up by her master without any effort, and Lu Ping was also surprised to be back so quickly, thinking that as long as he clung to the Demon Queen's thigh, all the crises outside were just trifles. But Annie was not so lucky. The teleportation was too much for her, and she couldn't hold it in, spitting out a mouthful of white foam. Elizabeth told Lu Ping to take Annie inside to rest, as she had something to arrange for Amelia. After the two of them went inside, Amelia eagerly asked, "Master, you said you had something to command Amelia to do. Please, give me any task." "Amelia is eager to serve you." Elizabeth asked, "Have you heard of the Dark Guild in the Demon Domain?" Amelia replied, "Although I haven't been out for the past 500 years, I still have some impression of the news from the Demon Domain before I went into hibernation. I remember it was established by that human, V.S. Malfoy. He was that human prince. Do you remember him, Master?" But the Demon Queen couldn't recall. "Malfoy? I think there was such a person." Amelia misunderstood, thinking her master wanted to find him for some task. "Is there anything Amelia can't do?" Elizabeth explained, "I've heard that this Dark Guild is carrying out mass killings under the pretext of resurrecting me. This greatly displeases me. Hearing this, Amelia was also furious. Resurrecting Master? Isn't Master right here? This is a great disrespect to you, Master. What do you want Amelia to do? A murderous glint flashed in Elizabeth's eyes. Make them disappear from this world completely, but you are not to reveal any information about me or this place. Amelia nodded in understanding. Elizabeth continued, after you've done this, you will be free. You can do whatever you want in the future. Amelia spread her wings, ready to take flight. Please leave it to Amelia. Amelia will go and uproot that dark guild right now. But she thought to herself, Master's freedom. Does she mean I can sneak into her bed every night like I did when I was a child? With this in mind, Amelia set off for the demon domain to assassinate the dark guild. However, less than 3 seconds after taking off, a modern missile, coming from an unknown source, shot out and, right in front of Elizabeth, hit Amelia in the air. Amelia felt the damage penetrate her skin. The opponent was a highly dangerous magical beast. At that moment, on the ground, Wang Kai's system detected that the target had not been shot down. It immediately raised the defense level to 2 and fired another missile. This time, Amelia used her skill, Dragon King's Wings, in advance and successfully blocked the missile. Although you're strong, you've chosen the wrong opponent. But her smugness lasted less than 3 seconds before she was terrified by the next scene. Countless missiles shot towards Amelia's direction. No matter how she dodged, she was ultimately tracked and hit by the missiles. At that moment, Amelia felt dizzy. She never expected that even after breaking through to the 1-star Demon King rank, she would be in such a sorry state. It couldn't hold on and was on the verge of death. However, Wang Kai still detected that the target was alive. Just as it was about to raise the defense level, it suddenly heard Demon Queen Elizabeth's curse. That's one of my people. Let her leave. Wang Kai's voice trembled. Face added to whitelist. On the other side, Amelia was utterly dejected, complaining that this place was terrifying. Meanwhile, Leping personally made a glass of orange juice for Annie. Here, drink this. It will clear your head. After thanking him, Annie quickly drank the entire glass. However, as she swallowed the last sip, she suddenly felt every pulp of fruit she had swallowed instantly burst, forming a fresh torrent of magical power that rushed through her entire nervous system, sweeping away all fatigue. This feeling, is this super high-level holy magic? At that moment, Annie's mind was unusually clear, and she recalled some images. A nun with a ferocious face said to her, I am you, and you are me. Stop suppressing your true self. These scattered images made Annie unable to help but shed tears. Just then, Elizabeth walked in. It seems you remember everything. Your ancestor once made a vow before me that the Jamuji clan would forever be loyal to me. If your bloodline has been completely awakened, then the power of that vow will also descend upon you. As soon as she finished speaking, a scene of her ruling the continent of heroes 500 years ago appeared in Annie's eyes. She tried to ask for the truth. Sister Elizabeth, are you that legendary demon queen? Elizabeth smiled. What that? I am the ruler of this world, Elizabeth. Just then, Annie remembered that the ancient texts recorded that the demon queen had perished along with the legendary hero. Then, Brother Leping, you are. Leping then answered truthfully, me. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I should be the legendary hero. At that moment, Annie seemed to understand. I get it. The truth of history should be like this. Back then, you and Sister Elizabeth fought a final battle for the title of the strongest. But during the month-long fierce battle, you developed feelings for each other. In the end, because you fell in love, you gave up the so-called title of the strongest and have been living in seclusion for 500 years. However, Elizabeth did not refute this statement. Something like that. The nearby Leping became agitated. Annie, don't talk nonsense. You'll offend Elizabeth. Elizabeth continued, as a descendant of the super warrior bloodline of the demon race, you have fallen to such a state. You have truly disgraced the Jamuji clan. Leping was incredulous. You're saying Annie is a demon? Facing the demon queen's criticism, Annie lowered her head in shame. In the demon race, there was a child named Jamuji who awakened his bloodline. Whenever he used magic, his eyes would glow red and his combat power would increase dramatically. However, as his strength grew, he would also become violent, finding satisfaction only in constant slaughter. In just a few years, this super demon warrior had caused chaos in the demon queen's northern territories, and even hundreds of elite soldiers were no exception. The series of slaughters made his ambition swell, and he eventually stormed the demon queen's castle, attempting to challenge her position. But the result was that the demon queen defeated him and sealed his brutal side. From then on, this super demon warrior made a vow that his descendants would serve demon queen Elizabeth for generations, and Annie was a descendant of Jamuji. To suppress my urge to kill, I suppressed my memories and magic power. I don't know anything. From the day I can remember, I have been living in the church's orphanage. The nun and my younger brothers and sisters are my family. Elizabeth exposed her lie. Everyone in the orphanage was killed by you when you went berserk. You couldn't accept the reality and created this fantasy. But at the same time, Elizabeth was puzzled. With Jamuji's strength, he definitely had the qualifications to become a regional overlord. How did his descendant end up like this? The nearby Leping found it strange. Didn't we see Annie's younger brothers and sisters at the market? Hearing this, Elizabeth immediately created a portal. There's no point in continuing this conversation. You can see for yourself what her so-called younger brothers and sisters are. The portal connected to the orphanage, and what appeared were several dolls. Then Elizabeth closed the portal. Do you understand now? Because you used most of your magic power to maintain the doll's bionic functions, your strength has remained at the magic warrior stage. You awakened your bloodline to protect your dearest ones from those dark apostles, and then you killed your dearest ones because you went berserk after awakening your bloodline. This is the truth you've been avoiding. These naked truths deeply touched every nerve in Annie, causing her head to ache and the violent magic power within her to be released uncontrollably. To calm her down, Elizabeth gently flicked Annie's forehead. The flick made her temporarily lose consciousness and fall safely into Lu Ping's arms. I know you want to help her, but let me remind you, I've only made her faint for now. If she still can't control it and you let her go back, I'm afraid the entire town will be devastated. Lu Ping knew the seriousness of the problem. I understand. Let me try. The next day, Lu Ping took Annie back to the church. When Annie woke up, she confessed to Lu Ping that she had remembered her past. It turns out there was no nun here. The murderer was me. Lu Ping shook his head. You did it to protect your younger brothers and sisters. You're not a murderer. Annie sobbed. No, it's all my fault. I lost consciousness after I went berserk. Lu Ping continued. The Dark Guild is the real culprit. Losing consciousness after your bloodline awakened was not your intention. You shouldn't keep blaming yourself. But Annie believed that killing her younger brothers and sisters was a fact that could never be changed. Lu Ping continued to guide her. Like the dolls you made, the details are indeed good, but it's clear that you tied many dead knots because you were afraid of the cotton leaking out. This locks it in, but it also makes the doll lose its soul. Now I'll help you untie the dead knots and use them as materials again. She flew into a rage, and the magic power within her went out of control. But just then, Lu Ping murmured a sentence. Shakespeare once said, "Do not loiter under a tree. Do not ponder in the rain. Do not weep in the darkness." A simple sentence brought Annie into another spiritual realm. Just as the relentless rain and the sea were about to swallow her, a hand reached down through the clouds towards her. Look forward. Don't look back. As long as you have the courage to face it and lift your head, you will find that the current haze is just a brief rainy season. Look forward. There is still a bright sky that will not make you feel lost. As the voice echoed, Annie was pulled out of the water by Lu Ping's hand. Soon, the realm dissipated, and Annie's chaotic magic power was instantly calmed. Then, Lu Ping handed her an angel doll he had personally sewn. This is a new doll I made for you, Annie. Its name is Raphael. I hope he can bring you healing. At that moment, Annie's tears flowed like heavy rain. This feeling, it's them, my younger brothers and sisters. I will protect the church here. Having untied Annie's long-standing knot, Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had learned from the system before in exchange for books on psychological treatment. However, to be safe, he would still need to make regular follow-up visits. On the other side, in the swamp of death in the demon domain, disgusting monsters were stirring, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. Amelia was furious upon her arrival. Unforgivable to turn my master's territory into such a mess. However, when she entered this area, she faintly heard greedy whispers. Whoever kills her first gets the right to dismember her. Fresh food has arrived. However, as soon as the monsters finished speaking, they were blasted into pieces by Amelia. Damn vs. Did that guy turn my master's territory into a garbage dump? This time, no more monsters dared to approach. They all retreated and made way. But just then, the 5-star magic master, Kel'Thuzad, blocked Amelia's path. Who are you to come to the Dark Guild alone and cause trouble? I am Kel'Thuzad, one of the 6 pillars of demons. Let me test your strength. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Dark Guild, VS quickly gathered all the high-ranking members. A powerful character has come to our door. The 1-star magic venerable, Farazdag, said Ghana's tribe was annihilated while invading the Sword Saint Guild. Could it be that the Sword Saint Guild is here for revenge? The 2-star magic master, Ruthbed, said, It's fine. Kel'Thuzad has already gone to greet her. The 1-star magic venerable, Experiment 24, joked, Do you want to go out and play with me? The 4-star magic venerable, Dago, said, No matter who it is, even if it's the Sword Saint himself, if they dare to come here, they will never leave. The president of the Dark Guild, VS, smiled. I was just worrying about the lack of materials, and now they've come to me. This 1-star Demon King level Golden Dragon King single-handedly stormed the Dark Guild, even beating one of the 6 pillars of demons, Kel'Thuzad, to a pulp. Just as he was about to use magic to flash back to the main hall and report, Amelia materialized a huge dragon claw and crushed him into a paste. Then, a dense swarm of monsters flew over from a distance, so many that they couldn't see the end of them. They mistakenly thought that Kel'Thuzad had already severely wounded her and that they could easily defeat her with a human wave tactic. Only Amelia herself knew that in her eyes, the so-called massive army was just a pile of trash. She then materialized a dragon head and used Dragon's Roar. The deafening roar echoed over a range of more than 100,000 kilometers, throwing all the low-level monsters into chaos. They all covered their heads and dared not take another step forward. Those who were too close were instantly shattered into a paste, turning into clumps of black liquid that fell from the sky as if a sinister black rain were falling. Then, Amelia spread her wings, passed through the mist, and crashed directly into the Dark Guild's home base. But at that moment, she was blocked by a door. If you want to enter, you have to answer a question. The price for a wrong answer is your life. Listen carefully. The question is if. Before the door-like monster could finish its question, Amelia had already kicked it, shattering repairing it instantly. Soon, a large hole appeared in the wall, and Amelia slowly walked into the main hall. "I've finally found you, VS. You've become so ugly." VS chuckled. "I'm too old now, Lady Amelia. It's been a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded like a meat paste. Just as all the high-ranking guild members were shocked, the vice president, Dago, told everyone not to worry. At that moment, Amelia thought the mission was complete. She yawned and retracted her golden dragon claw, but a voice came from the pile of mangled flesh. "As expected of Lady Amelia, your strength has improved again. How did you suddenly awaken from your slumber? Could it be you found Master Elizabeth?" Amelia, who thought she was done, was stunned. She didn't expect this guy to be unkillable. At the same time, a tentacle suddenly drilled out from underground and wrapped around Amelia's body, immobilizing her. Dago said, "The legendary mount of Demon Queen Elizabeth, the Golden Dragon King. As long as I defeat you, the position of the Lord of Monsters will be mine. Now your magic power and limbs are sealed in the Sea of Darkness. No matter how powerful you are now just a lamb to the slaughter." But at that moment, Amelia sucked on the slimy tentacle and, as if slurping noodles, sucked all the tentacles into her stomach. Dago cursed her as a fool. "You want to eat me? Do you know how big my real body is? You're overestimating yourself." However, when he was about to be eaten, he started crying, "Save me." Amelia said that she had just woken up and hadn't eaten yet. However, there were still some reckless cultists who approached and launched a sneak attack. Ruthbed, with only 2-star magic master level magic power, blew a seductive kiss at her, instantly making Amelia feel unwell and lose her focus for a moment. Ruthbed thought she had succeeded. "If the hard way doesn't work, then let's try the soft way. From now on, you are my captive." But Amelia suddenly burped, and the burst of magic power sent Ruthbed flying. "Stupid octopus, trying to multiply in my stomach. I'll digest you in one go." At that moment, William, another of the 6 pillars of demons, found her interesting. He released his demonic power and was about to go up and fight her, but he was sent flying by a single slap from Amelia, leaving only a human-shaped silhouette on the ceiling. At the same time, the last 2 of the 6 pillars of demons also released their magic power and attacked Amelia together, but they were also sent flying by a single slap from Amelia. "VS, you didn't really think you could take my master's place with these losers, did you? You're not even worthy of being my opponent now." VS saw her strength. "It's the Demon King rank. Congratulations on your promotion to the Demon King rank, Lady Amelia. I'm so envious. As a human, I don't have that long of a lifespan to break through." Amelia didn't want to waste her breath on him. "Kill yourself, or do you still delude yourself into thinking you can beat me?" VS chuckled. VS Malfoy, a mere 1-star magic venerable. How could I possibly be your opponent, Lady Amelia? But if we add her to the equation, things will be different." In the blood-filled container, the silhouette of Demon Queen Elizabeth was vaguely visible. At that moment, Amelia was a little flustered. "You bastard." VS looked at Amelia as if she were food. Just a little more. The scene changed. Wang Kai was playing with its mechanical dog toy outside the courtyard, while the hero, Le Ping, had returned to farming after his adventure. But for the past month, he had been distracted, as if he had lost his soul. Even with a bountiful harvest of his crossbred plants, there was no joy on his face. On his way back, Wang Kai trotted along as usual, but then its master suddenly disappeared. It turned out that Le Ping had stopped, lost in thought. At 4 in the morning, Le Ping was still unable to sleep. After a long struggle, he finally decided to say goodbye to the Demon Queen. Early the next morning, Le Ping prepared a bowl of noodles for Elizabeth. Elizabeth told Le Ping to just say what was on his mind. She hated beating around the bush. Le Ping got straight to the point. "After getting along for the past year, Elizabeth, you should know that I'm no threat to you. A hero and a demon queen can coexist, so I think it's time. I want you to leave here, Elizabeth, and go back to ruling the world." The reason was that the hero had thought he could live peacefully in the novice village, but the unexpected encounter with the demon queen had damaged the village's time barrier. 500 years had passed outside in an instant, and the world was in chaos. Without the demon queen's rule, organizations like the Dark Guild had emerged. The suffering of Uncle Boss and Annie was just a small part of the disorder, but Elizabeth had already lost her former ambition. "Who cares if it's chaotic? It doesn't affect our lives." Le Ping said, "I admit I've been very conflicted lately. Because the barrier is gone, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive here without you, Elizabeth. If I didn't know about the situation outside, I could have continued to live my life with a clear conscience, but after seeing what's happening outside, I can't just stand by, because I don't want so many people to suffer because I didn't want to be a hero." Elizabeth only heard the first half of his words. Did he just say he can't live without me? Le Ping was prepared to go to the city and work. "So please, you must go out and rule the world again. I can't be selfish anymore. Although I'm an unqualified hero." Elizabeth got to the point. "You want me to solve the mess outside, right?" Le Ping nodded. "So you agree now? I'll go pack your things right now." But Elizabeth thought he was making an excuse to get rid of her. "I'm no longer interested in the outside world, but there are 2 ways to solve your worries." Le Ping was stunned. "What ways?" Elizabeth smiled. "One is the most direct. I'll go out and cast a few world-ending spells to solve the problem at its root. What do you think?" This scared Le Ping. "That's definitely not okay." Elizabeth then proposed the second solution. "Find a suitable person to rule the world again. I can guide them from the side." Le Ping was confused. "A suitable person? one? Who would that be? Elizabeth smiled. You're asking the obvious. Besides me, the only one qualified is, of course, you. Hearing this, Lu Ping broke out in a cold sweat. You're saying I should rule the world? And so, Lu Ping was pushed out the door by Elizabeth to practice his swordsmanship. Elizabeth was smug. You think you can play hard to get with me? You're still too naive. I admit, in terms of overall strength, you are a little bit stronger than me. But when it comes to the art of ruling in psychological games, you're no match for me. When you said this morning that you wanted me to leave, I really felt a strange sense of displeasure and almost fell for it. But then you inadvertently said those heartfelt words. I can't live without you, and I saw right through you. You know very well that with our strength, whether we destroy or rule this world is just a matter of a thought, completely meaningless. So the most appropriate way to handle it is to leave it alone, let it develop, and we can observe the human world for entertainment in our leisure time. As for that dark guild, Amelia has probably already uprooted it, so it's no longer a threat. So you've been so distracted lately, and this morning you came to me with all this nonsense about wanting me to rule the world. It was all just an excuse to get my attention. It's obvious that after getting along for a year, you've fallen for me. The hero possessed the most powerful creative and productive abilities, while she mastered the most advanced swordsmanship and magic. If they combined to produce the strongest child, they could surely break the limitations of their plane of existence. Now I'll have you practice the swordsmanship you're least skilled at, as a form of prenatal education. Seeing Elizabeth smiling to herself, Lu Ping was speechless. What is she thinking? Does she really plan to teach me swordsmanship and magic so I can go and destroy that dark guild? But as he swung the holy sword for the 100th time, something happened. The alpha holy sword actually transformed into a blonde-haired child. At that moment, Lu Ping almost couldn't take it. Ah, the holy sword turned into a child. Alpha roared, "What child? My name is Alpha, and I am the spirit of the holy sword itself." The nearby Elizabeth was startled and stood up to ask what was happening. But Alpha, without a word, charged at Elizabeth. "You're the cause of all this. Demon Queen Elizabeth, die!" However, the next second, a casual kick from Elizabeth sent him flying into the sky. "Sit down and talk properly." After some physical persuasion from Elizabeth, the Alpha holy sword finally sat down to talk. Lu Ping was a bit apologetic. "I'm sorry. I've been using you for so long and didn't even know you were conscious." Alpha said, "Of course you didn't know. I was supposed to come out and save the day at the critical moment when the hero was fighting the Demon Queen. But what have you been doing with me for the past year? Chopping wood. You actually used me, the great holy sword, to chop wood. Do you have any idea what I've been through this year?" Lu Ping quickly pressed his hand against his head. Calm down, calm down." Alpha roared, "You changed the script and made friends with the Demon Queen, turning me into a wood chopping axe. You're not worthy of being the hero." Elizabeth was not pleased. "You really want to kill me, don't you?" Hearing this, Alpha's expression changed in a second. "It's all that boring system's fault for its random settings. Now it's already dead. Theoretically, Lady Elizabeth should be my savior." Elizabeth said, "Since you're out, you can help Lu Ping rule the world." This confused Alpha. Lu Ping was a bit embarrassed. It should be saving the world. However, Alpha was confused. "What are you trying to pull now?" Lu Ping said frankly, "Although I've been slacking for a long time, I've decided to take on the responsibility of the legendary hero, practice a bit, and then go and maintain world peace." This completely baffled Alpha, because Lu Ping had only swung him 100 times, but had accumulated experience equivalent to fighting a Demon King level opponent, which had awakened him. Lu Ping smiled foolishly. "I know I don't have any talent, but with you and Elizabeth, two powerful figures, to guide me, I believe I can do it." Alpha suspected that this legendary hero didn't know his own talent, but just as he was about to ask, a spell sealed his mouth. Elizabeth said she had something to discuss with Alpha and told Lu Ping to sit for a while. Then she materialized a hand, picked up Alpha, and took him behind a large tree to beat him up. As expected, the beaten-up Alpha was much more obedient. "I understand. I will cooperate with you no matter what, Big Brother Lu Ping," Elizabeth said. "There's no time to lose. Under the condition that you can only use swordsmanship, let's start adventuring outside." The legendary hero encountered a ticket scalper for the first time, and a 10 gold coin ticket was being sold for 200 gold coins. But fortunately, he had the Demon Queen with him. With just a slight movement of her finger, the ticket scalping ox was immediately controlled. "Here are the VIP room tickets. Please accept them. It's an honor to serve you too." Under Elizabeth's lead, the two of them entered the arena unimpeded. Lu Ping looked around. As expected of the VIP room, it's so luxurious. Just then, a woman from the Sword Saint Guild named Anna asked her companion, "Luna, look over there. Are those two on the invitation list?" Luna guessed. Maybe they're from some other guild. After all, their president helped us a lot. After sitting down, Lu Ping was a bit nervous and seemed uncomfortable, while Elizabeth told him to take out the snacks. Soon, the final match between the four major guilds finally began. The first to appear was the host, Goblin Bulin, riding on the back of a small yellow chicken. Introducing the contestants: from the Sword Saint Guild, the Genius Swordsman; from the Great Bear Guild, the Fierce General; from the Elf Guild, the Handsome Travis; and finally, the special guest from the Sword Saint Guild, the representative of the Card Guild, who will be the champion of this guild competition. Begin. After the host jumped off the stage, the four of them stared at each other for a full 3 minutes without anyone making a move. Among them, Travis glanced at Jayla, strong-limbed, limbs, simple mind. This muscle-bound fool from the Great Bear Guild was clearly cannon fodder. As for the Card Guild, it had just been established and was only given a spot in the competition because it had helped the Sword Saint Guild kill one of the 6 pillars of demons. So in this match, the only one who could truly pose a threat to him was the one from the Sword Saint Guild, the Blue Sword. Just then, Yahello from the Great Bear Guild suddenly went berserk and charged at the others with a raging bull charge. Travis reacted almost simultaneously, leaping into the air and shooting arrows in 3 different directions. Ching from the Sword Saint Guild and Eve from the Card Guild dodged the arrows, while Yahello caught the arrows with his bare hands and broke them. Little did he know, the broken arrowheads were seeds. Upon contact with the ground, their stems dug into the soil and grew into countless thick, waving vines, eventually forming cages of aerial roots that trapped everyone inside. You barbaric, foolish primitives should be locked in cages. Yahello laughed. With just these few rotten roots, I'll crush them all. With that, he charged at the vines with a raging bull charge, but the vines instead wrapped around Yahello's limbs, and the pink sticky substance on them hindered his movements. Travis explained, those are the aerial roots of the bubblegum tree. When impacted, they contract and secrete a highly viscous sap. You muscle-bound fool. As he spoke, Ching had already drawn his sword and cut through all the aerial roots in the cage. His cutting speed was so fast that the roots didn't even have time to secrete their sap. Ching didn't even look at Travis. I'm sorry for destroying your masterpiece. Travis's eyes were filled with a crazed look. It's fine. You can pay for it with your life. It was supposed to be a 4-person free-for-all final, but this handsome elf had offended all 3 parties from the start. Now, he was foolishly shooting a swarm of butterfly explosion arrows at the blue sword. However, Ching just murmured, reaching the state of no self. With that, his eyes opened, and the sword energy of the blue bird swept out, deflecting all the incoming arrows and even cutting off the hand Travis was using to draw his bow, blood splattering everywhere. Travis stumbled and knelt on the ground. Ching raised his sword and walked slowly towards Travis. You've lost. Travis sighed that he was indeed a genius from the Sword Saint Guild, but then his lips curled into a wicked smile. But don't forget, I'm also a genius from the Elf Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, Ching had already sensed the danger, but an explosion had already occurred nearby, and green flames instantly engulfed Ching. His sword was blown away, and Ching crossed his fists in front of his chest to withstand the full force of the explosion. Just then, Travis spat out a seed from his mouth and onto the ground, causing it to grow rapidly. A huge healing lily emerged from the ground and connected to the wound on his shoulder, forming a new arm. I admit, your Sword Saint Guild is indeed strong, but your attack methods are too monotonous. That's your weakness. But as soon as he finished speaking, a pair of giant fists suddenly descended from the sky and crushed Travis. It was Yahello launching a sneak attack. I told you, you're the first one I'm going to take out. And just like that, the so-called handsome man from the Elf Guild was turned into a pancake. Yahello's eyes were red, and he looked bloodthirsty. This aura felt familiar to Ching. He quickly retrieved his fallen sword and analyzed that Yahello had used his sweat to escape Travis's aerial root cage. Yahello, exuding the evil aura of the Dark Guild, then released 70% of his muscle power and slammed his fist at Ching. However, Ching had already leaped into the air, dodging while simultaneously delivering 5 quick slashes at Yahello, but the sharp sword energy only left shallow marks on his muscles, not only failing to harm Yahello but also making him even more frenzied. At that moment, even Ching was surprised. His sword was actually blunted. Without delay, Yahello released 80% of his muscle power and charged at Ching. This time, Ching couldn't dodge in time and had to block with the flat of his sword. The result was that he was sent flying over 10 meters, and his sword was twisted beyond use. Yahello then released 90% of his muscle power, continuously trying to hit Ching's agile movements, leaving one huge crater after another on the field. Lu Ping was amazed. Elizabeth, who do you think will win in the end? But at that moment, Elizabeth had seen something and fell silent. Anna from the Sword Saint Guild found it strange. Ching's sword was a B-rank weapon forged in the Dwarf Kingdom. How could it be broken by a single punch? And when did the people from the Great Bear Guild become so strong? Could it be the Dark Guild's doing again? Meanwhile, in the audience, an elder from the Sword Saint Guild, said to the elder next to him, it's apostle transformation. Do I need to intervene? Sword Elder Bali snorted. Those two can handle an apostle transformation of this level. You agree, right, boss? However, the nearby Uncle Boss was trembling. Now, relying on the playing cards Lu Ping had given him, he had become the leader of a guild. We thought that Boss was trembling with anger just from hearing the name of the Dark Guild. Now, when he met the hero again, he couldn't stop trembling, even imagining their conversation. If it doesn't meet our expectations, then let's just kill them all. Uncle Boss broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Mr. Lu Ping is here to check if I've used his cards and barley tea correctly. Fortunately, after mastering the basic abilities, I've been actively hunting down evil apostles and dedicating myself to maintaining peace on the continent of heroes. Can these insignificant achievements really be noticed by them? Meanwhile, in the arena, Yahello from the Great Bear Guild was like a giant tank, completely dominating the situation. Ching was on the defensive. I have to use that move, but can I control it now? I can't doubt myself. Remember the Sword Saint's teachings. To enter the state of no self, I must cast aside all distracting thoughts. But just then, Yahello suddenly went crazy, plunging his arms into the floor and waving the tiles around like huge tablecloths, crisscrossing, rolling them towards Ching and then closing them into form a sphere. Yahello laughed. You must think our Great Bear Guild only specializes in physical enhancement, but in fact, our study of earth magic is no less than that of high-level magician guilds. Do you understand now? But as soon as he finished speaking, a burst of sword energy broke out from within. By the time Yahello reacted, it was too late. His palm had been completely severed by Ching's dust slash. Then, countless bursts of sword energy erupted from within, shattering all the mud bricks. At that moment, Ching used his fingers as a sword, and his sword energy reached a new level. Without doubt, one can reach the state of no self. Yahello, with his severed palm, had a ferocious expression. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. But before he could finish, his foot was instantly cut in half by Ching. Now, he could only clutch his remaining half leg and roll on the ground. Ching didn't want to be ruthless and intended to give Yahello a final chance to surrender. But Yahello still had one last trick up his sleeve. It turned out he had used a gear to enhance his strength before the match, and he also had a forbidden drug. But if his body couldn't handle it, there would be a backlash. As he hesitated whether to use it, he saw Ching's finger pointing at him. While you're still conscious, give up the power of the Dark Guild, and I can still spare your life. But Yahello rolled the forbidden drug hidden in his teeth out with his tongue. I'm going to achieve complete Demon King transformation and kill you all. However, the moment he crushed the drug, Ching had already swung his sword and beheaded Yahello. The head rolled all the way to the front of the Card Guild contestant. In fact, this contestant, named E, was Uncle Boss's daughter, Yahello. Seeing her powerful opponent, she was scared. Can I really do this? Maybe I should just surrender. The elven girl practiced with a deck of playing cards every day, and after drinking a sip of barley tea, she successfully broke through to a 1-star Great Demon Spirit. Meditating to explore the cards consumed a lot of mental energy, but the magical barley tea helped her calm her thoughts quickly, preventing her from getting lost in the vast universe of playing cards. The combination of the two was remarkably effective, allowing her, with her mediocre aptitude, to break through in a short period of time. Just then, her father, Uncle Boss, returned to the guild carrying a sack of rice. Yahello quickly asked if her father was injured and about the situation at the Sword Saint Guild. Uncle Boss said that the Dark Guild's invasion crisis had been resolved, but there were serious problems within the Sword Saint Guild. Although he hadn't met the Sword Saint himself this time, he had helped them repel the Dark Guild. As long as they gained the Sword Saint Guild's recognition, they could promote Mr. Lu Ping's card style. Then, Uncle Boss opened the sack of rice and poured out some black ears. Yahello knew these were the dark ears of the Grand Apostles. Is this your unexpected gain, Dad? Uncle Boss then handed her a registration form. This is, the Sword Saint Guild has given us a direct pass to the final of the guild competition. As long as you participate and win, Yahello, our card guild will also be recognized. But Yahello was afraid that not only would it not serve its promotional purpose, but it would also bring shame to the card style. The previous contestants were all geniuses from various guilds, with at least magic master level strength, while she had just been promoted to a great demon spirit. But Uncle Boss said, be confident, determination is the most important thing. We're not the same as before. When the time comes, I'll let you bring Mr. Lu Ping's treasure cards. The small difference in magic rank will be nothing. The memory ended there. Although Yahello had brought Lu Ping's treasure cards, with her strength, she could only use a 6-of-a-kind bomb or lower summon once. For the rest of the battle, she could only use replica cards, which had greatly reduced power. But to promote the card style, she couldn't back down. Determination was the most important thing. Then, Yahello decisively pushed open the card sleeve and summoned the replica cards. Ching praised her for her good strategy, hiding her strength until the end. But my current strength is not something you can handle. Our guild owes you a favor. This is a final warning. But as soon as he finished speaking, a few cards grazed past his hair. This surprised the master blacksmith, Brian, in the audience. What kind of weapon is that? At that moment, Yahello drew one replica card after another, launching a barrage of poker daggers that turned into streams of light and attacked Ching, clashing with his sword energy. This feint was seen through by Ching at a glance. You're trying to distract me to use another move. I won't give you that chance. As he spoke, Ching had already used his fingers as a sword and slashed at Yahello. Yahello took a step back, stepping on a playing card and using its power to glide through the air, dodging Ching's finger sword. Yahello continued to bombard Ching with poker daggers. But at that moment, Ching, surrounded by sword energy, leaped away from his original position and then continuously slashed out several bursts of sword energy in the air, once again attacking Yahello. And Yahello once again split her cards, launching a series of high-speed spinning shurikens that cancelled out Ching's several bursts of sword energy. But Yahello's strategy went far beyond that. Unbeknownst to him, the card lock seal had already sealed Ching's finger sword. Then, more playing cards charged at Ching, sealing various parts of his body to weaken his sword energy. But Ching's sword energy did not decrease, it increased. It's meaningless. If you force me to fight seriously, you must be prepared to be killed. Yahello knew that the card lock seal wouldn't hold him for long. She was just buying time to draw the most powerful straight flush of spades. Come out, Spade Dragon. The elven girl threw a full set of spades into the sky, then materialized 1,000 playing cards and summoned the most powerful straight great flush. The Spade Dragon. This was a new type of weapon never before seen on the continent, capable of not only attacking and sealing but also summoning. Even the master blacksmith, Brian, was amazed. Which master blacksmith made these cards? However, Lu Ping was completely oblivious. Elizabeth, look, people outside also know about playing cards and can use them to fight. Meanwhile, in the arena, the Spade Dragon, menacing and baring its fangs, was about to charge at Qing. At that moment, Qing didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately channeled the greatest sword energy from his state of no-self and, with his 2 fingers as a sword, swung out a burst of blue bird sword energy that crashed into the Spade Dragon. The bird and the dragon collided, neither gaining an advantage. In the end, the sword energy dissipated, and the cards scattered on the ground. Yahello coughed twice. As a 3-star great demon spirit, it's still difficult for me to make up for the difference in magic rank with just replica poker cards. To win, I have to use the treasure cards. But what if I can't control it and kill him? As Yahello hesitated, Qing once again swung his sword. You're very strong to be able to force me to go all out. As Qing's sword energy fell, Yahello's mask was instantly cut in half. I lost. But in reality, Yahello was just unwilling to use the treasure cards. Fighting to this extent was enough. But just then, a black shadow suddenly attacked Qing from behind, a sharp claw piercing his temple. His consciousness quickly began to blur, and his pupils gradually dilated. Yahello's head had grown arms and legs and was controlling Qing. The apostle transformed Yahello had hatched a new body, and a new head emerged from Yahello's mouth. This body is not bad. How do you use this sword energy? As he spoke, Yahello controlled the sword energy and swept it towards the audience, causing everyone to flee in panic. Run! The magic shield is about to break. Anna and Luna from the Sword Saint Guild were also shocked. Qing has transformed into an apostle. Lu Ping asked, this is not what we expected. Elizabeth, should we intervene? Elizabeth flatly refused. If you want to rule the world, you have to learn to adapt to these small, temporary changes. Otherwise, how will you manage the world later? Let's just wait and see. Lu Ping nodded in understanding. On the other side, Uncle Boss was also lost in thought. I see. So they knew about the apostles' invasion and used it as a plan to see if Yahello and I could handle it properly. Yahello, you must perform well and satisfy Mr. Lu Ping and the Demon Queen. The nearby sword elder Bali narrowed his eyes. You're getting anxious, aren't you? If you go out to save your daughter, it will prove that you don't have the combat power to deal with the Dark Guild. The Sword Saint Guild is in need of people right now. Boss, I want you to come back and serve as the new elder. On the other side, Yahello stared at Yahello with a wicked smile. What now, little girl? Yahello decisively summoned her treasure cards. If the opponent is the Dark Guild, then I don't need to hold back. Seeing Yahello suddenly erupt with such powerful magic, Yahello thought it was better to kill her quickly to avoid any trouble. Soon, countless terrifying sword energies slashed at Yahello, but all that was heard was the sound of metal clashing. A huge, transparent soldier held up a holy shield, blocking all the damage for Yahello. At that moment, 4 fives floated in the air. The 5-of-a-kind bomb, the Divine Guardian. Tager recognized this phantom spirit as one of the 13 divine warriors recorded in the historical texts. Sword Elder Bali asked uncertainly, Boss, is this the move you used to severely wound the 6 pillars of demons? Uncle Boss said, I used a 9 before. Yahello is using a 5. I hope it's enough. At that moment, in the arena, Yahello launched a barrage of poker daggers at Yahello, trying to help Qing break free from Yahello's control. But as Yahello dodged, he wondered why even the ordinary cards had become so much more powerful. To avoid any mishaps, Yahello controlled Qing's body and tried to escape the arena, but he was crushed by the Divine Guardian shield. Not giving up, he tried to escape from various directions, but was blocked by the Divine Guardian every time. What's going on? I just got born. I can't die here. Then he plunged a few more claws into Qing's brain, controlling Qing to swing his strongest move, Wild Dance Tachi. But at that moment, the Divine Guardian created a holy array, trapping him inside. As the Divine Guardian continued to advance, the cube also kept compressing inwards, until Yahello was completely isolated inside. Finally, Yahello's body was shattered, leaving only a dark ear behind. At that moment, Qing's body also fell from the sky to the ground. Yahello took off her mask inside. I accidentally went too far. Qing lay on the ground, his handsome face already beaten to a pulp. Seeing the apostle defeated, Uncle Boss was secretly pleased. This should satisfy them, and Lu Ping finally recognized the girl as Yahello. Elizabeth, do you remember her? She's the father and daughter who stayed at our place a few months ago. Elizabeth, of course, knew, but she was still annoyed and looked at the nearby Uncle Boss, who was not doing a good job of hiding their identity. Seeing her gaze, Uncle Boss instantly broke out in a sweat. Your Majesties, I didn't want to spoil your viewing experience, so I didn't come to disturb you. I'm so sorry. Hearing Uncle Boss's voice, Lu Ping immediately looked over and, seeing that it was him, greeted him. So you're here too? I was just saying that Yahello is competing in the arena. I have a lot of questions for you. This made Uncle Boss's heart sink. A lot of questions? Is Mr. Lu Ping dissatisfied with our card skills? The nearby sword elder Bali was confused. Who is it that Boss holds in such high regard? The scene changed. Uncle Boss brought Lu Ping and Elizabeth to a meeting. Lu Ping whispered to Elizabeth, we've been invited to another meeting for no reason. Elizabeth thought that to rule the world, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about the current situation. Just then, then, Uncle Boss began to introduce Le Ping and Elizabeth to everyone. First, this is the one who saved my daughter and me from the Dark Apostles, Mr. Le Ping. And the one next to him is. Halfway through his sentence, he saw the change in the Demon Queen's eyes, and Uncle Boss and Yilafu instinctively covered their necks in fear. Don't say it. Bali found their behavior strange. Why can't you say it? Uncle Boss stammered for a long time but couldn't come up with an excuse. Unaware of the situation, Le Ping guessed that Uncle Boss was afraid of revealing Elizabeth's identity and so was hesitant to speak. So he whispered a suggestion to Elizabeth. Can I call you Xiao Bai from now on? It's better for hiding your identity. Elizabeth didn't refuse this intimate form of address. Whatever you want. So Le Ping introduced himself. Actually, we're from a small country in the south. I'm the minister of living there. You can just call me Le Ping. As for the one next to me, she's Princess Xiao Bai. We from the Sword Saint Guild questioned this. My hometown is in the south, but I've never heard of it. Uncle Boss quickly helped Le Ping cover up. My card technique was taught to me by Mr. Le Ping, but Le Ping said, "You're too kind, Uncle Boss. I was actually hoping to learn swordsmanship from you." This surprised Luna. To be able to hand over such a powerful card to senior boss, and he still needs to learn swordsmanship? Qing told her to be careful with her words. The Sword Elder was here, and it wasn't their place to speak. Just then, Yilafu swallowed hard, mustered her courage, and asked, "Mr. Le Ping, you saw my fight in the arena, right? Are you satisfied with my card skills?" Uncle Boss said, "Mr. Le Ping, please be frank. Is there anything Yilafu did that wasn't good enough?" Le Ping replied, "There's nothing to comment on. I just didn't expect you to be able to do that with my playing cards." Uncle Boss felt a sense of unease. "How can we compare to you, Mr. Le Ping? I was being arrogant, making copies of your cards and forming a guild without your permission." Yilafu was filled with guilt. "I'm so sorry, but that was my limit." But Le Ping said, "What's there to be sorry about? If you play like this, more people should be able to participate, right? That's great." The two of them had a sudden realization. So our card fighting style is suitable for more people to learn? That's right, this is actually better for promoting the card style. In fact, Le Ping was envious because he didn't know any magic, and this was a world of magic. After all, Tager, sitting opposite them, detected their magic power. One casually emitted a vast and domineering magic power, while the other completely suppressed it, not revealing a single bit of magic. But his peeking was soon discovered by Demon Queen Elizabeth. Tager broke out in a cold sweat. "Was I discovered? Impossible. I'm using lenses to observe, which shouldn't produce any magic reflection. What's going on?" This powerful sense of oppression. Just then, Elizabeth suddenly spoke. "I'm going to kill someone." Le Ping was stunned. "Who are you going to kill?" Wait, look at this. Let's talk about it after the meeting. We can't make things difficult for Uncle Boss. However, upon seeing the pudding, Elizabeth instantly forgot what she was going to do. Just then, Sword Elder Bali spoke. "Let's get back to the topic. We've invited you all here today, taking advantage of the guild competition, to discuss an alliance, because the crusade against the Dark Guild is now urgent." Hearing this, we immediately placed a bag on the table. "Everyone, please take a look. These are the dark ears we've collected from every contestant from the preliminaries to the finals using the Sword of Purification, including the one from Jail of the Great Bear Guild today. That's a total of 30. Le Ping asked curiously, "What are these dark ears?" Uncle Boss explained, "As long as one accepts the power of the Dark Guild, a flesh gear like this will grow inside them. I've also found such flesh gears inside the apostles I've hunted." Master Blacksmith Brian said, 30. The Dark Guild's infiltration is truly everywhere. Luna found it strange. Didn't that Jayla pass the purification sword test before? Did he accept the Dark Guild's power later? Anna shook her head. "There's another possibility. The Dark Guild has already developed a new research that can bypass the purification magic." Tager explained, "Only those with the lowest fusion rate can be detected by purification magic. The other two situations are basically well hidden. No wonder Jayla's apostle transformation wasn't detected in the finals. It turned out that only hosts with a very low fusion rate with the Dark Ear would become puppet-like Dark Apostles. The second situation, like Jayla, who could withstand it but not control it, would become a vessel for a Grand Apostle. The third situation was to perfectly master the power of the Dark Ear, obtain the power of a Demon King, and have their strength increase exponentially, becoming a Pillar Demon Executive in the Dark Guild. However, no matter which of the three situations, they must obey the commands of the one who gave them the power, becoming loyal slaves of the Dark Guild." Hearing this, Qing was also frightened. "So I was almost turned into a Grand Apostle just now?" Tager joked. "You were just being controlled, not completely fused. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you might have become a Pillar Demon." Sword Elder Bali quickly thanked Boss. "It's thanks to you that I was able to hold on. Otherwise, my old bones wouldn't have made it." Boss replied modestly, "I was once a member of the Sword Saint Guild. This is what I should do." Qing expressed his admiration for Yilafu. "When the guild was in trouble, I was on a mission outside and couldn't fight the Dark Guild. But today, seeing the card style that killed the 6 pillars of demons, I am completely convinced of my defeat." Yilafu immediately used a deflection technique. "Not at all. It's all because Mr. Le Ping's cards are too powerful." Speaking of cards, the master blacksmith, Brian, couldn't sit still. "Young man, did you make those cards? Where did you learn your blacksmithing skills?" At the same time, he saw the sword on Le Ping's back and could tell at a glance that it was not a sword an ordinary person could use. Le Ping answered answered truthfully, "I'd just like to do some handicrafts at home to pass the time. It's not really blacksmithing." Seeing everyone praising the cards, Luna was a bit annoyed. If the Sword Saint were here, the Dark Guild wouldn't dare to come. Anna chided her. "Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ping had come here to learn swordsmanship." He quickly asked Boss about the whereabouts of the Sword Saint himself, but Boss was in a difficult position. "I probably shouldn't comment, since I'm no longer a member of the Sword Saint Guild." Bali didn't mind. "It's not like this can be hidden for long. Rumors are already spreading outside." Brian was stunned. "Since the Sword Elder has said so, could the rumors be true?" Tager continued. "After the rebellion in the Sword Saint Guild, not only was their combat power severely depleted, but most importantly, the Sword Saint himself is missing. That's why the Dark Guild took the opportunity to attack you." Bali agreed. "The Sword Saint has been missing since she sent back intelligence from the Giant Valley half a year ago." Lu Ping heard about an internal conflict from their conversation, and the Sword Saint was missing. Hui, behind him, added, "The Sword Saint probably went to apprehend the traitorous Axe Elder and has not yet returned." Qing's previous mission was to go to the Giant Valley Mountains based on the intelligence coordinates to find and support the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, by the time he got there, there was no sign of her. Although the Sword Saint has already been promoted to a 5-star magic venerable and is half a step into the Demon King rank, when Qing arrived at the Giant Valley Mountains that day, he saw an incredible scene. Half of the Giant Valley had been leveled. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying battle the Sword Saint and the Axe Elder had there. It was clear that the guild president, the Sword Saint, had engaged in a great battle while pursuing the traitor. All this was because the traitor, the Axe Elder, had obtained a supreme divine weapon. It was a giant axe named Morning Procession, which emanated a terrifying aura of resentment. Its power was so great that it allowed the Axe Elder to close the strength gap with the Sword Saint. Moreover, there was no information about this supreme divine weapon in the S-rank weapon catalog of the Dwarf Kingdom. Lu Ping didn't understand who that Axe Elder was or why he had betrayed the Sword Saint Guild. Boss had to explain it to him in detail. The president of the Sword Saint Guild was the Sword Saint, and below her were 5 elders who managed the affairs. Elder Bali was in charge of swords, and the other 4 elders were the Blade Elder, the Spear Elder, the Axe Elder, and the Shield Elder. But because the Axe Elder had betrayed the guild and started a rebellion, the Blade Elder and the Spear Elder had been killed, and the Shield Elder had sacrificed himself in a battle with a pillar demon from the Dark Guild. Now, the only one with seniority in the guild was Elder Bali. Many people were involved in that rebellion, including Bali's most valued son, Shaji. Hearing this name, Lu Ping was stunned. Wasn't Shaji just a centaur who used a sword? Bali was a bit surprised. "You've met my son? How is that traitor now?" Lu Ping answered truthfully, "He's dead." He sighed to himself. This other world is really small. Hearing of his son's death, Bali showed no emotion. "That is the fate of a traitor. This is the most difficult time for the Sword Saint Guild, so I want to ask for everyone's help." Master Blacksmith Brian said, "If it's just providing weapons, the Dwarf Kingdom has no problem. But for A and S rank weapons, due to the lack of grinding stones, it's probably difficult to meet your requirements, Sword Elder." Just then, Tager suddenly asked, "What makes you think that with our help, you can destroy the Dark Guild?" Bali looked at Boss. "Because of Boss. I want Boss to give up the Card Guild and come back to serve as the vice president of the Sword Saint Guild. Cards can be used as a type of short sword or throwing knife. We can create a new card group and have Yillifu serve as the Card Elder." This made Yillifu panic. Her magic rank was 3 or 4 major stages below the others. How could she take on such a great responsibility? But Bali said, "As long as Boss says the word, I guarantee it's not a problem. The guild's resources are at your disposal, and even I will obey your commands." We also didn't expect Boss to be so highly regarded by the Sword Elder, but at the same time, he also hoped that Boss would come over and serve as the vice president. Boss was undecided and had to ask for Lu Ping's opinion. If he used the Sword Saint Guild's reputation, would it be faster to promote the poker card style? Lu Ping had to explain it in modern terms. Joining a big company as an executive is much easier than starting your own business, but those with greater ambitions will choose to start their own business, so it really depends on the individual's choice. However, these words were misinterpreted by Boss. "Do you think my card style needs to become an affiliate of others to promote itself? If you only have this much ambition, then I'm really disappointed in you." This put Boss in a difficult position. Mr. Lu Ping is trying to enlighten me, but refusing Bali in this situation is equivalent to not giving him face and offending the entire Sword Saint Guild. Boss misunderstood the legendary hero's meaning and decisively refused Sword Elder Bali. "I established my own guild not to pursue fame and fortune, but to promote the card style. Mr. Lu Ping, you see, my determination is very firm." Bali couldn't sense a trace of a strong person's aura from Lu Ping and guessed that Boss was just making an excuse to brush him off. The nearby Lu Ping was very disappointed. He had been hoping to use his connections to have Uncle Boss take him to the Sword Saint Guild to learn swordsmanship. Boss said, "Although I've refused to return to the Sword Saint Guild, please rest assured, Elder Bali, it is also my responsibility to eliminate the Dark Guild, and my Card Guild will fully support it." With no other choice, Bali could only recognize the Card Guild's legitimacy. He had originally wanted to pull Boss back to the guild and make those cards the property of his own guild. He then asked the Prince of the Dwarf Kingdom, "I wonder when His Majesty the King will come out of seclusion." The provision division of A and S rank weapons would greatly enhance our combat power. Brian didn't dare to agree rashly because the Dwarf Kingdom couldn't find a substitute for the grinding stone, and the Kingdom of Aristotle had refused to cooperate. Bali then asked the nearby Tager about the request to apply curses to weapons and combatants. Tager said these were not big problems. Bali finally concluded, in 2 months, the Sword Saint Guild will gather its forces. Does anyone have any other questions? But at that moment, Lu Ping raised his hand. I want to sign up. This surprised Bali. You mean you also want to join the crusade against the Dark Guild? But Lu Ping shook his head. I want to sign up to learn swordsmanship. Although I've been slacking for a long time, it's probably not too late to start learning now. The nearby boss was surprised. Is Mr. Lu Ping joking? Yilafu was curious why he insisted on learning swordsmanship. Lu Ping couldn't give a reason. This was Xiao Bai's arrangement. As for why, you'll have to ask her. Hearing that it was the Demon Queen's arrangement, the father and daughter were startled. No, your arrangements must be reasonable. Bali then responded, okay, but there are many types of swordsmanship. May I ask, young man, what is your magic rank? Lu Ping was embarrassed to say that his magic power was 0 and had to brush it off by saying he was not good at magic. He was disappointed. Not good at magic? Then you're out of luck with the magic swordsman style taught by Elder Bali. Lu Ping continued to ask, is there no ordinary swordsmanship that doesn't require magic? Bali replied, of course there is, but there's only one person who has mastered this non-magic sword style and is powerful with it, and that's our guild president, the Sword Saint. If you can find her, she will definitely be willing to teach you. Boss also agreed. Indeed, the only one qualified to teach you, Mr. Lu Ping, is the Sword Saint. But Lu Ping thought they were just trying to get rid of him. The Sword Saint was missing, so how could she teach him? Just because the legendary hero wanted to learn swordsmanship, the cursed literary giant gave him the sword technique incantations he had recorded. But just as the hero, Lu Ping, was wondering how to use these incantations, the Demon Queen Elizabeth, who had just finished her pudding, suddenly had a murderous urge. She crushed the pudding box in her hand, and at the same time, the body of the cursed literary giant, Tager, exploded, blood instantly spraying onto the sword elder and Ching. On the other side, on a sand dune somewhere, a terrifying battle was taking place. It was the long-lost Sword Saint, Gigi, pursuing the traitorous Axe Elder. The Axe Elder found her annoying. You've been chasing me for half a year. Aren't you tired? But Gigi was determined. You colluded with the Dark Guild and killed your comrades. I must settle this with you. With that, she used her finger as a sword and swept it forward, instantly cutting a long, deep trench in the sand dune platform. But this powerful finger sword did not make the Axe Elder flinch. He charged at the sword energy with all his might. A black barrier of resentment unfolded, reflecting the sword energy back. Gigi's eyes were calm as she tilted her head to dodge the attack. The Axe Elder was excited. As my fusion with Morning Procession increases, your threat to me will only decrease. Guild President, it's my turn to hunt you now. Gigi told him to wake up. If you continue like this, you will soon be completely controlled by this axe of resentment and lose yourself. But at that moment, the Axe Elder had already gone mad. So what if I lose myself? Once you've experienced this supreme power, you'll know that losing yourself is an honor. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was taken over by the weapon spirit. The Axe Elder's masculine features disappeared. His hard pectoral muscles softened and protruded, and his bones and body shrank, becoming smaller and thinner. Even his voice changed to a woman's. I'm finally out. I'm so resentful. How dare you abandon me? I won't let you go. As the loose pants fell to the ground, the weapon spirit named Morning Procession completely took over the Axe Elder's body. Gigi thought he was a fool, completely controlled by the power of the Dark Ear. But the weapon spirit actively dug out the Dark Ear embedded in its chest. Compared to my 500 years of resentment, this thing is insignificant. Soon, as the weapon spirit dug out the Dark Ear, it also peeled off a layer of skin from its head. At that moment, the weapon spirit, having taken on a human form, felt refreshed. It had seduced the Axe Elder just to take his body. Gigi summoned an Ultra S-rank weapon. Even if it had nothing to do with the Dark Guild, she vowed to kill this monster. This phantom is forged from the hoof of the Phantom Horse King by the Dwarf King himself. The wielder's speed will be increased tenfold, gaining the effect of being as swift as the wind. The weapon spirit was dismissive. You arrogant little girl, bring it on. But as soon as she finished speaking, Gigi had already used Dust Slash and passed through her body. The sand dune beneath them instantly collapsed, and the sword energy shattered all the rocks within 100 meters, forming a giant crater. Since the Axe Elder is dead, I have no reason to hold back. It's over. But at that moment, a crack appeared on the Ultra S-rank weapon, and then the entire blade shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. The weapon spirit said that it was still a bit stiff in this new body, so it couldn't block a few attacks. You're pretty strong. Do you have any other moves? Gigi was horrified. The hoof of the Phantom Horse King, which could run 100,000 kilometers a day without a single scratch, could only barely injure it. Just then, the weapon spirit started to warm up. Take your time. I'll wait. These arrogant words angered Gigi. She waved her hand and summoned several other Ultra S-rank weapons, then fused them together. A spear forged from a 1,000-year-old stalactite and a hand scythe made from the magical beast Insect King were fused together. Then, she summoned a staff forged from the remains of the Lord of Cthulhu and a small explosive knife made from a special ore containing the energy of the Earth's core. She used the staff to create a distorted space and wrapped a small knife in it, causing it to explode continuously and release the energy of the Earth's core. However, in the face of one Ultra S-rank weapon after another, the weapon spirit was still twisting its waist, letting out groans as its bones loosened. At the same time, the 5th Ultra S-rank weapon, the Blood Cocoon Shield, also spewed out countless silk threads, sealing the weapon spirit's escape route. It was forged from the silk left behind by the metamorphosis of the Snow White Cocoon, a divine beast revered by the elves. The weapon spirit found it amusing. "Who are you looking down on? Do you think I'll run away?" At that moment, Gigi was nearing her limit. The distorted space could only be maintained for another minute before her will would be invaded. With that, she summoned another Ultra S-rank weapon, forged by the Dwarf King himself from the fossilized remains of a certain generation of mammoth lords. It was a condensed version of the entire skeleton, weighing 100 tons, and even a normal strike could unleash the power of a stampede. As Gigi shattered the distorted space, the world-ending arrow formed from the fusion of the stalactite spear and the shocking side shot out. But just a fraction of a second before it hit, the weapon spirit casually swung a simple wood-chopping slash. The terrifying aura instantly split the world-ending spear in two and spread out for 100 miles. In another fraction of a second, Gigi predicted that she would be cut in half by this aura. She immediately used the Abyss Magic 7-layered sealing sword, hoping to cancel and reduce the energy of the aura. As one sealing sword after another broke, the last remaining trace of the aura hit Gigi's body, instantly shredding all her clothes and sending her crashing to the ground. The weapon spirit couldn't help but mock. "Not even close. Now that I'm warmed up, it's time to get to business." Then she placed the axe in front of her. "Let me see where you are, you heartless man." Soon, the eyeball gave her a vision. In a barren land 1,000 miles away, she finally found her master Lu Ping's residence. But now, there was a red-haired woman next to him. The Sword Elder, his face stained with blood, immediately put everyone on alert, and in an instant, all the members of the Sword Saint Guild raised their greatswords. Just then, Boss shouted for everyone to stop. "Don't be rash." Then he asked the legendary hero, "Mr. Lu Ping, can you explain the situation?" But the nearby Elizabeth answered first. "With your level, it's no wonder you've been infiltrated by the Dark Guild. All of you, open your eyes and look closely." With that, she made a gesture with her 2 fingers and murmured the word release. Soon, a creature resembling an octopus appeared from the mangled flesh. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They recognized it as a cursed parasite. However, the parasite seemed to panic after losing its host. It randomly chose a very weak-looking human in the meeting and charged at him, extending its mouth parts. At that moment, Lu Ping hadn't reacted yet, but Elizabeth couldn't help but intervene, once again using her magic from a distance to crush the cursed parasite. As the parasite died, the body on the table also dissipated. At that moment, the Sword Saint Guild finally understood why more and more people could bypass the purification sword's detection. It was because of Tater's high-level curses. But Elizabeth said, "Yes, but not entirely, because the magic of this curse and the flesh gears have completely different qualities. If he were to really curse you in battle, I'm afraid the battlefield would turn into a massive incubation site." But the Sword Elder asked how Elizabeth had discovered it, and the Demon Queen was as cold as ever. "That's none of your business." This made the Sword Elder lose face. Although the Sword Saint Guild had weakened, it wasn't so weak as to be looked down upon. The nearby boss started to panic. Elder Bali was a man who cared about his reputation. If he angered the Demon Queen, the consequences would be dire. He had to whisper to the hero, "Mr. Lu Ping, if you know, can you explain?" But Lu Ping couldn't answer either. He didn't even understand the situation himself. Just then, Elizabeth took Lu Ping's hand, not caring that she was touching a sensitive area. "It's afternoon tea time. The adventure is over. Come home with me." Lu Ping quickly greeted everyone. "We'll see you next time." This made Boss's face fall. He thought, if she doesn't explain, the Sword Elder will surely seek his own death. Then, even if the Sword Saint returns, it won't be enough to save him. The Sword Elder immediately instructed Hui, behind him, "Go to the south with me immediately and investigate their background." And so, the two of them returned home. Lu Ping told Elizabeth to give him a heads up before she acted next time, so he could be mentally prepared. But Elizabeth had noticed 2 things. The glasses that could detect others' magic power were probably forged from the material of Jamuji's Crimson Demon Eyes, and the curse user's magic was different from the Dark Guild's. It was clear that there were other evil forces at play besides the Dark Guild, but it didn't matter. Amelia should have wiped out the Dark Guild's headquarters, so the source of the trouble was gone. The rest could be left for Lu Ping to play his adventure game with. Just then, Lu Ping sighed again. "That magic bug scared me." "Elizabeth, how did you sense he was a bad guy? Teach me." "It must be some kind of magic skill that requires magic power, right? I don't have the talent for it." But in fact, Elizabeth didn't know he was a bad guy either. It was the magic feedback from the clothes Lu Ping had personally sewn. So Lu Ping's words were misinterpreted by her. "Admit I'm better than you. Say it. Say it." Elizabeth was almost furious after her misinterpretation. "You're asking the obvious. Are you trying to put me down?" Just then, Lu Ping asked tentatively, "Now that the Sword Saint Guild won't take me, why don't you teach me a thing or two?" But Elizabeth flatly refused. "We have to stick to our agreement. You can only use the swordsmanship and magic you're least skilled at to rule the world. And besides your clothes, you're not allowed to bring anything you've made yourself. I'll go out and play with you and guide you in the art of ruling the world, but I won't teach you any magic or swordsmanship." Hearing this, Lu Ping broke out in a cold sweat. When did we ever have such an agreement? Lu Ping sighed helplessly. Why don't I go and ask Uncle Boss again? Although he switched to playing poker, he can still teach me the basics. But as soon as he finished speaking, the nearby Alpha Holy Sword transformed into its human form. You'd better give up. I don't sense any pure swordsmanship in them. They can't teach you anything. Without magic, all their moves are useless. You should forget it too. With magic, who would learn pure swordsmanship? For physical fitness? The words physical fitness made Lu Ping have a sudden realization. It seemed there was such a sword style in the world he had come from. So he started rummaging through the bookshelf. I remember I got it from a random gift exchange from the system, and then I just threw it on the bookshelf to collect dust. Is this it? He was the only one who could defeat the Demon Queen, the Holy Sword Alpha. But after transforming, the first time he stepped into the hero's kitchen, he felt a terrifying killing intent that split his body in two. Alpha glanced at the hero, who was looking for something. It's not him. Such a sharp killing intent doesn't match his style. Then he glanced at the Demon Queen, who was watching TV. Not her. This woman's killing intent should be more violent. Then he looked at the kitchen knife hanging on the wall. The knife and several other spatulas were all emitting a terrifying aura. Alpha couldn't believe that a mere kitchen knife had scared him off. He was the Great Weapon King, the Holy Sword Alpha. Just then, Lu Ping suddenly shouted in excitement, startling Alpha. Unable to withstand the pressure, he fled outside, saying he didn't want to stay there. Lu Ping had no time to deal with him and directly opened the long-cherished Tai Chi sword manual, but there were only 13 simple forms inside. Could it really be used for fighting? So he decided to ask the Demon Queen Elizabeth for guidance, but Elizabeth flatly refused. Go play somewhere else. I need to lie down for a while. With no other choice, Lu Ping had to go outside and find Alpha to practice. But in fact, Elizabeth wanted to let Lu Ping practice blindly first. When he hit a wall, she would then step in to guide him, which would highlight her own status. At that moment, Lu Ping found that Alpha had reverted to its sword form. If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes. I'm going to start learning now. Then Lu Ping opened the Tai Chi sword manual and began to practice, trembling. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away, Wang Kai's subordinate, the Toad Sage, was in the middle of a great battle. With only the strength of a 3-star magic venerable, it sat on the ground, its clothes in tatters, forming hand signs. Gastric acid blood mist jutsu. The Toad Sage spat out a cloud of blood mist to obscure the view. But at that moment, a figure ignored the gastric acid and passed through the blood mist, crashing into the Toad Sage. The weapon spirit raised its right foot. As long as I take you out, the other magical beasts will make way. As she finished speaking, a wood-chopping kick landed on the Toad Sage's abdomen. The extreme pain made it let out a loud ribbit, and it flew 800 meters before stopping, plowing a long trench in the ground. The weapon spirit said to itself, with so many high-level magical beasts as your watchdogs, no wonder you're so well hidden. But from today onwards, your peaceful days are over. In fact, these words were meant for Lu Ping. However, as the weapon spirit swung its axe to finish off the Toad Sage, a barrier appeared in front of it. It was a sound-absorbing and energy-dampening field of modern technology. At the same time, a dog emerged from the doghouse on the Toad Sage's head. This was Lu Ping's electronic pet dog, Wang Kai. Seeing this, the Toad Sage no longer held on. Since you're joining the fight, big brother, this frog will retreat for now. Ribbit. Then the Toad Sage's figure disappeared. Wang Kai also jumped down from the air. The weapon spirit, unsure of Wang Kai's strength, still maintained an arrogant posture. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. At that moment, Wang Kai had already begun to scan. Whitelist not recognized. Danger level too high. Must not disturb the master's life. According to the highest law, now commencing elimination process. Defense level raised to 3. Then Wang Kai opened its weapon bay and launched a dense barrage of missiles at the weapon spirit. The hero had only learned a few moves of Tai Chi sword, but it was enough to awaken the sleeping spirit of the Holy Sword. Alpha woke up but had forgotten why it had fallen asleep. When Lu Ping asked for advice on the sword style, Alpha recalled in terror the pressure it had felt from the kitchen utensils, each one a top-tier existence that suppressed it. It had been so scared that it had fled outside. Once a weapon admits defeat to another, its spiritual energy will dissipate. And so, this holy sword, born to destroy the Demon Queen, had been reduced to its original state. Damn it, I almost had my soul scattered and became an ordinary weapon. I am the pinnacle of weapons, the legendary holy sword. If it weren't for this guy using me to practice a sword style and waking me up, I would have probably been a wood-chopping axe for the rest of my life. He saved me with a sword style beyond my comprehension and then has the nerve to ask me for advice? So Lu Ping's words were misinterpreted by him. Little one, now do you understand why I didn't bother to find you in the Demon Queen? Compared to my kitchen utensils, your holy sword is just a piece of scrap metal. Alpha trembled with anger. I'm sorry, I was careless. In that case, what is the meaning of my existence? How did I come to be? Why am I here? I'm so confused. So confused. I want to leave this terrible place. With that, Alpha reverted to its original form and fled the legendary hero's home. Lu Ping was baffled. If you leave, how will I learn swordsmanship in the future? Meanwhile, the battle between the weapon spirit and Wang Kai continued. Are you really content with being a running dog for the rest rest of your life? Cooperate with me. After we destroy this place, we'll split the outside world. But Wang Kai just squatted on the ground and let out a woof in refusal. The weapon spirit was still arrogant. How ungrateful. I only invited you to cooperate because I wanted to save time, not because I'm afraid of you. With a roar, the weapon spirit unleashed its strongest attack, a wood-chopping slash. The black axe energy, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, streaked across the sky towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai simply leaped aside, easily dodging the attack. But the ground beneath it was not so lucky. The axe energy continued to press down, seemingly unstoppable. Wang Kai immediately analyzed the damage. If not stopped, it would continue to penetrate the mantle, causing a volcanic eruption, leading to abnormal crustal movements and earthquakes, which would ultimately affect the master's life. So Wang Kai's back opened up, and a mechanical arm extended from within. But the weapon spirit also noticed its movement and grabbed the black axe energy, taking the opportunity to launch another wood-chopping slash. But at the same time, another mechanism on Wang Kai's back opened, and another mechanical arm extended, firmly grabbing the black axe energy. Finally, it absorbed both axe energies, preventing the weapon spirit's large-scale destruction, and its battery was also half-charged because of this. The weapon spirit trembled with anger. How dare you? You absorbed all my attacks. Wang Kai cleaned its ears. Your energy tastes good. As thanks, if you leave now, I'll let you go. The weapon spirit raised its own body. I was saving this move for that heartless man, but now I'll have to use it to destroy you. You roadblock of a dog. The constant shattering of hope, the endless torture of waiting, the sadness and anger of being abandoned, all of this, 500 years of resentment gathered into one point, and then a single explosion. You smelly dog. After you've seen it, you'll know that being obediently chopped to death by me just now was a happy thing. Soon, a world-ending death ray of resentment fell from the sky, but at that moment, Wang Kai calmly rummaged through its back. Then, a mirror made by Lu Ping was taken out, and Wang Kai used it to easily catch the resentment death ray and reflect it back. With a dazed expression, the weapon spirit watched as 500 years of accumulated resentment was reflected back at it. The death ray passed through the clouds and into outer space, destroying other planets or meteorites floating in the galaxy. At that moment, the weapon spirit was completely stunned. 500 years of accumulated resentment gone just like that. While it was distracted, Wang Kai launched a swarm of drones. The weapon spirit, having never seen such high technology, exclaimed, "What is this? Destroy it." Just as it was about to swing a wood-chopping slash, it was paralyzed by an electric field. Wang Kai lay on the grass and sighed. After that fierce woman, you're the strongest invader I've ever encountered. Good thing I'm also capable of upgrading. It's over. Meanwhile, the drones increased the field strength to 50G. The weapon spirit, however, was still defiant. I can hold on. My 500 years of revenge can't end like this. But as soon as she finished speaking, the drones increased the field strength to 100G. Soon, the weapon spirit's body couldn't take it anymore and shattered, falling to the ground. Wang Kai recalled its drones, lamenting that recent invaders were all very strong. It seemed it would have to go back and look for more of its master's discarded materials to strengthen itself. But just then, an arm suddenly reached out from the mud. This startled Wang Kai, who thought the invader was not dead yet. But when the camera zoomed in, it was another woman in tattered clothes. The pendant around her neck shattered at that moment. It was an Ultra S-rank lucky pendant, which could greatly increase the wearer's luck. Demon Queen Elizabeth finally finished her potato chips. She didn't waste the last bits, which were heavily seasoned, and licked her fingers clean. The overwhelming flavor made Elizabeth feel ecstatic. She then walked out of the courtyard, intending to guide the hero's swordsmanship under the pretext of checking on him. But at that moment, Lu Ping shushed her. Elizabeth found it strange. Didn't I tell you to practice your swordsmanship? Why are you sitting here cross-legged? But Lu Ping ignored the Demon Queen's question and continued to meditate. Elizabeth, being ignored for the first time, found it strange. I see. You must have encountered a setback and are avoiding the problem, right? It's fine. As long as you're willing to bow your head and ask me for guidance, I'm willing to teach you a thing or two. But when Lu Ping finished his meditation, he finally noticed Elizabeth talking to him. I just came out of a state of deep meditation from my Tai Chi fitness. Elizabeth held back her temper and mocked. It seems you think you're pretty good. But don't get it wrong. You're supposed to be learning swordsmanship. Sitting here and meditating is meaningless. But as soon as she finished speaking, a branch brushed past her face. Who said it's meaningless? I'm practicing a fitness routine, which emphasizes cultivating the mind and spirit. I've now mastered all 13 forms of the sword style. Do you want me to demonstrate? Elizabeth secretly smiled. In such a short time, did he really think he had mastered swordsmanship just by practicing a few horizontal and vertical slashes? No sooner said than done. Lu Ping immediately began to demonstrate his Tai Chi sword style. First form, Dragonfly touches the water. The moment he swung the branch, he entered a spiritual realm. Elizabeth was not surprised. He enters a spiritual realm as soon as he makes a move. But such a calm realm, without a trace of threat. Where did the killing power of the sword go? By the sixth form, the entire screen was filled with crashing thunder, which made the most powerful demon queen in history unable to resist drawing her sword to challenge him. At that moment, Lu Ping performed the seventh form. Green dragon emerges from the water. Soon, raging waves rose like a water dragon, making one feel the majesty beauty and mystery of nature. At the same time, Elizabeth also used her world-ending demonic sword technique, a dragon claw stretched out from the dark sky, followed by a demonic dragon with demonic horns emerging halfway. Soon, the two giant dragons collided in the air, the immense energy causing wind and rain to rage and the heavens and earth to change color. But the demonic dragon dissipated upon contact, turning into wisps of demonic energy that swirled in the air with the moon to form a yin-yang symbol. In the end, the realm returned to a state of tranquility, the lake surfaced like a mirror reflecting the bright moon. Elizabeth's veins bulged with anger. In front of you, my sword's power has become so pathetic. But Lu Ping, still with his eyes closed, continued to practice his Tai Chi sword. When still, the mind is not disturbed. When moving, the mind is not disturbed. In stillness and movement, one remains calm in the face of change. Only then can one comprehend the true meaning of Tai Chi. 8th form, scooping the moon from the water. The branch lightly touched the bright moon in the water, and the moon, like a brilliant gem, quickly rose from the water's surface, the earth and rocks on the ground all shattering and rising with it. Elizabeth thought Lu Ping was playing the acting weak to get the strong game again, but to play it in the realm of swordsmanship was clearly the wrong choice. Now I'm serious. I won't hold back anymore. Soon, the rising moon grew larger and larger, and even Elizabeth lost her gravitational control, being sucked up and floating in the air. At first, Elizabeth thought Lu Ping was trying to control her with gravity, but in the end, she realized she was wrong. It was his realm that had changed again. At that moment, Lu Ping murmured again, as my mind follows the movements of the Tai Chi sword fitness routine, it becomes relaxed and empty, and I begin to comprehend the mystery of the Tao and nature. 9th form, meteor chases the moon. As soon as he finished speaking, countless huge meteorites simultaneously changed direction and turned towards Elizabeth. Elizabeth was stunned. Each meteorite is comparable to my world-ending spell, and there are so many of them. Seeing the huge meteorites falling rapidly, Elizabeth had no choice but to activate her strongest demon god form and then swing her sword to cut through the incoming meteorites. It was my mistake to underestimate you, but if you think you can also surpass me in the realm of swordsmanship, then you are gravely mistaken. Elizabeth cut through all the meteorites in her path in one breath, and then came to Lu Ping and swung her strongest sword. Anger had already made her lose her reason. This strongest sword cut through Lu Ping's illusion and even the huge moon beneath her feet. The result was that Elizabeth was filled with regret, blinded by my desire to win. Did I really kill him? But at that moment, Lu Ping's ethereal voice was heard again. Attain the ultimate emptiness. Maintain the ultimate stillness. This meant that by achieving a state of empty and void mind, one would have a state of quiet self-possession. Elizabeth suddenly raised her head, complaining about what this was. Lu Ping's illusion flickered in and out of existence in the universe as he performed the 10th form, holding the moon in the bosom. He then reassembled the cut moon, as powerful as the creator of all things. She even unleashed her full magical power, taking this opportunity to have a decisive battle with the hero. Then, Elizabeth's figure disappeared and reappeared as a god's eye view illusion opposite Lu Ping. Don't think you're so great. What you can do, I can do too. But Lu Ping gently tossed the moon up and performed the 11th form of Tai Chi sword, holding the sword and comprehending the Tao, a swordless form that focused on cultivating the mind and meditating. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. Elizabeth mocked. Nonsense. Isn't it just a clone jutsu? I'll play along. She then used the Demon King's 9-part harmony, instantly creating 8 clones with the same strength as her main body. But at that moment, Lu Ping retracted his clones. 3 begets all things, and all things combine into 1. Elizabeth thought he was retracting his move and showing weakness. It's too late. My sword is faster than the speed of light. Let's see how you dodge. The 9 demonic swords simultaneously stabbed at Lu Ping, but it felt as if they could never reach him. At first, Elizabeth thought he had dodged, but upon closer inspection, she realized that Lu Ping hadn't moved at all. Instead, he was making space expand at a speed faster than light to create distance. At that moment, Lu Ping brewed a galaxy in his hands. As his meditation further merged with nature, his mind naturally became more open. Elizabeth snorted. You think you can get away from me just by putting yourself above the speed of light? As long as the target exists, this move of mine can also strike at a speed faster than light. The 9 demonic swords simultaneously converged upwards to form a massive demonic sword. Then Elizabeth swung her hands downwards, and a world-ending arrow tore through the void towards Lu Ping. But at that moment, Lu Ping used the 12th form of Tai Chi sword. 3 begets all things, causing the galaxy he had created to explode. At the same time, the massive demonic sword also shot over, but compared to the galaxy, it was like a speck of dust, and it dissipated before it could even reach its destination. At that moment, Elizabeth was completely stunned. Her once proudest sword move had been reduced to nothing in front of the hero. Soon, the two of them returned to their initial spiritual realm. Elizabeth asked Lu Ping in disbelief, has everything just been negated? But Lu Ping continued to murmur the sword manual to himself. After my thoughts roamed and comprehended time and space, I returned to the beginning and attained a peaceful mind. Elizabeth roared, it was all your trap. You said you didn't know swordsmanship, first making me arrogant, and then by negating everything I had in swordsmanship, you wanted to humiliate me. But after cursing, she let out a cold laugh. Just as you said, after seeing the vastness of the universe, I have also attained a peaceful mind, forgetting the past, letting go of honor and disgrace, letting go of all the sword moves I've learned, and accepting your guidance. So what? Letting go of magic, even letting go of life. Regardless of the cost, regardless of the consequences, I will pour everything into my sword intent, transcending space. This is my own swordless form, within time and space. No matter how strong a move is, it cannot defy your rule of power. So to kill you, I must transcend time and space. After using this move at the cost of sacrificing everything, I will surely fall. But it doesn't matter, because after killing you, I will have no reason to live. For us, this is not a bad ending. But remember, the one who defeated you in the end was me. But at that moment, Lu Ping used the last form of Tai Chi sword, skillfully deflecting the force, the 13th form, one is all, and caught the Demon Queen's life-sacrificing attack with 2 fingers. He grabbed her fingers and pulled her over, her proud peaks pressing against his chest. At that moment, Elizabeth's breathing became rapid, and her face turned as red as fire. Lu Ping spun Elizabeth around and then brought her slender shoulder into his embrace with one hand. Soon, the realm of the Tai Chi sword style dissipated, and the Demon Queen's demon god form also vanished. Everything returned to its original state, but Elizabeth's magic rank once again broke through, reaching the level of a 7-star demon god. Lu Ping proudly asked Elizabeth how she felt, but Elizabeth had lost her former arrogance and had become a sweet, naive girl. Lu Ping opened his eyes and asked again, "How do you feel about my swordsmanship? Although it's a fitness routine, every time I practice it, I feel like I've become stronger." But Elizabeth's mind was blank. She just stared blankly at Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt for the first time that Elizabeth was so gentle. Is there anything I need to improve on? But Elizabeth still stared at him blankly. Lu Ping suppressed his evil thoughts, thinking, I can't offend the Demon Queen. I still need her protection. Then he asked, "You're staring at me like that. Did I do something wrong?" This instantly brought Elizabeth to her senses. She quickly stood up and moved away from his embrace. Lu Ping felt the atmosphere become strangely ambiguous and needed to say something to break the tension. He then praised Elizabeth. "It must be because you were guiding me. Even though my eyes were closed just now, I could feel like I was traveling through time and space." But Elizabeth wasn't listening at all. She thought, "Lu Ping, you knew I was at a bottleneck in my advancement, so you deliberately used swordsmanship as a pretext to help me break through. First, you made me arrogant, then you pushed me to the brink, and then you destroyed the time-transcending sword intent that I had sacrificed everything to obtain. Finally, you turned back time to before the beginning, allowing me to break through 3 ranks without paying any price. So this is Tai Chi, an indescribable mystery. I was really too naive. Reaching the demon god rank, I thought I could catch up to you, but I was so easily manipulated by him. But he's not trying to play with me for fun, nor is he trying to do some world-destroying experiment. He keeps helping me get stronger. What is he after? It's obvious there's only one reason, just as I thought before. You want to create the strongest child who can transcend planes with me, but you're afraid that I'm too weak now and can't handle your seed." Thinking this, Elizabeth snorted, "Don't look down on me." Lu Ping was bewildered. Look down on what? Elizabeth's mind raced again. He always gives me a way out. He wants me but is afraid of hurting me. Then she imagined a different scenario. You still need a lot of training, she thought. For the sake of the strongest child, I'll just have to endure it. Then Elizabeth mustered her courage and said, "I can agree to it, but you have to tell me." Lu Ping asked, "Tell you what? Are you really sincere?" But the second half of the sentence got stuck in her throat. Just then, something suddenly landed outside the courtyard. It was Wang Kai, who had returned and brought back a woman in tattered clothes. Seeing the woman's serious injuries, Lu Ping said, "Good job, Wang Kai. We need to treat her quickly." Hearing its master's praise, Wang Kai happily wagged its tail. But just then, a wave of silent displeasure came from behind. Wang Kai sensed the danger and quickly turned around, only to see the Demon Queen Elizabeth with a murderous look in her eyes. "You smelly dog. You're picking up people again? Didn't you learn your lesson from what I told you?" On the other side, the Holy Sword Alpha had fled the hero's residence and come to a patch of grass. Now its mind was a blank slate. The current situation was completely beyond its comprehension. The hero has defied his destiny, shacking up with the final Demon Queen in an illicit relationship. That's one thing, but he also creates one weapon spirit after another that can suppress me. I am the king of weapons. In his house, I'm like a piece of scrap metal, even scared back into my original form. My purpose is to assist the hero in slaying the great Demon Queen, but everything has changed. What is the meaning of my existence now? Am I only fit to be a wood-chopping axe? Who created me? It's not fair. Why wasn't I forged by Lu Ping? If the hero doesn't fight the Demon Queen, doesn't that mean I'm unemployed? Now that I've left them, I can definitely find my own purpose again and regain my confidence. However, just then, a cry for help interrupted his thoughts. A scantily clad woman was lying on the lawn, asking for help. Alpha could see that she was also a weapon spirit. "Where's your body? If you don't return to your body soon, you'll dissipate," the weapon spirit said. "My body was broken by a bad guy. Can you help me find a new vessel? I really need you." At that moment, Alpha felt like he was in love. He had never seen such a beautiful weapon spirit. The weapon spirit said she couldn't last much longer and they had to hurry. But Alpha couldn't find a suitable vessel for her at the moment. The weapon spirit explained that there was another way, which was to temporarily enter his body. Alpha thought this was a feasible solution. With his magic power, he could indeed help her last a little little longer. The weapon spirit thought Alpha had fallen for it, but the fool suddenly burst out laughing. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Hearing this, the weapon spirit's expression turned fierce. She thought to herself, although I'm weak, I still have a chance against this little trash. But the fool said, you saw that I'm extraordinary, so you wanted to rub off on me, right? I won't hide it from you. I am the legendary Holy Sword Alpha, so it's not impossible. I can let you possess me for a while, but only you. I would refuse anyone else. The weapon spirit then realized that the guy in front of her was an idiot, but fine, she would make do for now. When she found a better substitute, she would kick him out. Then she said to Alpha with a loving gaze, Lord Alpha, then please come to my side. Alpha leaned closer. How do you want me to cooperate? But as soon as he finished speaking, the weapon spirit grabbed his neck. Look into my eyes. Alpha stared at the weapon spirit's peaks. I am looking. And then, the weapon spirit was a bit speechless. I said my eyes. Alpha then looked up apologetically. Oh, your eyes. Just then, the weapon spirit's eyes glowed purple, as if it were some kind of enchanting ability. What resentment do you have in your life? Alpha was soon drawn in. My resentment? Of course, it's their fault. They made me lose my purpose. The weapon spirit smiled. Give me your body, and I will help you solve it. Alpha replied, okay. With the host's consent, the weapon spirit easily entered the body of the Holy Sword Alpha. At that moment, his body was completely controlled. I can go for revenge again, but this body is too weak. Didn't this idiot just say he was some kind of holy sword? Well, it doesn't matter. The good thing is that this body's resentment is a perfect match for mine, which will make my ultimate move even more powerful. Learning from my last lesson, I won't fight head-on this time. I'll avoid that roadblock of a dog and then find a chance to deliver a fatal blow to that heartless man. The demon queen, who had ruled the continent of heroes for 15 years, was now jealous of a strange woman. She even climbed onto her bed and used her proud peaks to assert her dominance. I'm warning you, I was here first. She didn't understand what she meant, but Elizabeth said, no matter what that person says to you later, you must refuse. Do you understand? Everything here belongs to me, including that person. She felt a powerful sense of oppression and could only nod in understanding. Just then, the legendary hero walked into the room with a bowl of noodles, only to witness an indescribable scene between the two women. Lu Ping was stunned for 3 seconds, then pretended he hadn't seen anything, quietly left the room, and closed the door. After a small interlude, the three of them came to the living room to talk. Lu Ping asked if she had been attacked by a magical beast, which was why she was so seriously injured. Shiji, to protect her guild's reputation, chose to hide her identity. To be honest, I was tracking a traitor associated with the Dark Guild, but because I was overconfident and misjudged the opponent's strength, I was severely injured. Fortunately, you two saved me. Lu Ping subconsciously glanced at the Demon Queen, thinking, the Dark Guild again. Elizabeth was also surprised. Did Amelia not do her job properly? Why are there so many Dark Guild characters running around? Then she asked tentatively, the Dark Guild should have been quiet lately. Shiji said she didn't know, because she had been tracking the traitor for several months. She had lost contact with her guild and was unaware of recent events. Hearing this, Lu Ping introduced himself. My name is Lu Ping. I've recently been trying to become a hero to eliminate the Dark Guild. As for the one next to me, her name is Xiao Bai, and she's my roommate. Hearing this, Shiji's face instantly turned red. So they were just roommates. Elizabeth was not happy with Lu Ping's answer. Do you have a problem with it? Lu Ping quickly changed the subject. During your unconsciousness, it was Xiao Bai who changed your clothes and healed you with magic. Shiji was surprised. Her injuries, which even she, a peak 5-star magic venerable, couldn't heal unless it was the healing magic of an elven clan leader. Are those elven ears? Not only can she suppress me, a 5-star magic venerable, with her aura, but she can also use super high-level healing magic. She must be a former leader of the elven clan. Then she asked Lu Ping, your home is very unique. I've traveled all over the continent of heroes and have never seen a similar style, and there are all kinds of novel things. Have you two been living in seclusion here? Lu Ping nodded. You could say that. We have indeed been living here for some time, but the Demon Queen was impatient. Why do you have so many questions? Shiji thought to herself, these two people give off completely different feelings, one extremely good and one extremely evil. The king of the Dwarf Kingdom, the science minister of Aristotle, the leader and elders of the Elf Guild, even Malfoy of the Dark Guild. You could say that all the powerful people on the continent of heroes have had some dealings with my Sword Saint Guild, but these two people in front of me, I have no impression of them at all. Elizabeth didn't like being stared at. If you have nothing else to do, then get out of here. Don't dirty my house. Shiji was stunned. Her mind couldn't quite process the words. Lu Ping said it didn't matter. I'll clean up. Besides, she was injured trying to eliminate the Dark Guild. Elizabeth turned her head away and snorted. In fact, she was just jealous of Shiji. Shiji stood up and bowed. You're right. I apologize for the disturbance, and I have to go after that guy quickly, otherwise the entire continent of heroes will be devastated. She thought to herself, that weapon spirit named Morning Procession is even stronger than Malfoy. Could it be related to the Sea of Darkness? It doesn't matter anymore, because now there's no one but me who can stop that guy. Then, with a thought, the scene was silent, without a trace of magical fluctuation. Lu Ping was even more bewildered. Shiji once again focused her mind on her 2 fingers, but not only did she fail to cast a spell, she also suffered a backlash. Why is my mind a blank slate. I can't remember a single sword incantation, Elizabeth explained faintly, because your swordsmanship has been taken away by the dirty thing inside you. This is the price you pay for taking a shortcut to get stronger. Gigi admitted that she had made a pact with the Sea of Darkness to deal with the Dark Guild. Now she had no face to stay here and dirty the home of her two saviors. Thank you for saving me. I'll leave now. But Leping called out to her, you must be hungry too. I made you a bowl of noodles. Why don't you eat before you go? But Gigi, having lost her swordsmanship, had no appetite. She left with a I need to calm down and stormed out. Just then, Demon Queen Elizabeth picked up the noodles. Good for her for being sensible. This bowl of noodles is mine, and only I can eat it. Leping pleaded. Elizabeth, she ended up in this state because she was fighting the Dark Guild. Why don't you help her? Elizabeth turned her head away. If you want to help her yourself. Night fell, and Gigi sat alone on the grass, meditating. She recalled her battle with the weapon spirit. After being struck down, she had been swallowed by quicksand. If it weren't for the luck from the lucky pendant in her pocket, which had unexpectedly brought her to this place from 1,000 miles away in the quicksand, and then being picked up by a dog, she would have already died there. Just one blow. I lost so completely, and I thought I had reached the pinnacle of strength on the continent of heroes, that I would never be weak enough for the Sea of Darkness to backlash against me. I was too arrogant. Just then, Leping suddenly came over. I knew you hadn't gone far. I understand how you feel. I once had the chance to learn swordsmanship but became obsessed with a pastoral life and didn't learn. Now I want to learn but find that I'm a talentless fool, and I can't even pick up a sword to eliminate the Dark Guild. But Gigi said, what I learned is not ordinary swordsmanship. It's the incomplete sword incantations of the Demon King's sword style that I chanced upon while traveling through the ancient ruins of the demon race. Leping comforted her. Although your swordsmanship is gone, you still have your magic power, right? Maybe you'll be even stronger with a different class. I know an uncle who was like that. Gigi thought it was impossible. For her, losing her swordsmanship was equivalent to losing her life. Leping looked up at the starry sky and sighed. In the face of the universe, everything is so insignificant. Nothing is irreplaceable. We can start from scratch and work hard together. At that moment, Elizabeth used a high-level invisibility spell to observe from the shadows. You bastard, Leping, telling another woman that you'll work hard together. Leping swung a branch. This is what I've learned from my recent practice of Tai Chi sword fitness. Gigi was stunned. She had never heard of Tai Chi sword on the continent of heroes. Leping explained that it was a sword style that didn't require magic and couldn't be used to kill enemies, but it could cultivate the mind and spirit. Shall we exchange some pointers? The word exchange stunned Elizabeth. She even imagined the two of them having a deep exchange, which made her snap the chopsticks in her hand. Leping heard the sound and knew it was Elizabeth. Elizabeth, seeing that she had been discovered, no longer hid and appeared in front of the two of them. Leping smiled. So you're here. Does that mean you're willing to help? Elizabeth sulked. Did you forget your agreement with me? You're not allowed to give anything from the house to anyone without my permission. Leping was helpless. I didn't give anything. You ate the noodles. Elizabeth continued. Everything includes you. Everything you know can only be used to serve me. Understand? Leping said he understood. If you're willing to help, I'll do anything. Then, she reached into the void and, treating the surrounding space like a huge curtain, casually lifted it. Gigi was startled. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a void. This was a spatial domain that only a strong person who had reached the Demon King rank could create. Elizabeth said she would help her, but Gigi was curious how she would help. Elizabeth said something strange. That is to first destroy you completely. As she spoke, she had already materialized a demonic claw and swiped at Gigi. Gigi couldn't understand. We have no grudge against each other. Why do you want to kill me? First you saved me, and now you want to kill me. What are you up to? Elizabeth gave no explanation and just continued to attack with the demonic claw, forcing her to use some kind of power from within her body. As expected, the power of the Sea of Darkness appeared in Gigi's pupils. Seeing this, Elizabeth intensified her attack with the demonic claw, finally pinning her four limbs in the air. At that moment, Gigi's face was ferocious, and she struggled madly. Elizabeth saw that she couldn't suppress it and that her consciousness was beginning to become chaotic. She then directed a demonic claw to enter Gigi's body, searching for the dirty thing residing within her. Finally, she grabbed a purple worm in her intestines. The entire process was so painful that her whole body convulsed. Soon, the demonic claw removed the disgusting worm, and Gigi briefly fainted. Elizabeth interrogated the worm. How did you get to my plane of existence? The worm didn't answer and just struggled. Elizabeth continued to interrogate it. What is your relationship with the Dark Guild? The worm struggled and complained. Seeing it dawdling, Elizabeth crushed it directly. It doesn't seem that important. But after the worm died, Gigi showed a strange reaction. I reside in your body and can be a source of magic power for you, helping you break through to the Demon King rank. But every time you are weak, I can take one thing from you, and if my body is destroyed, then your body will be mine to use. You knew the terms of the contract from the beginning. Elizabeth, you shameless traitor who broke the contract. Elizabeth thought back. It seemed she had forgotten some unimportant people and things. About 500 years ago, Elizabeth had not yet broken through to the Demon King rank, but to face the challenge of the legendary hero, she had to advance as soon as possible. But just then, a seductive voice came to her. I can help you get stronger. Elizabeth asked who it was and how it had entered her training ground. The voice introduced itself as Asadhos, the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. How I got in is not important. What's important is that I can help you get stronger. Elizabeth then asked how it planned to help. Asadhos said, as long as you accept my power and let me reside within you, my chaotic power can help you break through to the Demon King rank, so you won't have to fear that legendary hero. A pentagram appeared in Elizabeth's eyes, and she began to accept Asathos' chaotic power, but after accepting it, she grabbed its body. Asadhos belatedly realized, did you deliberately cooperate with me to spy on my world? Let me be more direct. As long as you let me reside in you, my chaotic power can help you break through to the Demon King rank immediately, and your strength is enough to completely suppress me. I can't threaten you at all, can I? Elizabeth had seen through its trick long ago. So you wanted to wait until the legendary hero and I were fighting, and then take everything from me? Asadhos said, although you only briefly touched my chaotic power just now, the contract has already been formed. If you refuse me now, you'll be at a great disadvantage. Elizabeth was already prepared, so when I was spying on your world, I had already absorbed a considerable amount of chaotic power from there. That chaotic power is as barren as your universe, only suitable for seducing the weak. Asadhos was thrown into the lava. What do you want to do to me? The contract has already been formed. If you do this, you will suffer a backlash. Elizabeth said, I'll seal you here, then break through to the Demon King rank on my own, and then completely digest the absorbed chaotic power into my own magic power. Won't the contract be void then? And so, Asadhos was sealed. Elizabeth, you shameless traitor. Damn it, I was tricked as soon as I arrived. Asadhos believed that it had been tricked before because it had no host and couldn't display its true strength. But now, this host had mastered the most advanced swordsmanship. Combined with its chaotic power, the result would surely be unimaginable. With that, it extended 4 pairs of arms from its back and formed a chaotic world-ending arrow, which it threw at Elizabeth. But Elizabeth just stood there, an aura separating the power from her. Asadhos was surprised. Why did the sword move automatically dissipate without even being blocked? Elizabeth then explained, because the so-called strongest swordsmanship was created by me. How could it possibly hurt me? However, the title of the strongest swordsmanship is now a thing of the past. Asadhos found it incredible. The combined strength of itself and its host had reached the level of a 2-star demon king, but it still couldn't beat her. In fact, Elizabeth was a 7-star demon god, more than a major magic rank above it. Asadhos decided to escape from here first and then go and unseal its main body, but Elizabeth wouldn't let it leave so easily. She directly extended a demonic claw and grabbed its clothes. Asadhos quickly tore its clothes and broke free from the demonic claw, but just then, another demonic claw extended and grabbed its body. In this realm, space was under her control. But what can you do to me? Unless you kill me along with this host, no magic can expel me. But as soon as it finished speaking, a bowl of noodle soup was thrown at Asadhos. Killing you is easy, of course. I just don't want to lose to that person outside. You can have the noodle soup. Asadhos thought she was trying to humiliate it. You bitch. I, the great lord of the Sea of Darkness. But before it could finish, it felt a powerful energy from the noodle soup seeping into every cell of its body, stripping away its chaotic power. With a series of screams, all the chaotic power was stripped from Gigi's body and concentrated in the bowl. Elizabeth sighed. I ended up using his things to solve it after all. In the end, everything was within his calculations. I'm really too weak. After everything was over, Elizabeth carried the naked Gigi out of the space. Lu Ping quickly covered his eyes, but his nosebleed still wouldn't stop. The next day, the weapon spirit, controlling Alpha's body, came to Lu Ping's house, but when it reached the door, it suddenly stopped. Why is it that guy again? An electronic pet dog was guarding the front of the door. The weapon spirit, taking advantage of Wang Kai's inattention, quickly fled the scene. At that moment, a small screw popped out of Wang Kai's back. It's all that fierce woman's fault. After she beat me up last time, this body has been reporting errors non-stop. How did she get stronger again? The fierce woman's strength increased greatly after learning the master's Tai Chi realm. Good thing I took out the spare body from the cabinet and activated the home guard mode. No, I have to speed up the construction of the cloud data backup. Otherwise, she'll destroy my chip one day. But even though she had completely circled around to the other side, she still saw the dog appear there. In fact, Wang Kai had just activated a spare unit to stand guard near its master's house. But the weapon spirit thought the dog had discovered her long ago and was just playing with her. So she simply transformed into the form of the Alpha Holy Sword, intending to rush into the courtyard and take a bite out of Lu Ping, even if it meant being shattered to pieces. However, the word scanning appeared in Wang Kai's eyes. Identified, Master's Tool number 9999. Danger level 0. It turned out that Alpha's appearance had already been added to Wang Kai's whitelist, so as the weapon spirit charged forward to fight, the words welcome home popped up on the dog's head. And so, the weapon spirit finally returned to the home she had left 500 years ago. Seeing the tiles on the eaves, seeing the familiar large tree, it was as if everything had returned to 500 years ago. I'm finally back, the place where I was born. It turned out that she was a wood chopping axe that Lu Ping had carefully forged 500 years ago. To her, Lu Ping was her master, and even her father. So sturdy. From now on, your name will be De Zhuang. In the days that followed, Lu Ping would use De Zhuang to chop wood, and every time time he used it, Dezhuang would gain experience and grow. But one day, while Le Ping was out chopping wood, it suddenly started to rain. He was in a hurry to get home and forgot about Dezhuang, who was still on the ground. And so, Dezhuang was abandoned in the forest forever. 500 years passed, and Dezhuang was already rusty. The weapon spirit had also become ugly due to resentment. One day, the Axe Elder of the Sword Saint Guild was meeting with people from the Dark Guild. They gave the Axe Elder a bottle of new potion from the Dark Guild, saying that drinking it would make him stronger. And the Axe Elder, trusting the curse-wielding writer, drank the potion without a second thought. After drinking it, he indeed felt an endless stream of power welling up inside him. But at that moment, Dezhuang emitted an even more terrifying power, even instantly killing all the apostles of the Dark Guild. The Axe Elder panicked, because he couldn't sense any magic power. He thought it was the old woman, the guild president, but he soon realized that the magic power was coming from a nearby axe. The Axe Elder knelt on the ground and asked, "May I ask who you are, senior?" Dezhuang named herself Morning Procession and then asked the Axe Elder if he needed power, saying she could grant it to him. Dezhuang never expected that her 500 years of accumulated hatred, the memory ended there. The first thing she thought of when she came back was not revenge, but nostalgia for the past. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and Dezhuang immediately transformed back into the form of the Alpha Holy Sword. And Le Ping, seeing Alpha's form, asked, "You're back?" Dezhuang thought Le Ping had recognized her. "Do you recognize me?" Le Ping continued, "Alpha, you were acting strange yesterday and disappeared. I was just wondering how I was going to chop wood." Dezhuang cursed in her heart. No wonder this guy's resentment is so compatible with mine. It turns out he's the one who replaced me. But when Le Ping gripped the hilt, Dezhuang's whole body began to tremble. It was a feeling of extreme excitement, a damned familiarity that made her face burn red. When the hero swung the sword to chop wood, she shivered with excitement. Even after 500 years, Dezhuang could not forget the joy of chopping wood with her master. Just then, Le Ping heard a moan and assumed it was from Alpha. "Whatever, I feel like we're really in sync today. Let's get a lot done." With that, he split another piece of wood. Dezhuang twisted her waist. "That's it. Please, use Dezhuang to your heart's content." And so, Le Ping split one piece of wood after another. "I've made a few axes before, but none of them had the same feel for chopping wood. But today, using you to chop wood feels just like when I used Dezhuang. It's so satisfying." Hearing this, Dezhuang shed tears of happiness. "So master never forgot me." With this answer, all was forgiven. At that moment, Dezhuang's 500 years of accumulated resentment finally dissipated. Le Ping sighed. "If it weren't for the barrier being gone and the outside world changing so much, I would have gone to find Dezhuang. This is the last time I'll chop wood with you." Dezhuang smiled. "This is the last time. Dezhuang's body is gone. I can no longer chop wood with you, master. What has sustained my soul until now was 500 years of accumulated resentment. But after seeing you, master, I can't bring myself to hate you at all. Now that the resentment is gone, I should disappear." Le Ping spoke to Alpha. "Don't be moody. I'll make a new, suitable axe later. From now on, Alpha, just fulfill your duties as the Holy Sword and go on adventures with me." After saying this, Le Ping took the chopped wood and went to cook. After Le Ping left, the Alpha Holy Sword materialized in its spirit form. This time, the resentment emanating from it was not Dezhuang's, but its own directed at Le Ping. "That's great for you too. You've reconciled. But what about me?" Meanwhile, inside the house, the Demon Queen was asking Gigi why she knew her sword style. Gigi dared not hide the truth. It had all started over 100 years ago. At that time, the Dark Guild had begun to rise, capturing people of different races across the continent of heroes for live experiments. The powerful chose to protect themselves, and no one dared to lead the resistance. So, having just founded her own guild, she had gone to the demon domain alone to gather intelligence. But her whereabouts were soon exposed, and the Dark Guild sent a large number of apostles to hunt her down. At that time, she had just been promoted to the Magic Master rank. Facing an attack from over 100 apostles, she could only fight while fleeing. In the chaos, she was hit and fell into a deep abyss. But unexpectedly, at the bottom of the abyss was an ancient demon ruin surrounded by lava. Seriously injured and her consciousness fading, she saw the afterimages of Demon Queen Elizabeth's Demon King sword style left behind from her training there. Even though they were just afterimages, simply by imitating them with her fingers, her understanding of swordsmanship was enlightened, and she immediately began to absorb energy from her surroundings. She spent a full 3 months studying in that training ground until all the afterimages had disappeared. Unfortunately, her talent was limited, and she could only grasp some incomplete sword moves. But for her, it was a world of difference. In 3 months, she was promoted to a 3-star magic venerable, but the opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime one. The Demon King's afterimages would never appear again. That meant her limit for this life was already set. However, in her confusion, she heard a voice. That voice was Asathos, the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. Just then, Le Ping walked in with a tray of food, and then, Gigi replied, "And then, in order to increase my strength, I let it reside within my body." At the same time, she thought, Mr. Le Ping is the legendary hero. Is he testing me now? After all, I did accept the power of the Sea of Darkness. This was a hell curry cooked by the hero. Even the 7-star demon god-level Demon Queen couldn't withstand its spiciness. Now, he was demonstrating his exquisite knife skills in front of everyone, instantly dicing the ice crystal onion in his hand into countless tiny pieces. This scene shocked the president of the Sword Saint Guild. He can use dust slash on his palm, and he said he didn't know swordsmanship. As the diced onion from Lu Ping's hand scattered, a perfect bowl of hell curry rice was completed. Lu Ping politely handed a bowl of curry rice to Gigi. Miss Gigi, you should try some too. Gigi was surprised. Can I really eat this? But as she was about to take the bowl, Demon Queen Elizabeth called out to her. Think carefully before you eat, because you can only choose one of three. With a wave of her hand, Elizabeth made the curry rice, the Tai Chi sword manual, and a kitchen knife float in the air. Seeing as you were injured fighting the Dark Guild and have some connection with me, I will grant you one of these three choices: the whole pot of curry, Lu Ping's kitchen knife, or a sword manual. Lu Ping was stunned. Elizabeth, let me interrupt. The curry is fine, and the sword manual is whatever, but I never said I was giving away that kitchen knife. Elizabeth told him to shut up. This is my test and trial for her. This kind of game isn't exclusive to you. I want to play too. Hearing this, Gigi had a sudden realization. This is a test from the two legendary figures, and the answer is hidden in their conversation just now. This pot of curry emits immense magical energy. If I eat it, I can immediately be promoted to a 2-star Demon King. But the Demon Queen deliberately tasted it in front of me, implying that even she couldn't handle it. How could a mortal like me handle it? As for this kitchen knife, it's one of the most powerful weapons on this continent. The hero just implied that he doesn't want to give it away, meaning he knows I can't wield it. If I can't choose the curry or the kitchen knife, then what's left is this unfathomable Tai Chi sword manual. With this in mind, she answered uncertainly, Lady Elizabeth, I choose the sword manual. But as soon as she finished speaking, the door was suddenly violently pushed open. Alpha charged at the group with a murderous aura. I'm so resentful. I'm going to kill you all now. However, this familiar resentment was exactly the same as the Zhuang's. Gigi thought the opponent had come after her. Hero, I'll deal with my own troubles. Let me borrow your kitchen knife for a moment. But when Gigi gripped the kitchen knife, the weapon spirit attached to it suddenly appeared. What powerful pressure. It's a spiritual realm. The kitchen knife actually contains a spiritual realm. The next moment, Gigi's body shriveled, and the energy within her was instantly drained by the kitchen knife. Gigi fainted, the whole process taking only a blink of an eye. But the kitchen knife in her hand was thrown into the air and flew towards Alpha. At that moment, Alpha's mind went blank. What was I going to do? The kitchen knife passed through the center of Alpha's body, splitting its body in two on the spot. Then the kitchen knife circled the room once more before landing back in Lu Ping's hand as if guided by some strange force. Looking at the mummified Gigi and the holy sword split in two on the ground, Lu Ping felt as if the sky had fallen. What on earth just happened? Even the Golden Dragon King, who had reached the Demon King rank, had failed, being severely wounded by the Dark Guild and turned into a dragon egg. This life-saving skill could withstand any attack in magic. However, Malfoy had never intended to kill Amelia from the beginning. He extended his tentacles, wrapped them around the golden egg, and then slowly swallowed it like a snake, finally depositing Amelia into an incubation container. After Amelia became nourishment, the Demon Queen replica inside the container emitted a brilliant light, and at the same time, Malfoy's body became younger. The Demon King rank is different. It feels so good. If there were more, Master could be completely resurrected soon. Just then, the purple worm flew over, mocking how pathetic the Dark Guild had become. Where's Dago? My connection with him is gone. The swarm of purple worms then gathered to form the shape of Tager. Malfoy apologized. Dago sacrificed himself to protect the guild. Tager guessed that Malfoy had used the enemy to kill Dago to get rid of the spy he had planted by his side. He continued to ask, your appearance, have you made a new breakthrough in your research? Malfoy smiled. It's just that I happened to collect the right materials. What brings you here? Tager said that this body's identity had been exposed and he couldn't use it anymore. He wanted to ask him for a new one, but he hadn't expected to find this place in ruins. The president of the Great Bear Guild asked the nearby 24, who is that person? 24 replied, he's from the Sea of Darkness, just like Vice President Dago, and he's also the president's agent outside. This person, like Vice President Dago, is one of Asathos's many consciousness clones. As for the Sea of Darkness, it's not from our plane of existence. It's another chaotic universe, so they don't have a fixed form and must parasitize other bodies to survive here. Ruthbed found it strange why the president would cooperate with them and what their purpose was. 24 didn't know their purpose either, only that the Dark Years were made with their chaotic power. Tager said to Malfoy, a card guild has suddenly appeared outside. The Beast Gang's plan to take over the Dwarf Kingdom and the Kingdom of Aristotle and Boss Town will have to be put on hold for now. Malfoy replied, there's nothing we can do about it. The apostles I've cultivated here have also been wiped out. We'll have to lie low for a while. Tager then asked how long it would take to cultivate a new magic venerable level body. Malfoy said it would be difficult. This place is in ruins, and all the test subjects have been destroyed. You should have seduced many strong people outside, including the Sword Saint of the Sword Saint Guild. Tager, of course, didn't believe him. Stop pretending. You can create a Demon King level being in minutes, let alone a magic venerable. Why don't you just give me the Elizabeth replica from your incubator to use? These contemptuous words instantly angered Malfoy. If you dare to disrespect Master one more time, I will kill you immediately. This terrifying killing intent suppressed even the president of the Great Bear Guild, making him unable to stand. At the same time, he was shocked. Is this the president's true strength? Ruthbed also knelt on the ground. He had spent his entire life studying replicas of the Demon Queen, but he was a human with the shortest lifespan on the continent. If he couldn't break through to the peak of the magic venerable rank, he would soon die of old age. Just then, a seductive voice suddenly came from the void. My name is Asathos, from the Sea of Darkness. Cooperate with me, and I will help you get stronger. As expected, with the help of the chaotic power, Malfoy's research successfully broke through the bottleneck, cultivating the test mice into more powerful life forms. Malfoy said that as long as they mass-produced these dark gears, the problem of magic supply would be solved. And Asathos' chaotic power was infinite. Combined with the bodies Malfoy created, it was simply invincible. And so, the two of them created tens of thousands of life forms together. But Malfoy was always unwilling to accept Asathos' chaotic power. Malfoy explained that he did not pursue strength and was not interested in ruling the world. He did not need to explain his future research to him. Asathos knew that Malfoy was always wary of him and could not put all his plans on him. He had to spread his bets and find someone in the other forces who could counterbalance him. So he arranged for another consciousness clone, Dago, to be placed by Malfoy's side under the pretext of managing the Dark Guild together. Malfoy said he didn't care. The cultivation of apostles would always be arranged for him. The scene returned to the present. Malfoy was no longer limited by Asathos. Hearing him disrespect his Demon Queen, he was instantly filled with murderous intent. Asathos quickly changed his tone, saying it was just a joke. But in fact, he knew that Malfoy would sooner or later break free from his control, so he couldn't tell him about Elizabeth's information yet. He could use it as a bargaining chip. As for the resurrection of his main body, he had to speed it up. After Asathos left, Malfoy crawled onto the incubator and lit the outer wall. My master, soon you will be able to return to VS Malfoy's side in a more perfect form. On the other side, Lupin came to Boss Town via the portal opened by Elizabeth. This time, he had come specifically for a follow-up psychological counseling session with Annie. However, as he pushed open the church door, he saw the pig-headed man who had bullied Annie on the street that day. Lupin kicked the door open and burst in, startling the pig-headed man who was working. This time, Lupin did not back down and was about to fight the pig-headed man to the death, but Annie suddenly greeted him. Brother Lupin, you're here? Hearing Annie's voice, the pig-headed man immediately rushed over with a smile. Big sister, please inspect our work, especially the stubborn stains on the floor you mentioned before. The nearby Lupin was stunned. You're cleaning? I thought. Annie was bewildered. What did you think, Brother Lupin? Lupin quickly changed the subject. I was saying, Annie, you seem to have grown taller. Annie nodded, just as Sister Elizabeth said. Since I took back all my magic power, not only has my magic rank soared, but I've also grown taller. Lupin was confused. The people from the Beast Gang were extorting protection money from you before. How did they suddenly become your underlings? Annie said she was also helpless. It had only happened last week. Because of some trouble with the Beast Gang, Boss Town had suffered severe damage. Their leader had become an apostle of the Dark Guild and had lost his mind, not even recognizing his own younger brother. At that moment, Tager was in the sky, recording everything. Compared to humans and elves, beast men are more likely to achieve pillar demon level strength, but it's a pity they have a hard time maintaining their rationality and can only become ordinary killing machines, not very suitable as parasitic bodies, not even sparing their own younger brothers. But fortunately, Annie's guardian bear blocked the attack for the pig-headed man. Then she summoned 4 different dolls at once. To protect the town, they fought a great battle all night, and the pillar demon level pig-headed man was beaten to a pulp. Annie controlled the dolls to forcefully remove the 4 dark gears from his body. Unfortunately, after the gears were removed, the pig-headed man's body also quickly dissolved, eventually turning into a skeleton. The pig-headed man, who had witnessed his older brother's death, sobbed uncontrollably, but Annie had already done her best because she still couldn't purify the strange magic power within her body alone. However, Annie's Jamuji bloodline caught Tager's attention because people with this bloodline had long since died out. He sent out a bug to observe Annie at close range, but unexpectedly, Annie turned around and with a single glare crushed the bug. But when Annie looked up at the sky, his figure had already disappeared. However, Annie still felt a magic power similar to that in her eyes. As long as she could catch that mysterious person, there would surely be clues to her past memories. Annie changed the subject and asked Lupin if he had come for something. Lupin was a bit embarrassed because he had come this time just to see how Annie was recovering. Annie said she had completely moved on, and just as Sister Elizabeth had said, she would use the power of her Jamuji bloodline to contribute to world peace. Lupin smiled. I knew leaving it to you was the right choice. To be honest, now that Elizabeth doesn't care about the outside world, she insists that I put the world back on the right track. If I, the so-called legendary hero, had to step in, I'm afraid I'd just mess everything up. This statement startled Annie. She even imagined Lupin's words in her mind. This world is too fragile before me. If you mortals can't even deal with a small dark guild, and I have to step in, then I'll have to completely rebuild this world. Annie felt a terrifying spiritual realm and overinterpreted his words. Does he mean if we don't do it right, everyone will die? Lupin continued. Elizabeth has praised your magical talent. You are not only capable but also kind-hearted. started. World peace should be entrusted to someone like you. However, Le Ping's praise became this in Annie's eyes. The power I have bestowed upon you is more than enough to eliminate the Dark Guild. Then, Le Ping opened a large bag of fruit. As promised, I will bring you some fruit regularly during the harvest season, so you have to work hard here. Annie nodded. Don't worry, I will not betray your trust. I will protect Boss Town. Hearing this, Le Ping was also relieved and could now fulfill his promise to Elizabeth to rule the world. Hearing this, Annie's spirits lifted. Does that mean the legendary hero will still take action himself? Le Ping explained. No, that's not what I mean. The ultimate goal is peace, right? To achieve this goal, in Elizabeth's eyes, ruling the world is enough. But I'm different from Elizabeth. I have to use my own way. Annie swallowed hard, wanting to listen carefully to what that way was. But unexpectedly, Le Ping had come today specifically to ask her for advice on this very question. This is a map of the distribution of major powers on the continent of heroes. The Dark Guild is in the demon domain, separated by a poisonous swamp. The Sword Saint Guild, the Elf Tribe, and the Kingdom of Aristotle are the three major powers on the continent. The Dwarf Kingdom is more of a supporting role, but because of the demand for weapons, the Sword Saint Guild also provides protection for the Dwarf Kingdom. Among the three major powers, the president of the Sword Saint Guild, Gigi, is the most powerful. The Kingdom of Aristotle is a super kingdom known for its fusion of technology and magic, but it has been closed to the outside world for 10 years. Although the Elf Kingdom is also closed, they still allow their people to have moderate contact with the outside world. The Sword Saint Guild is a rising star but has become the strongest, and many towns have sought its protection, which has made the other two powers very dissatisfied. On the surface, everyone is at peace, but in reality, they are happy to see the Dark Guild's activities, which can be used to check the Sword Saint Guild. And Boss Town, where I am, is neutral, so no one came to help with the Apostle transformation incident this time. Hearing the Sword Saint's name, Le Ping felt it was familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. True peace cannot be achieved simply by eliminating the Dark Guild. If the conflicts between the three major powers are not resolved, even if the Dark Guild is gone, they will still fight among themselves. Elizabeth once used absolute power to suppress everyone, but I can only use persuasion to unite the various forces, allowing them to form a true alliance while fighting against the Dark Guild, so the crisis of the Dark Guild can be turned into an opportunity for the continent of heroes to achieve long-lasting peace even without a common enemy. But as for how to persuade the major powers, I'll have to go out and see for myself. This is the only way I've thought of that is different from Elizabeth's. However, this last sentence made Annie think of a bet between the hero and the Demon Queen. 500 years ago, Sister Elizabeth achieved peace by ruling the world. It was simple and direct, but the downside was that when she was gone, conflicts would reappear, and the world would fall back into chaos. 500 years later, Brother Le Ping, on the other hand, upholds the philosophy of teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. He wants us mortals to achieve peace on our own, so he decided to travel around the continent of heroes and see who was worthy of his help. Just like in the Golden Dragon's treasure dungeon last time, Brother Le Ping's purpose in training me was to make me a pawn in his grand plan, a new force to be reckoned with here in Boss Town. But the expansion of power might make people forget their original intentions. If I no longer align with Brother Le Ping's core values in the future, I will also be eliminated. Le Ping interrupted Annie's thoughts. What are you thinking about so intently? Can you tell me more about that Kingdom of Aristotle, known for its fusion of technology and magic? What kind of place is it? Annie said she wasn't sure, but it was recorded in books that they could drive castle-sized steel giants with very little magic. Le Ping thought for a moment. I have some connections with the Sword Saint Guild now, so I'll make the Kingdom of Aristotle my first stop. But Annie told Le Ping to go to the Elf Kingdom first, because Aristotle is still close to the outside world, and recently a new guild recognized by the Sword Saint Guild also went to the Elf Tribe. Now, he was leading his daughter back to the Elf Tribe just to see his wife. But to enter the Elf Tribe, one had to pass through a trial ground known as the Plant Hell. So the father and daughter, without a word, used their weakest poker daggers to kill two man-eating flowers guarding the gate. Boss said that this was just the outermost area. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the plants would become. And in a corner they couldn't see, the figure of a clown was hiding in the shadows, secretly watching them. Yilifa couldn't help but ask, the Sword Saint Guild already gave them a heads up before we left, but why are they still deliberately setting up so many guard plants to make things difficult for us? Boss replied, only the strong can enter the Elf Tribe. They are testing the strength of our card guild. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground in front of them suddenly cracked, and a giant pea plant over 10 meters tall burst out, blocking the father and daughter's path. Boss recognized this plant as the 5-element pea, which should be the final trial. Meanwhile, the 5-element pea began to fire wildly, shooting out pea-sized meteorites. They rode their cards and slid, using their poker cards as weapons to cut through one pea after another. Then, the two of them stood on either side of the 5-element pea and simultaneously used a combination skill, the cross-split card, instantly killing the 5-element pea. Yilifu snorted. The guardian beast of the final trial seems to be just SOSO. Boss told his daughter not to let her guard down. This is the 5-element pea. As expected, the wound where the pea had been cut began to wriggle, and a new head grew out from within. It then split split into 4 mouths in different directions, but this didn't seem to be the limit of its splitting. Boss quickly created a shield with his poker cards. Yilafu, quickly build a card shield and get behind me. The next moment, countless pea heads fired wildly, the peas so dense that there were no blind spots. After shooting for a certain distance, they exploded, turning into a shower of thorns that shot out in all directions. However, an attack of this level could not break through their card shield, and they themselves would also be attacked indiscriminately by the thorns. But after the thorns pierced their bodies, they would be reabsorbed and become new energy. As the 5-element pea's attack ended, Yilafu inevitably had some wounds on her body. Boss quickly sent out a heart card. The wound may be poisonous. Let me handle it. A straight flush of hearts slid over Yilafu's wound, and her wound instantly healed. But at that moment, the 5-element pea stopped attacking, and several large tumors grew on its body. Soon, the skin of the tumors broke, and 4 different colored pea heads emerged from within. It turned out that poison, green plants, and mercury were the true forms of the 5-element pea. By mixing the 5 elements, it could release all-element magic, which would counter anyone. This was its terrifying aspect. Although Boss had seen the Sword Saint deal with it in an instant last time, 30 years had passed, and this guy seemed to have gotten stronger. The longer we fight, the more this guy can target us. Use the treasure cards. Yilafu thought her father was going to use his current strongest 10-of-a-kind bomb, but Boss said that for an opponent with elemental magic, summoning the divine little mage with a 3-of-a-kind bomb would be enough. Just as Boss was about to summon the divine little mage with a 3-of-a-kind bomb to counter it, an arrow shot over and interrupted them. The arrow's fletching bloomed into a flower, as if it were some kind of elven command, which made the 5-element pea fearful. It quickly retracted its 5 heads and vines and burrowed into the ground in a panic. At that moment, Yilafu felt a familiar magic. Boss explained that it was because she had elven blood in her. Then, the illusion of an elven woman floated over, her face obscured by a veil. She said gently, "Go in." With that, her illusion dissipated into starlight, and the arrow on the ground withered. Boss said to his daughter, "They've been watching our fight all along. We've been recognized." But Yilafu was confused. If Mom is in the tribe, why didn't she come out to meet us? Boss explained, "The elven race is very hierarchical and has complex relationships. Your mother chose to return to the Holy Land to protect us. It's been 16 years. I believe your mother's love hasn't changed. As for the truth, we'll have to go in and find it ourselves." Then, the father and daughter entered the area where the elves lived. On the way, they were mocked by many pure-blooded elves. "It's a human and a half-blood. I heard they're representing the Sword Saint Guild. They must be here to ask for something from us elves. They really are a low-class race. I can smell something bad on them." Yilafu was upset. "Why do I feel so much hostility from them?" Boss told his daughter not to mind. "Most of the people here have never left the elf tribe, so they're just a bit wary of outsiders." Yilafu still couldn't understand. Aren't there many elves in the high-level guilds outside? Since the elf tribe is so good, why would they leave? Boss explained, "There's also a bloodline hierarchy within the elven race. The tribe is distributed around a huge sacred tree in the center. The closer you are to the inside, the higher your elven bloodline level, and the more resources you get. Generally, those who leave the elf tribe are from the outer tribes with lower bloodline levels but some ability. Because of the elves' talent for rare plant magic and archery, they can only be low-level members of the outer tribes for their entire lives here. But if they go outside, they become talents that guilds compete to recruit. Of course, there are exceptions." Just as Yilafu was about to ask more, a figure shrouded in holy light suddenly descended before them. It was an elven woman riding a white deer. "I am Blanchette, the great general of the elf tribe. I will take you to the Holy Land. Follow me." Without waiting for a response, Blanchette rode her white deer and leaped into the air. Yilafu complained that this woman was so cold. Boss reminded her, "The deeper we go, the more careful you have to be with your words." Then, the two of them flew on their carts towards the elven Holy Land. "Maybe your mother is waiting for us inside." Blanchette led the way, with Boss and Yilafu following behind. Yilafu noticed that the large trees behind them were closing automatically, as if making way. Boss explained that this was the tribe's protective barrier. Without a high-level elf to lead the way, it would trap intruders in a maze of trees. After passing through the vast forest, a giant elven sacred tree, as large as a mountain, stood before them, so big that they couldn't see its entirety at a glance. 30 years ago, Boss was just a 19-year-old member of the Sword Saint Guild. One day, a young elven girl lost control of her sacred beast mount and was running wild in the town. Boss, who happened to be on standby there, threw his sword, which landed in front of the sacred beast, blocking its path. At the same time, he leaped onto the girl's back and helped her control the sacred beast. The girl fell in love with the handsome young man at first sight, and Boss, seizing the opportunity, took the girl into the air and passed through the vast forest to the inner circle of the elf tribe. The girl dared not open her eyes the entire time, only begging Boss to return to the ground quickly. Boss had not expected this high-level elven girl to be so timid. The girl said that her father and sisters also said so, but she was just too scared to learn. So Boss told a lie, pointing to the ground. "Hey, look, your father is here to get you." This immediately scared the girl, who looked down. "You have to hide quickly. Outsiders are not allowed to ride the sacred beasts. If my father sees you, you'll be punished even if you're from the Sword Saint Guild." Boss couldn't help but laugh. "I was just kidding." The girl was a little angry. angry. How could you lie to me? Boss said. But you opened your eyes, didn't you? Look, isn't it beautiful? The girl was mesmerized by the sacred tree. So beautiful. No one has ever brought me up here. Hearing this, Boss's interest was piqued. We can have even more fun. Then he took the girl to the top of the sacred tree to play. Although they had just met, they quickly fell in love. Their love crossed racial boundaries. Perhaps it was love at first sight. Boss said that the high-ranking officials were in a closed-door meeting and wouldn't be out for 3 to 5 days, so Nikita could play without worry. Nikita envied Boss. You exude a pure sense of joy, without a trace of anxiety. I want to live as freely as you and see the outside world. Hearing this, Boss's interest was piqued. I'll take you to see it. Don't look down on me just because I've just joined the Sword Saint Guild. I'm already known as an outstanding newcomer called Iron Gall Boss. Nikita's eyes were filled with longing for the future. Can you take me out? Boss didn't expect Nikita to be serious. Of course, but you're a high-level elf. Your life in the tribe is much better than mine outside. Why would you want to leave? A trace of helplessness flashed in Nikita's eyes. The so-called beauty here is actually a shackle. The election for the new clan leader is about to be held, and several of my uncles want to join forces to replace my father. And my father, in order to secure his support, has given me to one of my uncles. Boss interrupted her, not wanting to hear anymore. Don't say anything else. I'll get a teleportation scroll from the guild tomorrow and take you away. But this means we'll offend both the elf tribe and the Sword Saint Guild. We'll have to live in seclusion and lead a simple life from now on. Are you willing? However, this simple life was exactly what Nikita wanted, so they spent a night of breathless anticipation on the sacred tree. The great general of the tribe had led the way for the two of them, finally passing through the barrier of the elven sacred tree. The father and daughter followed, but inside, besides a large tree, there was only an endless grassland, and Blanchette's first task after completing her mission was to report to the chieftain. Boss also came forward and bowed respectfully to the 3 chieftains, but the chieftain in the middle, Elrond, did not respond. Chieftain Avari smiled. The last time I saw you, you were just a young man. Chieftain Vilton got straight to the point. You're here on behalf of the Sword Saint Guild to ask us to join forces, right? Boss said. To be precise, my card guild has reached a consensus with the Sword Saint Guild to form a heroes alliance to fight against the Dark Guild. We are here today to invite the elf tribe to join, but they already knew that the Sword Saint was missing. They asked Boss what the point of forming this alliance was without such an important combat force. Boss explained, so we have another request. We would like to ask you to use your plant magic to have the trees and insects help us find the Sword Saint's whereabouts. The Sword Saint is only one step away from breaking through to the Demon King rank. She could not have fallen. Chieftain Elrond, you are an old friend of the Sword Saint. You should know her strength. But Elrond remained silent throughout. Avari asked, but to activate all the plants outside the elf tribe, such a massive spell would cost us a great deal. What can you offer us as compensation? Yahello was a bit angry. Now is not the time to be concerned with personal gain. If we don't find the Sword Saint soon, the Dark Guild's power will eventually reach you. Don't you understand the principle of mutual dependence? Vilton calmly activated a spell. You wild girl, that's only possible if we're on equal footing. If you want to be on equal footing with us elves, you have to be qualified first. A plant broke through the soil and quickly grew into a strange, giant flower. The 5-element P is just the threshold of the magic venerable level. If you can withstand this move, we can talk about the alliance later. As he spoke, the flower began to gather a holy light, and then a blinding beam of light shot towards the father and daughter. But when the light faded, the two of them stood behind the divine guardian, unharmed. Boss retracted his 5-of-a-kind bomb. We have temporarily lost an important combat force like the Sword Saint, but I also hope you chieftains understand the situation. Even if you don't join, we have the confidence to defeat the Dark Guild on our own. Then the plant fell to the ground and instantly withered. Avari chuckled. I said it was just a test, but you took a blast equivalent to a 3-star magic venerable without flinching. You've become very strong, boss. Vilton was a bit surprised. That card can actually summon holy magic. Yahello couldn't hold it in any longer. What test? You were trying to kill us just now. When the Dark Guild invades, you'll regret it. Boss chided his daughter. Yahello, be respectful. Just then, Elrond finally spoke. Boss McGee, it's been 16 years, hasn't it? Boss nodded. That's right. Yahello didn't understand. Let's find Mom quickly and then leave this place. They're clearly making things difficult for us. Why are you still being so polite? Boss told her the truth. Because he's your grandfather. But after the truth was revealed, the 3 chieftains suddenly changed their attitude of disgust and showed great enthusiasm towards Boss and his daughter. Elrond even took Boss's hand. Are you still calling me chieftain? You should call me father, just like Nikita did. My good son-in-law. This sudden change in attitude surprised Boss. Then where's Nikita? Elrond pointed to the sacred tree. Come with me. Yahello whispered to her father. What's going on? But Boss didn't know either. Maybe your mother and your grandfather have reconciled over the years. But at that moment, Elrond secretly had a strange expression. The 5 of them then came to the foot of the sacred tree and looked up. Elrond said, the giant sacred tree you see outside is just a magical projection. The one before you is the true sacred tree of our elven race. The birth of the sacred tree dates back to the chaotic era 500 years ago. Our first chieftain, Lord Tavira, used himself as nourishment to activate the most powerful plant magic, sacred tree's advent, and establish the elf elf tribe. Because of the sacred tree's light, all the tribesmen were enlightened and gained the talent for plant magic and magic archery, which raised the overall strength of our elven race by a whole level. For all these years, our elven race has relied on the protection of the sacred tree to become a major power on the continent of heroes. But the sacred tree is slowly withering, and when the world is a little more peaceful, some tribesmen start to run away and have relationships with outsiders. This is undoubtedly a violation of Lord Tavira's original intention and a waste of our elven race's resources. That's why we strictly forbid high-blooded tribesmen from marrying outsiders, to ensure that our proud elven talent is preserved. But what we can't stop is the continuous loss of the sacred tree's nourishment. If this continues, our elven race will soon decline along with the withering of the sacred tree. This is the real reason why I was so against you and the key to being together back then. And now, I will show you the truest side of the elven race. This is something I have never shown even to the Sword Saint. Boss didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Elrond waved his hand, dispelling the magic barrier. But at the same time, Yllifa felt nauseous again. It was that same feeling. Soon, the sacred tree's vibrant green exterior faded, revealing a pile of dead wood, and embedded in the tree were the heads of many elves. Yllifa covered her face, unable to look, and Boss, seeing his wife, was already in tears. Nikita, Elrond said. That's right, Nikita, for the sake of the tribe, has become nourishment for the sacred tree. Boss could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. He angrily grabbed Elrond. You forced Nikita to come back just to make her your sacrifice. You selfish bastard. Give Nikita back to me. Give her back. Facing Boss's roar, Elrond said to the other two chieftains, Vilton, Avari, it's time. The two of them were like puppets, with no emotion on their faces. They slowly walked to the sacred tree and spread their arms, pressing themselves against the trunk. Soon, their bodies merged with the withered sacred tree until they were completely absorbed. After absorbing the nourishment, a green leaf grew on the trunk, and two more chieftains' heads were squeezed out from within the tree. At that moment, Yllifa was completely stunned, and Boss also let go of Elrond's collar. Do you understand now? We're not selfish at all. To become nourishment for the sacred tree and give our lives for the tribe is the greatest honor for us elves. Nikita must have thought so too. Chieftain Elrond even deceived Boss and his daughter, saying that his wife, Nikita, could be resurrected, but at a small price. Boss thought he was referring to his daughter. If you're thinking of touching Yllifa, don't blame me for being rude. Elrond said. You misunderstand. I want the cards at her waist. I sense a powerful holy magic in that deck. If you offer it to the sacred tree, you might be able to revive it completely. You know, everything in our elven race comes from the sacred tree. If the sacred tree can absorb enough holy magic at once, it might be able to exchange the lives that have been sacrificed. I promise I will prioritize your wife's resurrection. Boss was skeptical. Is it true? As long as the sacred tree absorbs the magic from the cards? Yllifa felt something was wrong. How could a life that had already passed be so easily replaced? Moreover, the cards were given to them to save the world. In a corner, someone was manipulating the chieftain's emotions. Elrond suddenly raised his head, a sorrowful expression on his face. I'm not completely sure, but if it works, not only will Nikita be resurrected, but I will also be able to fully join the alliance to fight against the Dark Guild. Boss, in his desperation to save his wife, had lost his judgment. This is also for the sake of fighting the Dark Guild. The nearby Yllifa kept reminding her father. But what if something went wrong with the cards and they were blamed? But Boss wouldn't listen. Don't say anything else. I will bear all the consequences. The treasure cards are kept by me and Yllifa, half and half. Now they're all here. What's the next step? Elrond said. Please hand it to me. After I cast a special elven spell to let the sacred tree absorb the holy magic, Nikita can be resurrected. Yllifa reminded him again. Are you sure you've thought this through? Boss handed over the cards. For your mother, I'm willing to give up everything. After taking the cards, Elrond's expression suddenly changed. Boss McG, you are indeed my good son-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, countless vines burst out from underground, instantly binding the father and daughter who had lost their treasure cards. At the same time, the mastermind behind the scenes adjusted Elrond's emotions. I didn't expect to get it so easily. You probably have a good idea of what's going on now. The elven race has long been on the side of the Dark Guild. With that, he opened his clothes, revealing a large number of dark ears embedded in his body. At that moment, the father and daughter were completely stunned. Just then, a huge flower emerged from the ground. As the petals slowly opened, a clown appeared from within. These elven chieftains were turned into my flesh puppets 10 years ago. In order to achieve immortality, all their internal organs were replaced with dark ears. When I'm not interfering, they can still act on their own will. But if I interfere, they must obey my commands. In other words, I am now the one in charge of the elf tribe. Just then, Boss called out to his daughter. Yllifa immediately understood, and she and her father simultaneously controlled the treasure cards. Soon, the 4 tens in the clown's hand flew out of the card sleeve. But at that moment, Elrond promptly activated his plant magic, causing flowers to grow on the vines binding the two, which began to drain their life force. Yllifa, with the lowest magic rank, couldn't hold on and fainted. The clown opened the card sleeve. I've observed all your battles. It seems these cards can summon souls from another world, right? But seeing his fingers shrivel as he held the cards, the clown exclaimed that it was at the cost of his life force. Boss breathed a sigh of relief relief, thinking that at least he didn't know the trick to using the treasure cards, so nothing terrible would happen. But the clown found this summoning method much simpler. He threw all the playing cards into the air, at the cost of the entire elven tribe's life. All obey my command. The clown from the Dark Guild, in order to summon the 13 warriors, sacrificed the lives of the entire elven tribe, instantly draining all of them of their life force, which all gathered and flew towards the sacred tree within the barrier. Even the mounts and sacred beasts were not spared. At that moment, the 54 playing cards levitated in the air, absorbing the lives of several million elves. Seeing that everything was ready, he collected the cards and coldly gave a command. All summon. Soon, 13 different types of bomb cards were summoned in an instant, and even the strongest King Bomb, the Supreme Joker King, broke through the void. At that moment, Boss knew he had made a terrible mistake. It's all my fault. This world is about to be completely destroyed. On the other side, Le Ping had just returned from a trip to the church to see Annie, and a large pile of unwashed dishes had accumulated at home. Among them was the dirty thing that the Demon Queen had pulled out of Gigi's body. It had secretly crawled to the ground while the two were talking and then targeted Le Ping, intending to possess him again. But as it struggled to crawl to Le Ping's feet, it was mistaken for trash and sucked up by the robotic vacuum cleaner. Le Ping planned to ask Elizabeth to accompany him to the elf tribe. Elizabeth thought he was going to conquer the elf tribe next. Le Ping explained that it was not to conquer, but to persuade. I heard from Annie that Uncle Boss and his daughter have also gone there to persuade the elves to join the alliance and eradicate the Dark Guild. Since you know the high-ranking officials of the elf tribe, Elizabeth, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if the negotiations fail. Elizabeth said she didn't care, as long as you bring me this kind of jelly. She thought to herself, according to the lifespan of the elves, Tavira should still be alive after only 500 years. Then she asked about the arrangements for the other people outside. Le Ping wasn't sure, because they had just said they wanted to play with Wang Kai for a while. At that moment, outside the house, several people were gathered around Wang Kai, discussing the trip to the elf tribe. Gigi said, with my help, you don't need to get involved in this mess. But Annie said, Sword Saint, you still don't understand Brother Le Ping's plan. Alpha was even more arrogant. In front of me, you're all just side characters. Gigi took out a sword manual. This is the sword manual that the hero and the Demon Queen gave me. Once I've mastered it, I will wipe out the Dark Guild for them. I don't need you at all. Annie was not to be outdone. I also have a doll that Brother Le Ping personally sewed for me, although I can't use it yet. Once I become stronger, I'll be qualified. Hearing this, Alpha let out a laugh. That's hilarious. You two outsiders dare to try and get close to my big brother Le Ping in front of me? Let's not even talk about how I've been in close contact with big brother Le Ping for the past 500 years, chopping wood. Just the things big brother Le Ping has given away. Aren't they all just discarded trash? What do you have to be proud of? Big brother Le Ping only has one little brother, and that's me, Alpha. I am the hero's destined sword. You should all just get lost. Annie was stunned. If what you say is true, then no one can compare to you. After all, you are brother Le Ping's exclusive weapon. But Gigi soon noticed something was wrong. Don't listen to him. How could the hero's sword be so easily invaded by resentment? And I don't see any of the forging style of Senior Wang Kai on you. Alpha said proudly, it's true that I wasn't forged by big brother Le Ping before, but he has already reforged me to revive me. I have officially become a super divine weapon produced by the hero, the true holy sword Alpha. Annie quickly asked Wang Kai, is what he's saying true? However, even Wang Kai couldn't be sure about the reforging. The legendary holy sword had accidentally been broken in two. The hero, in an attempt to repair it, decided to reforge it, but he used too much force and broke another half. He had no choice but to take out a bottle of super glue and glue the holy sword back together, inside and out, and the leftover glue, thrown into the trash can, was found by Wang Kai and added to its collection. Alpha pointed to the seam on his face. This is the mark of big brother Le Ping's forging. Gigi thought it was pointless to say more. If only one of us can stay to serve the hero and the Demon Queen, then let's settle it with our real strength. Annie agreed. Although my strength is far inferior to the Sword Saints, to fulfill the duty bestowed upon me by brother Le Ping, I will also fight with all my might. The nearby holy sword Alpha was not pleased. What do you mean by making eye contact with each other? Are you not taking me, the true holy sword Alpha, seriously? However, just as the three were about to have a decisive battle, Wang Kai extended a sign from its back and stopped them. Everyone, listen to me. Hearing this, Alpha stood at attention. Senior, your orders. Wang Kai said, I called this meeting not for you to decide who is superior. This confused the two of them. Senior, didn't you say that there are too many people now, and it's easy to disturb the hero's life? Wang Kai explained, it's true that not disturbing the master's life is the highest rule, but I want to emphasize your identities. For example, I am the master's companion pet, so I cannot do anything that exceeds my role in front of the master. But outside, in places the master rarely goes, I can recruit all the magical beasts of the entire magical beast plane and have them isolate any intruders who might disturb the master. But ever since that fierce woman came, the master has started to go out, and outside is a place I cannot go casually. By the way, the master hasn't touched me in a long time. Gigi still didn't understand. Then what should our identities be? Please clarify. Senior, Wang Kai continued to explain, the master wants to experience life. Outside, he will inevitably encounter encounter all kinds of people, which can easily violate his highest law of living a peaceful life. Since you have been chosen, you will serve the master outside on my behalf, acting with the principle of a peaceful life as the top priority, clearing all obstacles for the master so that he can travel happily. So from now on, your identity will be cleaner. As for the benefits of serving the master, you all have experienced them, but you must remember, you can take what the master gives you, but you cannot take what the master does not give you. Only the right to rummage through the trash belongs to me, Wang Kai. Hearing this, the three of them simultaneously responded in understanding. Just then, Le Ping pushed open the door and was about to ask what everyone was doing, but he saw the three of them and the dog having a happy and harmonious time. Annie asked Le Ping, "Are we leaving for the elf tribe now?" Le Ping nodded. "I'll go to the workshop to get some tools, and then we can leave." The demon queen came to everyone's side right after him. However, as soon as Le Ping left, she looked at them and fell into thought. East, Boss Town, represented by Jamuji Annie. West, the Sword Saint Guild, represented by Gigi Sorgs, have all been brought under that guy Le Ping's command. So after taking over the southern elf tribe this time, the next step is the northern kingdom of Aristotle. He's gradually planting and building his own forces, eventually forming the four heavenly kings of the east, south, west, and north, loyal to him, a classic art of ruling. The first time he went out, he encountered a descendant of Jamuji. Then, 500 years ago, he arranged for his weapon spirit to wait for the right moment. Today, he guided the president of the Sword Saint Guild into the game, and he also has a connection with the father and daughter who have a connection with the elf tribe. Thinking about it this way, all the clues are connected. How can there be so many coincidences? In fact, everything is your advanced layout, you bastard Le Ping. Although you hide it well, I saw right through you. You always pretend to be ignorant, but your body is very honest. You've already made a complete plan for ruling the world. The demon queen then got down to business. Since you are all part of Le Ping's plan, let me give you a final reminder. If you stay with us, be prepared to lose your life at any time. If something happens, you have to solve it yourselves. Don't expect me or him to save you. The three of them nodded in understanding, saying that they would follow the demon queen's arrangements. Just then, Le Ping also took out his tools. "Elizabeth, what are you talking about? I'm ready. Can we go now?" Elizabeth replied, "We weren't talking about anything. But what's that strange thing you've made?" Le Ping said that he had made a new tool and also praised Elizabeth for adding space magic to his backpack, which was very convenient. But Elizabeth was still annoyed. "If I hadn't been promoted to a 7-star demon god, the magic I use wouldn't have any effect on his creations." Just then, Alpha recognized the weapon spirit that had once possessed him, but this weapon spirit's aura seemed to be not as strong as before. Annie also noticed her and felt that Le Ping's forging of her body was much more complex than Alpha's. Alpha didn't think so. "Big brother Le Ping can see me but not her. That's my biggest advantage." However, Le Ping's real reason for bringing the chainsaw was, there are many magical plants in the elf tribe. It would be great if I could saw a few of them down and bring them back to farm. Then, he considered that this trip was to form an alliance, so he didn't plan to bring a weapon like the Holy Sword Alpha. He only brought the famous Sword Saint herself, Gigi, and Annie to help. "Alpha, you stay here and wait for us to come back." At that moment, Alpha once again felt the feeling of being abandoned. "I'm like an outsider, excluded from Big Brother Le Ping's circle. Is it because Alpha is too weak? Didn't Big Brother Le Ping already reforge me?" Just then, the long-dead system suddenly called out. Alpha immediately snapped out of his daze. "Who is calling me?" But just then, he heard Wang Kai's voice. "You're still here, kid? Have you learned the way of survival from me?" Alpha immediately understood. "I get it. Big Brother Le Ping has saved the most precious opportunity for me. How can adventuring outside compare to a deep learning experience with Senior Wang Kai? After all, this is our base camp." On the other side, Le Ping and the others arrived directly at the gate of the elf tribe through a portal. While Annie was still suffering from teleportation sickness, Elizabeth immediately noticed something was wrong. In the entire elf tribe, there's not a single trace of life. Le Ping was like a curious child, pointing everywhere. How did this giant tree grow so big? But just then, Elizabeth activated a spell, intending to change her own clothes and Gigi's. The sudden disappearance of her clothes made Gigi quickly grab Annie's doll to cover her sensitive parts. But when Le Ping turned around, Gigi had already put on her original clothes. Elizabeth explained, "I'm changing into something suitable for traveling. As for the others, they are forbidden from wearing clothes you've personally made. Otherwise, everything will lose its meaning." However, as the group stepped through the gate of the elf tribe, they failed to notice a flower in a dark corner secretly watching them. This scene was transmitted to a clown in a certain cave. "The representatives of the Alliance were captured by me just 3 days ago, and the long-lost Sword Saint herself has appeared. It seems the great battle with the Dark Guild is about to begin." As for the other 3 people with her, just then, a series of beeping sounds came from the side. It was him reading the memories of Boss and Yilafu and matching them with the scene. Then, a plant projected the memories of the father and daughter, and the events they had experienced appeared on the screen like a revolving lantern, and the Demon Queen's hidden identity was completely exposed. At that moment, the clown's expression became ferocious. "Elizabeth, it's been 500 years. I never thought you would appear here. This appearance, it doesn't look like the proud you of the past." Then he gave an order. "Go and separate them. Use all means necessary to kill anyone you can, but leave that man alive for me." Blanchette bowed her head and replied, "I'll do it right away." Meanwhile, Lu Ping and the others had reached the final trial, but the 5-element P had yet to appear. Gigi said, "Based on my past experience, for a first-timer, eliminating all the trial plants will grant permission to enter." Lu Ping thought Gigi was very knowledgeable and took the opportunity to ask her what her guild was called. Gigi had forgotten that she had never explained. "Actually, I am the..." Before she could finish, several arrows shot out from an unknown direction. Gigi immediately swung her sword to cut down the arrows and, at the same time, stood in front of the hero and the demon queen with Annie. Annie activated the crimson demon eyes of the Jamuji clan and saw the attacker who was using invisibility magic. But at that moment, Gigi had already used the first form of the Tai Chi sword style. Dragonflight touches the water, causing the sword energy to spread out in circles like ripples on a lake, both to detect and dispel her invisibility magic. Blanchette praised the sword saint, as expected of the strongest of the human race. Since she could no longer hide, she simply launched a frontal attack with a rain of seed arrows. However, this dense rain of arrows was blocked by a strong panda doll, but the attacks came one after another. The seeds underground grew rapidly, instantly sprouting into hundreds of 5-element peas. Gigi was surprised by the exaggerated number of this trial. Just then, Lu Ping suddenly spoke. "Elizabeth, do you remember the first time I went on an adventure with you a few months ago?" Elizabeth was stunned. "I remember," Lu Ping said. "If it were the me from back then, seeing this situation, I would probably be terrified. But now I feel like I've completely adapted. I don't have to pretend to be calm anymore." In fact, he had brought Annie and Gigi along partly for his own safety, since the demon queen was always so unpredictable. But in Elizabeth's eyes, his words were just a show of off, thinking that he no longer needed to pretend to be weak because he had already established his own power. Lu Ping continued, "I'm so glad I met you, Elizabeth. I hope I can be with you forever." In fact, what Lu Ping meant by this was, "I'm glad we became friends instead of enemies. I hope we can always be at peace." But at that moment, a 5-element piece suddenly swallowed half of Lu Ping's body and then gulped him down whole. At that moment, Annie and Gigi were panicked. Only the demon queen was savoring the hero's words. Did he just confess to me? Annie and Gigi were terrified on the spot and immediately used all their strength to destroy the 5-element peas in front of them. Unfortunately, the pea had already burrowed into the ground and successfully escaped. Annie didn't know what to do. Gigi said that as long as they caught the one controlling it and interrogated her, they would be fine. However, after completing the capture mission, Blanchette immediately gave the self-destruct order. Soon, the remaining dozens of 5-element peas simultaneously emitted a brilliant light, and then a violent explosion swept over a range of more than 1,000 meters. A moment later, Blanchette slowly descended to the ground. Although the price of his sacrifice was a bit high, it was clearly the most correct choice compared to getting entangled with the sword saint. At that moment, in the center of the explosion, a panda and a rabbit blocked all the explosion damage for the two of them. But at the same time, Annie's magic power was almost exhausted, and the two dolls were severely damaged. Gigi believed that Annie had already done a great job. A magic venerable level self-destruct, even she, a demon king level being, might not be able to block it all. At that moment, Blanchette only felt the auras of Annie and Gigi and thought that she had already eliminated the third woman. She planned to use the remaining seeds as well. She pressed the seeds of 6 5-element peas into the ground, and at the same time, a few tender shoots emerged from under the feet of the bear and the rabbit. With accelerated growth, they instantly became huge and finally surrounded them and launched a 6-fold self-destruct again. This time, the explosion was much smaller, and the two dolls were surrounded by a protective shield. That was because the Demon King level sword saint, Gigi, had used her sword shield. But at the same time, they were also blown into the forest on the other side by this explosion. And at that moment, the forest on the other side suddenly fired a cannonball with more than 10 times the power. It turned out that Blanchette had deliberately blown them towards the sacred tree, because there were even more terrifying things there than the 5-element peas. Just as she was about to go back and report, she felt a killing intent from behind. "It seems a lot of things have happened here that I don't know about. You'd better explain it to me." Blanchette panicked. She thought, didn't this woman die in the first wave of explosions? The demon queen had no patience for interrogation. She reached out to read her memory directly, but instinct told Blanchette that if she fell into her hands, her fate would be worse than death. So she quickly took off her wrist guard, activated the mark on her hand, and instantly had countless arrows pierce her body. Seeing that she didn't even spare herself, Elizabeth could only sigh. A wise choice. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Could Tavira have also colluded with the Dark Guild? After only 500 years, one by one, you've all stopped taking me seriously, haven't you? Fine. Then this time I will carve terror deep into your minds and even your bones. In the forest on the other side, the ground slowly bulged, and the 5-element pea that had swallowed the hero, its face flushed, broke through the soil and then spat him out whole. At that moment, Lu Ping was baffled, but when he looked up at the pea, he saw saliva dripping from its sexy little lips. Lu Ping took a step back, telling it not to follow him, but the 5-element pea charged at Lu Ping. Just as Lu Ping thought he was done for, he found that the 5-element pea was eating the small fertilizer pellets scattered on the ground. The legendary hero accidentally spilled a bag of organic fertilizer, which unexpectedly unexpectedly attracted a pea plant bigger than a house. To avoid being eaten himself, he scattered a large amount of fertilizer along the way. The 5-element pea took one sniff and shivered with pleasure, then collapsed on the ground, convulsing. Lu Ping was speechless. Fertilizer is good, but too much will cause nutritional imbalance. Good thing this is a plant-type monster. But what should I do now? This forest is so big. Which way should I go? Elizabeth should find me soon. I'd better keep moving while I think of a plan. On the other side, Elrin was reporting to the clown. The man was in the middle of teleporting when my plant monster suddenly broke off. The clown told him to use his surveillance plants to locate him, but Elrin was in a difficult position. That guy has hidden all his magic power. There's no magic reaction. The clown chuckled. It's not that simple, as expected. Based on my further intelligence analysis, I can basically confirm that man's identity. At that moment, the nourishment of Boss and Yilafu had almost been completely drained. The clown replayed the footage of Lu Ping. You are the legendary hero. I will use the cards you created to defeat you and prove to that woman that I am no less than you. Meanwhile, Annie's panda doll was in tatters, but fortunately, the two of them were unharmed under the doll's protection. But Gigi, because she had used the Demon King's sword moves on top of her Tai Chi sword manual, felt an uncomfortable clash of magic power within her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Annie asked if she was okay. Gigi said she would be fine after a rest. But just then, Annie's crimson demon eyes sensed a powerful magic approaching and quickly commanded the rabbit and panda to block the damage. At the same time, 4 or 5 different elemental magic balls also bombarded them. Soon, Annie's 2 dolls were completely shattered. Just as Annie was about to say how the 5-element peas had become stronger, Gigi saw something even more dangerous than the 5-element peas. It was a small, black cartoon character named 3-of-a-kind Bomb Cartoon Water Mage. The two of them felt the hero's aura on it, but it was also permeated with an evil power. The cartoon Water Mage's staff began to gather magic, and Gigi had already used the 3rd form of the Tai Chi sword, Swallow Catches Insect, instantly passing through its body. But at that moment, a crack appeared on the branch in Gigi's hand. The cartoon Water Mage was protected by an array, which then quickly pushed towards Gigi, sending her flying. Fortunately, Annie timely summoned an owl doll to catch her, but Annie had overused her crimson demon eyes today, and the urge to kill within her was starting to get out of control. The cartoon Water Mage then jumped out of the array, and 5-of-a-kind Bomb Cartoon Guardian appeared beneath its feet. Gigi landed safely. With her Demon King level strength, she was confident she could take out the 2 magic venerable level cartoons. But just then, she spat out another mouthful of blood, feeling the magic power clashing within her again. Annie noticed her condition was not good. Sword Saint, can you still fight? And on the cartoon Water Mage's side, it summoned 5 elements, ice, fire, thunder, and arcane, and then fused them together to gather even stronger energy. Annie was in a desperate situation. In her current state, even with her crimson demon eyes, it would be difficult to face them head-on. Brother Lu Ping spent so much effort to train me, to make me a part of the plan for world peace. How can I let them down? I have to prove that I am the right person. Meanwhile, the cartoon Water Mage threw a magic bomb containing 5 elements at the two of them. But after the violent explosion, a huge figure vaguely appeared in the thick fog. A huge snake's mouth tried to swallow the cartoon Water Mage's elemental bomb, and then converted all the elemental energy into its own. Gigi couldn't believe it. Her magic rank had instantly soared from Magic Master to the peak of the Magic Venerable rank. Then, a snake and a hawk launched an attack on the cartoon Water Mage and the cartoon Guardian. The cartoon Guardian used its array to protect itself, and a series of energy cubes instantly fell from the sky, but the S-shaped snake dodged them all. These cubes not only had super high defense but also extremely strong attack power. If hit, they would definitely be dismembered, and Annie, with her crimson demon eyes, could see the marks of the release in advance, allowing her to control the snake to dodge in time. To distract the 2 cartoon monsters, Annie had the owl use its wind magic Storm Slash, but at the same time, the cartoon Guardian activated its protective array again, and it and the cartoon Water Mage hid inside, dodging all the wind blades. But this was all a feint from Annie to confuse them. Her real intention was to have the snake swallow both cartoon monsters in one go. Gigi said that even the hero's branch couldn't break through that cube, but Annie thought that if they couldn't break it, they could slowly decompose it. Gigi couldn't understand why they could slowly decompose it. Annie explained, the magic power swallowed and decomposed by the snake will be absorbed and transferred to me. As they weaken, I will grow stronger, so no matter how powerful his magic is, I can slowly wear him down. At that moment, the energy cube in the snake's body was shaking violently, and Annie's bloodline awakening was about to take over her consciousness. She had to hold on until she succeeded. But just then, Annie's little snake was cut into pieces by some unknown blade. At the same time, she suffered a severe backlash, tilted her head back, and spat out a mouthful of blood. In a fraction of a second, Gigi sensed a second wave of attack, but the blade was already at hand, as if unstoppable, and it slashed at the two of them. Soon, the entire forest of the elf tribe was cut in half, and in the center of the path cut by the blade, Gigi used Dust Slash to escape, but at that moment, almost all her clothes were shredded, and her body was covered in cuts and bruises. Looking at the unconscious Annie, Gigi once again felt the same despair she she had felt when she first fell into the Demon Queen's ruins, and the second time when the chaotic power within her erupted and she was saved. It turned out that the one who had made that attack was the Jack-of-a-kind bomb cartoon general, whose strength had even reached the 3-star Demon King rank. On the other side, Demon Queen Elizabeth had single-handedly arrived at the enemy's lair. According to the strongest magic sense, this is the place. Where's the mastermind? Just then, the two cartoon monsters hiding in the shadows activated their ability, causing Elizabeth to pass through a barrier and return to her original spot. Elizabeth realized it was a magic barrier, which meant the opponent's strength was above the Demon King rank. But this little trick was nothing to her, a 7-star demon god. Just then, the 10-of-a-kind bomb activated its ability. A huge Matryoshka doll illusion fell from the sky and covered Elizabeth. Then, 6 more fell from the sky, until a total of 10 had stopped. This was the 10-of-a-kind bomb cartoon sealing array. With each layer of the seal, the flow of time would be halved. With 10 layers of seals, time was slowed down by 1024 times. The flow of time in the 10-layered sealing array was 1024 times slower than the outside world, but the Demon Queen was completely unaffected. She could even shatter the barrier with her aura. This was because she had lived in a time barrier for a year, which was equivalent to 500 years in the outside world. But the 10-of-a-kind bomb's effect had failed, and the 7-of-a-kind bomb's effect was activated. Just then, a huge scythe suddenly pierced through the Demon Queen's stomach. It was the 7-of-a-kind bomb cartoon Death. With the strength of a 1-star Demon King, the cartoon Death pulled the huge scythe back, simultaneously pulling Elizabeth's soul out of her body. This was a special technique that ignored the target's level and could directly extract their soul. Just as the cartoon Death was looking smug, its body was suddenly crushed by a hand. Elizabeth's soul had indeed been extracted, but her soul also possessed the magic power to suppress it. Who ordered you to do this? Now, immediately, tell me. If you do, I can give you a quick death. The cartoon Death was so scared it started to cry. It felt death for the first time, so it chose to retreat before the Demon Queen could kill it. Seeing that even the 7-of-a-kind bomb had been defeated, the cartoon monster behind the scenes was also surprised. It never expected that even extracting her soul couldn't defeat her. Then, Elizabeth's soul returned to her body. She sensed Li Ping's aura and thought, could this also be a game he deliberately arranged? You test them, that's one thing, but you even included me in your calculations. You damn Li Ping, you need to understand, I am a player on the same level as you, not a pawn on the chessboard. With this in mind, Elizabeth impatiently tore open the space. If you're smart, just kill yourself. Otherwise, if I get serious, you'll die an even more miserable death. But two cartoon monsters' laughter came from inside. Look at her, Queen, such big talk. Let's see if she can even get out. It turned out that what had been trapping Elizabeth was the 8-of-a-kind bomb cartoon maze. Elizabeth was not pleased. The things you make, Li Ping, although their magic rank is not high, they have a special effect that can overcome the strong. Then she stomped her left foot hard, and spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread, shattering the entire cartoon maze in an instant. After shattering the maze, Elizabeth floated in the void. Two ignorant things. Just then, the Queen-of-a-kind bomb cartoon queen blocked her path. She's got some skills, but I'm more than enough to deal with her. The King-of-a-kind bomb cartoon king sat on his throne and watched. I will await your victorious return here. Seeing this, Elizabeth leaped to a higher position and then conjured a throne, sitting above them with a condescending attitude. Calling yourself a king in front of me? You're not worthy. The cartoon king was instantly enraged. Go kill her. Hearing this, the cartoon queen immediately activated the ace-of-a-kind bomb and then summoned 4 cartoon daggers in her hand. Her strength was at the peak of the Demon King rank, but Elizabeth was dismissive. She lightly tapped her finger and shot out a magic bullet. At the same time, the cartoon queen used the swift wing array to increase her movement speed and then dodged the Demon Queen's magic bullet. Finally, she gathered the energy of the 4 daggers and slashed out with ACE kill, but Elizabeth just casually flicked her hand, sending the move 10,000 miles away. However, her fingernail was slightly chipped, which surprised her. Just then, Elizabeth continued to fire magic bullets at the cartoon queen. Although they were quickly cut apart by its cartoon daggers, the cut magic bullets seemed to split, 2 becoming 4, and 4 becoming 8. After a frantic series of slashes from the cartoon queen, the entire void was filled with them, their numbers increasing as if endlessly. At that moment, the cartoon queen was stunned, a cold sweat dripping down her face. Elizabeth's words were filled with contempt. Magic bullets are enough to deal with the likes of you. With a downward flick of her hand, the dense barrage of magic bullets instantly shattered the cartoon queen's body. But at the same time, it used its 6-of-a-kind bomb and 9-of-a-kind bomb, not only successfully reviving itself but also summoning a cartoon dinosaur that could absorb magic. The Demon Queen had not expected its last 2 cards to be Resurrection and Magic Absorption. The cartoon queen taunted, "You think you can kill me like that? Prepare to taste your own medicine." The cartoon dinosaur that had absorbed the magic bullets strained its stomach, as if constipated, and converted the magic bullets into twice the magic energy, finally firing them back from the other end of its head. But the Demon Queen stood motionless, a wall appearing in front of her to block all the magic bullets. The cartoon queen was stunned. She never expected that even this couldn't hurt her. Elizabeth said, "As As long as it's a move I created, even if you magnify it 100 times, it can't hurt me. As she spoke, she pressed her hands inwards, simultaneously crushing the bodies of the cartoon dinosaur and the cartoon queen. The cartoon dinosaur couldn't take it first and was instantly crushed into a liquid, then reverted to its original form of 4 nines. But at that moment, the cartoon queen appeared behind Elizabeth and launched a sneak attack. However, after a blind barrage of attacks, she found that she had lost her target. Where did that woman go? As soon as she finished speaking, a crack appeared in the center of her head. Elizabeth had split the cartoon queen's body with a hand chop. How annoying. I'll get a little serious now. But just then, the cartoon vase activated its ability, reattaching the cartoon queen's split body and moving it to a different location. This ability even impressed Elizabeth, to be able to revive without the main body's operation and even choose a rebirth point. And the revived cartoon queen once again swung its daggers and charged. But this time, Elizabeth changed her method, materializing 2 demonic claws to imprison the cartoon queen. First, I'll limit your revival point to my confinement range, and then I'll slowly play with you. Soon, the cartoon queen's body was completely decomposed by the dissolving torture. But just then, the cartoon vase dropped a drop of water, instantly restoring the cartoon queen to her original state. I only need 1 drop of the purifying vase is due to revive, and the magical space within the purifying vase is connected to the entire ocean, with an endless supply of water. How long can your magic last? Elizabeth did not answer and continued to use the poison torture. Soon, the cartoon queen's body was once again rotted. Then, Elizabeth used water punishment, skinning, 1,000 needles, tearing, and lightning strikes, subjecting the cartoon queen to various accumulated and overlapping damages within the absolute confinement. Soon, the green leaves of the cartoon vase withered, and finally, it and the cartoon queen turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated in the air. When infinite resurrection becomes infinite pain, your spirit will naturally wither and choose to give up. After all the obstacles were cleared, only the cartoon king was left. It leaped from its throne and controlled the 4 cartoon daggers, merging them into a single cartoon divine spear. At that moment, the cartoon king's muscles suddenly bulged, and its strength rose from the peak of the magic venerable rank to a 1-star demon god. You are a king, and I am a king, but there is only 1 seat on the throne of the strongest king in this world. Hearing this, Elizabeth chuckled. The cartoon king asked her what she was laughing at. Elizabeth said, the demon king rank used to be the highest existence in this world. Now, looking at you, a mere ant, I can probably understand how he felt when he looked at me back then. The cartoon king thought she was talking nonsense as she was about to die. You probably don't understand. My strength is not comparable to your previous opponent. The cartoon king, having broken through to a 1-star demon god, pierced through the demon queen's body with a single spear. But as it threw its head back and laughed, it was unexpectedly sealed, eventually reverting to its original form of 4 kings. Elizabeth angrily crumpled it. Yul Ping, is this your goal? To use these things to remind me that there is still a long way to go in the pursuit of the pinnacle of strength, and that if I become arrogant, I will repeat my mistakes and be as foolish and ridiculous as these things. But when Elizabeth came to her senses, she realized that all the cards had been destroyed. Why hadn't the spatial domain been dispelled? It seems there's still that thing. The throne began to twist and deform, eventually turning into a duck, the 2-of-a-kind bomb cartoon duck, with an unknown magic rank. Hearing the duck quacking, Elizabeth lost all her patience and materialized a huge demonic claw to grab the cartoon duck. But at that moment, the cartoon duck extended a replica of the demonic claw. This ability surprised Elizabeth for a few seconds. Another special skill that can overcome the strong. It turned out that the cartoon duck had copied Elizabeth and, like her, had materialized a demonic claw to confront her. At that moment, Elizabeth was completely enraged. Meanwhile, Le Ping was lost in a certain forest in the elf tribe. However, he had picked many ordinary tasting fruits along the way, thinking that he could cultivate them into excellent varieties. Little did he know, a dead elf had already discovered him. On the other side, Elrond immediately reported to the clown, one of the corpses has found that man's location. Hearing this, the clown immediately gave the order to capture him, bring him back alive. Receiving the order from above, the zombie slowly approached Le Ping and then suddenly lunged at him. But unexpectedly, Le Ping turned around just at that moment, causing the clumsy zombie to miss and fall to the ground. The zombie, having lost an eye, was not discouraged. Instead, it crawled towards Le Ping in an unnatural manner. Just as Le Ping heard the sound and was about to turn around, a few fruits fell. But it was these few fruits that caused the zombie to fall on its face again, and even its remaining eye was gone. At the same time, the zombie's pain was transmitted back to Elrond. At that moment, as Le Ping was picking up the fruit, he discovered another plant. This magical world is truly amazing. Plants can grow regardless of the climate. As Le Ping was muttering to himself, the zombie charged at him again. At the same time, Le Ping picked up the cactus on the ground and turned around, just in time to stab the zombie's hand. The man and the zombie stared at each other for a few seconds. When he came to his senses, Le Ping let out a panicked scream. On the other side, Elrond was also screaming in pain from the cactus thorns. He believed that this legendary hero was doing it on purpose. Can I consume 50 dark years to activate all the other corpses? The clown agreed to this request. Just get him back here quickly." Elrond immediately twisted the brain-like thing, and soon, one foul-smelling corpse after another filled the entire area. They were all former members of the elf tribe. At that moment, Leping was like a startled bird, fleeing for his life. But after running for a while, he felt a violent tremor. Leping thought it was an earthquake and stopped. But when he looked back, he saw a dense swarm of corpses. They kept shouting Yua and slowly surrounded Leping. Leping found that all directions were blocked, and there was no room to escape. But just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly bulged. Just as Leping thought that zombies were going to crawl out from underground, all the zombies swarmed towards him, only to have their bodies blown to bits by a cannon. It was the 5-element pea that had eaten his fertilizer before, coming back to repay the favor. But these zombies knew how to use plant magic and perfectly controlled the 5-element pea's movements. It turned out that among these corpses were several generations of chieftains and elders of the elf tribe. How could a single plant withstand their plant magic? Soon, the 5-element pea's body began to shrink and degenerate, eventually becoming a palm-sized small pea that stood on Leping's hand, even scratching its head in embarrassment. Without the protection of the 5-element pea, all the zombies surged towards Leping like a tide, so dense that he couldn't see a single escape route. Leping thought his journey in this other world was about to end, but just then, he heard De Zhuang's laughter. Then, a chainsaw flew out of Leping's backpack, forcibly cutting a huge gash in the horde of corpses. This slash even split the mastermind, Elrond, in two. The clown was stunned on the spot. "What's going on? My corpse control device can only synchronize touch. Why is it synchronizing real damage now?" And on the battlefield, countless corpses fell from the sky, and at the same time, the chainsaw spun a few times in the air before landing in Leping's hand as if guided by some strange force. "I still have my chainsaw, De Zhuang, but how did it just fall out?" And at his feet, the weapon's spirit he couldn't see was hugging his leg. "I won't let you get hurt." At that moment, the fallen horde of zombies got up again and launched another fierce attack on Leping. Leping closed his eyes and swung the chainsaw wildly. This wave of damage was directly fed back to the clown in the distant cave, causing him to lose a finger. Seeing that close-range attacks couldn't harm the legendary hero, the zombies took out their elven shortbows and collectively shot a swarm of magic explosion arrows at Leping. But the clothes on his body had 100% damage reflection ability, instantly piercing through all the zombies in front. At the same time, the clown's palm was also damaged by the reflected damage. At that moment, he knew that this legendary hero's understanding and use of magic had reached a level of pure mastery. "But I have the geographical advantage here. The entire elven tribe's corpses are at my disposal. I don't believe I can't wear you down." As he spoke, he controlled all the remaining corpses to gather into a giant clown head. But at that moment, Leping was still swinging wildly, and De Zhuang simultaneously used wood chopping /plus. Soon, a powerful blade of energy cut the giant clown head in front of him in half. This blade of energy seemed unstoppable, passing through the elf tribe and even through other planets in the universe, splitting everything in its path in two. At the same time, the clown mastermind behind the scenes was also cut in half. "My strongest corpse magic. Is it really so pathetic?" The out-of-control zombies fell to the ground, but Leping was still frantically swinging the chainsaw in his hand. Seeing him, the zombies were like seeing a crazed chainsaw-wielding madman, so scared that they turned and fled in panic. On the other side, the demon queen was still fighting the cartoon duck. She summoned two massive walls and closed them in on the cartoon duck, trying to crush its body. Then, she twisted her hands in the air, controlling the two energies to intertwine, eventually twisting them into a braid. "I will grind you into dust as punishment for offending me." The cartoon duck, which could copy any object, could even perfectly replicate the demon queen's strength. Even when the demon queen activated her strongest demon god form and used the world-ending combat technique all things two-part slash, she still couldn't harm this replica in the slightest, and it was using the demon queen's own signature technique, the uncrossable. Elizabeth couldn't believe it. Time sealing, soul attacks, magic reflection, infinite resurrection, and now this perfect replication are all used by low-level summons. In a daze, she saw Leping speaking. "Magic rank doesn't determine everything. By mastering the principles of mutual generation and restraint, even the weak can overcome the strong." Elizabeth seemed to have a realization. "So you've laid all this groundwork just to teach me this lesson." She then used her fingers as a sword and gathered the demon king's swordless form, while the cartoon duck also mimicked her and used the swordless form. The two of them charged at each other, intending to decide the victor with this one move. Meanwhile, Leping was still chasing zombies with a chainsaw. Unexpectedly, the chainsaw tore through the spatial domain, which was also where the demon queen was. This commotion caught Elizabeth's attention, causing her to be distracted while fighting the cartoon duck. In the end, she was hit and fell from the spatial domain. However, under the law of the uncrossable, she was not injured. Elizabeth asked Leping what he was doing. Leping opened his eyes and realized he had found Elizabeth, but by sheer coincidence, he tripped on a stone and fell into Elizabeth's soft chest, the chainsaw in his hand flying out. At the same time, De Zhuang's weapon spirit shouted, "Don't leave, De Zhuang. That backpack has space magic. I can go back myself. I won't leave you, Dad." Then De Zhuang controlled the angle and made the chainsaw dive into the backpack. But at that moment, the two women looked at each other with disdain. To assert her dominance, Elizabeth even pressed Lu Ping's face against her peaks, leaving De Zhuang fuming with no outlet. Lu Ping, who was almost suffocated, struggled to pull his head out. That was so dangerous. I almost died. Good thing I found you in time, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was stunned. Almost died? Then she suddenly remembered her battle with the cartoon duck. The Demon King's swordless form I used just now, and that thing also copied it. But on second thought, this thing's copying is mirror copying, so the Demon King's swordless form was presented in reverse time. If I hadn't been distracted just now, and the two had collided, the result would have been, he knew that my uncrossable couldn't hurt him, so he deliberately distracted me to save me. But just then, Lu Ping suddenly said he was sorry, and Elizabeth's imagined scenario was this. Because of my wrong judgment, I created such a dangerous situation. I won't do it again. And the real scene was that Lu Ping was helpless without Elizabeth's protection and would never leave her again. Elizabeth angrily pulled Lu Ping over. What do you mean? I don't need you to hold back. Bring on any other trials you have. The proximity made Lu Ping's face instantly turn red. Elizabeth, what are you talking about? Elizabeth's heart was also racing. She thought, this guy is trying to train me to be a worthy partner, but at the same time, he cares about my dignity. You don't have to beat around the bush anymore. I know exactly what you're thinking. However, this ambiguous moment was interrupted by a quack. In front of them was a monster that looked exactly like Elizabeth, except for its duck beak. Lu Ping was a bit stunned. Is this an Elizabeth duck? Elizabeth shed her demon god form, saying she had no interest in fighting anymore. You can clean up your own mess. However, before Lu Ping could figure out what was going on, Elizabeth pushed him forward. Seeing Lu Ping, the cartoon duck actively activated its replication ability, shedding the demon queen's demon god form and trying to copy his form. Lu Ping, having never seen such a monster, was stunned. Soon, the cartoon duck's body gradually took on Lu Ping's outline, and Elizabeth also saw it. So you decisively gave up my strongest form and directly copied him, indirectly admitting that I am not as good as you. I admit that, but I just want to see how you deal with this kind of special technique that can overcome the strong. But at that moment, Lu Ping was already frozen in place. Elizabeth, did you see that? However, just as the cartoon duck was about to complete its replication of the hero, the magic power within its body suddenly clashed violently, preventing it from forming and causing it to melt into a puddle, eventually reverting to its original form of 4 twos. The 4 dim playing cards returned to Lu Ping's hand, instantly shedding their contaminated color and turning back to a golden yellow. Lu Ping then realized that these were the playing cards he had given to Uncle Boss. He then held up the playing cards to Elizabeth and said, "Do you see clearly now?" These words were misinterpreted by Elizabeth. Do you see clearly now? In the face of absolute strength, these so-called special techniques that can overcome the strong are useless. After her misinterpretation, she was furious again. I'm already a 7-star demon god, and I still can't catch up to him. He acts all nonchalant and carefree all day. I thought I had him figured out, but every time he gets serious, I feel like I'm being played with, and I feel ridiculous. Just then, Lu Ping said, Elizabeth, why don't you just use your magic to teleport us to the sacred tree? Hearing this, Elizabeth threw out a magic circle, and the two of them quickly became blurry in the center of the array, and on the other side of the forest. After the great battle, it had already become a barren land. Next to Gigi's severed body were a few playing cards that had reverted to their original form, and between her upper and lower body was a gash 3 to 4 meters wide. At that moment, an angel-like silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky, and the bodies of Annie and Gigi slowly rose towards it. Then, a cross descended on the angel's head, bringing the two of them back to life. This angel was the doll, Raphael, that Lu Ping had personally sewn and given to Annie. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's forced teleportation array had also arrived on their side. Raphael smiled. Since my master and the others have arrived, I will take my leave. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the sacred tree via the teleportation array. As soon as Lu Ping landed, he saw Gigi and Annie passed out on the ground. Elizabeth, what happened to them? But Elizabeth had no time to deal with them. I'm going to drag out the mastermind. A huge claw grabbed the trunk of the sacred tree and then pulled it out by the roots. But when the roots were pulled up, what appeared was a disgusting black tumor. At that moment, Lu Ping was stunned. He had never seen such a disgusting tree root. Soon, the clown's cave, connected underground, was also forcibly pulled out by the demonic claw. She finally knew that the elven race had undergone a great change in the past 500 years, and even her former subordinate, Tavira, had become nourishment for the sacred tree. Just then, Lu Ping noticed that Uncle Boss and his daughter, Yilafu, were wrapped in the dense tree roots. He took 2 steps forward, but was unexpectedly whipped by one of the large tree roots, which then shot straight at the demon queen Elizabeth behind him. But Elizabeth just glared, and the tree root instantly exploded, spreading towards the sacred tree itself, until a large hole was pierced through its roots, and then it stopped. Meanwhile, countless tree roots pierced into the clown's half-body, providing it with nourishment, destroying all the plant defenses of the elf tribe, then subduing the scattered cartoon summons, and finally completely severing my corpse magic. All my plans have been broken by you one by one. How pathetic. But at least we've met. I just didn't expect that the first one to find you would be me, the one who hates you the most. Hearing the clown's tone, Lu Ping thought the two of them knew each other, but Elizabeth tried hard to remember and had no impression at all. The clown took off his costume and mocked, "Of course, because I changed into this clown costume to erase my own existence. You should remember me now, right? It turned out that decades ago, the Dark Guild's vs Malfoy had separated a part of his own cells and then cultivated these cells into another version of himself. This clone perfectly inherited his corpse magic, and he taught him how to apply and control the dark ears, allowing him to replace himself in invading and infiltrating the elf tribe. But the only drawback of this perfect clone was that it couldn't be mass-produced, because one of the materials was the original's personality. If too much was separated, the original would no longer be the original, so the personality in the clown was exactly the humility that Malfoy wanted to abandon. After abandoning this personality, Malfoy no longer doubted that he was not worthy of the Demon Queen. When the clone clown saw the Demon Queen in the incubator, an electrical signal to attack was generated in his body. Ignoring the original's command, he directly extended a corpse arm and attacked the Demon Queen's clone. But Malfoy just lightly said uncrossable, and the clone clown was immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move. Malfoy told him to understand why he existed. The clown asked him why. Malfoy said that he was just a tool to help the original achieve his goals. It was because of these words from the original that the clown, after decades of infiltration, finally figured it out. I'm not some tool, I am me. I'm accumulating my own power. One day, I will replace the original and live according to my own will. However, Leping was not listening to this touching story at all. All he could think about was the fear of being caught in the crossfire of Elizabeth's enemies. Elizabeth sighed. The elf tribe no longer has any suitable candidates for you to cultivate into your own force. Has your seed planting plan failed? Leping thought she was talking about farming. I don't have time to think about such small things now, but this problem should be solved by you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth remembered what he had said before leaving. So you had this plan from the beginning? The Demon Queen finally remembered this person's name was vs Malfoy, but vs now just wanted to kill everyone. Even though his corpse magic had been severed by the legendary hero, he still had the entire elven tribe and the power of the Dark Ear. As he spoke, all the tree roots whipped towards the Demon Queen, but with just a slight raise of her hand, a demonic claw broke through all the tree roots and grabbed vs. Leping shouted anxiously, Elizabeth, be careful not to hurt Uncle Boss and Yillafu. Elizabeth told him not to worry. I won't touch your pawns. At that moment, vs was completely immobilized, at Elizabeth's mercy for interrogation. Why are you here? Where is Amelia? And what's this rumor about you wanting to resurrect me? vs sneered. The respect and fear for you gave rise to love and humility. All these complex, twisted emotions are concentrated in me. He created me, this tool, to pursue you. But on the other hand, if I were to bring your corpse back to him, would it make him have a mental breakdown? Elizabeth lowered her voice. Cut the crap. Don't make me ask a second time. vs continued to mutter to himself. I really don't understand what's so likable about you. I guess I really just have a deep-seated hatred for you. As he spoke, he spat out 2 playing cards from his mouth. Soon, a strange smiling face appeared behind vs, and the demonic claw controlling him was instantly destroyed. Elizabeth sensed that it was a demon god-level aura. It turned out that vs, at all costs, had summoned the King Bomb, the Supreme Joker King. Although it was only a 3-star demon god, its laws were far superior to those of its peers. Have you decided? In exchange for torturing your soul for 100 years, I can grant you one wish. vs pointed forward and shouted, kill everyone here. The Supreme Joker King bowed and glanced at Elizabeth, his words filled with contempt. A trivial matter. Elizabeth said, you are also a king of a certain world. To have to obey a being of a lower level than yourself is truly pathetic. The Supreme Joker King smiled. Rules are rules, and I've been wanting to test my skills on you for a long time, so why not take such a good deal? We're both masters of black magic, so let's see whose black magic is superior. The 7-star demon god Elizabeth had an absolute advantage in magic rank, but to prevent any special techniques that could overcome the strong, she chose the time-locked domain as her defense. But the Supreme Joker King, although a 3-star demon god, ignored Elizabeth's time-locked domain and shot a royal blade at her, imprisoning her in reverse. At that moment, Elizabeth was stunned. I'm locked? Why isn't the time-locked domain working? The Supreme Joker King smiled. You still don't understand? Magic and magic rank are just illusions. The essence of this world is a competition of the power of rules, and my rules happen to be above yours. Elizabeth had a sudden realization. So, these so-called special techniques that can overcome the strong are actually based on rules, and the reason they are superior to me is because their rules are all inherited from Leping. Hearing the Demon Queen's call, Leping turned and looked, but just that one glance was enough to scare the Supreme Joker King's features off his face. It's the creator. So, just as his royal blade was about to hit the Demon Queen, the Supreme Joker King timely appeared and stood in front of them, taking the hit from the royal blade he had just fired for the Demon Queen and his master. The Supreme Joker King knew he had almost offended the creator, but fortunately, he had made it in time. He then actively dispelled the time-lock domain. vs Malfoy didn't understand what had just happened. Just then, the Supreme Joker King slowly walked towards vs. I was almost played by you, you bastard. vs was still confused. Kill them immediately. Our contract has already been made. But at that moment, the Supreme Joker King's face turned ferocious, and a beam of light shot out from his mouth towards vs. Your measly soul isn't worth much. ash. Soon, V.S. Malfoy's body was instantly turned to ash. Afterwards, the Supreme Joker King bowed. Sorry. Black magicians always want to get some negative energy for a snack, so I just got a little playful and agreed to mess around with him. I've already released all the souls. The Demon Queen asked if he still wanted to fight. The nearby Luping couldn't see the magical scene. Why did that person suddenly turn to ash? The Supreme Joker King replied to the Demon Queen, of course not. I didn't expect you to have made friends with the creator after all this time. Please tell my master that I won't be naughty anymore. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. With that, the Supreme Joker King's figure dissipated, and the King Bomb's body floated back into Luping's hand. Elizabeth felt that Luping had overestimated the mortals outside. If this deck of cards fell into the wrong hands, it would cause great disaster. Luping was completely confused. What does this have to do with my playing cards? They were fine in Uncle Boss's hands before. Hearing this, Elizabeth fell silent. She thought, if the user is benevolent, they can unleash the power of the 13 divine warriors. Otherwise, they will be corrupted by black magic. Now that Tavira is dead, and the elf tribe has fallen into such a state after only 500 years, I should first figure out what happened here. Then, Elizabeth waved her hand and pulled the shriveled boss and Yilafu up. Tell me everything that happened here. However, the two of them could no longer speak, only making ah-oh-oh sounds. Luping quickly took out his self-made mineral water. Look what the bad guys have done to them. Let's give them some water first. Then Luping poured the water directly on their shriveled faces, instantly revitalizing them. Luping marveled at how magical this world was. Gigi had also recovered this way last time, but the first thing the recovered father and daughter did was kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. We deserve to die. If you must punish someone, punish me. It was I, boss, who was overconfident and caused such a disaster. I am willing to bear all the responsibility. The elf tribe has long been corrupted by the Dark Guild, and because I was deceived by the enemy's tricks, the treasure cards fell into their hands. Yilafu said that after she was captured, her magic power was drained, and she couldn't remember what happened afterwards. But boss remembered that before he lost consciousness, the person in the clown costume had sacrificed a large number of lives to corrupt the treasure cards. Elizabeth believed this was a side effect of having her memory plundered. Luping asked her what they should do, but Elizabeth once again extended her black hand. Then let me just plunder it again. Soon, the father and daughter's bodies shriveled again, and their memories were extracted. This made Luping furious. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Elizabeth infused their memories into her own mind. After looking through them, she was a bit surprised. Luping, seeing her grave expression, asked if she had made any new discoveries, but Elizabeth shook her head. What they just said is all they know. This left Luping speechless. Tavira sacrificed herself for her people and did not betray my will, but the chieftains after her became worse and worse. Now the entire elf tribe is exhausted. Who else can we get information from? Just then, Blanchette suddenly emerged from the ground. I can tell you, Demon Queen Elizabeth and the legendary hero, after you killed V.S. Malfoy's clone, I was set free. But Elizabeth told her to stop. What makes you think I should believe you? Hearing this, Blanchette took off her eye patch, revealing a foul-smelling dark gear. The next moment, the gear was dug out and floated into Elizabeth's hand. Isn't this just the evil magic-imbued gear from the Dark Guild? Blanchette said that the gear had been removed. Can you believe me now? But as soon as she finished speaking, Blanchette's memory was forcibly extracted by Elizabeth, and she turned into a shriveled corpse and fell to the ground. This scared Luping, who had just saved Boss and his daughter, but Elizabeth actively took his hand and transferred the newly extracted memory to him. You can watch with me this time. It turned out that V.S. Malfoy had first controlled several chieftains, causing the sacred tree to be polluted by dark ears and bear fruit. Then, under the order of the chieftains and elders, he forced the tribesmen to eat the tumors, thus gradually taking full control of the elf tribe. As the great general of the tribe, Blanchette had immediately gone to destroy the sacred tree, but was injured by the polluted sacred tree. Then, V.S. Malfoy took the opportunity to plant magic in her eye, causing a dark ear to grow and thus controlling her. From then on, she became one of the accomplices who captured tribesmen and handed them over every month. Over time, the elf tribe was completely controlled by V.S. Malfoy. Later, Blanchette encountered the Demon Queen. To avoid being captured alive, she opened her wrist guard and activated the mark on her hand, choosing to commit suicide. However, after the Demon Queen and the others had left, the four-of-a-kind bomb cartoon archer used a high-level healing spell on her, bringing the recently deceased Blanchette back to life. After learning the whole truth, they woke everyone up and sat together. But at that moment, the Demon Queen was still filled with anger and unforgiveness. The reason for her anger was that Luping had shared her favorite snacks, and the four of them were sucking on jelly, enjoying the feeling of their magic ranks increasing. Just then, Blanchette handed the four-of-a-kind bomb back to Boss. She originally wanted to use my body to secretly rescue you two, but now it's no longer necessary. You can talk to her face to face. Yilafu spoke to the playing cards. Four-of-a-kind bomb divine archer. What do you mean by talking face to face? As soon as she finished speaking, the illusion of an elven woman suddenly appeared, her appearance being 7 to 8 parts similar to Yilafu's. The four-of-a-kind bomb divine archer was actually Yilafu's mother, and the moment she appeared, she pulled the father and daughter into another dimension. An elven woman turned around and and smiled faintly at Boss. At that moment, tears instantly streamed down Boss's face. "Is it you, Nikita?" Then he took his daughter Yilifu's hand and ran over, embracing his wife. "Am I dreaming? I missed you so much." Yilifu couldn't believe it. "Isn't my mother already dead?" Nikita explained. "I am indeed dead in the real world, but my soul has been reborn here in the sacred hall." At that moment, Yilifu could no longer hold it in, and tears streamed down her face. Nikita said gently, "Mom has a lot to say to you," but the next sentence suddenly changed in tone. "Time is short. Where should I start? Before, wasn't I forced to go back to the elf tribe by my father? Then, to protect you, I chose to sacrifice myself to the sacred tree. Then, my soul somehow went to a chaotic battlefield where there were many souls from different worlds. A wicked clown evil god had summoned us there to fight each other for his entertainment. Over time, we secretly began to unite to resist him." At that moment, Yilifu just thought her mother was very cute, and the love from the nearby boss was overflowing. Nikita continued, "So the clown evil god began to send shadow armies to deal with us and even tried to seduce and corrupt our allied army. Once corrupted by him, we would become his cartoon soldiers. In the end, only the 13 of us with the strongest determination resisted his temptation. In the final battle, my soul almost died at the hands of the clown evil god again." Suddenly, the creator tore open the chaotic space. He not only bestowed upon us 13 divine powers but also split the clown evil god's shadow, greatly weakening his power. From then on, we, the 13 divine warriors, have been here, keeping this clown evil god in check. After Nikita finished speaking, Boss embraced her and their daughter. "Time is short. Let's cherish the remaining time we have together. The creator is Mr. Luping. Everything is his arrangement, which is why we can be reunited." Nikita was relieved. "So you already know, Boss. Then I can rest assured. As long as you serve the creator well, we can definitely be reunited. I really want to be with you all, but the creator has given me a glorious mission that I must uphold. Of course, I'm not leaving. I will continue to protect you from within the cards." Seeing their loved one gradually fade away, the two of them quickly asked how they could meet again. However, Nikita only left a single sentence: "Believe in Luping, and you will have eternal life." With that, she returned to her form as one of the 13 divine warriors, standing on the steps of the four-of-a-kind bomb. As the magic power slowly dissipated, the two of them's souls withdrew from the other dimension. Then, they clenched their fists and swore an oath to Luping. "From now on, my daughter and I will be Mr. Luping's most loyal dogs." Elizabeth was surprised, cultivating forces in another dimension and then imprisoning them in a tool to be called upon at will. "How did you come up with that?" However, Luping couldn't see anything and didn't understand what she was talking about. The nearby Gigi was curious why everyone had eaten the jelly, but Boss and his daughter had received a greater magic boost. Annie guessed that it might be because they had fought the Dark Guild earlier. Gigi was worried. "I'm still the one with the highest magic rank, but this gap will soon be closed. I'm afraid I've already disappointed the hero, and my performance this time was terrible." And the great general, Blanchette, was fortunate enough to meet the hero and the Demon Queen, hoping they would intervene and save the elf tribe. But Demon Queen Elizabeth flatly refused. Luping thought she must have a way, like some kind of resurrection magic. Elizabeth explained that her resurrection limit was 10 people at a time, which was meaningless against such a large number. Besides, the tribesmen's corpses were still tainted with the power of the Black Ear. If their bodies weren't remade, they would surely become a hidden danger for the Dark Guild in the future. Also, the elves relied on the sacred tree for survival, and the tree's magic power would eventually run out. Its withering was just a matter of time. Now that the sacred tree had been destroyed, there was no need to resurrect them. After hearing Elizabeth's explanation, Luping came up with an idea. "If the tree is gone, just plant a new one. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to cultivate a person. Even if it's not significant now, as long as we plant the seeds, there's still hope for the future. Based on my experience, these roots are completely rotten. There's no point in trying to save them, but the soil conditions here seem to be pretty good. Not much different from my home, but if we use fruit seeds from outside to plant, it will take too long for them to sprout and grow into trees." Elizabeth thought she had misheard. Is he trying to plant a new elven sacred tree? Blanchette also found it incredible. The sacred tree was born when the first chieftain, Lord Tavira, sacrificed herself to activate sacred tree's advent. It can't be replicated. Just then, Luping came up with a way to grow a tree faster than planting a seed. However, when he turned to ask for help, the four of them instantly appeared in front of him, raising their hands at the same time. "Your orders, hero." Luping said that he didn't need so many people, just Miss Gigi. Hearing that she was needed, Gigi was honored. "What can I do for you, hero?" Luping said. "The branch I brought from home. Is it still with you, Miss Gigi? Can you give it to me?" Hearing this, Gigi's expression changed. She guessed that the hero was taking back the weapon he had given her. Even though she was very reluctant, she still took out the branch. Luping said, "I don't think this broken branch is of much use to you, Miss Gigi. I'll just take it back. Is that okay?" However, his words were misinterpreted by Gigi. "Gigi Sorgs, your performance this time has been very disappointing. I'm taking back the divine wood sword I gave you. You should reflect on yourself." Gigi trembled all over. "I will follow the hero's arrangements." After Luping turned and walked towards the sacred tree, Gigi couldn't help but punch the grass, dejectedly telling everyone, "I've been disrespectful. Please Please take me as a warning. Boss also couldn't help but tremble. Mr. Le Ping is so strict. Even someone as strong as the Sword Saint. Yahello told Gigi not to be too sad. In terms of performance, we're even worse than you, Sword Saint. Annie also fell into self-blame. Brother Le Ping gives me magic fruit every month. If I can't bring out Raphael's full power, he'll be completely disappointed in me too. At that moment, Gigi was filled with regret. I am not worthy of the title of Sword Saint. Please don't call me that anymore. Gigi Swords, will never forget the shame of today. The nearby Elizabeth chuckled. What a great way to make an example of someone. Now I'll see how you plant a tree. The elf tribe has already withered. It's impossible to achieve a large-scale resurrection, let alone for you, who has no magic power. No matter how powerful you are, you can't violate the basic laws. The hero stuck a branch in the ground, added some fertilizer and water, and unexpectedly caused an earthquake in the entire elf tribe. It turned out that the branch he had planted was growing rapidly, its huge trunk breaking through the ground in search of nourishment. The dead sacred beasts were drained and turned to wood, and even the zombies in the forest were no exception, all of them being cleaned up and absorbed by the trunk. Soon, the huge roots enveloped the entire elf tribe. Meanwhile, the previous sacred ground barrier was gradually dissipating. The newly planted branch had sprouted flowers, and then all the trunks were covered in flowers, symbolizing the birth of a new life. Soon, one fresh body after another fell from the flowers, and before long, the entire forest was filled with them. They were all the tribesmen who had been sacrificed, and even the dead sacred beasts and mounts had their bodies remade. Blanchette felt a huge amount of magic power invading every corner of the elf tribe like a flood, resurrecting all the dead creatures. And this sacred tree has only just finished rooting. When it's fully grown, its blessing to our elven race will far surpass that of the first sacred tree. At that moment, Le Ping was wondering why the branch he had just planted was growing so fast, until he found a reasonable explanation. An orange grown in the south is an orange, but grown in the north, it becomes a bitter orange. Because the elf tribe here is rich in magic elements, the cuttings are growing so fast. He even marveled at how magic was the king in this world, completely unaware of his own terrifying creative power. The demon queen was deeply shaken. If she were to use black magic for resurrection, she would have to exchange 10 times her own lifespan. Even though this lifespan could be recovered with a little rest, it still limited her performance. But the hero had achieved a large-scale resurrection without any cost. How did he do it? The flower buds allow the wandering souls to attach, and the root system absorbs and reconstructs matter. I can guess the basic principle, but the difficult part is the final step of injecting the soul into the body. This is no longer something that can be explained by magic. Is it because of the well water and fertilizer from home? I usually enjoy these magic-rich external things, and although they are very high level, they are far from being able to create life. If external things are not the key, then the key is the hand of God. There are no laws, then it is the law of creation. After finally figuring out Le Ping's law, Elizabeth knelt on the ground in disappointment. I get it. The same things, the same actions. Le Ping can do it, but no one else, including me, can. No wonder that Supreme Joker King called him the creator. At that moment, Elizabeth's dream of defeating Le Ping was shattered, because the gap between them was not just a little. Just then, Boss felt that the atmosphere was strange and asked his daughter if she felt the immense magic power. Yahello said she felt a large number of elves being born. Gigi, hearing this, no longer struggled. The branch in my hand is a waste of a good thing. The hero was right to take it back. Annie said that even with her crimson demon eyes, she could no longer see through her big brother Le Ping. Le Ping looked around at the changing scene and said that he had done all he could to help, and the rest was up to them to continue. At that moment, the demon queen was squatting on the ground, deeply depressed. Blanchette was a little panicked and uncertainly asked for the hero's meaning again. Le Ping smiled. The sapling will need someone to take care of it later, so I'll leave it to you. Blanchette was filled with self-blame. Only the chieftain was qualified to take care of the sacred tree. She had persecuted her own people when she was controlled, so she was not worthy of this qualification. But she soon thought of a qualified tribesman. Hero, it's her. Yahello's mother saved me, and she also has the blood of the previous chieftains, so I recommend her to be the new chieftain of the elven race. Hearing this, Boss looked at his daughter in surprise, and Yahello was completely dumbfounded. At first, she was afraid she couldn't manage and wanted to refuse, until her father, Boss, stopped her. Boss, will do my best to help Yahello. Please rest assured, hero. Then he whispered to his daughter, remember what your mother said. Whatever Mr. Le Ping arranges, we will do our best. Hearing this, Blanchette stepped forward to show her loyalty. I will fulfill my duties as the great general and help you manage the elf tribe well. Then, the three of them glanced at Le Ping out of the corner of their eyes, determined to satisfy the hero. Annie thought this was a redistribution of power. From now on, the Card Guild and the elf tribe would guard the southern part of the continent of heroes. Afterwards, Le Ping came to the demon queen. Elizabeth, it's time to go home. But Elizabeth's spirits were low, and she didn't react even when Le Ping poked her. Just then, Gigi came over. Hero, please wait. I have a question. I would like to ask you about the true meaning of Tai Chi sword. Since I started practicing Tai Chi sword, I feel that my understanding of swordsmanship has become vague, and my magic power often clashes violently within me. Where did I go wrong? Please give me some pointers. hero. However, Leping said he had already forgotten most of it. If Miss Gigi wants to ask about swordsmanship, I suggest you go to the Sword Saint Guild for an exchange and study. This last sentence made Gigi subconsciously take a half step back, and the three people next to her were also stunned. Asking the Sword Saint herself to go back to the Sword Saint Guild to learn swordsmanship? This is simply rubbing salt in the wound. Gigi trembled, because all the swordsmanship in the Sword Saint Guild was personally taught by her. She asked Leping unwillingly, "Is my swordsmanship really that bad?" Leping said, "That's not what I mean. Actually, the only thing I remember most vividly about Tai Chi sword is the last swordless form. And wasn't that swordless form the move used by that contestant in the guild competition in Tada Town that I watched?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "I don't have magic, so I can't gather that kind of magic sword energy. So I think they're probably about the same, like this." With that, Leping waved his finger forward. However, with just that one wave, Gigi's soul was pushed out of her body and flew into another dimension. In the main hall, the mountain peaks were suspended in the air, and below were carved the two characters Kunlun. At that moment, Gigi stood on a sword and flew on it, finally landing in the main hall of Kunlun Mountain. And in the center of the main hall sat an old man. With a wave of the whisk in his hand, several Kunlun disciples immediately swung their swords at Gigi. In less than 3 rounds, Gigi was defeated. After that, Gigi changed into their clothes and practiced swordsmanship with the Kunlun disciples every day, but she lost every time. It's unknown how much time passed, but the old man finally served Gigi a cup of tea, and after drinking half a cup of tea, Gigi seemed to have a vague understanding of the nothingness of Tai Chi sword. So she started practicing the Tai Chi sword moves with her sword again, but the uncomfortable feeling of magic clashing reappeared, causing her blood to churn and blood to ooze from the corner of her mouth. So Gigi tried to close her eyes, forget herself, and become one with nature, merging herself into Tai Chi. Spring passed and autumn came. It's unknown how many years passed. At that moment, Gigi's hair had turned gray, and she was sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard with a broom. Now, when she faced the disciples chasing and playing, she could easily deal with all of them. When the old man found Gigi to talk again, she had already forgotten that she had come here to learn the way of Tai Chi, but because of this, the old man thought it was time for her to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, Gigi's appearance returned to its original state. "Thank you for your enlightenment, Master. Please allow your disciple to ask for your great name one last time, so that your disciple can always honor it in my heart." The old man blew on his eyebrows. "That's not important. Zhang Sanfeng. I wonder who will come here next." After completing her studies, she broke through 3 ranks in a row, reaching the level of a 4-star demon king. The entire process, for others, was just a blink of an eye. To be able to break through 3 ranks at the demon king level, perhaps in the hero's eyes, there was no difference between the demon king rank and the magic warrior rank. Afterwards, Gigi bowed deeply to Leping. "Thank you for your guidance, hero. I will follow your instructions and return to the Sword Saint Guild to learn from scratch, no longer clinging to swordsmanship, but dedicating myself to the way of Tai Chi." With that, the female sword saint transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Leping had no idea what was happening. He thought, the strong people of this other world are truly unpredictable. Then he asked Annie and Uncle Boss what their plans were. "Do you want to catch a ride on Elizabeth's teleportation?" The father and daughter said they wanted to stay in the elf tribe for a while to get used to the environment and then move the card guild's headquarters nearby for easier management. And Annie decided to go to a certain place and declined Leping's offer. Knowing that everyone had their own plans, Leping poked the depressed demon queen. Xiao Bai, it's time to go home." Elizabeth replied weakly, "Oh," and then summoned a teleportation array. Soon, the two of them became blurry and then disappeared. On the other side, the female sword saint, Gigi, was on her way back to the Sword Saint Guild and happened to see the Sword Elder and Hui below, fighting against the Dark Guild. They finally understood why the contestant from the Great Bear Guild had transformed into an apostle in the guild competition last time. It turned out that the simple-minded beastmen had fallen to this state. The president of the Great Bear Guild sneered, "Is this the impression you humans have? No wonder the beastmen can't form a great power." With that, his body suddenly exploded, releasing 100% of his muscle power and charging at the two of them. The two of them leaped up to dodge at the same time. We asked Elder Bali what they should do. The opponent was a 1-star magic venerable. Bali said coldly, "Don't underestimate yourself. After drinking the barley tea that boss gave our Sword Saint Guild, I have also broken through to the magic venerable rank." With that, he drew his longsword and used swift draw 1,000 needles. In an instant, countless spikes pierced through the body of the president of the Great Bear Guild, each needle about 50 to 60 centimeters long. Just then, we took the opportunity to form hand signs. Gray flow pouring. Soon, he spat out clumps of cement-like liquid that covered the body of the president of the Great Bear Guild. Then, we plunged his twin blades in and used his blunt sword technique, using vibrations to compact the object inside and shatter the enemy's body. At that moment, we had already activated his maximum vibration power. Even a 1-star magic venerable coughed up blood, and even the desert for several miles around was affected. And the Sword Elder stood on his longsword, admiring the gray sword among the 10 colored swords the most. "Although you are not as sharp as the blue sword, you can make up for your shortcomings with diligence and have developed your her own unique blunt sword technique. After the vibration ended, we pulled out his twin blades and turned around handsomely, thinking he had already completed the kill. But unexpectedly, the hard concrete suddenly cracked and then collapsed with a boom. At the same time, the two of them sensed a terrifying aura. They immediately used all their magic power to activate their sword shields. Soon, a 3-layered ceiling sword descended from the sky and stood in front of them. At that moment, a hand without flesh and blood was raised. With just a flick of its finger, the 3 ceiling swords in front of them were all shattered by the shockwave, and even the Grey Sword and the Sword Elder were sent flying. The president of the Great Bear Guild sent the Grey Sword and the Sword Elder flying. Now that he had awakened the chaotic power of the Sea of Darkness, he had reached the level of a 1-star Demon King. All below the Demon King rank are ants. I must have surpassed Lord Malfoy now. But as soon as he finished speaking, the female Sword Saint's figure passed through his body, cutting him into 3 large pieces. The Sword Elder struggled to climb out of the sand pit, surprised to see the guild president here. She said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to guard the guild's main base?" Bali bowed his head and replied, "I was originally going to investigate a small country in the south, but I was clearly tricked by 2 outsiders. As for the guild, they have already turned the tables and repelled the Dark Guild. The 10 colored swords have also gone to various parts of the demon domain to gather intelligence." Shishi didn't want to ramble. "Let's go back to the guild's main base first. You can help me gather everyone. I have an important announcement to make." Meanwhile, in a certain goblin cave in the demon domain, the Green Sword, one of the 10 colored swords, was leading a team to search. Among them, Travis had agreed to team up with them to repay a favor to the Sword Saint Guild, while the ticket-scalping Ox had taken this bounty mission to make money because there had been too few competitions recently. Just then, a girl asked, "Are those goblins unreasonable barbarians? They're so scary." The Green Sword glanced at the girl's proud bust. "I will protect you." But just then, the red gem on the girl's staff suddenly reacted strongly. At the same time, at the end of the cave, green dots filled the entire passage. The blue sword immediately drew a cactus-shaped longsword and led everyone to fight a life-and-death battle with the goblins. A few minutes later, Travis leaned against the wall in frustration. These barbaric goblins who don't even know magic. Before he could finish, an iron rod came down on his head and finished him off. At that moment, the blue sword was already dead, and the Ox's head had also been cut off. Only a bound girl was left, wriggling her body. Such a perfect body made the goblin chief drool with greed. "Woman, brothers, it's time to reproduce." Hearing this, the girl burst into tears, but the goblins just desperately tore at her clothes. However, a few minutes later, the goblin chief's essence was gradually drained. The girl licked her fingers. "It's really more fun with a little bit of a plot. Even the most unreasonable barbarians are as obedient as dogs in front of me. It's so boring." Then she transferred the power the Dark Ear had just absorbed into her body, and Ruthbed's level instantly rose to a 5-star magic master. She said, "You've seen everything you wanted to see." Then a purple worm crawled out, and then a pair of hands dug open the worm's mouth, and finally, a person crawled out from inside. Tager said, "If you want the power of the Dark Ear, you don't have to hide your identity and hunt down the seeds Malfoy has sown. I can give it to you, as long as you do one thing for me." Ruthbed smiled. "Are you asking me to betray the guild?" But now, her fatal seduction had no effect on Asados. "Don't waste your magic power. I have no interest in the desires of your world, and I'm not asking you to betray Malfoy." Ruthbed guessed that he must be at least a demon king to be able to resist her seduction. She then asked what he wanted her to do, but as she was about to speak, she deliberately said, "I haven't even broken through to the magic venerable rank. How could I possibly help you?" Asados chuckled. "What a cunning woman. You're afraid I can't offer you a satisfactory condition, right? Let me tell you, the Dark Ear is just a transitional product. If you sign a contract with me, I can give you 10 times the power of the Dark Ear." As he spoke, he pushed some chaotic power from his mouth. "To be honest, your seductive power is very special, which is why I chose you. This chaotic power is enough to let you skip the magic venerable rank and step into the Demon King rank, which is equivalent to absorbing more than 1,000 Dark Ears. But if you sign a contract with me, you must do as I say, otherwise the consequences will be dire. I won't force you. You can choose for yourself." To easily step into the Demon King rank, Ruthbed ultimately chose power. "For the sake of the Demon King rank, I agree." On the other side, in the field behind Lu Ping's house, a 5-element pea from the elf tribe had been brought back by him for cultivation. "This magical world is amazing. Plants can be sentient. Unlike the ordinary things I grow. I should go back inside. You can live here and get along with everyone." However, after Lu Ping left, the various fruits and vegetables in the field began to emit an incredibly terrifying aura. At that moment, Lu Ping returned to the house and asked Elizabeth if she wanted some freshly picked apples. The depressed Elizabeth flatly refused. How can apples be as delicious as snacks? Lu Ping kindly reminded her not to eat too many snacks, as lunch was almost ready. Hearing this, Elizabeth put down her potato chips and picked up a supersized Coke, gulping down more than half of it in one go. Lu Ping was speechless. Ever since she had returned from the elf tribe, the Demon Queen had been in a slump. But after drinking, Elizabeth glared at the Coke. So annoying. Lu Ping thought he had done something to offend her. "Is it because my performance outside didn't meet your expectations? I don't have magic, and I can't learn swordsmanship, so you're angry angry at this stupid student of yours? No. Although I'm not good at magic and swordsmanship, at least I've united the forces outside to deal with the Dark Guild. In fact, Elizabeth couldn't understand why Lu Ping could transcend the rules, and what was the point of all the painful training she had gone through. But then she thought, maybe according to the plot, I'm just a stepping stone for him to become famous. He doesn't need me, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed here all this time. I was the one who came looking for him. No matter how much I struggle, I can't surpass him, so I might as well just lie down. Back then, I could rule the world as a demon king. What's the use of being a 7-star demon god now? I should just enjoy life. Lu Ping thought carefully, melancholy, irritable, emotionally volatile, listless, and binge-eating snacks. Could she be on her period? But we've been living together for over a year, and I've never noticed similar symptoms before. But in a magical world, it's normal for a demon queen's menstrual cycle to be different from a human's. Just because the hero mistakenly thought the demon queen was on her period, he stewed a pot of brown sugar water for her to regulate her body. However, the moment she took her first sip, she was suddenly pulled into a hot spring in a spiritual realm. It was a brown sugar hot spring that could circulate chi and blood and replenish stamina. At the same time, 3 sage-level experts gave her a full-service treatment. The demon queen curiously asked what kind of service it was, but the 3 experts directly threw a bath towel at her, pulled the naked Elizabeth out of the water, and wrapped her up. Then, they threw her again, and she landed on a soft air cushion. Then, Miss Silverear gave her a delicate hand massage. Elizabeth couldn't resist at all, but at the same time, she was so comfortable she couldn't help herself. Then, Auntie Egg started to give Elizabeth a back rub, explaining that massage could make people relax, and my egg liquid back rub can make your skin as smooth as mine. Elizabeth originally wanted to struggle, but her body completely disobeyed her. Just then, Grandma Red Date came over, hunched over, and shook her body, saying it was her turn. Auntie Egg was surprised that Grandma Red Date was acting so quickly. She probably isn't completely relaxed yet, but it's fine. This girl's foundation is pretty good. She should be able to handle it. Elizabeth thought, it's just a massage. This old woman is so frail. What can she do? After getting everyone's consent, Grandma Red Date began to stretch her muscles. Her thin, toothpick-like body suddenly swelled several times, instantly making Elizabeth's jaw drop. At that moment, Grandma Red Date grabbed one of her calves and then used her middle finger knuckle technique to crazily massage the sole of Elizabeth's foot, causing her to let out a few soft moans. Eventually, she let go of her inhibitions and finally let out a loud gasp. The 3 sage-level experts were in charge of nourishing Een, beautifying, and replenishing blood, respectively. Their levels were far above the demon god rank. Soon, a brilliant light flashed, and Elizabeth returned to reality from the spiritual realm. At the same time, she was promoted from a 7-star demon god to an 8-star one. Lu Ping asked Elizabeth how she was. Do you feel warmer and more comfortable? But Elizabeth's cheeks were slightly red, and she was still savoring the feeling. Seeing no reaction from her, Lu Ping asked again if the taste was too different and hard to accept. But his words were misinterpreted by Elizabeth. Oh, with just a little bit of my rule power, I can make you advance, but you still can't catch up to me. Our gap is just that big. You can't accept it, but there's nothing you can do. Elizabeth's mood, which had just been normal, instantly became dejected again. The rules have come, and there's nothing I can do. Eating anything is meaningless. What will be, will be. Hearing the word rules, Lu Ping thought, so she's still on her period. Diet therapy isn't working. Then he took the initiative to go outside. Elizabeth, I'm going out to practice with Alpha. Is that okay? Elizabeth lay on the sofa and replied weakly. But when Lu Ping reached the wood chopping area, he found that Alpha was gone. He's been hanging out with Wang Kai a lot lately. He must have gone out for a walk. Meanwhile, Alpha was covering his ears and patrolling with Wang Kai. Recently, he had been hearing strange noises, which were actually sound waves from the system. Wang Kai said, how come I don't hear anything? You must be looking for an excuse to slack off again, right? Alpha explained that a buzzing sound had been in his ears lately, making it impossible for him to sleep. But just then, Wang Kai suddenly sounded an alarm, saying there was a suspicious sound 3 kilometers away. At that moment, Ruthbed was controlling a few goblins to chase her, while she herself pretended to be a victim, planning to use this to sneak into the hero and demon queen's secluded residence. The reason was that Asathos' contract with her was to kill Malfoy's beloved demon queen Elizabeth, but she knew she couldn't do it with her own strength. She believed that with her seductive ability to overcome the strong, she could control the hero to kill the demon queen. But just then, a missile was launched, and a mushroom cloud erupted from the ground behind her. Ruthbed looked back and saw that the 2 goblins had been blown to bits. Those were barbaric goblins that had been given the dark ear and had reached the magic venerable level. What kind of attack was that? In just an instant. However, when she turned back, she shivered. About 7 different modern weapons were pointed at her head. Wang Kai said, who are you? What is your purpose here? Ruthbed trembled all over. She knew that if she said the wrong thing, she would be killed without a trace. Just then, Alpha said, Senior Wang Kai, you're scaring this young lady. It's obvious she's just a poor girl being hunted by monsters. I am the legendary hero's right-hand man, the great true holy sword Alpha. Wang Kai told him to shut up. I need to analyze this suspicious person first. Don't reveal too much information about the master. Then it extended a mechanical arm and scanned Ruthbed. But Ruthbed had a secret contract with a Sadhose and didn't want to be discovered. She decided to strike first and used fatal seduction on Alpha and Wang Kai, causing them to fall into a deep illusion. In Alpha's sea of consciousness, he was the strongest weapon in the hands of the legendary hero and the best partner to accompany the hero on his southern and northern expeditions. They chatted together, practiced swordsmanship together, and even slayed evil dragons together. Even the one known as the most powerful demon queen in the world could only die at the hands of the Alpha Holy Sword. You guided me when I was lost and led me when I was confused. Thank you, my good partner. Alpha threw his head back and laughed. Don't mention it. This is what a bond is, my good partner. On the other side, Wang Kai also fell into an illusion. That day, it and its master were running on the grass, and it played fetch with its master. It was its master's most beloved companion pet. The master even refused to be intimate with the demon queen, just to be with Wang Kai every day. And in reality, Wang Kai's weapon had dropped. Ruthbed thought she had succeeded. As long as desire exists, it's impossible to resist my seduction, no matter how powerful you are. However, at that moment, Wang Kai activated its antivirus program. In just 3 seconds, it completed the scan and even updated its system's vulnerability patch. Then, Wang Kai once again raised its various guns and ammunition and pointed them at Ruthbed. Who are you? Why did you invade my system? Although you are not a threat, since your intentions are unclear, it's better to eliminate you. At that moment, Ruthbed was stunned. Her Demon King level seduction technique, which could overcome the strong, had been broken. According to the legends, that Elizabeth was only a Demon King level being. How could she be about to die before even seeing her? But just then, Le Ping came over. Seeing its master, Wang Kai immediately became obedient, retracting all its weapons and trotting over to greet him. Le Ping smiled. I heard a noise over here, so it was you. Ruthbed guessed that this guy was the legendary hero. As long as he was a man, it would be easy. The hero saves the damsel plot always worked. Let me fulfill your male fantasies. However, on Le Ping's side, no one noticed her, and Alpha was still lost in his illusion. Le Ping thought Alpha was possessed and gave him a big slap. As expected, a slap from the hero could break the seduction spell. You scared me. I thought you had gone crazy just now. Have you not been resting well lately? It's fine. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let's go back and chop wood. Even after they had left, Ruthbed, who was pretending to be unconscious on the ground, was still not discovered. But he didn't even see her and turned to go home. The girl had to speak up. Can you help me? Only then did Le Ping notice there was another girl behind him. He then helped the strange girl back to his home, which immediately alerted the demon queen, who was lying on the couch. Le Ping asked Miss Ruthbed, are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Ruthbed gasped and said her head was still a bit dizzy. I'll be fine after a rest. Le Ping could only help her to the sofa. The nearby Elizabeth even moved a few steps away. Le Ping told Ruthbed to rest first while he went to get a cup of tea. At that moment, Elizabeth was emitting a murderous aura, glaring at the sword and the dog. Alpha was so scared he lost his courage, and Wang Kai, on his head, was trembling. The next moment, Elizabeth's flying kick shattered Wang Kai's screen, and Alpha, who had timely reverted to his original form, narrowly dodged the attack. Wang Kai was kicked out of the house and rolled a few times. Lady Elizabeth, you've misunderstood. But just then, Elizabeth grabbed its dog head again. Picking up people again. Are you? You don't take my words seriously, do you? This scene was witnessed by Ruthbed. She is the legendary demon queen Elizabeth. Although I don't know the reason, because of my arrival, she and that treasure are having a conflict. Next, as long as I completely capture that so-called hero, Le Ping, then I can use him to kill her and fulfill my agreement with the Sadhose. With this in mind, she directly launched fatal seduction at Le Ping. Wisps of evil energy shot at Le Ping but were instantly repelled. Ruthbed couldn't believe it. What went wrong just now? Why can't I invade him at all? However, when Le Ping handed her the barley tea, Ruthbed once again launched fatal seduction, thinking that no man could resist it. But Le Ping mistakenly thought she was unwell somewhere. Why are your eyes twitching? At that moment, Ruthbed's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Anyway, since she hadn't been exposed, she simply took the barley tea from Le Ping. But after taking the cup, she was amazed at how rich the magic power was inside. When she took her first sip of barley tea, she was directly pulled into a spiritual realm. The tea water was like a high, insurmountable wall of water that rushed towards her, instantly filling the entire realm and finally submerging her. After it was over, her magic rank rose from a 1-star demon king to a 2-star one. Le Ping, seeing that she seemed to have more energy, asked if she was feeling better. But just then, the half-empty cup of barley tea fell to the ground. Ruthbed clutched her stomach and felt very uncomfortable. What did you give me to drink? Soon, lines appeared on her lower abdomen and were slowly wriggling. Before long, the lines had crawled up to Ruthbed's chest and then to her throat. Le Ping was at a loss. What's wrong with you? Could you be allergic to wheat? Elizabeth appeared in time and explained, this is clearly the same as that Gigi. They are both people who have been contaminated by making a pact with the Sea of Darkness. Le Ping had a sudden realization. Then, Elizabeth, you have to save her quickly. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, thinking, this guy is asking the obvious. Didn't he already use the barley tea to forcefully break her contract? Now it's just a rejection reaction. Do you think I don't know? He's just trying to find a chance to show off his creator's greatness. As expected, a purple object slowly crawled out of Ruthbed's mouth. After a moment of brewing, she she finally spat out all the filth. Lu Ping recognized it. It was the same kind of magic bug he had encountered before. A sad hose was surprised. I was so well hidden this time. How did you find me? Elizabeth, I swear to have an irreconcilable hatred with you two. I will curse you with my chaotic power. Before it could finish, the robotic vacuum cleaner sucked it up again. Cleaning in progress. Please be careful. The Demon Queen asked her what her real purpose was in coming here. Ruthbed never expected that the contract would be broken, and the development of events had exceeded her expectations. She explained that she had been forced, but how could Elizabeth easily believe her lies? She immediately pulled her into her own spiritual realm. The ground was covered in corpses and remains, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. At that moment, Ruthbed trembled all over. Isn't she also a demon king? Why am I like an ant in front of her? Fortunately, Lu Ping pushed Elizabeth away, and at the same time, pushed away her spiritual realm. She's been in a bad mood lately. Let me ask. Don't be nervous. You just said you were forced. Are you related to the Dark Guild? Just tell us slowly. Ruthbed never expected this foolish hero to be so easy to deceive. She quickly nodded and then pressed her soft peaks against his leg, even though they were severely deformed. It was the Dark Guild and that sad host from the Sea of Darkness who colluded and forced me to do things for them. I didn't want to do bad things, so I secretly ran away. I didn't expect them to have planted such an evil thing inside me. Mr. Lu Ping, please save me. Lu Ping agreed. Let go first, and we'll discuss it later. A few minutes later, Ruthbed had changed her clothes, but they were too small and squeezed her flesh. Elizabeth explained that those were her clothes. Ruthbed smiled. Just borrowing them for a bit. Don't be so stingy. Elizabeth declared again, no matter what your purpose is, I'm giving you until tomorrow to leave. This is my final act of mercy. Otherwise, I'll annihilate you on the spot. Ruthbed replied, to be honest, Demon Queen, I was originally sent to assassinate you, but after being purified by Mr. Lu Ping, I have completely turned over a new leaf. Of course, if the Demon Queen wants me to leave, I dare not disobey you. If Mr. Lu Ping insists that I stay, I dare not disobey him even more. Elizabeth saw through her attempt to stay and mooch. Shameless. What makes you think he'll let you stay? Ruthbed smiled. As the saying goes, even a hero has a weakness for a beauty. Maybe it's because of my perfect body, but looking at you, Demon Queen, you probably wouldn't understand. Hearing this, Elizabeth pinched her belly fat. You mean this? With that, she snapped her fingers and activated the magic negative attribute conversion. Soon, all the excess fat was instantly converted into magic power, giving Elizabeth a perfect body again. Then she walked straight to Ruthbed. Look carefully. In front of me, you are nothing. Then Elizabeth used her terrifying bust to push forward, but this time, she met her match and was pushed back by Ruthbed's even more exaggerated peaks. The Demon Queen's once proud and terrifying bust had now met its match. Just then, Lu Ping heard Elizabeth shout and pushed open the door, and Ruthbed, seeing the hero enter, actively grabbed Elizabeth's hand and then slapped her own face with it, deliberately pretending to be the victim in front of the hero. Sister Elizabeth, if I did something wrong, I can change. Lu Ping looked at the Demon Queen in surprise. Elizabeth, you, Mr. Lu Ping, don't blame Sister Elizabeth. Even though you saw me being punished, it must be my fault. The hero told Ruthbed not to cry, believing there must be a misunderstanding. Then he looked at Elizabeth with suspicion. Ruthbed began to smile to herself, thinking that as long as she kept admitting she was wrong, the hero would definitely side with her, and she would fall into the trap of self-justification. But Elizabeth did not play by the rules. There is no misunderstanding. I did hit her. Is there a problem? Ruthbed tried to ask for help. Mr. Lu Ping, please say something fair. However, after careful consideration, Lu Ping decisively gave a thumbs up. Well done. I believe you must have your own reasons. Miss Ruth, you also know that Elizabeth is the Demon Queen, so her magic power is naturally unfathomable. She probably saw that there was still some evil residue inside you, so please cooperate. Then he told Elizabeth to continue hitting her, and with that, he walked out. Seeing that her plan had failed, Ruthbed quickly apologized to the Demon Queen, but Elizabeth didn't even pay her any attention. You think I see you as a threat? Don't flatter yourself. With that, she left the living room. At night, Wang Kai was still trying to repair its broken body, while Ruthbed had finished dinner at the hero's house. Her magic rank had also risen from a 2-star Demon King to a 3-star one. Lu Ping asked if she wanted another plate of braised pork rice. Although Ruthbed really wanted more, she knew her body couldn't handle it and decisively refused Lu Ping. But Elizabeth was different. Her appetite was even bigger than a pig's in a pigsty. Ruthbed was surprised that she could eat these nourishing foods like they were ordinary meals. Could there be a level higher than the Demon King rank in this world? No wonder Elizabeth was willing to give up the world to stay here. Now I'm even more determined to get this man. So she made some small talk. Sister Elizabeth's appetite is really good, but aren't you afraid that Mr. Lu Ping will dislike you for eating so much? Lu Ping quickly answered, I'm happiest when I see Xiao Bai enjoying the food I make every day. It's the only thing I can do well. Ruthbed sighed. I'm so envious. I wish I could eat Mr. Lu Ping's personally cooked meals every day. But as soon as she finished speaking, Elizabeth slammed the table, misinterpreting Lu Ping's words and cursing him in her heart. Li Ping, are you saying that the only thing I do well in front of you is eat? Seeing Elizabeth leave the dining table, Ruthbed deliberately said again, Mr. Lu Ping, you cook so well. Doesn't she ever praise raise you? Maybe it's true that you don't cherish what you have. Mr. Leping, you're the best cook I've ever met. Mr. Leping, can you teach me too? I want to learn from you. However, Leping was not listening at all. His mind was filled with the thought that the demon queen was on her period. For some reason, seeing her so unhappy made his heart ache. After dinner, Ruthbed was taking a shower. She used the bath soap that Leping had produced. Just by applying it to her body, she easily broke through to a 4-star demon king. It's amazing. All along, I've followed the strong, hoping to get a piece of the pie from them. I've never thought about ruling the world, because my seduction technique can't do that. But now, I've actually had this thought. As long as I get this man, then I'll naturally get the whole world. From now on, I only have one goal, and that is to get the man Leping. So I must completely cut ties with my past experiences. To capture the legendary hero's heart, the woman deliberately came out of the bathroom without clothes on, wrapped in the hero's special bath towel. She even forced her way between him and the demon queen and then pressed her body against his. But unexpectedly, Leping suddenly stood up, and she fell into an empty space. I'll go get you some suitable clothes first. Ruthbed sulked. You got away again. But it's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities. As long as I keep attacking, I'll eventually get you. But just then, a demonic claw covered her mouth. Elizabeth had originally planned to lie down and not bother with such a small fry, but now she suddenly wanted to know about a friend. You said you've been in the Dark Guild. Then you should have some memories of it, right? At that moment, Ruthbed was unable to move, but she was also afraid that her past would be discovered by the demon queen. She gritted her teeth and used her seduction technique to overcome the strong on Elizabeth. Soon, the surrounding scene changed. What appeared was a table full of needles and saws, and in the corner were various historical torture instruments, and Ruthbed, dressed in a prison uniform, was hanging in the center. At the same time, the clack-clack sound of high heels came from outside the door. Ruthbed was completely confused. Why is it like this? You should have fallen under my illusion. Elizabeth said, I did deliberately fall for your trick, but I also pulled you in with me. Ruthbed said, what do you want? Mr. Leping will be out soon. Aren't you afraid of what Mr. Leping will see you doing to me? Elizabeth chuckled. I've adjusted your illusion. 1 hour here is equal to 10 seconds outside. During this time, everything will be realistic, and you will forget everything after it's over. Ruthbed smiled. You're going to all this trouble just to threaten me to leave Mr. Leping, right? Then I can tell you clearly. But as soon as she finished speaking, Elizabeth's whip had already struck Ruthbed's body. You're thinking too much. What I want to know is the whereabouts of Amelia. As she spoke, the whip was like a dragon, roaming over Ruthbed's body. Every lash seemed to draw a piercing sound in the air. The Dark Guild has not been completely eliminated, but Amelia is missing. And looking at you, a mere wretch, who has reached the Demon King rank. Has she been captured by you? Ruthbed endured the pain, refusing to reveal a single piece of information. Seeing this, Elizabeth increased the speed of her whip. Resistance will be met with severity. You can keep being stubborn. In the whistling sound of the whip, Ruthbed cowered. Although her body was covered in bloody welts, she still pretended not to know anything. Please, Demon Queen, let me go. Although Elizabeth couldn't get any useful information, she felt a sense of great satisfaction in her heart. Could it be because I'm jealous of him, Leping? Just then, Leping's voice came from behind. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Help me, your young master. See how this outfit looks. Since Elizabeth was in an illusion at that moment, she imagined Leping in a magnificent appearance, but in reality, Leping was just holding a piece of clothing and asking if it was big enough. But the flustered Elizabeth was so embarrassed that she stormed out, leaving the disheveled Ruthbed on the sofa, gasping for breath. Please let me go. I can't take it anymore. The succubus had fallen into her own illusion and had been whipped by the Demon Queen for 49 hours, and all the sensations in the illusion were realistic. After it was over, she would automatically forget the entire process, but the fear still lingered in her mind. I've reached the 4-star Demon King rank. Outside, I'm no less than the Dark Guild or the Sword Saint Guild. But why? Why am I like an insect being played with by a child in front of them, with no power to resist? I can't just give up like this. In order to get further. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw a black shadow standing outside the window. That black shadow was Elizabeth. She made a gesture, meaning, I'll be watching you. This scared Ruthbed so much that she hid under the covers. But Elizabeth had still misunderstood Leping. You saved this woman just to force me to state my position, didn't you? But you still remember your promise to me, not to let anyone on your bed. After we send this woman away tomorrow, I'll have a good talk with you. Soon, morning came. As soon as Leping came out of his room, he saw Ruthbed wiping the floor. Miss Ruth, you don't have to be so polite. We have a robotic vacuum cleaner. Please get up. You are a guest. Elizabeth, you should stop her too. Elizabeth snorted. It's not like I forced her to do it. What does it have to do with me? Ruthbed, feeling uneasy under the Demon Queen's watch, had found something to do to show her submission. I made the floor so dirty yesterday. This is what I should do. Leping quickly helped her up. Don't be so polite. After I wash up, I'll make breakfast for you. But just then, Elizabeth flew into a rage, slamming the red date and goji berry tea she was holding on the table, and then pushing Ruthbed away from Leping's side. It's just wiping the floor. Why are you so worried? I'll wipe it for you. But Leping wouldn't let go. Elizabeth angrily asked him why. Leping thought she was on her period and said, because of the rules. You have to let go. And Elizabeth thought he was talking about the rules of power and reluctantly let go. Lu Ping thought to himself, you think I didn't notice? You, Elizabeth, took the initiative to pour the red date and goji berry tea I specially made for you this morning. The rules must not be over yet. You must have a stomach ache, right? As for wiping the floor, it's probably just an abnormal impulsive behavior caused by emotional fluctuations. How could I let you touch cold water? At that moment, Ruthbed joked, Mr. Lu Ping is also a bit too harsh on Sister Elizabeth. Elizabeth told her not to talk nonsense. I'm giving you until today to leave. This is my final act of mercy. Otherwise, I'll annihilate you on the spot. Ruthbed dared not say any more, thinking, Mr. Lu Ping is indeed a treasure, but the dragon guarding this treasure is something I can never defeat. I should just take what I can get. Meanwhile, Lu Ping had already prepared breakfast. Today's breakfast is spam and egg noodles. You too, come and eat. Ruthbed cautiously asked Elizabeth, may I eat? Elizabeth glared at her. Hurry up and eat, and then get on your way. Hearing this, Ruthbed could only bury her head and eat, but this bowl of noodles had little effect on her. A 4-star demon king. Lu Ping heard from them, so Miss Ruth is leaving later today. Elizabeth was annoyed. You're sad to see her go, aren't you? Just a moment ago, Lu Ping, upon learning that Ruthbed was leaving, had planned to contact Uncle Boss and Miss Gigi to help find her a place to stay. Only then did Ruthbed realize that there were other people who had been here. No wonder the Card Guild had suddenly become so famous, and the Sword Saint's disappearance was also related to this place. Elizabeth told Lu Ping not to worry about it. She's already decided where she's going. Ruthbed dared not disobey the Demon Queen's words, and in her heart, she was planning to go out and build her own force. Then, she slowly chewed the meat, and when she ate the egg, she took small sips. This sound annoyed Elizabeth, and she accidentally poured too much vinegar into her noodles. Lu Ping kindly reminded her, Elizabeth, so you like to eat vinegar? Elizabeth thought he was talking about being jealous in love and instantly blushed. Lu Ping then asked her if she wasn't afraid of the sourness. Only then did Elizabeth belatedly look at her noodles and realize that half of the bowl was filled with the vinegar she had just poured, but out of pride, she still forced herself to eat the noodles. Lu Ping, seeing her body tremble, asked her how she felt. Elizabeth gave a thumbs up, indicating it was delicious, but in fact, under the strong sour taste, her tongue felt like it was on fire, and the intense stimulation ran up her cheeks, so sour that she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. Soon, her thoughts exploded like an ignited bomb, and a series of flashbacks flashed through her mind, from the first day she met Lu Ping to all their experiences over the past 500 years. At that moment, Elizabeth cried, so we've already been through so much, from fated adversaries to a belated encounter, and finally becoming friends, going out to see the world together, playing the game of ruling the world by turns, intentional and unintentional guidance and contact. Everything has been leading in that direction, but recently, I found out that you are the creator, whom I can never catch up to. In your eyes, am I no different from others? But your kindness to me is so genuine. Is my special status real, or has it just been my delusion all along? Have I just been wishing for it? It's so sour, so sour. So you, Lu Ping, have you ever liked me? At that moment, Lu Ping's jaw dropped. He thought, did I hear that right? She asked me if I liked her. Elizabeth's cheeks were slightly red. The large amount of vinegar had stimulated her, and she had unconsciously spoken her heart. This scene also shocked Ruthbed. What's going on? Why did she suddenly confess? Meanwhile, Alpha and Wang Kai also smelled the sourness of love and were peeking from outside the window. Elizabeth glared at the sword and the dog. They didn't dare to continue peeking at the Demon Queen and immediately ran off under the pretext of patrolling. Elizabeth then turned her head in embarrassment and anger. And you, eat your noodles. Ruthbed, fearing she would be annihilated on the spot in the next second, quickly fled the scene with her bowl of noodles. Seeing that everyone had left, Elizabeth was not afraid to admit it and urged Lu Ping to answer quickly. However, Lu Ping pretended to be stupid. Are you saying you like spam and egg noodles? I'll fry you 2 more sausages. Elizabeth told him not to try and fool her. My meaning is very clear. Answer me quickly. You must give me a clear answer today. At that moment, Lu Ping's heart was pounding like thunder, as if it were about to jump out of his chest. At that moment, Lu Ping's mind went blank. Inexperienced in love, he panicked and even had more than 10 different personalities arguing in his mind. At the same time, he was afraid that Elizabeth had no feelings for him. In the end, they reached a consensus. It was a life or death question, and he should just say what was in his heart. But at that moment, Lu Ping was still stammering. Elizabeth couldn't wait any longer and urged him again for an answer. Do you like me or not? Soon, a series of flashbacks appeared in Lu Ping's mind. I like it when you're occasionally angry, Elizabeth. I like how you always look forward to eating the dishes I make. I like it when you take me out to see the world. And I also like how you always protect me in times of danger. But I'm just a servant, at most a friend, and you are the high and mighty Demon Queen. How could I dare? Not knowing how to answer, he suddenly brought up the topic of pudding. Why don't we talk after you finish eating? Actually, in the year and a half we've been together, I've been really happy. If it weren't for your arrival, I might still be living in a world of my own creation. After you finish eating, you'll naturally get my answer. Elizabeth was secretly pleased. I understand what you mean. You're just too embarrassed to say it directly because of your status as the creator. So you're using my favorite pudding as a substitute for your answer. And you've cleverly pushed the question back to me. If I eat this honeydew pudding, it means I accept your love. Since you've taken the first step, then I'll reluctantly accept it. But as she reached for the pudding, Lu Ping suddenly pulled it back inside. Never mind. Elizabeth looked at Lu Ping in panic. What do you mean? Lu Ping explained that it was because of the rules. But with just that one sentence, a scene of a domineering CEO confessing his love inexplicably appeared in Elizabeth's mind. Why are you still unwilling to confess your feelings to me? And the Lu Ping in her fantasy was dressed in a suit and even gave Elizabeth a powerful wall slam. Whether I like you or not is decided by the rules. However, I, the president of the Lu group, am the one who makes the rules. Do you understand? As he spoke, he even playfully lifted her chin. Elizabeth shook her head and instantly came to her senses, cursing his ridiculous rules. Lu Ping said that in his former world, the rules were set that way. In fact, he had just mistaken that the demon queen was still on her period. Hearing this, Elizabeth shed a tear in frustration, misinterpreting Lu Ping's meaning. So I'm no different from anyone else. Your feelings for me are also just based on your mood. Then she disappointedly opened a portal and disappeared before Lu Ping's eyes. Lu Ping guessed she must have noticed my feelings for her, which is why she immediately teleported away. As expected, I, who has no experience in love, can't figure out a girl's thoughts. But was my behavior really that obvious? I've been deliberately keeping a safe distance in my daily life. The demon queen's failed confession led her to run away from home, which in turn gave the succubus a chance to get close to the hero. So they're two love-struck fools. This is a godsend. I see victory again. Then she unbuttoned her clothes. Oh, Mr. Lu Ping, since Sister Elizabeth has already left, can I have a taste of that dessert? Hearing this, Lu Ping immediately took the pudding away and refused her. Ruthbed put on a pitiful act again. Didn't you say that Sister Elizabeth can't eat it? Lu Ping explained. Although it's a bit embarrassing, this is my promise to her. I once promised Elizabeth that the special fruit pudding would only be made for her. If you want some, there are still some boxed puddings we brought back from our adventure in the refrigerator. Ruthbed didn't want to press the issue, thinking, what I want is you, the person. I have to take you down while the demon queen is away from home. And in her fantasy, the plot was like this. When Elizabeth had digested her emotions, she would return to Lu Ping's home. At that time, she would come to the living room and kitchen and see no one, but at the same time, she would hear a creak sound coming from Lu Ping's bed. Elizabeth would then follow the sound to the door and even imagine some indescribable scenes. Then she would angrily push open the door and question what the two of them were doing. But when Elizabeth saw the two of them having intercourse on the bed, she would collapse on the ground. Stop, I beg you. Thinking this, Ruthbed laughed wildly. It's too late. What's done is done. From now on, he is my man. Ha ha. But at that moment, a hand was waving in front of Ruthbed, instantly bringing her back to reality from the chaotic scene. Miss Ruth, what are you laughing at? You just said something about cooking. Do you still want to eat? Ruthbed began her performance. No, I was saying that after breakfast, I'm a little drowsy, and the shock of being hunted by the Dark Guild hasn't completely subsided yet. As she spoke, Ruthbed deliberately pressed against Lu Ping under the pretext of being dizzy. Oh no, I'm going to faint again. With no other choice, Lu Ping had to help her up. I'll take you to the sofa to rest first. Ruthbed was surprised. Just the sofa? Lu Ping nodded and asked her what else she wanted. Ruthbed said bluntly, I want to go to your room, Mr. Lu Ping, and rest on your bed. I think it will be more comfortable. If I'm comfortable, everyone will be comfortable. At first, Lu Ping was firmly against it, but he couldn't resist Ruthbed's advances. Fearing she would really fall, he reluctantly helped her into the room. But upon entering, what he saw was a desk filled with strange objects. But Ruthbed was looking around for the bed. Finally, she saw Lu Ping's large bed in the corner of the room. She ignored Lu Ping's objections and walked straight over, intending to lie down on the bed and pull him down with her. And so, Ruthbed came to the side of the bed and turned around. Just as she was about to lie down, Lu Ping grabbed a nearby chair and threw it at Ruthbed. No, I promised Elizabeth. As expected, the chair produced by the hero was no ordinary chair. It caught Ruthbed's bottom on the spot and then spun her around dozens of times before strangely returning her to the desk, and even gave her a little bump on the head. Lu Ping quickly said, this ergonomic chair is also very comfortable. You can rest here. Ruthbed had a large bump on her forehead and could only sit on the chair. But just then, the books on the bookshelf suddenly collapsed, all of them accurately hitting Ruthbed on the head. Lu Ping continued to apologize. I'm sorry. These are books and notes I wrote based on my own interests to pass the time when I was living alone. I even wrapped each one in a book cover. I didn't expect them to have been collecting dust on the shelf for a while. I missed those days. At that moment, Ruthbed was trembling with anger, thinking, what an unromantic, stone-like guy. But then she thought again, and it seemed she had heard the key point. Did he just say his interests? She then immediately feigned a love for books. Mr. Lu Ping, may I read one? Hearing this, Lu Ping was immediately excited. Of course, as long as you don't find it boring. I'd like to take another look myself. Ruthbed began to smile to herself. Although your strength is unfathomable, as long as your kinks are precisely grasped by me, then even the most solid rock can be broken. She then casually picked up a book about repairmen, then turned her chair, crossed her legs, and held the book at eye level. Mr. Lu Ping, look, I'll choose this one then. As Lu Ping looked at her, she activated her seduction technique to overcome the strong. Lu Ping did not resist and entered the illusion. In the illusion, Lu Ping rang the doorbell, and Ruthbed, wearing a sexy nightgown, opened the door for him. It turned out that Lu Ping's role in the illusion was a repairman who had been professionally fixing faucets for 500 years. Ruthbed said, "The shower head in my bathroom suddenly stopped working. Can you please take a look, master?" Then she turned on the shower head. See, just like that, it suddenly stopped working. I can't even take a shower. Lu Ping quickly checked the pipes. It's a small problem. I can fix it right away. Then he tightened a screw on the pipe with a wrench. At the same time, the shower head in Ruthbed's hand sprayed water all over her body. He quickly turned off the valve and then bid Ruthbed farewell. "Respected customer, the service is complete." But Ruthbed struck a seductive pose. "Are you leaving already? I have an ultimate temptation here. Don't you want to take a look?" Lu Ping looked straight ahead and was instantly stunned. It really is the ultimate temptation. Then he looked forward with a dazed expression. "Can I really look?" Ruthbed nodded. "Not just look, you can touch it as you please." But as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ping walked right past Ruthbed and admired the repair tools hanging on the wall. "Isn't this the Lightwheel 3000 series electric drill? The motor is so powerful." Ruthbed was instantly stunned. What? Why did something so irrelevant suddenly appear? At that moment, Lu Ping took the book back from her and explained, "This is a collection I made when I first came here to motivate myself to redeem all the tools. Looking back now, not only have I collected them all, but I've also improved them for several generations. Time really flies." Ruthbed was furious. So the so-called ultimate temptation was just these strange things? Let's try again. This time, I won't be so direct. I'll subtly implant my seduction into her interests. Then Ruthbed picked up a nearby book on health and used her seduction technique. Soon, the two of them were in another illusion. This time, Ruthbed was playing a patient who had come for a checkup, and Lu Ping, as a wellness center physician, asked her where she was feeling unwell. Ruthbed said, "I feel so tired all over. Can you check me?" After taking her pulse, Lu Ping gave a serious answer. "Your pulse is weak and thready, and you have a fever in your 5 centers. This is a sign of kidney deficiency, accumulation of filth, and excessive indulgence." This was exactly what Ruthbed wanted. Excessive indulgence? Then why don't you treat me? Maybe after I'm satisfied. But before she could finish, something was shoved in front of her. It was the medicine Lu Ping had already prepared for her. "Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 and drink it once a day. You'll naturally recover." Ruthbed didn't want to take the medicine. "I'm afraid I can't handle the taste of this Chinese medicine." "Physician brother, don't you have any other treatments like massage?" Lu Ping asked her if she wanted a bone-setting massage. "This is even more stimulating than taking Chinese medicine. If you're really sure, then you can unbutton your clothes." Ruthbed unbuttoned her clothes one by one. "Unbutton? Stimulating? Then I'd like that very much." Seeing her continue to unbutton, Lu Ping quickly told her to stop. "Just unbuttoning the collar is enough." Ruthbed thought she had succeeded. "Then I'll leave the rest of the buttons to you. I didn't know you were so kinky." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ping twisted her neck with his bare hands. Then Lu Ping pressed his 2 thumbs on Ruthbed's spine, and the sound of her joints popping echoed. A wave of extreme comfort made her moan. Just then, Lu Ping held Ruthbed's face in his hands. "This next one, if you can take it, all the filth in your body will be cleansed." Lu Ping's foot suddenly stomped, and then there was a loud crack. The last move was finally completed. "Do you feel lighter?" "So good." Ruthbed felt very good and stimulated. "In an instant, my whole body felt much lighter." The voluptuous and alluring body fell, and her head was held in Lu Ping's hands. Her soul shattered with fear from the illusion, which scared her so much that she woke up from her own illusion. Seeing her clutching her neck, Lu Ping explained that the bone-setting techniques in the book were all professional. "You shouldn't try to imitate them, or you'll hurt yourself." Ruthbed nodded helplessly, thinking that her seduction technique had been useless all along. Instead, she had fallen into the world of his books. Her magic rank had even dropped to a 3-star demon king. Now that my advancement has failed, did he see through it all along? Did he deliberately reveal his interests as a warning to me? Overestimating my abilities, being greedy. In the end, I have to give back everything I got. But the legendary hero has laid everything out for me to take. How can I give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? I'll try one more time. What if I succeed? Soon, Ruthbed entered the world of Lu Ping's books again. This time, she was playing the role of a teacher. "Lu Ping, you must be tired after studying for so long. Let me check your work." But Lu Ping refused without turning his head. "No need, teacher. I've already finished my homework and am now making my own problems." Ruthbed swayed her hips and came to his side. "Let me see." However, what she saw were a series of geometry problem sets that she couldn't understand. She thought, what kind of magic array is this? So ancient and mysterious. Just looking at it, I can already feel an invisible pressure. If I could master it all, I might be able to glimpse the truth of the world, but it's too difficult. Just then, Lu Ping murmured, "These can be easily solved with junior high school knowledge. Will it be comprehensive enough?" Ruthbed wanted to change the subject. "Lu Ping, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay to relax for a bit." But as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ping's phone suddenly rang, and the profile picture on the phone was Demon Queen Elizabeth. He picked up his phone and said goodbye to Ruthbed. "My girlfriend is calling me. I'm leaving." Ruthbed scolded him like a teacher. "How dare you bring your phone to school, and you're in a puppy love." But Lu Ping said, "Come on, this is all fake. We've already graduated. We only dream of these things when we're stressed. I'll recite the entire derivative and integral table for you." Then he recited a series of formulas. But Ruthbed felt a splitting devastating headache after hearing them, as if they were some kind of incantation. Stop, my head hurts. Ruthbed found it strange. Although these incantations were stressful, they shouldn't have caused her such great harm. This painful feeling was like having the sadness from the depths of her heart dug out. At that moment, the legendary hero and the demon queen were holding hands, symbolizing the purest and most original love, and they walked away as Ruthbed cried out in prayer. But just then, the sound of a wooden fish being struck suddenly came. This clear and melodious sound instantly woke up the grief-stricken Ruthbed. Lu Ping took the campus memoir from her hand and then handed her the wooden fish. Please hold this for me, and don't read this book anymore. It's a bit embarrassing, although it's a collection of geometry problems. As I wrote it, it turned into a pure love campus story. I'm sorry. Ruthbed's eyes were moist. Mr. Lu Ping, did you say pure love? So it was pure love. No wonder the sadness from the depths of my heart couldn't be suppressed and came rushing out. It was that memory that was stirred up again. Ruthbed was once an ordinary magician's apprentice. One day, her beloved captain confessed his love to her and promised to take care of her forever. Unfortunately, everything changed after she gave him her body. Didn't you say you would take care of me? Why are you forcing me to sleep with your guild president? The scumbag grabbed her hair and cursed. If you don't make that old man happy, I won't get a spot on the high-level dungeon team. How can I take care of you if I can't make money? At that moment, she awakened her seduction ability, instantly draining the scumbag's vitality and killing him. But from then on, Ruthbed no longer believed in love. She wandered the continent of heroes, seducing men and absorbing their magical energy for a living. The more she fell, the stronger she became, eventually joining the Dark Guild and becoming a pillar demon executive. And because of this special ability, but in fact, everything she did was just to forget the pure love she yearned for in her heart. Having untied the knot in her heart, she struck the wooden fish, her body levitating in the air and emitting a holy light. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a nun enveloped in golden light. The hero didn't even know that he had redeemed her. How did you suddenly transform? Ruthbed said, thank you for enlightening me, Mr. Lu Ping. I will pick it up again and go to another universe to spread the power of this pure love and fight against evil. When she struck the wooden fish again, Ruthbed's figure disappeared, leaving only Lu Ping to stare blankly. I'm really starting to not understand the way you otherworldly people think. On the other side, in the center of a huge mountain range in the demon domain, a mouse covered in eyes was gnawing on a tumor. But just then, a huge claw suddenly slapped it into a pulp. It was a cat with a dark ear embedded in its head. However, just as it thought it had caught its prey, it found that its claws were stuck to some disgusting things, and in the end, it could only become food and be ruthlessly swallowed by the tumor. All the swallowed food would slowly wriggle towards a tube and finally be transported to a huge pit. This was where V.S. Malfoy raised the Demon Queen Elizabeth's replica, and next to it was the Golden Dragon King Amelia, who had already become nourishment. At that moment, Malfoy's body was becoming younger and younger. He was reading Amelia's memory. I'm so envious. Lady Amelia was able to become Her Majesty's contract mount and get along so well with Her Majesty. Her Majesty hasn't changed at all. She's still so beautiful. At that moment, 24, one of the 6 pillars of demons, repeatedly reported some intelligence to Malfoy. Sam, Avi, and Ruth had been gone for a while. 24 thought they might have defected. Aren't you going to do something, Master? Malfoy watched the screen with fascination. It doesn't matter. Let them leave if they want. We don't have to do anything. 24 knew that the Golden Dragon King's magic power had long been drained, but her master still stayed here every day, watching her memories. Even though he knew the Demon Queen's whereabouts, he didn't do anything. Master, your clone in the elf tribe has also lost contact. There are rumors outside that the elf tribe has been taken over by that card guild, but Malfoy was still indifferent. 24, look, I've finally caught Her Majesty Elizabeth's attention, haven't I? Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent Amelia to kill me. 24 fell silent, thinking, is it because the guild is gone, and the forces he has worked so hard to build are gradually being lost, that my master has lost his spirit? But just then, the entire underground cave suddenly shook violently. Malfoy immediately turned off the video, sensing that this pressure was very powerful and familiar. The nearby 24 also felt it. Master, is it her? She's back. But Malfoy was worried about his appearance. Of course I know, but in my current state, just a moment ago, the Demon Queen, after her failed confession, had teleported to the demon domain, muttering her dissatisfaction with Lu Ping. Rules. In the eyes of you, the creator, your feelings for me are just cold rules. At that moment, a tear fell from her eye and landed on the dry ground. Unexpectedly, the tear, which contained rich magic power, brought life back to the lifeless demon domain, and in an instant, it was covered in lush green grass. But Elizabeth hugged her knees and sobbed. It was my own wishful thinking. To think I'm still sad. It's so embarrassing. How did I become so fragile? I can live just fine without anyone. On the contrary, losing an opponent of my caliber is your biggest loss. I will never come back, unless you personally beg me to. But just then, she inadvertently sensed Amelia's aura. She's clearly here in the demon domain. Why hasn't she completed the mission I assigned her yet? With this in mind, Elizabeth transformed into a streak of red light and disappeared at the end of the horizon. At the same time, in a certain part of the demon domain, a large number of magical beasts controlled by the Dark Ear were wailing. But at that moment, a streak of light suddenly flashed from above, removing all the Dark Ears from their bodies. Elizabeth charged forward, finally stopping in front of a cave. Above her head were the dark ears she had removed along the way. With a firm grip, she crushed all the dark ears, turning them into dust that scattered with the wind. This filthy magic is everywhere. I might as well clean it up, although I should be an observer and not interfere. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly came to her senses. Elizabeth, you're not playing with him anymore. Do whatever you want. Get down to business. Then she came to the tumor-covered cave and said, Amelia, why are you hiding here? If you've accepted that filthy magic in pursuit of power, then I'm really disappointed in you. Not getting any response, Elizabeth shouted, Amelia. However, at that moment, Amelia's magic power had long been drained, and she had turned into a dead dragon egg. Elizabeth sensed that something was wrong. Amelia has an absolute master-servant contract with me. It's impossible for her to ignore my commands. No, Amelia has reached the Demon King rank, and as a golden dragon, her talent is unparalleled. Even against an opponent of the same rank, she can definitely retreat safely. So Elizabeth raised her hand, and a huge demonic claw searched the cave below, finally digging out Amelia, who was in an incubator. Elizabeth wanted to crush the incubator with the demonic claw, but the next second, the incubator spat out the dragon egg that Amelia had transformed into. Elizabeth chanted a spell that only she knew at the dragon egg, and then she touched the egg with her hand. Soon, the eggshell disintegrated, revealing Amelia's face. After all the eggshell had been peeled off, a lifeless figure appeared before her eyes. Elizabeth murmured with a hint of self-blame, I underestimated the Dark Guild. Her life has already withered, and her magic power has been completely drained, leaving only a shell. Then she kissed Amelia's forehead. 1,000 years of lifespan. Soon, wisps of red light surrounded Amelia, and finally entered her body. Amelia slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that she was awake, Elizabeth asked, what happened? Tell me clearly. However, all she got was a strange greeting from Amelia. Who are you? Just because the contracted golden dragon's soul and memories were stolen, the Demon Queen directly activated the Demon God's gaze. With her 8-star Demon God strength, she spied on the entire continent of heroes, just to find V.S. Malfoy and completely eliminate him. It was Annie who sensed Elizabeth's aura. At the same time, the Sword Saint Guild also felt the powerful magical surveillance, but Gigi recognized the magical power. Don't worry, it's someone I know. On the other side, in the elf tribe, Boss and the others also felt it. It's the Demon Queen. Is she checking if we've been taking care of the sacred tree? And Asadhos felt that he had been discovered and planned to go back to the Sea of Darkness to avoid her for a while. It's almost time for the showdown, and Wang Kai and Alpha, who were on patrol, didn't dare to get involved in Elizabeth's business, thinking they would just collect their protection money and go home. As for Lu Ping, he was in the kitchen cooking. Being apart for so long, my tears just won't stop. Finally, in a corner of the continent, a figure resembling the hero spoke to the system. This is a provocation. Shall we go and fight now? Soon, Elizabeth retracted her surveillance magic. Although she hadn't found Malfoy's location, she had heard Lu Ping's words. He just said that he's been crying non-stop since we've been apart. You stubborn guy, this time I've caught you. After a few seconds of secret excitement, she suddenly came to her senses. No, this is not the time to think about this. She touched Amelia's face and then held her in her arms. Don't worry, Amelia. I will definitely help you recover your memory. On the other side, V.S. Malfoy had already moved the Demon Queen's replica to the Demon King's training ground. 24, one of the 6 pillars of demons, was very confused. Why did we teleport here? Malfoy explained. I've set up a shielding field here with a magical property opposite to Her Majesty's, so Her Majesty won't be able to find me. But 24 still couldn't understand. Why? Isn't Demon Queen Elizabeth the goal you've always dreamed of, Master? But Malfoy sighed repeatedly. It's precisely because Her Majesty is so important that I must be in my best condition to see her. Now is not the time. 24 asked. Then is there anything 24 can do for you, Master? Malfoy said he didn't need anything. Now it's a matter of patience. Whoever can endure to the end will win. When two fight, a third benefits. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I've already waited so many years. The one thing I have now is time. With that, Malfoy turned on the video again, repeatedly reliving the various experiences of Amelia and Demon Queen Elizabeth in Amelia's memory. Every time, he would blush and watch it over and over. Now I can watch Amelia's memories to ease my longing for Her Majesty. I'm so happy. 24 fell into thought. That's what he says. But how can we just wait? If those people from the Sword Saint Guild continue to grow stronger, it will definitely affect the Master's plan. Before that, 24 must do something. Meanwhile, Lu Ping was in the kitchen, chopping onions. The reason he was crying was because the onions were irritating his nerve endings. Lu Ping sighed. She didn't get to eat the pudding. Making her favorite onion soup with garlic bread should make her happy. Is my affection for Elizabeth really that obvious? Now that she's found out, will we not even be friends anymore? Time passed quickly. It was already 7 in the evening, but Elizabeth still hadn't returned, leaving Lu Ping alone at the dining table, sighing. But just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Ping thought it was Elizabeth and turned his head excitedly, but all he saw was Alpha and Wang Kai. Oh, it's you, Alpha. Have you seen Elizabeth outside? But Alpha hadn't seen her and went straight to the refrigerator with a large chicken leg. Lu Ping lowered his head and murmured, could it be that Elizabeth really? At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed grabbed some food, and Elizabeth's voice was heard. Really, what? Hearing this, Le Ping was stunned. It's Elizabeth, you're finally back. Elizabeth replied with do you have a problem with that? But in her heart, she thought, that seductive woman is already gone, so it's not embarrassing for me to come back. Le Ping couldn't contain his joy. I thought you were angry about this morning and wouldn't come back. Elizabeth said she had that much tolerance. She thought to herself, didn't I secretly see you crying alone because I left? For that, I'll give you a chance to win me back. Hearing this, Le Ping nodded and fell silent. The drama that had just unfolded made the atmosphere between them awkward. Just then, Elizabeth's clothes on her chest suddenly moved, and a claw stretched out from between her soft peaks, followed by a small head. Seeing the food, it kept calling out Amelia. Le Ping stared at the little golden dragon and asked, Elizabeth? Elizabeth explained, she's the golden dragon you met in the treasure dungeon. My mount, Amelia. Le Ping thought for a moment. You mean that little girl? How did she end up like this? Elizabeth continued, it was the Dark Guild. Anyway, when I rescued her, I found that she had lost all her memories. Even when I used magic to revert her to her childhood form, I couldn't recall a single memory, and the mastermind behind it all has completely disappeared. So I want to ask you to help Amelia recover her memory. Le Ping looked at the little golden dragon with mixed feelings. So Elizabeth wasn't ignoring the outside world. She had been sending Amelia to eliminate the forces of the Dark Guild all along, and I, the so-called hero, have been completely useless. Elizabeth, it's all my fault. Elizabeth misunderstood, thinking Le Ping was apologizing for what had happened that morning and that he actually liked her. She then replied, now is not the time to talk about this. If you can, help Amelia recover her memory first. But the nearby Alpha suddenly spoke up. I'm the most experienced in memory recovery. Le Ping was stunned. Alpha, you have a way. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes. Are you serious? Le Ping asked Alpha what he planned to do, but Alpha said, don't worry, just trust me, big brother. Then he whispered his plan to Wang Kai. You can help too. Elizabeth told him not to be so secretive. Can you do it or not? If not, don't waste our time. Alpha nodded friendly. I'm ready. Then he and Wang Kai put on a fierce expression. You little dragon whelp, I'm going to kill you right now. The little golden dragon was so scared it immediately burrowed back into Elizabeth's chest. Elizabeth looked at the sword and the dog with a cold expression. Alpha confidently replied, the best way to recover memories is through fear. Remember last time when before he could finish, a materialized demonic claw slapped both of them. Alpha, holding his swollen face, apologized to the demon queen, but he had indeed been scared into his senses last time. Elizabeth comforted the little golden dragon in her hand. Don't be afraid, Amelia. I will find a way to help you recover your memory. Meanwhile, Le Ping suddenly had an idea. He took Elizabeth to the backyard where he grew fruits and vegetables. The key to memory is the brain. If we eat some walnuts to boost our brain power, it might help Amelia. Then he picked some walnuts that he had crossbred and grown himself. Elizabeth was surprised. I've tasted all the fruits you've grown, but I don't remember any walnuts. Le Ping explained, that's because I wanted to make nut brittle recently, so I wished for them from the fruit tree. I didn't expect them to actually grow. These were walnuts grown by the legendary hero. Just by eating them, one's memory could be restored. The demon queen, skeptical, ate one with the shell, but the bitter taste made her face instantly turn pale. The hero, Le Ping, seeing her stick out her tongue, found it cute and laughed. That's not how you eat walnuts. You eat the kernel inside. As he spoke, he took out a small tool and made a cut on the walnut. Inside was an irregularly shaped kernel that looked like a brain. Seeing this, Elizabeth's eyes widened. It's a brain? A brain actually grew inside a fruit. Le Ping, you truly are the creator. Then, Le Ping gave the shelled walnut kernel to the little golden dragon and also gave one to Elizabeth. You should try some too. Although they're raw walnuts, if you savor them, you can still taste the flavor. Elizabeth glanced at Amelia, thinking, these fruits are like ordinary things to me now, but I hope they can help her. However, the moment they both ate a walnut kernel, a synchronicity of the highest level of magic occurred, pulling Elizabeth directly into a spiritual realm. I almost forgot about the synchronicity condition. Because Le Ping also ate one, it triggered the synchronicity, which enhanced the effect and affected me. Then Elizabeth looked at the screen again. Isn't this my memory? Why is it being displayed on the wall? And why are there other people in this spiritual realm? At that moment, on the seat, an Elizabeth from a certain tribe was eating popcorn. They obviously like each other. Is it that hard to say it? In my primitive world, I would have already knocked Le Ping out with a club and taken him back to the cave to make babies. A certain ancient Elizabeth sneered. Not every world is as direct as yours. My husband, Le Ping, also started from the imperial examinations and step by step came to my side to achieve great things. At that moment, Elizabeth was stunned. Are they all me from different worlds? And the Elizabeth from the cultivation world said calmly, I also went through 81 tribulations with my senior brother Le Ping and defeated the ancestor demon before we could be together. The pirate Elizabeth below snorted. My Le Ping from the nautical world competed with me from the beginning, always saying he was the man who would become the pirate king. And what happened in the end? He still lost to me. Ha ha ha. I, the captain, got the great treasure and became the pirate king. Although he deliberately let me win, now he can only say some mushy things like I am his great treasure to comfort himself. Ha ha ha. Elizabeth finally understood. It seems that the me from different worlds has a different way of getting along with Le Ping. So where is this place? At that moment, an elderly Elizabeth next to her replied, This is the Elizabeth Theater, where you can watch the stories of Elizabeth from other timelines. Hearing this, Elizabeth asked the old woman, "Then who are you?" The old woman replied, "I am the ordinary person Elizabeth from the ordinary world." Elizabeth continued to ask, "Then how did you all get here?" The elderly Elizabeth smiled. "I'm not exactly sure, but I know that every Elizabeth has her own way of coming here, and the prerequisite is that her relationship with Lu Ping has to have developed to a certain extent." Elizabeth seemed to understand and asked again, "Developed to a certain extent with Lu Ping? Does my being here also mean?" But the elderly Elizabeth shook her head repeatedly. No, this is just a trailer, so you only have a temporary ticket." Meanwhile, in the theater, the Elizabeths from different worlds were complaining. "This Elizabeth is such a blockhead. This romance is progressing so slowly." Elizabeth couldn't believe it. "Is my relationship with Lu Ping really that bad in your eyes?" The elderly Elizabeth smiled. "It's hard to please everyone. Every Elizabeth is the protagonist of her own world. Just follow your heart. And if we're talking about slow, I believe no other world story can compare to mine, an old woman's." But when it was shown, didn't it make all the other Elizabeths cry their eyes out? Although in my opinion, it was a very happy memory. Elizabeth asked curiously, "Really? What kind of story was it?" The elderly Elizabeth replied, "It's just the ordinary life of me and Lu Ping, from meeting to getting married and having children, and then growing old together." Hearing the words having children, Elizabeth's face instantly turned red, and she repeated the phrase getting married and having children, growing old together to herself. In the old woman's world, there was no magic, no immortal arts, and no advanced technology. They first met in a vegetable market. Because of a disagreement in their business, Elizabeth had thrown a tomato at Lu Ping's face, and Lu Ping had splashed a basin of cold water on her in return, then stuck out his tongue and made a funny face at her. This argument led to a fateful encounter, and they eventually fell in love and got married. After their marriage, they lived a happy life, and later, they had a child. Decades passed, and their child grew up and had to go to a faraway place for school. After seeing their child off, the two of them walked hand in hand under the golden glow of the setting sun. Although time had carved wrinkles on their faces, their tightly clasped hands spoke of eternal love and companionship. Parents would pass away, and their son would grow up. In the end, the person who stayed by her side was always Lu Ping. A lifetime is short. It passes in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the big screen in the theater, Lu Ping's inner monologue appeared. "Of course I like you, Elizabeth. I wish you could be my girlfriend. Elizabeth, please come back to me." After reading the inner monologue, Elizabeth finally knew that he had liked her from the beginning. This special broadcast made all the Elizabeths from different worlds in the theater cheer, but the cheering lasted less than 3 seconds before the clip ended. The primitive Elizabeth roared, "How dare you? When is the full movie coming out? And what about the baby making scene? I want to see it now." The ancient Elizabeth smiled. "Your focus is always on the wedding night. How vulgar. Although I'm also looking forward to the progress of this happy couple. On second thought, this Lu Ping is quite gentle and kind. It's not bad to change things up a bit. I'm so excited. I wonder how they will end up together." The elderly Elizabeth said, "The trailer is over. Your temporary ticket is about to expire. Please remember, every world's Lu Ping and Elizabeth have their own unique fate, so don't be in a hurry. Just follow your heart." Elizabeth wanted to ask more about the meaning of unique fate, but in the blink of an eye, she was back in reality. At that moment, the little golden dragon was clutching its head and trembling all over, looking very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Lu Ping was also anxious. "Elizabeth, check on Amelia. She seems to be in a lot of pain. Could it be a nut allergy?" Elizabeth's face was filled with disappointment as she used a great healing spell on the little golden dragon, but the healing spell had no effect. The little golden dragon was still clutching its head and crying wah wah. Lu Ping began to blame himself. "What's going on? It's all my fault." Elizabeth nodded. "Indeed, you overestimated Amelia. Lu Ping thought it was really a nut allergy. Then do you have a way, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth shook her head helplessly, thinking, although Lu Ping has helped Amelia reopen her memory bank, she doesn't have the ability to retrieve the lost memories and fill them in, so the empty memories are like a hole in her brain. Besides, I've searched the whole world and can't find the mastermind's location. Lu Ping looked at the little golden dragon with a face full of self-blame. "I'm sorry, Amelia." But at that moment, Amelia's pupils were filled with Lu Ping's image. A feeling of being dominated, like a tide, rushed into her mind. Meanwhile, on Malfoy's side, the memory screen suddenly went out. Has the original memory file been retrieved? Did the master find this place? Impossible. The little golden dragon, remembering the fear of being dominated by Lu Ping, flew to the demon queen with a crying voice. "Master, save Amelia." Woo. This impact directly deformed demon queen Elizabeth's large breasts, and it itself was knocked unconscious. Elizabeth guessed that Lu Ping had used his rule of power to forcibly retrieve Amelia's memory. In the past, he had no interest in personally interfering with such low-level matters. Now, for her, he had made an exception again. Lu Ping thought he had scared Amelia and quickly apologized to Elizabeth. Elizabeth said, "She can handle this much. I'll just let her rest in the contract space for a while." Then she stared at Lu Ping. Lu Ping scratched his head, feeling a little nervous. The scene was silent for a full minute before Lu Ping finally broke the awkwardness. "The night sky is quite clear tonight, isn't it, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth's cheeks were slightly red as she nodded. Alpha, who was watching the show, snorted. In the end, he still had to scare her back. When I did it, it was boring and low class. When Big Brother Leping does it, it's amazing. Wang Kai glanced at him. Of course, woof, how can you compare to the master? But just then, the system's call echoed in Alpha's sea of consciousness. He clutched his head and rolled on the ground, his head splitting with pain. It's noise. It hurts. My head is about to split open. Seeing this, Wang Kai quickly opened a mechanism and put a pair of noise-canceling headphones on Alpha. Soon, he stopped struggling and fell asleep quietly. Wang Kai didn't know what was wrong with him. Its own signal receiver couldn't pick up any noise at all. I'd better take you back to the workshop for a detailed inspection. Meanwhile, on Elizabeth's side, she turned around and said goodbye to Leping. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Although she said that, she still stood there for a few seconds. Not hearing Leping's response, she finally took a step and left. As Elizabeth walked, she cursed in her heart. Leping, aren't you going to chase after me? The you from other worlds is very proactive. At that moment, Leping's mind was once again split into several voices. Maybe if I make it clear, there will be no room for maneuvering. But this time, Leping didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. Elizabeth sighed as she walked. Do I have to be the one to make the first move? That won't do. Every world's Elizabeth and Leping have their own unique fate. I should just follow my heart. With this in mind, Elizabeth decisively summoned a teleportation array. But at that moment, Leping couldn't help but speak up. Wait, Elizabeth, didn't you ask me if I liked you? Elizabeth's cheeks were slightly red as she turned her head in surprise. Leping admitted that he was not worthy of the Demon Queen, but he still spoke. Unconsciously, we've been living together for over a year. I also clearly recognize the gap between us. If possible, I really want to live a simple life with you like this. But these words made Elizabeth very unhappy. Do you have to emphasize that you are the creator, condescending to live a simple life with me? Leping continued. I'm a bit of a homebody. I don't have any experience with dating, and I don't know how to make girls happy. And because of my status, I don't dare to express any of my thoughts. I didn't expect to be found out. Since you asked me, I can't avoid it anymore. I want to say, Elizabeth, I like you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Elizabeth couldn't help but throw herself into Leping's arms. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Then, the two of them slowly floated into the air, and under the bright moonlight, their figures were intertwined in a romantic scene. Elizabeth said gently, I'm just following my heart. Before Leping could say anything more, Elizabeth kissed him directly. It's unknown how long they kissed, but when they finally broke apart, their saliva was still stuck together. Leping stared blankly at Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I like you. Elizabeth covered her burning cheeks. I like you too. With that, her figure disappeared before Leping's eyes. Leping still couldn't believe this moment was real. Am I dreaming? But it's so high up here. How do I get back down? But he also fried her a heart-shaped double yolk egg for breakfast, and even cut all the vegetables into heart shapes. And so, a bowl of noodles filled with love was completed. When Leping brought the noodles to Elizabeth, she felt that besides the rich magic power, there was also a mysterious sense she had never experienced before. Elizabeth asked Leping why today's breakfast was a little different. Leping did not answer directly. Let's eat quickly, or it will get cold. He thought to himself, I'm such a straight man. The heart-shaped meal I specially made for her must have made her feel it was too mushy. Elizabeth nodded and then ate the noodles as usual. Unexpectedly, after the first bite, she was embraced by a warm magic power. It's love. Leping has infused the breakfast with his deep love. Seeing her in a daze, Leping thought he had made a mistake with the seasoning, so he also rolled up a small piece of noodle and ate it. But by coincidence, as he ate, he and Elizabeth ended up eating the same strand. They even unconsciously moved closer until their lips were less than 3 centimeters apart. But at the critical moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Alpha, wearing noise-canceling headphones, who walked in. Big brother, good morning. Do you have any orders for me today? But as soon as he finished speaking, a materialized fist flew towards him, instantly sending Alpha flying 10,000 miles away. Finally, the demonic claw also humanely closed the door. In fact, this demonic claw was materialized by Elizabeth. She cursed the damned Alpha for ruining her moment, and Leping, with no experience in dating, didn't know how to proceed. After breakfast, why don't we watch some TV? Elizabeth lowered her head shyly and replied gently, okay. Then, the two of them sat on the sofa. Although they were a bit far apart, Leping's hand had been slowly inching closer. He had just managed to get close to her hand when she suddenly pulled it back. At that moment, Leping was sweating nervously, feeling as if he had been caught doing something wrong and had failed. A casual withdrawal of her hand could also make him have all sorts of doubts. We should be in a relationship now, right? But Elizabeth is the Demon Queen. Is she just playing with me? What if I'm just being delusional? But everything that happened last night was real. Just as he was struggling, Elizabeth suddenly grabbed Leping's hand. It was the first time for both of them, but Elizabeth was more proactive. She noticed that Leping was a bit restless and asked if he had any problems. Leping no longer had any doubts and smiled and shook his head. No. Then, Elizabeth deliberately leaned against Leping, and the softness of her chest even unconsciously pressed against the back of Leping's hand. At that moment, Leping's breathing became rapid, and his face turned as red as fire. Elizabeth got straight to the point. Actually, in your world, what do lovers usually do? Leping thought back to the world before he was transported. In that world, couples usually eat together, go out to play together, together, watch dramas together, and so on. Hearing this, Elizabeth was a little disappointed. Isn't that what we've been doing all along? Le Ping scratched his head and felt a little helpless. I guess so. Elizabeth continued to ask. Then think about something that only couples can do. You can do it with me. Le Ping seemed to have thought of something exciting. It depends on the progress of the relationship. Usually, at the beginning, it's like we are now, holding hands. Elizabeth looked at Le Ping blankly. Just at the beginning? That won't do. I want to go further. Le Ping was a bit nervous. Further? Probably like what we did last night. Elizabeth recalled last night's passionate kiss and instantly blushed. As they spoke, they leaned towards each other, their eyes slightly closed, and just as they were about to touch, they were interrupted by Alpha and Wang Kai outside the window. He even tapped on the window with a smile. Big brother Le Ping. This immediately angered Elizabeth. You broken sword. You'd better have a good explanation for this. Alpha explained in fear. It's not me. It's not me. Someone is here to see you. As he spoke, a large group of people surrounded the window, including Boss and his daughter, Gigi and Annie. Then, the seven of them and the dog had a picnic in the courtyard. Le Ping curiously asked everyone why they had all suddenly come to their place. Annie said that she had sensed Sister Elizabeth's magic power in the demon domain yesterday, so she had come here today. But in fact, she thought that her secret of opening the nine-headed demon dragon treasure dungeon to test Raphael had been discovered. After all, if the strategy failed, it would lead to a devastating disaster. Gigi nodded. I also sensed your magic power, Demon Queen, so I came here specifically to await your orders. Boss also chimed in. It's the same for my daughter and me. I think it's time to report the growth of the sacred tree to Mr. Le Ping and the Demon Queen. The nearby Alpha sighed. I'm so envious of you peripheral characters who are sent on missions. Unlike me, I have to perform important tasks by Big Brother Le Ping's side every day. Elizabeth was annoyed. I didn't ask you to come here. If you understand, then you can all leave. Le Ping thought that since everyone was here, they might as well talk about their recent situation and the situation outside. Gigi said she would follow the hero's instructions and learn again in the Sword Saint Guild. At the same time, she shared what she had learned with everyone, and there had been almost no news of the Dark Guild recently. Only a few infected magical beasts causing trouble occasionally, but they were not a threat. Annie nodded. The Dark Guild seems to have disappeared recently. Even if we go deep into the demon domain, we can't find anything. Hearing that Gigi had gone to the Sword Saint Guild to study, Le Ping was surprised, because he still didn't know Gigi's status in the Sword Saint Guild. Yahello said that the elf tribe had also formulated a new policy, abolishing the class division and establishing contact with the outside world to build an intelligence network to resist the Dark Guild. Alpha said disdainfully, I helped Big Brother Le Ping collect protection money last night and solve the food problem for the next week. After hearing everyone's recent situation, Le Ping coughed twice and said that he had an announcement to make. As soon as he said this, the faces of the four of them instantly became grave. They all guessed that there was a new mission, and they had to compete with each other. Maybe the demise of the Dark Guild was also within the hero's expectations. Could there be an even stronger enemy? But just as everyone was lost in thought, Le Ping grabbed Elizabeth's hand and said, I'm with Elizabeth now. As soon as he said this, the tension of the four of them disappeared, and they were replaced with a look of indifference. They thought there would be some shocking news to follow and asked at the same time, and then, the lack of any reaction from the crowd surprised Le Ping. I'm going to be in a relationship with the Demon Queen. Aren't you surprised at all? At that moment, Gigi suddenly had a realization. I understand. The hero means that from now on, we have to rely on ourselves for our missions and can no longer disturb them. The nearby Annie seemed to have heard Gigi's thoughts. Indeed, from the treasure dungeon to the experience in the elf tribe, without brother Le Ping and sister Elizabeth, I don't know how many times I would have died. They trained me so much to make me a force in protecting the peace of the continent of heroes. I can't always rely on them. I have to start being independent. Gigi's expression was grave. She thought to herself, although I am alone and bear most of the responsibility for fighting the Dark Guild, that is at the cost of making a pact with the Sea of Darkness. If the Demon Queen hadn't lifted the curse for me, I'm afraid I would have made a big mistake. Now the hero has also taught me the true meaning of swordsmanship, but in the face of a stronger evil, is my skill really enough? On the other side, Boss and his daughter were trembling. The treasure cards once fell into the hands of the Dark Guild and almost destroyed the entire world. If it weren't for Mr. Le Ping and the others arriving in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now there's a new powerful mission, and Mr. Le Ping and the Demon Queen have made it clear that they won't participate. Do my daughter and I really have a chance? Le Ping smiled and ate a cookie, saying that there was indeed something he wanted to ask everyone, and his words were misinterpreted by the crowd. But if you find it difficult, then forget it. Hearing this, the crowd bowed their heads in shame. Our cowardice has been seen through by the hero. Mr. Le Ping's words are a warning to us. It's so embarrassing. Without Mr. Le Ping's grace, my daughter and I would be just unknown passers-by. So we have to do it, even if we can't. As they were lost in thought, Le Ping glanced at Elizabeth and said, I'm planning to go on a trip with Elizabeth. Gigi looked at the two great figures with a stunned expression and boldly asked, where are you two going? Le Ping continued, the kingdom of Aristotle. Only by persuading them to join the alliance against the Dark Guild will I have truly fulfilled my duty as the hero. With world peace, I can live my own life. He thought to himself, as the legendary hero. This is the only insignificant thing I can do. I hope the plan goes smoothly. But Elizabeth soon had a vision. Lu Ping is still continuing his plan to support his 4 heavenly kings of the East, South, West, and North. But he said live my own life. Does he mean the 2 of us? I was really slow to realize. I was blinded by my desire to win before and misunderstood that Lu Ping was playing with these ignorant mortals to show off his strength to me. But in fact, from the first time he went on an adventure, he had already planned our future. Then she agreed. Since it's the last place, then I will personally go. If they don't submit, I will destroy their entire country. Lu Ping told Elizabeth not to be impulsive. Let me handle this. I promised you that this time I will be the one to restore order and peace to this world. He thought to himself, although I'll still have to borrow Elizabeth's reputation at the end of the plan. If I just use violence now, everything will lose its meaning. Now, Elizabeth was completely obedient to Lu Ping. She lowered her head shyly and replied, I'll listen to you. Just then, Annie suddenly spoke up. Brother Lu Ping, Sister Elizabeth, please allow me to make a request. Please take me with you on this trip to the kingdom of Aristotle. I can basically control my crimson demon eyes now. I can definitely help. The nearby Gigi was not to be outdone. I know the best way to enter the kingdom of Aristotle. Annie cursed in her heart. Miss Gigi has retired as the president, but she can still use her network of connections. At the same time, Boss and his daughter also raised their hands. And us, Boss, promised to get even the most difficult things done. The elf tribe is being managed by General Blanchette, who is taking care of the sacred tree. There's no problem. Lu Ping quickly comforted everyone. The thing I'm asking you to do is a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with the kingdom of Aristotle. Elizabeth also chided them. What do you all mean by wanting to join in? Let me be clear. Whoever ruins my mood will have to bear the consequences. Lu Ping said, why don't you go home and wait for me, Elizabeth? I'll talk to Uncle Boss and the others about the rest. Elizabeth didn't ask any more questions. I'm not interested in their affairs anyway. With that, Elizabeth's figure disappeared. Lu Ping made a gesture to everyone to come closer. The thing I want to ask you to do is. Everyone immediately understood and moved closer to Lu Ping. What is so mysterious? Please tell us, Mr. Lu Ping. But Lu Ping whispered a side question. Do you know where there are any hot springs? Yahello said that the elf tribe had a healing hot spring, and they could heat it with fire magic. But Lu Ping said that he had already been to the elf tribe, and he was afraid that Elizabeth would not be interested. Besides, he wanted a natural hot spring. And he thought of a place. I know that hot springs often erupt from the ground near the volcano in the demon domain. With a little development, it could become a natural hot spring. Lu Ping was both surprised and happy. That's right, that's the kind of place. Can you help me clean it up and make a hot spring area? I want to give Elizabeth a surprise. However, Gigi fell silent, thinking, isn't that volcanic area near the Demon King's ruins? Is the hero hinting at something? Boss heard the word clean up and thought the hero wanted them to deal with a new evil. Then he asked the Sword Saint, Senior Gigi, we will also fully participate. Gigi nodded. If everyone works together, we will naturally be more confident. In fact, this was the 1-month anniversary of Lu Ping and Elizabeth's relationship, and he planned to celebrate with a hot spring trip. Gigi's expression was grave. Please rest assured, hero, we will definitely get it done. After seeing the legendary hero wave goodbye, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss said, in a month, the evil will descend near the volcano of death in the demon domain. The hero and the demon queen have made it clear that they will not intervene. We can only rely on ourselves. Gigi said, that evil is probably a life form from another world, from the Sea of Darkness. I will share the detailed information with everyone after I've sorted it out. Annie also belatedly realized, no wonder when I was training in the demon domain, my crimson demon eyes always sensed a mysterious power stirring. Yahello said, fortunately, we still have a month to prepare. I'm going to break through to the Demon King rank during this time. Alpha was still reveling. You all heard it, right? Big brother Lu Ping is only taking me this time. But before he could finish, everyone was sent away by a teleportation array. In fact, this array was used by Elizabeth. After forcibly sending everyone away, she pulled Lu Ping into the room. Finally, no one is disturbing us. Lu Ping asked her what was wrong. Elizabeth said, of course, it's to continue what we didn't finish just now, something that only lovers can do. And so, a week later, the two of them, along with a sword and a dog, set off on their hot spring trip. But at that moment, Lu Ping was pale and thin, as if he were about to run out of ammunition. The reason was that for the past week, every time Lu Ping was washing dishes, Elizabeth would suddenly appear and demand to be held. Or when Lu Ping was sawing wood with the zhuang, Elizabeth would open a portal and fall from the sky into his arms. And when Lu Ping was taking a shower, Elizabeth would take off all her clothes and join him. What's more, when Lu Ping was fast asleep, a human-shaped silhouette would suddenly appear under the covers. It was Elizabeth, who had crawled out from under the covers to be held, and she said that from now on, she wanted to sleep with Lu Ping every night. And so, Lu Ping couldn't get any rest, and after a week, he was already haggard. But fortunately, he timely created a kind of power pill. However, Alpha had never seen such a thing. What is this? Lu Ping explained, this is a pill I made from the herbs in the courtyard, based on the secret Chinese medicine recipes on the bookshelf. After Lu Ping chewed and swallowed the power pill, a powerful energy overflowed from his body, instantly rejuvenating him and restoring his strength. The whole man is back. Alpha was surprised. That's amazing. Can I have one to try? At that moment, Elizabeth's level had already reached 1-star sage. She marveled at how Lu Ping's secrets were endless. Just by being a little more intimate with him, I've broken through the demon god rank and stepped into the sage rank. Once I've raised my strength by a few more stars, I'll create the strongest child with Lu Ping. With this in mind, Elizabeth also started to giggle to herself. Alpha broke out in a cold sweat. She's so neurotic. Since that night, they've become more and more alike. Wang Kai reminded him, be careful what you say. It's rare for the master to take me out. Don't do anything stupid and ruin their mood. Just then, Gigi suddenly waved to the group. Lord Lu Ping, Lady Xiao Bai. The two of them immediately looked over and saw that they had already reached the dwarf kingdom so quickly. And so, Lu Ping and the others followed Gigi, taking a detour to the dwarf kingdom before heading to the volcano in the demon domain. The hero and the demon queen and the others had arrived at the dwarf kingdom. He marveled at how the dwarves were indeed a race skilled in forging. The streets were filled with shops that made weapons and equipment, but Alpha was unimpressed. I think it's all just a reputation. There isn't a single weapon on the entire street that can compare to me. The nearby demon queen was confused. Can someone explain to me why we had to come to the dwarf kingdom first? The sword saint, Gigi, explained. Because the dwarf kingdom is the only place that has trade relations with the kingdom of Aristotle. So if we have the dwarf king's recommendation, we might be able to enter the kingdom of Aristotle peacefully without a fight. But Brian said, Lady Gigi said you must have a way to help our dwarf kingdom forge S-rank weapons again. Although I also know that Mr. Lu Ping has the ability to forge treasure cards, S-rank weapons are not that simple. The celestial ore has already been depleted. If you don't have absolute confidence, I suggest you don't disturb my father. His temper. Lu Ping quickly got the point. Celestial ore, what is that? Brian continued to explain. The celestial ore fell into the continent of heroes from space with a meteorite 2,000 years ago. The powerful impact at that time changed the landscape here and also formed the sacred mountain that protects our dwarf kingdom. My father is now in seclusion in the deepest mine of the Holy Hammer Peak, conducting research. Meanwhile, inside the Holy Hammer Peak, the dwarf king, Heimerdinger, was forging a weapon. This was his 10,997th attempt. The rough blank had reached A rank. He planned to use the hardest tungsten iron for the final step of grinding. After grinding, he put on a microscope to observe. At 20 times magnification, the blade was still sharp and flat, but at 100 times magnification, there were various degrees of nicks. Such crude craftsmanship could not possibly forge an S-rank weapon. Heimerdinger was so angry that he broke the blade on the spot. Absolutely not. The forging foundation of the dwarf kingdom must not be destroyed in my hands. Just then, his son, Brian, came in with a group of people. Heimerdinger flew into a rage. This is so annoying. Didn't I say I wouldn't see anyone when I'm in seclusion? Brian said weakly, but this time, it was Lady Gigi Swords from the Sword Saint Guild who recommended them. Before he could finish, Heimerdinger continued to curse. Annoying. You dare to talk back. I don't care who you are. Get out. Don't disturb my forging. Hearing this, Gigi stepped forward to explain. Your Majesty, for the sake of the many years of cooperation between our two guilds, please hear me out. This might help you find a new way to forge S-rank weapons. The nearby Brian tried to persuade her. Lady Gigi, we can still leave now. But as soon as he finished speaking, Heimerdinger had already stomped on the ground and then, with the help of his Ultra S-rank flying boots, leaped into the air, standing in front of Gigi and the others with his massive physique. I am the strongest blacksmith in the world. Heimerdinger, you're telling me that someone else can solve a problem that I can't? Gigi nodded. I believe they can do it. The nearby Brian's voice was already trembling. Please calm down. Heimerdinger proudly flexed his fists. This is a great insult to me. You all should prepare to face the wrath of my iron fists. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Long time no see, Heimerdinger. The moment he saw Demon Queen Elizabeth, Heimerdinger's descending fists suddenly stopped. Instead, he bowed in the manner of a subject to his monarch. This made Gigi and Brian, who were standing in the front, break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Heimerdinger's voice trembled. I was foolish not to recognize your Majesty's arrival. It's been 500 years. I thought, Elizabeth said. You thought I was dead, didn't you? And then you all couldn't wait to make yourselves kings. Hearing this, Lu Ping was startled. The dwarf king is your subject? Heimerdinger was helpless. I deserve to die, but please listen to my explanation, your Majesty. I was also forced to do so. It turned out that after the demon queen had been missing for 500 years, the world had become increasingly chaotic. The leader of the dwarf tribe, in order to preserve his people, had no choice but to return to the Holy Hammer Peak and establish the dwarf kingdom. And the sword saint, Gigi, no longer hid the truth and revealed that Lu Ping was the legendary hero. The nearby Elizabeth continued to question Heimerdinger. What about the others? Tell me. Heimerdinger replied respectfully, V.S. Malfoy. There's no need to say more. He was the one who established the Dark Guild and made a mess of this world. He's been capturing people of different races for his life magic experiments. Many of our dwarf tribesmen have fallen victim to him. Lord Jamuji has been searching for you, your Majesty. During that time, he also met a human woman and had a child. But then he was targeted by the Dark Guild and is currently missing. As for Mugayer, he's in a much worse state. He was betrayed and besieged by all the chieftains. This event is also recorded as was the beginning of the decline of the beastmen race. Because after Mugair's death, the chieftains got what they wanted and divided his territory, but it also intensified the internal conflicts of the beastmen race, plunging them into endless infighting. To this day, the beastmen race can no longer unite as a single force. As for Tavira of the elven race, I only know that she sacrificed her life to bless all her people. I don't know anything else. Finally, there's the destination you wish to go to this time, Your Majesty Elizabeth, the kingdom of Aristotle. It was originally a human settlement led by High Priest Barrow, but later, that boy Aristotle used the power of science to fight against the Dark Guild and made a great contribution. Later generations named the place the kingdom of Aristotle in his memory, but the lifespan of humans is very short. After Aristotle's death, it's unknown how many leaders have changed, and that place has become more and more closed off. But for the past few hundred years, they have still had mineral trade with the Dwarf Kingdom. Hearing this, Elizabeth cursed angrily, "You bunch of fools. Knowing that the Dark Guild was rising, why didn't you join forces to resist it, but instead went your separate ways, forgetting the racial conflicts, world peace? Have you all forgotten my command?" Heimerdinger's voice trembled. "I'm sorry. At first, everyone still followed your principles, Your Majesty. But over time, there were always those with selfish ambitions who overstepped their bounds. I was also forced by the situation." The nearby Le Ping also quickly comforted Elizabeth. "Don't blame them. It's like a study hall without a teacher. There will always be unruly people who start to make noise and disturb others." Elizabeth's expression changed in a second, and she smiled and nodded at Le Ping. "You're right." Just then, Gigi suddenly spoke. "Hero, I humbly ask you to help the Dwarf Kingdom and solve the problem of not being able to forge Ultra S-rank weapons anymore." But Brian sighed repeatedly. "I'm not questioning the legendary hero's ability, but the depletion of the celestial ore is a reality. Unless a meteorite from outer space falls again, it's impossible to forge Ultra S-rank weapons." Heimerdinger looked at his son and nodded. "I've been in seclusion here and have done more than 10,000 experiments. Without the celestial ore, I can at most replicate Ultra rank weapons, not even reaching the lowest S rank." Lu Ping thought to himself, as expected of the dwarves of this other world. They even use precious meteorites to forge weapons. Then he also sighed. If Ultra S rank weapons must be made with celestial ore, then it's indeed difficult. But Heimerdinger said, "The celestial ore is not a raw material, but a special grinding stone. Its discovery dates back to my grandfather's generation. A long time ago, our dwarf tribe was still a nomadic people, mining everywhere and forging for a living, until my grandfather led his people to this place in search of mines and found that the mineral resources here were rich, very suitable for our dwarf tribe to live in. And there was also the unique Holy Hammer Peak. With his talent for finding mines, my grandfather led his people to start digging into the Holy Hammer Peak until they reached the deepest part, which is where we are now. Here, they found an unprecedented 7-colored ore. Everyone was surprised. Grandfather guessed that the ore was probably from outer space, so he wanted to use his pickaxe to chisel off some fragments for research. But unexpectedly, he didn't chisel. But when he did, he was shocked. Grandfather's pickaxe had actually been upgraded to a golden pickaxe. From then on, the news that grinding weapons with the celestial ore could upgrade them quickly spread throughout the tribe. All the dwarves brought their weapons to be ground and upgraded. And so, day after day, year after year, the celestial ore allowed our dwarf tribe to forge more advanced weapons to protect ourselves, and thus the dwarf kingdom was established. But due to overuse, half of the celestial ore was consumed. For the long-term interests of the dwarf kingdom, the right to use the celestial ore was nationalized, and only the 100 most outstanding blacksmiths were allowed to use it. And with the subsequent wars between the various races, in order to forge more advanced weapons for defense, the use of the celestial ore increased, and the rules changed accordingly. The usage rights were changed from the top 100 to the top 50, the top 20, the top 10, and then only the king. Fortunately, more than 500 years ago, you, Demon Queen, single-handedly quelled the disputes between the various races, and the consumption of the celestial ore was slowed down. But when it came to my hands, Heimerdinger, there was only a watermelon-sized piece left. After that, it was only used to forge blades, forks, cups, and bowls for you, Demon Queen. Then, you, Demon Queen, suddenly disappeared for 500 years, and the world was once again plunged into conflict. I had no choice but to use the celestial ore again to forge more S-rank weapons and join forces with the Sword Saint Guild to fight against the Dark Guild. As for the little bit of celestial ore that was left, it was already exhausted 5 years ago. I have been looking for a suitable substitute, but even after trying tens of thousands of times, it is still difficult to reproduce S-rank weapons. The foundation of the dwarf tribe was built on the celestial ore, and now it will also perish with the depletion of the celestial ore. Everything will be destroyed in my hands, Heimerdinger. After hearing this, Le Ping was eager to try. But actually, I'm also quite skilled in forging. Why don't you let me try? He thought to himself. I don't know anything about swords and magic, but when it comes to forging, this is my strong suit. It's rare to come to the dwarf kingdom. I can't miss the opportunity to exchange ideas with a master. Heimerdinger replied solemnly. I know. If I'm not mistaken, this weapon spirit should be the holy sword that the Demon Queen pulled out back then. I've tinkered with it before, but in the end, I found that it was a natural creation, completely impossible impossible to replicate. Did you make this? Hearing this, Lu Ping was a bit embarrassed. No way, the things I make are not like Alpha. Then he subconsciously kicked Wang Kai at his feet. Wang Kai let out a bark in cooperation and then took out a whetstone from its body. Lu Ping explained, actually, I also brought some forging tools with me to exchange ideas with you. This is my whetstone. I usually find it quite useful. I wonder if it can help you. Heimerdinger was shocked. A stone? Do you know how many materials I've experimented with? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, before he could finish, he saw the Demon Queen's expression change. Heimerdinger, do you dare to question my man? Under the powerful killing intent of Demon Queen Elizabeth, Heimerdinger could only weakly say, yes, sir. I'll do it right away. Soon, over 100 different mixed or liquids were poured out. According to Brian's introduction, the ratio of these or liquids was summed up by his father after hundreds of years of experience. Then, Brian picked up the forging tools next to him. Since the hero is here for an exchange, then let me, Brian, show my humble skills first. Although I'm not as good as my father overall, as a genius blacksmith, my skills in the rough blank stage are already very proficient. Brian threw a ladle of ore liquid into the air, forming a perfect pattern in mid-air. At the same time, Brian also took a swig from a wine barrel and then spat the strong liquor at the ore liquid that had been thrown into the air. Instantly, thick white smoke rose around it. It was a rare strong liquor quenching technique. Soon, after the white smoke dissipated, a sword-shaped weapon blank was completed. Then Brian handed the sword to Heimerdinger. The final key, grinding. I'll leave it to you. The Dwarf King, Heimerdinger, directly bit the blade, and then Brian grabbed the hilt and pulled it out with force. The blade in Heimerdinger's teeth instantly made a sound of metal clashing. Seeing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the dwarves, this forging method is so fierce. After grinding with his teeth, Heimerdinger immediately used a microscope to observe. 100 or raging torrent blade. The wielder can gain a temporary burst of excitement when drunk and become immune to pain. Special effect. When attacking a target, there is a 30% chance of making them drunk. These special effects, in Lu Ping's eyes, were like identified skills. Just then, Brian couldn't help but ask his father about the weapon's rank, but Heimerdinger directly crushed the sword. No, although it has a weapon effect, it's only a Super A rank. Brian lowered his head in frustration. I'm useless. I've disappointed you, father. Heimerdinger patted his son's head and comforted him. What are you talking about? This is already very remarkable. You're still young. In a few hundred years, you will definitely surpass your father. Now it's your turn, hero. But in his heart, he looked down on Lu Ping. What legendary hero? Although the Demon Queen recognizes you, I don't believe your forging skills are better than ours. The dwarves. Hearing this, Lu Ping rolled up his sleeves. Then I'll show my humble skills. He thought to himself, I'm so excited to have my creation identified by the Dwarf King. And the Demon Queen Elizabeth, who was watching from behind, praised the sword saint. Gigi. It's rare for Lu Ping to do something he's good at outside. Gigi swords. Your arrangement this time is worthy of praise. Gigi nodded and replied, thank you, Demon Queen. The swordless form is good, but not everyone can grasp it immediately. So in the face of the sea of darkness, the dwarves' S-rank weapons are essential. The most powerful existence. The nearby Alpha snorted. What S-rank? Ultra S-rank. They're all just clouds. If they can't transform into a weapon spirit, they can only be dependent on the user. Wang Kai asked back, you mean a weapon spirit? Alpha explained, a smart piece of furniture like you, big brother Wang Kai, is beyond my comprehension, but I can explain the knives, forks, bowls, and dishes at home. They're not weapon spirits. Wang Kai glanced at Alpha and asked what they were. Alpha replied, they are the abodes of the gods. At that moment, Lu Ping had already begun his forging performance. He poured a ladle of ore liquid onto a pre-prepared mold. Heimerdinger was a bit confused. Is he just making a small knife? Soon, the preliminary outline of the small knife was finished. After reaching a certain temperature, Lu Ping then submerged the small knife in water to cool it rapidly, which could increase the weapon's strength and hardness, making it sharper. After all this was done, Lu Ping was only left with the final step of polishing. Behind him, Heimerdinger said, his forging technique is nothing special. In fact, in terms of the variety of techniques, we are even better. But Brian, have you noticed anything special about him? Brian replied, our forging is like a painstaking pursuit of weapon quality while he is enjoying the process. This was a whetstone that had been blessed by the legendary hero. Just by placing a small knife on it and grinding it lightly, it could attract gods from different worlds to pour a sliver of their divine consciousness into the weapon. The nearby Dwarf King, Heimerdinger, was astonished and asked his son to see what it was. But his son, Brian, couldn't even open his eyes. Only Heimerdinger's appraisal eyes saw the strange phenomenon. This was a sight he had never seen in his 700 years of forging. Soon, the hero, Lu Ping, had finished his forging and held the small knife up to the Dwarf King. Can you identify it for me? Heimerdinger readily agreed, but his outstretched hand was trembling. As Heimerdinger continuously adjusted the magnification of his appraisal glasses, he unconsciously turned it to the maximum, which was 10,000 times magnification, but the blade was still smooth as a whole. How is this possible? Is my glasses broken? Dining knife, made by Lu Ping, a common dining blade personally forged by Lu Ping. Special effect, one-hit kill. This effect directly scared the master blacksmith, Heimerdinger. This is no longer something that can be described as Ultra S rank. think, this is a divine weapon. Then he turned to look at Lu Ping's forging tools, thinking, the key must be that grinding stone. Let me see your tools. This must be something more advanced than the celestial ore. But no matter how Heimerdinger looked, he couldn't figure it out. So he pressed it with his finger and accidentally crushed the whetstone. At that moment, Heimerdinger knew that it was just an ordinary stone. He knelt before Lu Ping and sobbed. The forging skills that the dwarf tribe was once proud of are so pathetic in front of the legendary hero. How on earth did you manage to forge such an existence? Can you tell me your understanding of forging? Lu Ping thought he was being sarcastic. How could his ordinary forging compare to the dwarf's? Maybe it's because of Elizabeth's face that he's being so polite, but this acting is too exaggerated. But in the end, he still explained, my understanding of forging is very superficial. The main thing is to use my heart. The two words use my heart thundered in the dwarf king's ears, and he had a sudden realization. Hero! The demon queen behind them chuckled. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Using a simple truth to bring out the true meaning of the rule of power. That's so you, Lu Ping. After they had exchanged forging techniques, the dwarf king took everyone to the side of a train track. This train transports the ore directly to the kingdom of Aristotle. As transport officers, you will also have permission to enter the main city, but the train journey will take about 2 days. Why don't you just teleport there? Hero, Lu Ping explained, time is not important. What's important is that I hope the kingdom of Aristotle can feel our goodwill. This made the nearby Shishi break out in a cold sweat. I hope the kingdom of Aristotle doesn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't say I didn't warn you. The hero is always like this. Just then, Brian reminded them, there have been more bandits on the road lately, and several ore carts have been robbed. Please be careful, hero and demon queen. But Elizabeth was more concerned about what they would eat for dinner. Lu Ping smiled and said he had brought all the ingredients. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. Elizabeth replied, whatever you make, I'll eat. The two of them's flirting made Brian extremely speechless. My reminder seems a bit redundant, and Heimerdinger held the dining knife in both hands and confirmed, hero, are you really going to bestow such a precious item on our dwarf kingdom? Lu Ping thought, being the demon queen's boyfriend really gives me a lot of face. Even the dwarf king has to look up to me. Then he waved his hand and said, don't be polite, just take it and use it. Receiving the hero's gift, Heimerdinger was so moved that he immediately knelt down on both knees. With this knife, from now on, our dwarf kingdom's forging will definitely reach a new level. At the same time, he also ordered his son, Brian, to kneel down quickly. Brian looked at his father with a bit of a daze and then kowtowed to the legendary hero with him. Hero, you are the eternal forging god of our dwarf kingdom. As they were kowtowing, Alpha and Wang Kai had already boarded the train. Big brother Lu Ping, the train is about to leave. Elizabeth said to Lu Ping, then let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. And demon queen Elizabeth spread her wings and waved goodbye to the crowd with the hero, Lu Ping. Then, the two of them sat on top of the giant ore cart and fed dog food to all the fans. Elizabeth thought to herself, after Lu Ping finishes this training of his forces and the world returns to peace, then we can have a peaceful life together. Then she leaned on Lu Ping's shoulder and asked shyly, what are you thinking about? But Lu Ping said seriously, Elizabeth, I really want to know what will be born from the fusion of technology and magic. The word fusion made Elizabeth think he wanted to have a wild night. Fusion? You mean fusion? We're still outside. But if you want, it's not impossible. But Lu Ping was talking about something else. I heard from Annie that the kingdom of Aristotle is a country that fuses technology and magic. I've wanted to go to the kingdom of Aristotle for a long time, and now I finally have the chance. Hearing this, Elizabeth felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, and she instantly sobered up. Then what about my thoughts? Not at all? Hearing this, Lu Ping took Elizabeth's small hand. Of course, but I want to tell you on our 1-month anniversary. Elizabeth couldn't wait to know. I want to hear it now. Lu Ping said, I plan to officially, after this adventure is over. But before he could finish, one cannonball after another suddenly shot over, creating one crater after another in the mountains and rocks near the giant ore cart. And the ore transport train also suffered some minor damage but could still run normally. Elizabeth soon discovered a group of bandits, each of them piloting a high-tech small airship. As long as we're here, don't even think about transporting a single stone to the kingdom of Aristotle. With that, they fired another round of cannonballs at the train. Elizabeth reached out and grabbed, instantly stopping all the cannonballs in midair and making them explode. Lu Ping told Elizabeth not to be too harsh and to leave some alive. I have something to ask them, and if we arrest these bandits who often rob the kingdom of Aristotle's ore, then they will feel our sincerity even more. Elizabeth told Lu Ping not to worry, but if they were related to the Dark Guild, then it would be a different story. Amelia will wake up in another day, and that will be the time I completely eradicate the Dark Guild. But just then, Alpha charged over with Wang Kai. Lu Ping asked them what was wrong. Alpha said breathlessly, please leave this small matter to me. Lu Ping thought Alpha was unreliable. Are you really sure? Alpha replied, it's time for the true holy sword Alpha to shine. The bandits said, this escort is not from the dwarf tribe. Have they finally hired bounty hunters? So we can kill them now, right? But just then, the leader, Picius, in the back suddenly spoke. To be able to destroy my special cannonballs with magic, these people are not to be underestimated. Ignore them. We'll focus all our fire on destroying the front of the train and then retreat. Receiving the leader's command, all the bandits flew towards the front of the train. Lu Ping also saw their intention. They're trying to destroy the front of the train. But Alpha's eyes sharpened. It's a piece of cake. Leave it to me. The flying fish bandits had circled around to the front of the ore cart, preparing to wreak havoc. Fortunately, the holy sword Alpha had requested to fight, and its hands transformed into swords, intercepting all the cannonballs. At that moment, Alpha finally got that feeling back. The golden legend, the noble holy sword, the rare divine weapon that decides the fate of a critical battle. There are no monsters from Lu Ping's house here. I am the existence below 3 people and above 10,000. Now let me vent some of my frustration on these weaklings. At that moment, the leader, Piscius, saw that he was a weapon spirit, but the dwarf kingdom's celestial ore had long been depleted. How could they develop such a high-level divine weapon for Aristotle? I must stop him. Then he gave an order to all the flying fish bandits. Initiate tactic number 2. The cannons of the small airships released a thick smoke that enveloped Alpha. The smoke was initially gaseous, but after a few seconds, it suddenly solidified. Only then did Alpha realize that it was a solidifying spray and that he was firmly trapped inside. Soon, the hardened smoke fell like a meteorite, creating a huge crater in the ground. The bandits thought they had succeeded. Is that it? The leader's invention is still the best. Haha. On the ore cart, Lu Ping was a bit worried. Oh no, is Alpha in trouble? The nearby Elizabeth told him not to worry. Although he's usually a bit foolish, don't forget he's also a holy sword. He can handle this kind of situation. Hearing this, Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief, since Elizabeth said so. Then Elizabeth asked Lu Ping if he had anything to say. Lu Ping smiled and said he wanted to wait for their 1-month anniversary. Just as they were talking, a few bursts of sword energy erupted from the solidified smoke. At the same time, Alpha reverted to his sword form and broke through the smoke, soaring into the sky. Seeing this, the leader, Piscius, gave another order, telling all the members of the flying fish gang to scatter. However, it was already too late. A series of afterimages tore through the void, and all the small airships were destroyed by the sword energy. Then, Alpha appeared again in his weapon spirit form. Now who dares to look down on me? The bandits who had lost their airships all opened their parachutes, while the leader, Piscius, calmly praised Alpha's high magic rank. Then, he took a Gatling gun barrel from the wrecked airship and installed it on his mechanical arm. After connecting it, he immediately fired wildly at Alpha. In the face of science, magic rank doesn't mean everything. At that moment, Alpha's hands transformed into swords to block all the bullets, if it weren't for Big Brother Lu Ping saying to leave you alive. But before he could finish, he found that all the bullets the opponent had fired were stuck to his hand swords. As more and more bullets were fired, Alpha was now completely covered. Seeing that the time was right, Piscius leaped into the air. All matter in this world has its strengths and weaknesses. As long as you see the essence of things and use the rules well, then the weak can overcome the strong. You, this weapon spirit, are just a smart metal body with a slightly higher magic power and better material. The alloy bullets I made from magic storing ore and magnetic ore are specifically designed to counter an existence like you. With that, Piscius threw a steam punch at the holy sword Alpha. But after that one punch, he found that all his mechanical fingers were bent. The ore carts have been intercepted by me for 2 consecutive months, and there has been no reaction. Today, they suddenly hired such a powerful helper. It's not logical at all. What is happening in the royal city? What is that bastard minister plotting? It seems we have too little information, but no matter what, as long as we cut off their access to resources, we can definitely stop him. With this in mind, Piscius opened his mechanical arm again and fired a pressure punch cannon at the ore cart with 100% power. However, the moment it was fired, the muzzle of the cannon was suddenly twisted and shattered by something. Piscius had never been so terrified, because he recognized that it was a powerful spatial magic, and the one who had made the move was Demon Queen Elizabeth. You've played enough. The relationship between the Dark Guild and you, twisting her fingers to turn the leader Piscius's mechanical body into a pretzel. The hero, Lu Ping, quickly chided Elizabeth. We haven't figured out their internal problems yet. Only then did Elizabeth stop. Internal problems? So you noticed it from the beginning. Meanwhile, after Piscius's mechanical exterior shattered, it revealed the human girl inside. Elizabeth then used a magic ball to envelop and extract her. The girl was petite and desperately beat against the magic shield. Let me out, you dogs of the royal city. I won't let you go even if I die. Lu Ping looked at the girl with a bit of a daze. Is the outside a humanoid armor? There's actually a girl inside. Elizabeth smiled. The next interrogation is all yours. Lu Ping nodded. He really had a lot of questions about this high technology. At that moment, the flying fish bandits underground were shouting wildly, let go of our leader. We'll trade our lives for hers. We have to save our leader. The fat man said, if we're trading lives, then trade mine. Without the leader, I would have died long ago. The skinny man said, you fatso. As if I'm any different. I'm the squad leader. But as soon as he finished speaking, several of them were suddenly struck by a powerful electric current and froze in place. In a few seconds, they all collapsed, a faint electric current still crackling. Then, Wang Kai extended a mechanical arm from its back and reached down into the huge pit nearby, picking up the holy sword Alpha, which was covered in magnets. Finally, Wang Kai took out a demagnetizing rod made by Lu Ping and, after a series of flashing operations, finally rescued Alpha. Alpha, your combat experience is too low. Take your time. time, there's still a long way to go. However, the demagnetizing rod had also broken Alpha's noise-canceling headphones. The system detected a vulnerability and immediately reconnected to Alpha. And on the other side, in the kingdom of Aristotle, the royal city was suddenly struck by a series of lightning bolts, shattering all the high-tech robots in the city. However, the one emitting the strong electric current was 24, one of the 6 pillars of demons of the Dark Guild. You took our dark ears but refused to submit. There's no such thing as a free lunch. A fat man said with disdain. Please be clear. That was a gift from your Dark Guild to our Aristotle. It's already a great honor that I'm willing to accept and study it. I'm also very interested in you, this lightning magic body. Why don't you let me study you as well? As he lowered his scepter, a team of steel guards slowly emerged from the gate. They all raised their cannons and fired at 24. Unexpectedly, 24 suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and passed through the team of steel guards. All the steel guards it touched exploded. You've changed to high voltage resistance material, but in the face of absolute voltage, it's still just a conductor. Before long, all the mechanical life forms inside the royal city had exploded. Is that all you've got? You dare to oppose our Dark Guild? You're overestimating yourselves. But the scattered parts of the steel guards suddenly merged and reassembled into an even larger steel guard machine. 24 glanced at the scrap metal with disdain. You dare to come again? I'll blast you into slag as many times as you want. But the human minister said, I've been studying how to use electric magic to drive machines instead of steam magic, but the conversion rate is too low. And you, this energy body that can infinitely release electric magic, can help me solve this problem. 24 didn't understand what he was talking about. Last chance. Do you want to be killed by me or submit to our Dark Guild? The human minister did not respond and instead controlled the steel guard to use a steam punch. But after it shattered the floor, it found that 24 was already gone. 24 was confused. The kingdom of Aristotle's strength is only this much. Why has my master been so hesitant to take it over? It doesn't matter. Today, I, 24, will conquer this place and offer it to my master to help him regain his spirit. The huge steel guard spread its palm and launched 5 tracking finger missiles. 24 said disdainfully, so your answer is to be killed by me? So slow. Don't you understand the power gap between us? As it spoke, it easily dodged the missiles. At that moment, the human minister's face was extremely ugly, and he muttered, it's coming. 24 released its maximum power current, and soon, a bolt of lightning as furious as a god's wrath tore through the sky and struck the steel guard. And even the human minister who was controlling the machine was also affected. Seeing the steel guard stop in place, its body crackling with lightning, 24 said with satisfaction, from today onwards, the kingdom of Aristotle is officially under the control of the Dark Guild. But at that moment, the human minister secretly smiled. The result is as I expected. The steel guard suddenly started moving again, and its feet stomped the ground, bursting out with several times the power of before, and with lightning speed, it came to 24. A steam-heavy punch landed on its face, sending it crashing to the ground and shattering the surrounding floor. 24 got up again in defiance. Why did I use my maximum power output just now? He should have been blasted to bits, and I clearly saw his attack just now, but my body seemed to be a step slower. Were the fingers he shot out just to feint? Was his real purpose to set up this thing to disperse my electricity? The human minister said, lightning magic shouldn't have such an output ratio. I'm really curious about your true form. As the steel guard's cannon fired, 24 took the full force of the damage. At the same time, the shell covering its body shattered on the spot. The human minister said, don't think that your Dark Guild is the only one hiding in the shadows. The Oriole is behind, and it's not yet certain who'll lead whom. But as soon as he finished speaking, he found that an electric current had suddenly appeared in the air, flowing upstream from the depths of space and destroying all the rock and soil above. The human minister was stunned. Didn't I just shatter it? How has the energy increased? 24's voice was venomous. You actually broke the limiter that my master made for me. Ah! As its screams echoed, countless powerful lightning foxes struck every corner of the royal city. At the same time, 24 also revealed its true form. I've changed my mind now. I don't want you to submit to the Dark Guild. I want the kingdom of Aristotle to completely disappear from the continent of heroes. The human minister was not surprised, but happy. So it's the legendary lightning fairy. No wonder. But haven't fairies been gone for hundreds of years? To think that the Dark Guild has secretly recruited them. My ambition is no less than your Dark Guild's. The lightning fairy gently lowered her hand and at the same time shouted immortal lightning. Then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and, with a boom, struck the steel guard. The lightning fairy looked at the charred human minister on the ground and sneered. Even the greatest ambition must be matched with corresponding strength. Any obstacle that stands in my master's way, I, 24, will completely eliminate. At that moment, a spider-like claw extended from the human minister's body. Then, the charred head and lower body separated, and it lunged at the lightning fairy. A lightning that won't go out until the target is dead. What an unreasonable magic. You've broken through to the Demon King rank, right? But I don't see you using the power of the Dark Ear, as expected of a lightning fairy. Good thing I'm no longer a living being, or rather, I'm no longer the kind of living being you know. Although the lightning fairy was bound, she was still dismissive. So annoying. You know my magic rank, and you're still struggling? The human minister's claws gripped tighter. Of course I know, but But we in the kingdom of Aristotle have a saying, in the face of science, magic rank doesn't mean everything. The lightning fairy said. Then let me teach you another saying, in the face of absolute strength, magic rank is everything. The human minister laughed. Nonsense. I've already connected your body to the earth, unless you can electrify the entire continent of heroes. But as soon as he finished speaking, she saw the lightning fairy release an even stronger aura, and her magic rank also rose to a 5-star demon king. But at that moment, Asathos's whisper echoed in her ear. Who do I look like to you? This voice made the lightning fairy recall her master, V.S. Malfoy. It turned out that 400 years ago, the hero was repairing Wong Kai, which had been smashed by the demon queen. But the electric current generated during the repair leaked out through the walls of the house and into the sky, happening to fall in a certain area of the Dark Guild, striking the ground. That single spark of electricity had actually given birth to a lightning fairy. The first to discover her was a 2-star magic master mountain boar that was foraging while eating some unknown plants nearby. It took a bite of the nearby rock and soil without looking, and so a magic master level mountain boar was electrocuted on the spot, and the lightning fairy once again fell out of the mountain boar's mouth. Weak and thinking she would die there, she unexpectedly saw a human with glasses appear before her. V.S. Malfoy picked up the lightning fairy and, sensing the powerful electric current on her body, immediately activated his strongest corpse magic to block it. He muttered to himself that no matter how difficult it was, he would never give up. The lightning fairy, her eyelids half open, faintly heard his words and, with a heart full of gratitude, fainted. After that, the lightning fairy was placed in Malfoy's incubator, and this time, it was his 24th test. He pressed a switch, and countless magical beasts with lightning magic let out heart-wrenching screams. The electric current they generated was sent as energy into the incubator, and the lightning fairy in the incubator absorbed all the energy of the magical beasts and was actually saved by Malfoy from the brink of death. To be able to replicate the most perfect demon queen test subject, he had gone to great lengths to save the dying lightning fairy. This was because the lightning fairy was a rare infinite magic carrier on the continent. After absorbing a large number of lightning attribute monsters, she had also broken through her limit and could henceforth generate her own electric current without relying on a supply. The lightning fairy was very grateful to Malfoy. Thank you, you saved me. But as she spoke, the electric current on her body accidentally shot out and hit Malfoy, instantly making him stiff and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The lightning fairy wanted to reach out and comfort him, but her hand stopped halfway. Malfoy could guess that this fairy's magic rank was at least a magic venerable and was still rapidly increasing. The lightning fairy knew that just by getting close, her target would be paralyzed by the electricity, so she whispered that she would leave immediately. But when Malfoy heard that the lightning fairy was leaving, he ignored the powerful electric current and hugged her directly. I need you. If I can't even overcome this small difficulty, then I'll never be worthy. The lightning fairy didn't understand. What do you mean, worthy? Let go of me. I can't control the electric current in my body. If you keep this up, you'll be electrocuted. What about me is so important that you would disregard everything? Malfoy did not answer directly, but instead asked her if she believed in love at first sight. In fact, what Malfoy needed was the lightning fairy's infinite magic power to help him successfully replicate the demon queen's test subject. At that moment, countless ugly tentacles suddenly extended from Malfoy's back, pulling all the pipes and various materials in the laboratory over and wrapping himself and the lightning fairy in a huge meatball. As the disgusting meatball gurgled and wriggled, it eventually formed a corpse cocoon on the ground. It's unknown how much time passed, but the meatball finally cracked open. When V.S. Malfoy appeared again, he had already sealed the lightning fairy. Although this will limit your strength, at least it will stabilize you and allow you to stay by my side. From then on, the lightning fairy was given a new nickname, Experiment 24. After that, 24 naturally became Malfoy's infinite power supply. In the incubator was a single strand of hair with the demon queen's genes. However, when 24's electricity cut off a small section of the hair, Malfoy, who had been gentle before, angrily shouted at 24 to stop. He slammed his fist on the control panel in frustration. It took me so long to find infinite magic power. Why did it damage Her Majesty's hair? This violates the rules of magic. But as soon as he finished speaking, he had a sudden realization. To be able to damage Her Majesty's hair, does this mean that if I can control this power, can I also invade Her Majesty's body? Haha, there must be other ways to resurrect her. 24 didn't know what he was talking about. Resurrection? Malfoy hugged 24 as if he had found a treasure. I must be with you forever. 24 fell in love with Malfoy, not even knowing she was just a tool. And Malfoy had only ever loved the high and mighty Her Majesty Elizabeth. My beloved Her Majesty Elizabeth. After hearing Asathos' seduction in her ear, the lightning fairy had unconsciously given up her resistance and become dazed. Seeing this, the minister praised, as expected of the chaotic power of the Sea of Darkness. Even a fairy has been mentally invaded. Asathos told him to stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring her back. The minister smiled. Look at you, all anxious. I promised you, and I will definitely do it. But Asathos was still skeptical. You haven't even caught that girl yet. Are you sure you can produce 10,000 gears in a month? The minister said. With this lightning fairy, the energy problem is completely solved. I don't need that girl's blueprints anymore. Those who have left have left. Those who have scattered have scattered. The Dark Guild is coming to an end. Good thing you still have me. Soon, you will be able to descend upon our world. It turned out that since Asadhos had been sealed by Demon Queen Elizabeth, it had invested in 3 people. Unexpectedly, the one who could ultimately help it was the one it had thought the least of at the beginning. The minister, with only his head remaining, tapped the ground with his mechanical limbs, and a huge mechanical pot instantly rose from the center of the array, a large amount of steam filling the area. The minister opened the pod door and urged Asadhos, "Hurry up and let her in." And Asadhos continued to whisper in the lightning fairy's ear, "Are you willing to give everything for me?" At that moment, the lightning fairy was like a puppet that had lost its own will, and without hesitation, she flew into the rusty pod door. Meanwhile, on the side of the hero, Le Ping, and the demon queen, Elizabeth, after communicating, they had released the princess of the kingdom of Aristotle from her restraints. "Are you sure you're not bounty hunters hired by the kingdom?" Le Ping explained, "Just as we also thought you were members of the Dark Guild at first. It was all a misunderstanding. We can just sit down and talk things out. So what's going on? Why did you, the princess of the kingdom of Aristotle, attack the kingdoms or carts?" The princess said, "It's simple. Because I want to cut off their resource supply and make the entire kingdom of Aristotle collapse, thereby liberating everyone." "And who are you? What is your purpose here?" Le Ping thought they were fighting for power in the kingdom. "To be honest, my name is Le Ping, and I am the legendary hero, and the one next to me is the legendary demon queen Elizabeth. We want to persuade the kingdom of Aristotle to open up and cooperate to fight against the Dark Guild." The bandits had never heard of the hero and the demon queen, but it sounded very powerful. The princess, of course, didn't know about the hero's alliance, but compared to the Dark Guild, the chaotic forces of the Sea of Darkness were a much greater threat to them at the moment. Hearing Sea of Darkness, Le Ping immediately thought of the dirty thing on Gigi, and Elizabeth was not listening at all. She was wondering what Le Ping would say to her in a month. Le Ping continued to ask Princess Picious, "Can you tell me in detail what happened?" The princess lowered her head and spoke faintly of the past. "It all started when I was a child. At that time, although the kingdom of Aristotle had also entered a state of closure, it was still a. However, she had only spoken a few sentences of her story before she was interrupted by Elizabeth. Everyone was stunned, thinking they had said something wrong, but Elizabeth raised her index finger and released a memory extraction spell. "If I have to listen to you talk like this, it will take forever." Soon, a wisp of magic passed through the heads of all the members of the Flying Fish Bandit gang, forcibly extracting their memories. Then Elizabeth pulled Le Ping along to watch. "I can also take the opportunity to look into his memories and see what secrets Le Ping has." Soon, a scene of Princess Picious and her parents appeared. At first, her father would make mechanical animals to amuse her, but later, Picious unexpectedly showed even more outstanding talent. At a young age, she could create a mechanical rabbit, and just by injecting some unknown liquid into it, she could bring the originally cold mechanical rabbit to life. It was from that moment that her father discovered Picious's talent, and from then on, he carefully cultivated her, teaching her everything he knew. It was not until Picious grew up that she was allowed to enter the inner part of the royal city to view the secret blueprints, but the highly talented Picious could see the wrong algorithm on the blueprints at a glance. She immediately erased the formula on the blackboard and rewrote the correct answer. "With this device, we can load the power in sections, thereby reducing the overload threshold for each individual part." But the naive Princess Picious had no idea what kind of experiment her teacher was conducting. One day, she returned to find the research lab in a shocking state. The teacher seemed to be conducting some kind of perverted experiment. "Princess Picious, you're here? I'm sorry. I couldn't wait any longer, so I decided to run a test first. Watch closely. This is what I told you about the chaotic power of the Sea of Darkness. It's different from ordinary magic power. It's a fundamental power that can completely reshape the essence of life. The only drawback is that it needs a life's desire as a trigger to manifest briefly in our world. How can we fix and utilize this chaotic power? I've spent 60 years studying it, and I never thought this problem would be completely solved by your invention, Princess. Although it's still a prototype, I can already feel the power contained within it." With that, he opened the switch on his machine-like chest and sent a 60% purity chaotic power into his body for Asadhos. Waves of chaotic power made the teacher's shriveled face look younger. "Do you see, Picious? If we continue to cooperate and completely produce this chaotic power, we humans will be able to break the limits of our lifespan and even evolve into a more advanced form. By then, our kingdom of Aristotle will become the strongest, and we will rule the entire continent of heroes." Seeing this, Picious didn't dare to directly resist and could only nod in agreement to continue the research. Soon, half a month passed, and they had refined the chaotic power to a purity of 80%. After Picious pressed the start button, all the dark gears emitted a chaotic backflow of errors. The same problem also occurred with the one in the teacher's body. He froze as if electrocuted, and the Asadhos inside him let out a painful scream. "You've reversed the direction of the chaotic power. How did you do it? You wretched girl." Soon, the teacher's body exploded on the spot. Picious explained smugly, "While you were away, I made them firm in their desire to help me completely destroy you." Having broken free from the teacher's control, Picious flew back to the royal city in a small airship, but as she eagerly pushed open the great gate of the royal city, she was shocked by the scene before her. Her father and mother were sitting motionless on the throne. The moment Pisces touched their hands, they both bowed their heads, as if they had also become puppets. Then, a voice came from behind the throne. Using poison to fight poison, as expected of a once-in-a-century genius. But humans are most afraid of old age and death, and your father and mother are no exception. Did you really think they knew nothing? All of the above story was read by the hero and the demon queen. The hero, Le Ping, asked, and then you formed a bandit gang with the soldiers you rescued to fight against the kingdom of Aristotle? But why didn't you ask the Dwarf Kingdom or the Sword Saint Guild for help? And the nearby demon queen had not been able to invade Le Ping's memory. Pisces said, I have no contact with the outside world, and the science minister has put a bounty on my head. I don't know who I can trust outside. The soldiers under her command also said, it was the princess who saved us and modified us, allowing us to still live as humans. The princess gave us a second life, so if she asks us to die for her, we won't have any complaints. Pisces said, it's not for me. If we let the science minister continue, the entire population of the royal city will become sacrifices to the Sea of Darkness. Although he can't make a complete conversion device without my blueprints for now, it's only a matter of time. Under the current conditions, all we can do is cut off the resources entering the royal city and force him out. But as soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly fell silent. The nearby Alpha looked at the hero and the demon queen strangely and wanted to say something, but at that moment, demon queen Elizabeth took the initiative to speak. Le Ping, what are you thinking? Le Ping lowered his head and sighed. What am I thinking? Even if I know everything, it's still not enough. It's a matter of basic principles. Through Miss Pisces' memory, I have a complete understanding of the underlying principles of the fusion of magic and technology. First, inject magic power into a magic amplifier and react it with water molecules to make the magical energy collide with each other in a closed space, thereby increasing the conversion rate of magic power. The pinnacle of my scientific career is probably limited to ordinary companion-type home robots like Wong Kai. It's impossible for me to control the magnificent magical machinery of the kingdom of Aristotle. It's really disappointing. Le Ping's scientific theories were misinterpreted by Elizabeth. Since you also think so, then I have no choice but to comply. With a clench of the demon queen's hand, a dark ear flew out of the bandit's mouth, and a total of 4 of them floated in the air. At the same time, all the bandits lost their life force and collapsed on the ground. Pisces shouted at the demon queen, what are you doing? These gears are not good things, but without them, they can't maintain their lives. Le Ping looked at the demon queen with some hesitation. Elizabeth, they are all good people. Elizabeth replied, I know, but this is why I initially thought they were from the Dark Guild. Although there are some differences, they all contain the chaos of the Sea of Darkness. No matter how they are produced, once a dark ear is implanted in the body, it will corrode the host's soul. Although they may gain stronger life force or magic power during this period, it will eventually be taken back by the Sea of Darkness. The Dark Guild produces them through corpse cultivation, while here, they are produced through technology. But no matter which way, the purpose of the Sea of Darkness in this world is only one. When the number is sufficient, all the lives that have been revived with the dark ear will become anchors, and the chaotic body can descend upon the continent of heroes. At that time, the corroded souls will also become its nourishment first. So you are right, it is indeed a matter of basic principles. With that, she squeezed her hand and crushed all the dark ears in front of Pisces. Pisces angrily clenched her fists and charged at the demon queen. You killed my comrades. I won't let you go. But unexpectedly, Elizabeth casually snapped her fingers, and a red light enveloped a 10-mile radius, filling the sky with a crimson color. At the same time, Pisces felt something squeezing her neck and had to stop, but this suffocating feeling only lasted for a few seconds before it subsided. Then, the bandit suddenly sat up. What just happened? Why do I feel like my body has turned back into flesh? Hearing this, Pisces knelt on the ground in surprise. How could you have turned back into flesh? How are you all feeling? As she spoke, she squeezed the skinny bandit's arm, and the soft feeling and the 37-degree body temperature were so real. Did you just use magic to turn everyone back into real people? I'm sorry. Please forgive my ignorance just now. Le Ping quickly praised her. Elizabeth's touch, of course, cures all ills. Elizabeth told Le Ping not to be so dramatic. It was just a small matter. Just then, Le Ping walked up to the group and asked them if they were having any trouble adjusting to their human bodies, saying he had medicine in his back. The bandits said they weren't feeling any discomfort, just a little tired from sleeping. Le Ping naturally patted Pisces' shoulder. That's good. We'll join you in your plan to destroy the science minister's conspiracy. We'll definitely help you. But at that moment, the conversation between Le Ping and the flying fish bandits made the demon queen's eyes light up. Why is Le Ping always able to blend into the world of these mortals? After just ruling the world, I had already gotten used to looking down on everyone. The power gap was too great, just like how humans can never be friends with ants. All I had left was loneliness, which is why I was so eagerly awaiting your challenge. Not to mention now, after breaking through to the sage rank, I can even easily perform forbidden acts like resurrecting life. The dimension of the power gap has further expanded, so that in my eyes, these mortals are increasingly like a bunch of walking particles. All of this is completely meaningless. However, just as the demon queen was sighing inwardly, Le Ping appeared in her sea of consciousness as the supreme being of the universe, extending his hands in a friendly gesture gesture towards Elizabeth, and at the same time, the four characters "all beings are equal" appeared above his head. Just as Elizabeth was laughing at the absurdity of these four characters, Lu Ping had already joined the crowd. She looked back at Lu Ping in surprise. "With your status, you should have long since transcended this almost compassionate interaction. They can't even comprehend the dimension of your existence, yet you are willing to stoop to listen to their troubles and even patiently answer their childish questions. What are you after? This is not a strong person's charity to the weak. The way you look at them, could it be that you are observing some world through them that even I have not yet touched? My power has always expanded outwards, and I have never thought of shrinking it. Besides ascending to the dome of the sky to look down, there is also diving into the source of all things to observe. Although these lives are composed of tiny particles, does there also exist a quantum world within the particles that I have not yet set foot in? No wonder, Lu Ping, you have long since transcended the shackles of power, and I have only just now truly seen this path." After comprehending everything, Elizabeth had actually broken through to the second star of the sage rank. "You, in order to be in a relationship with me, have also deliberately restrained the light of the Creator, folding the truth of the entire universe into a bouquet of flowers, just to hand it to me. This is your romance, isn't it? To have a life with the legendary hero as soon as possible." She decided to help the kingdom's princess put the kingdom of Aristotle back on the right track. Lu Ping, seeing Elizabeth take the initiative, thought she was angry because he had made a decision for her. Picious couldn't figure out the two great figures' thoughts and could only nod awkwardly in thanks. Lu Ping then asked Picious if she had a plan to destroy the science minister's conspiracy. In fact, Picious had already formulated a plan of action. Now, with the addition of the hero and the demon queen, she could finally take the initiative. "First, our group can enter the kingdom as our escorts. Our pure human bodies can bypass the mechanical inspection at the gate. After successfully entering the kingdom, we will first follow the rules and stay in our residence. After nightfall, we will sneak out, and we must be careful to avoid the patrolling steam soldiers along the way. The target is the underground sewer on Central Avenue number 3. I have studied the kingdom's sewer system layout. This sewer system is connected to the one inside the royal city. I still remember it clearly, so you don't have to worry about getting lost. 5 kilometers from the royal city, there is an abandoned and sealed opening. If we force it open, we can reach the heart of the kingdom, the Aristotle Magic Steam Engine Room. This device was invented by our ancestor, Aristotle, and is still running, supplying basic energy to the entire kingdom. Although it's a pity, we have to destroy it to cut off the science minister's energy supply. But once someone enters here, the protection device will be activated immediately. All passages will be completely sealed, and a large number of steam soldiers will arrive within 10 minutes. That is to say, we only have a short 10 minutes to act, so at least 4 people have to stay behind to operate and set up the special bombs I developed. Therefore, the people who act must be determined to die. The explosion of the magic steam engine will definitely cause a huge commotion and distract the science minister. By then, I should have assembled the device to invade the royal city's brain. The entire royal city is a complex machine driven by magic steam energy. As long as I insert the reverse transformation device into the royal city's operating system by disrupting the flow of magic steam and causing some mechanical parts to repel each other, it will trigger a domino effect, causing the entire huge machine to fall apart. Without the magic steam engine, the science minister will not be able to create the royal city giant soldier, and his plan to rule the world will be completely foiled. For the revolution, we are not afraid of death, but since you two are here, can I ask you to resurrect my comrades and save my father and mother? I know that both science and magic have the law of equivalent exchange, so even if I use all my lifespan to be divided among them. Hearing this, the 4 subordinates immediately and strongly objected, but Picious told them all to shut up. This all started because of me, and it should be ended by me. However, Elizabeth looked at Lu Ping with a love-struck expression. To divide her lifespan among others, that's very fair. I have no problem with it. What do you think, Lu Ping? Picious anxiously asked Lu Ping. Hero, do you have any other concerns? Is my life alone not enough? Lu Ping lowered his head and refused her request. Miss Picious, you should completely abandon this futile thought. A tear gently rolled down Picious's cheek, and she nodded in disappointment, saying she understood. But at that moment, Lu Ping suddenly spoke. Because I have a better way. I originally thought the same as you, that this started because of me and should be ended by me. That's why I started this adventure game and made a promise with Elizabeth that this time I would personally unite everyone to maintain world peace. But in fact, doing so would only delay time and cause more unnecessary sacrifices. So Elizabeth, please take action and solve the problem of the kingdom of Aristotle. I can't wait any longer. Elizabeth thought that Lu Ping's can't wait was just about having a life together. She smiled and nodded. Me too. I'll go and solve the problem right now. She thought to herself, after this is over, it will be my and Lu Ping's own little world. Of course, the sooner the better. She was the legendary hero's accidentally released weak electric current. Unexpectedly, after falling into the hands of the science minister, she became a tool for infinite power generation. In just one day, she had already produced nearly 5,000 dark years. In less than a month, a sad hose would be able to descend, and the science minister would be able to drive the royal city giant soldier, and together they would flatten the continent of heroes. A sad hose was surprised realized that Malfoy had such a useful person by his side. In just one more day, I'll be able to open the gate connecting the Sea of Darkness to this world, and chaos will descend. By then, the legendary hero, the Demon Queen, and even Malfoy will all pay a heavy price for their arrogant attitude towards me, a sad hose. But at that moment, a killing intent interrupted its thoughts. A crimson spiritual realm suddenly pulled it in. At the same time, a pair of familiar long legs slowly walked over. Demon Queen Elizabeth raised her right foot, and in an instant, she crushed Asathos' body into a bloody pulp. And in reality, Asathos also suffered severe injuries, its body swaying in the air, on the verge of falling. The nearby science minister found it strange what had happened to it. Asathos didn't explain much, thinking, the Demon Queen is interfering again, but now is not the time to have a formal battle with her. Then it said to the science minister that it wanted to take these 5,000 dark years back first. The science minister didn't know it was preparing to run away. So anxious, we'll have enough tomorrow. Asathos immediately collected all the gears into its space. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow, if you're still here by then. These meaningful words left the science minister stunned. What do you mean? But as soon as he finished speaking, Asathos had already disappeared into the dark room, leaving only the clueless science minister behind. However, less than 3 seconds after Asathos had left, the royal city sounded the highest level of invasion alarm. Once the alarm was triggered, all the steel guards rushed towards the royal city. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen had teleported everyone to the sky above the royal city. This scared Picious. We're back in the center of the kingdom. This is where the science minister's forces are strongest. Isn't this a suicide mission? Let's go quickly. Luping told Picious not to be nervous. Elizabeth was in control. Alpha also told them not to make a fuss. Before long, all the steel guards had gathered below them and were all attacking them. But Elizabeth just casually waved her hand, and all the steel guards on the ground were instantly compressed into flat manhole covers. On the other side, the science minister also wondered why he had lost connection with the steel guards, thinking that Princess Picious had secretly modified his magic key. And the people in the royal city thought it was an emergency drill, and almost all of them were watching from the streets instead of leaving. But soon, one dark ear after another suddenly flew out of their mouths and rose towards a certain direction. Without the support of the dark ears, everyone collapsed on the ground. Then, the Demon Queen waved her 2 fingers together, and the endless dark ears all dissipated one by one above the royal city. The science minister thought it was Picious who had invented something that could even destroy the dark ears he had implanted in the citizens. With this in mind, he quickly extended his vine-like fingers and inserted them into the equipment to remotely control the lightning fairy to emit a stronger electric current. You wretched girl, I won't play games with you like others. To completely eliminate this hidden danger, I will activate my strongest weapon, even if it means destroying half of the kingdom of Aristotle. With the lightning fairy's heart-wrenching screams, an entire royal city slowly lifted off the ground and rose up. Before long, a 100-meter-tall royal city giant soldier appeared before the Demon Queen and the others. Picious was in disbelief. Without my complete version of the conversion device to increase the energy conversion rate, how did he do it? Did he solve the formula problem? And inside the giant, the science minister was reading the memory screen of the dark ear. Well, so you found a helper. Are these people from the Sword Saint Guild? But the problem is, how did they manage to clear all the dark ears in an instant? Could it be that the Sword Saint Gigi is also involved? At that moment, Luping finally saw the super robot he had been longing for. The Demon Queen said that she had known he was here to see this, so she had deliberately forced him to summon it. The nearby Alpha, to regain his lost dignity, said that this time he wouldn't trouble the two of them and would be right back. With that, he transformed back into the form of the Holy Sword and charged at the giant soldier's oversized finger. But unexpectedly, the moment he touched it, Alpha's blade was directly twisted into a pretzel and then fell back to the ground like a meteorite. Fortunately, as the incarnation of the Holy Sword, his head was only stuck in the floor and he was not seriously injured. But the Demon Queen felt a familiar feeling on the giant soldier's body, similar to the one at home. The science minister, having defeated Alpha, thought he had the upper hand. With this lightning fairy that can provide infinite energy, in terms of magic rank, my royal city giant soldier is at least a 4-star demon king, enough to sweep the entire continent of heroes. Even if the Sword Saint himself came, I'm afraid he could only leave a few scratches. The science minister had summoned a 100-meter-tall royal city giant soldier and was driving a massive steel fist towards the Demon Queen and the others. This terrifying punch, in terms of magic rank, was at the level of a 4-star demon king. At that moment, the entire flying fish bandit gang hugged each other, quietly waiting for the iron fist to fall. And Demon Queen Elizabeth casually waved her hand, and a single weak wisp of magic directly destroyed the massive arm. Countless screws and fragments scattered in the air, and as the weak wisp of magic spread, the entire royal city giant soldier turned into a shower of fragments and was blown away by the wind. This scene directly stunned the science minister inside, and before he could even react, he was firmly bound by a demonic claw. Then, a claw grabbed the science minister's head and deformed it, directly pulling it from his body and at the same time pulling out a long mechanical spine. The Demon Queen told Picious to personally confirm that he was in indeed the science minister who had been harming their country? Picius nodded. The science minister roared, "Picius, you've done well to have found such a powerful helper." Picius thought she was dreaming. Did she just capture him in an instant? The demon queen was bored. Do you have anything else to ask him? If not, then it's over. Picius looked at the science minister with a ferocious expression. I have nothing to say to this scumbag. Please kill him. But the science minister was still sneering. Do you really think you can win just by killing me? Let me tell you, the force behind me will soon descend by then. But before he could finish, the demon queen impatiently crushed his head. However, behind everyone's back, the controlled lightning fairy had finally regained her former consciousness. At that moment, Le Ping was still marveling at how Elizabeth could solve all problems with just a wave of her hand. The demon queen said that the Supreme did not need to prove their supremacy, and that problems were just answers that had not yet found the correct dimension. Hearing the two of them's conversation, the lightning fairy immediately remembered that these two were the hero and the demon queen that had appeared in her master's memory projection. The demon queen asked Le Ping if she had understood correctly. Le Ping had no idea what she was talking about, but his girlfriend was always right, so he could only nod in understanding, and the lightning fairy was behind them, wondering why the two of them were here. Her memory also stopped at her battle with the science minister. Although she didn't know what had happened, if she could kill the legendary hero and then capture the demon queen and offer her to her master would surely be very happy. With this in mind, the lightning fairy suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and, like lightning, rushed to Le Ping's back, raising a hand wrapped in terrifying thunder to strike him down. The demon queen saw it but did not stop her. So the familiar feeling at home came from you. However, such a powerful electric current could not even touch a single hair on the hero's head. At the same time, a divine consciousness came from a certain space. How dare you come back? The next moment, the lightning fairy was sucked away by some mysterious force. Le Ping subconsciously turned around. What familiar feeling did you just say? The demon queen replied with a hum and then began to get lost in her thoughts again. How could I not understand? It was all your arrangement from the beginning, Le Ping. But since this is your way of expressing your love, then I will just enjoy it. On the other side, Princess Picius stared at her former homeland below, the dilapidated town and the people scattered on the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. She sighed deeply. It's over. It's all over. The demon queen stretched. Let's go back. We'll leave the rest to them. Then she hugged the only man on the continent stronger than herself. Hurry up and praise me. At that moment, Picius looked at the two of them from behind and was lost in thought. The revenge that we gambled our lives on is just a speck of dust that they can wipe away with a wave of their hand. I survived, and I got my revenge. I should be happy, but why is my heart so empty? Is it because when a lifelong obsession is so easily fulfilled, it's even more suffocating than failure? Our ancestor, Aristotle, once said that the ultimate value of life lies in the ability to awaken and think. But did he ever consider that when one truly awakens and discovers that the epic poems we mortals write are not even a footnote in the scrolls of the gods, it's even more terrifying than death? And the kingdom's princess, seeing the dilapidated buildings, vowed to rebuild the country. But the next second, a small crown suddenly appeared on her head, and at the same time, she was holding a scepter. Not only Picius, but also her servants behind her had suddenly changed their clothes. Meanwhile, all the citizens of Aristotle were shouting, "Long live Queen Picius!" Picius was stunned. The city was just a ruin a moment ago. How did all the dead people suddenly come back to life? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Our little princess has grown up. It's time to hand over the reins to you. Picius looked back and saw that the speaker was none other than her father and mother. It seemed as if everything had returned to the beginning, before the dark air pollution. Picius knelt on the ground in disbelief and cried, "So today is my grand coronation day. It all came so suddenly. I'm still a bit dazed. Everyone is alive. Is this real? I remember now." Picius subconsciously looked up at the people floating in the sky. The hero was waving at her, and the demon queen was leaning against the hero, a picture of a delicate woman. Le Ping never expected that Elizabeth could help them to this extent. Elizabeth said that it was all because he had praised her for being a perfectionist. At that moment, Le Ping finally realized that in Elizabeth's hands, this world was just a toy. As long as she wanted, this world could be at peace at any time. Then he sighed and said he didn't quite understand the meaning of the legendary hero's existence anymore. Hearing this, Elizabeth thought she had gone too far, and that was why Le Ping had lost the joy of observation. "Don't think about it. I'll just destroy." But before she could finish the word destroy, Le Ping smiled and cut her off. "Let's go home. I've figured it out. Those were just worries I had when I wasn't with you. Now I don't need to be obsessed with the hero's responsibility anymore. The sooner the world is at peace, the sooner we can live a happy life." Hearing this, Elizabeth began to get lost in her thoughts again. The hero's responsibility, the meaning of existence. Is he trying to explain the great wisdom of returning to simplicity to me through a series of events? Then, the two of them flirted for a while before snapping their fingers and activating a forced teleportation skill, disappearing from above the royal city. Picius felt that her memory had been tampered with, but in the end, she remembered. It was the legendary demon Queen Elizabeth who had used magic to rewrite reality for the entire kingdom of Aristotle. "So I've decided to give up science and study literature from now on, to seriously study magic and strive to catch up to her one day." On the other side, in the legendary hero hero's home. A part of the lightning fairy's electric current had been recovered. Then, the table lamp issued a command for the elemental group to meet. Soon, the fire fairy from the stove, the water fairy from the faucet, the gold fairy from the knife handle, and the earth and wood fairy from the floor all appeared. At the same time, the electricity meter in the house suddenly rose to 220 volts, and then a powerful electric current gathered in the air, and the lightning fairy's main body smoothly appeared. I almost did something audacious. Good thing I stopped in time. Anyway, the voltage I lost is back, so for this year's indoor strongest competition, our elemental group is also signing up, but the water fairy and the fire fairy tried to persuade her to give up. Even if you're back to your best condition, you'll just be a sideshow if you participate. You might as well just lie down. But the gold fairy was still hopeful. I don't think so. If we can fuse, we might have a chance. The lightning fairy chuckled. You're the one who understands me best, little Goldie. Now that I'm back to my best condition, we can fuse our elements and enter the competition. But the water fairy had a question. But don't we outsiders have to reside in the creator's creations to display our strongest strength? The gold fairy said that after the elements fused, they could create a temporary spiritual realm, and with the help of the spiritual realm, they could also display their strongest strength. Just like the life forms in the culinary spiritual realm created by the creator, their strength is more than 10 times stronger than in the real world. The lightning fairy said that all of them, the elemental fairies, had gathered here because they admired the creator, and the creator's creations had all grown up eating their energy. In terms of contribution to the family, their elemental group is definitely number one. In my opinion, our elemental group is determined to win this year's indoor strongest competition. We have to use our victory to prove our status and value. But to achieve this goal, I can't do it alone. I need everyone to work together, especially you, the most experienced little wood. However, the earth and wood fairy, with a magic rank at the peak of the demon god rank, was stunned. A moment later, it suddenly let out a like a groundhog. Hearing little wood's cry, everyone immediately realized that the creator and the others were back, so they all used their own abilities to leave the living room and hide back in the furniture. As expected, just after all the fairies had hidden, the hero and the demon queen pushed open the door. They sat on the sofa watching TV and told Wang Kai to get 2 cans of iced soda from the refrigerator. But when Wang Kai opened the refrigerator, he saw the lightning fairy speaking. Boss Wang Kai, our elemental group wants to sign up for this year's indoor strongest competition. But Wang Kai was baffled. Still want to compete? You almost caused a huge disaster. How are we going to settle this? The lightning fairy said that she had stopped it at the last moment. Boss, don't forget, whose body did that voltage run out of? In terms of responsibility, you're the one who's most responsible. Wang Kai snorted. Are you threatening me? He thought to himself, if it weren't for the master scratching my chip, I wouldn't have shivered. The lightning fairy said, my point is, since the matter has been resolved, let's just let it go. Our elemental group missed the previous 3 indoor strongest competitions, so I implore you, Boss Wang Kai, to let us participate this time. Wang Kai sighed. I know, the competition will be held when the master is out. We'll talk about it then. The lightning fairy expressed her gratitude. Also, after the lost voltage returned, I got some information. There's someone named V.S. Malfoy. Soon, the lightning fairy had reported all the relevant information to Wang Kai, and Wang Kai had also prepared the drinks and returned to the living room. At that moment, the hero and the demon queen were chatting about their recent adventure. Elizabeth thought that this adventure was a great success, because the goal of having the various forces check and balance each other had also been achieved. Leping thought that it wasn't about checking and balancing, but that he hoped everyone could sincerely unite to maintain peace. After all, with his strength, it was a bit ridiculous to ask them to do so. Elizabeth was a bit surprised. She thought, if Leping still has to ask them, then they have no value. Leping has achieved a true, heartfelt unity among his subordinates through a series of rewards and punishments, thus achieving a once-and-for-all solution. In the past, I only knew how to use fear to force everyone to walk the right path. That's why the outside world fell back into chaos during the 500 years of my absence. Leping has taught me another lesson. And at that moment, Leping murmured again, the Sword Saint Guild, the Elf Tribe, Annie's Church, and the Dwarf Kingdom and the Kingdom of Aristotle, all the forces have stabilized, except for the Demon Domain. Although the Dark Guild and the Demon Domain has disappeared now, I still feel that something is not right. Elizabeth told Leping not to worry. I've already been back once and have turned the entire Demon Domain upside down. There's nothing suspicious anymore. Leping nodded and asked if Amelia was awake. We can ask her about her trip to the Dark Guild. However, as Leping spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted down to Elizabeth's proud peaks, which made him blush instantly. Leping, you idiot, what are you thinking? Ever since I confirmed my relationship with Elizabeth, I've always had evil thoughts. Although this is normal, I must remain calm and restrained until we're married. Elizabeth replied, Amelia is still recovering in my space. She can come out after her memory has readapted. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so stiff? Leping urgently explained. I'm not. But the corner of Elizabeth's mouth lifted slightly, and with a flash, she appeared behind Leping and hugged him. Are you hiding something from me? Do you have to wait a month to express it? Or do you want to take it a step further with me now? At that moment, Leping felt all his blood rush to one point and then suddenly erupt, making him so excited and embarrassed that he suddenly stood up. up. It's time. I'll go make dinner first. Elizabeth smiled seductively. Wine gets better with age. If we let it brew a little longer, our love will also become stronger. How could I not know your heart? As you wish. I will wait a little longer. And so, for the next 18 days, the two of them just ate, sunbathed, and chopped wood. And in the Demon King's training ground, the Card Guild, the Elf Tribe, and the Sword Saint Guild were clearing monsters for the hero, Leping. But the orange sword of the Sword Saint Guild, Luna, didn't understand. To make us come to this godforsaken place to clear the area, I really don't understand my aunt's series of mysterious actions. The purple sword, Anna, was also confused. After my aunt came back, she first announced that she would no longer be the president, and then she forced us to learn some difficult way of Tai Chi recently. She's had us come here to cooperate with others to clear the area, to do what hot spring and to welcome what unknown advent. But the blue sword, Ching, was firm in his belief. Lady Gigi said that everything is that person's arrangement. We just have to follow orders. Anna found it strange. With my aunt's strength, who does she have to listen to? The Dark Guild disappeared because they were afraid of my aunt. Luna also chimed in. That's right. My aunt has already been promoted to the terrifying 4-star Demon King. Even the legendary hero and Demon Queen are no match for her. However, these contemptuous words about the hero and the Demon Queen reached Yilafu's ears. Watch your words. If you dare to speak ill of that person again, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of Senior Gigi. Anna's eyes were filled with contempt. Oh my, look at this girl who's gotten a little success and is now talking nonsense. She hasn't even gotten the recognition of the other forces and is already acting all high and mighty. Luna was also contemptuous. Although I don't know how you, with only half-elven blood, became the chieftain of the elven race. If you want to teach us a lesson, I'm afraid you don't have the qualification and strength. As for that person you mentioned, we don't care about them at all. These arrogant words instantly angered Yilafu, and she directly sent a playing card at the two of them. But at that moment, Ching appeared in front of them and blocked the card. Anna told Ching to get out of the way. I'm just about to see what she's capable of. Ching flatly refused. I promised Lady Gigi to protect you. If anything happens to you, it will be our dereliction of duty. New leader of the elf tribe, if you want to vent your anger, come at me. Yilafu summoned more cards. As you wish. But if I beat you, you must apologize for your words. Otherwise, when you realize who you have offended, it will be too late. Ching readily agreed. Since I lost to you in the last guild competition after being invaded by an apostle, I've always wanted to have another match with you, so I will go all out, and please don't hold back either. Then, Ching's sword energy transformed into a blue bird and engaged in a fierce battle with the poker dragon summoned by Yilafu in the air, leaving one afterimage after another. The two were evenly matched, and for a while, they were locked in a stalemate. Anna was amazed at how much Yilafu's strength had improved. She was able to fight on equal terms with Ching, who had reached the 5th level of the way, but Luna thought that Ching had not yet used his true Tai Chi sword. Otherwise, the elf tribe would not be able to withstand their Sword Saint Guild. And on the battlefield, Yilafu had already summoned the most powerful flying dragon, but she was still in a tough fight. As for Ching, he knew she still had many tricks up her sleeve and reminded himself not to be careless. As expected, the next second, Yilafu summoned the 7-of-a-kind bomb scythe of death, and the illusion of a skeletal death god appeared in the air. And Ching also used the 5th form of the Tai Chi sword, sweeping dust in the wind, releasing a powerful sword energy that swirled around him. But just then, a dagger suddenly passed between the two of them, and its powerful force instantly cut the mountain beneath their feet. The two of them immediately looked in the direction of the dagger and saw that the dagger had actually turned back into a playing card and fallen into Boss's hand. Both of you, stop. We're not here to cause trouble. Yilafu, you're too impulsive. You're the chieftain of the elf tribe. You have to think about the bigger picture. And Ching was sweating profusely, surprised that a single flying card could have such power. No wonder he's recognized by the guild as the second strongest, second only to Lady Gigi. Yilafu, although a bit wronged, thought about it and felt that her father was right. Losing would damage the reputation of the elf tribe, and winning would also make the Sword Saint Guild lose face. As she spoke, the scar on Yilafu's face was suddenly healed by a surge of magic power. Annie's figure floated in the air. Now, she was known as the Witch of Heaven. Back then, that person, in order to help me out, was publicly offended and didn't care at all. I think that person won't hold a grudge against everyone. Raphael's magic power can help everyone calm down. Let's work together to solve the current problem first. Afterwards, everyone discussed the matter of finding the hot spring and welcoming the unknown advent. But Boss said that he didn't know the real relationship of the matter and was just following that person's guidance. Anna and Luna were annoyed. It's that person again? Senior Boss, can you really not tell us? It feels like we're the only ones in the dark. The nearby Ching told the two of them not to worry. As long as it's Lady Gigi's command, we just have to carry it out. We have 10 days left, but we've searched almost the entire volcanic area and still haven't found the so-called hot spring. Boss said, finding the hot spring is a test from that person for us. Of course, it's not that simple. As long as we pass the test, we can get that person's grace. I think that's why Lady Gigi sent you here. As for that person, you've actually already met him, but I can't say any more. That's all I can say. At that moment, Annie felt a little uneasy. Strange. According to the historical texts, there should be a large number of hot springs gushing out from underground here in the volcanic area area of the demon domain. How have they all disappeared? Yahello was dejected. A test is never as simple as it seems. Maybe we still can't understand the grand meaning behind it. As soon as she finished speaking, Annie suddenly opened her demon eyes and said that a huge and complex magic power was descending from the sky. Soon, Boss and the others also felt that the magic power was getting closer and closer. Could it be that the evil advent is coming early? At that moment, Anna, Luna, and the others were pressed to the ground, unable to move, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Seeing this, Boss immediately spread out all his playing cards and at the same time ordered his daughter, Yahello, to arrange all the bomb cards. Before long, a huge mechanical face suddenly appeared in the clouds and fell rapidly like a meteorite onto the volcanic area. Boss and the others were seeing this kind of object for the first time and marveled at the fact that such a thing actually existed on the continent of heroes. The eyeball in the center of the mechanical giant slowly moved downwards, as if it had discovered them. The next moment, Qing's figure disappeared and, with his fingers as a sword, he rushed towards the mechanical giant at high speed. Seeing this, Boss immediately shouted at Qing not to be reckless, but at that moment, Qing had already used Blue Bird Cross Slash and struck the mechanical giant's head, but his proud Blue Bird illusion was dispelled by a Blue Dragon illusion. Qing looked at this scene in disbelief. That's the legendary Dragon Slash that can only be used by a swordsman who has killed a dragon. However, the voice of the Dwarf King came from the mechanical giant's body. It's been so long since I've left the Dwarf Kingdom. I didn't expect to be greeted by your apprentice's attack as soon as I set foot outside. The nearby sword saint, Gigi, apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching him properly. He looked at the Blue Dragon illusion in disbelief and saw that the Dwarf King was only holding an insignificant little knife. Is this the mission location that the hero left behind? The sword saint, Gigi, nodded. Besides my apprentice, the other few are also chosen by the hero. The nearby Picius was excited and enthusiastically greeted the people on the ground. And Gigi also greeted Boss. Boss, you've been waiting for a long time. Boss was also full of joy. It's Lady Gigi and the Dwarf King. We've finally waited for you. Then, Picius and the Dwarf King told everyone about how the hero and the Demon Queen had solved their country's crises. This made Anna and Luna restless. So it really is the legendary hero and the Demon Queen. The so-called that person was actually two people. Just then, Picius also mentioned her new machine, which was an improvement inspired by seeing Brother Lu Ping's mechanical dog. The nearby Yahello told her not to be so quick to speak and reveal that person's true identity, and the conversation between the two of them sounded very familiar to Anna and Luna. Lu Ping? That name sounds familiar. Just then, Boss explained to Yahello the Dwarf King was once a subordinate of the Demon Queen, maybe because they have already recognized each other, so there is no need to hide the Demon Queen's identity anymore. The Dwarf King cleared his throat. Let's get down to business. Have you still not found the hot spring that the hero mentioned? I remember that 500 years ago, there were many hot springs rich in magic power here in the volcanic area. The father and daughter were surprised. We've already searched the entire volcanic area for the past 10 days, but we still have no clue. Even the special seeds from the elf tribe that can explore 100 meters underground for water sources have no reaction here. Picius was surprised. Is it that difficult? Hearing Picius's tone, Boss and Yahello thought she had a good idea, but unexpectedly, Picius asked back, don't you have magic? You can use elemental magic to summon water. Hearing this, Anna and Luna couldn't help but laugh. We thought you had some great idea. The king of Aristotle is really humorous. Not understanding the situation, Picius was a bit embarrassed. Did I say something wrong? Annie explained, if elemental magic hadn't withered, we could indeed use magic to solve the water problem. According to historical texts, about 400 years ago, the elemental fairies on the continent of heroes suddenly disappeared, and no one knows why. Picius didn't quite understand. Elemental magic? Elemental fairies? I still don't quite get it. Annie continued to explain, without the blessing of the fairies, elemental magic was locked at the intermediate level and couldn't even reach the advanced level. So the disappearance of the fairies 400 years ago also led to a magic revolution, and various other magics were developed. The strongest in the intermediate water system magic is water ball jutsu, but this move requires borrowing water from the environment to be used. So in the dry volcanic area, it's completely meaningless. Picius finally understood. She thought to herself, I don't even know such basic magic knowledge. I'm so ashamed. But this made her even more determined to study hard and catch up to her big sister, the Demon Queen. Just then, the Dwarf King offered a suggestion. Then why don't we just divert the water? With your swordsmanship, Gigi, you should be able to easily create a canal on the ground and transport the water from the distant lake here. Gigi said that this was a feasible method, but she couldn't do it. Anna thought that her aunt was deliberately leaving it for the three of them to do, but Luna rolled her eyes and said that this place was at least 10,000 miles away. How could they possibly do it with their strength? Gigi then explained firmly, no, everyone, think about it. To create a 10,000-mile-long canal, such a huge change to the environment would definitely cause great suffering to the living creatures, and the ultimate goal is just to bring water here to make a hot spring. Is this really what they both hope to see? As soon as she said this, the pupils of the four of them constricted at the same time, and they had a sudden realization. If they blindly pursued completing the hero's mission to obtain his grace, they would soon forget the hero's original intention and fall into the abyss of greed, reaping what they had sown. On the hero's scales, they were just weights to be weighed, and the final judgment, whether it was grace or destruction, depended entirely on their choices in this fateful encounter. Annie thought Gigi made a lot of sense. Brother Lu Ping and sister Elizabeth were willing to help me in the first place because my heart was pure, not because I was fawning. But later, in order to compete with Senior Gigi and Senior Boss and the others, my heart seems to have gradually changed. Fortunately, Lady Gigi has enlightened me this time. The Dwarf King also had a sudden realization. If we sacrifice other lives in pursuit of strength, then we will only become a second Dark Guild. At that moment, Picius suggested, if we can't do it on the surface, what about underground? We can break through to the sea at a distance of 100 meters underground. This will not only solve the water problem but also not affect the land environment. But this proposal was quickly ridiculed by the two little bitches. We thought you were going to make some great proposal. It's easy to say. Why don't you do it? Picius thought this method was feasible and immediately patted her chest. That's right. Leave it to me. With my new Royal City giant soldier digging, it will probably take 7 days to dig through. Boss agreed. With a water source, my daughter and I will go back to the elf tribe to bring more plant seeds for greening. And the Dwarf King said, then leave the forging of the furniture in the hot spring into me. I guarantee the chairs will be S rank. And she also had a new idea for the design of the inn and the hot spring area, and she hoped everyone could help her collect some volcanic rocks. Annie said it was no problem. The panda doll she had could handle the transportation of the materials. The Sword Saint, Gigi, also nodded. Then leave the cutting of the materials and the security of the surrounding area to our Sword Saint Guild. This enthusiastic atmosphere made Boss and his daughter feel energetic. Regardless of class or race, everyone was contributing their strength for a common goal. At that moment, the Dwarf King also felt something. The last time he had seen such unity was 500 years ago. For the vision that the hero and the Demon Queen hoped for, let's all work hard together. At the same time, 1,000 meters below where everyone was standing, V.S. Malfoy was sitting on a disgusting tumor, absorbing magic power. The Dwarf King, Heimerdinger, the Sword Saint, Gigi Sorgs. Why have all these people gathered here? And there's also a descendant of the Jamuji bloodline. Has my location been exposed? Impossible. It was the isolation barrier I made with my master's magic power. 24 has gone missing. Did she also betray me? It doesn't matter. After I finish absorbing, you all will be my gift to my master. On the other side of the Magical Beast mountain range, a large number of ancient magical beasts had gathered a few thousand meters away from the hero's home. Among them, an ice goat opened its mouth and gathered a blast of energy, but was cleverly dodged by a sky dragon eel, another ancient magical beast, which then coiled up and tightly bound the ice goat with its body, releasing a suffocating force. But just as the two ancient magical beasts were showing their ferocious nature as top predators, countless fireballs, like meteorites, suddenly fell from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust and fire on the magical beast plain. After the smoke on the ground had cleared, a four-eyed immortal firebird was secretly pleased, but less than 3 seconds later, it was crushed from above by some huge object, instantly losing its combat ability. And this behemoth was the Mammoth Lord, as large as a mountain. But at that moment, the Toad Sage was quickly forming hand signs and then extended its long tongue to tightly bind the Mammoth Lord's large nose. Then, the Toad Sage lightly flicked its head, and in an instant, it threw the massive Mammoth Lord onto its back. Then the Toad Sage retracted its tongue and commanded, all of you, get up and continue to practice. At that moment, a pair of hands were clapping in the thick smoke. It was the mechanical arms that Wang Kai had extended from its back. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you, little ribbit, have implemented the master's free-range chicken philosophy well, the Toad Sage said. After losing the pressure of survival, all the magical beasts have become lazy, so they have more and more fat, and their meat is not firm enough. But since I received feedback last time, I immediately arranged for them to step up their training and maintain their best condition at all times. Wang Kai nodded. It's time to pay the protection fee again. The Toad Sage chuckled. You're being too serious, Boss Wang Kai. It's not so much a protection fee as it is a sincere offering from us to the Creator. In the vast magical beast grassland, to be noticed by the Creator is what we call the Chosen One. To become the Creator's food, to become flesh and blood. Death is not the end. Decomposition, recombination, exploring the sequences of heaven and earth, and evolution are eternal. The Toad Sage had told it that in recent years, the average magic rank of all the magical beasts had risen from the magic spirit rank to the magic venerable rank. So, Boss Wang Kai, what ingredients does the Creator want this month? Is it the tender and juicy fried chicken legs? Or the firm textured eel rice and the fatty but not greasy large roast meat? Or the fresh and not gamey lamb stew? Wang Kai thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that its master hadn't had dry pot bullfrog in a long time. Hearing the words bullfrog, the Toad Sage instantly broke out in a sweat and let out a rib bit. Soon, night fell. At that moment, Demon Queen Elizabeth was sitting on the bed moaning, trying to get the hero, Lu Ping, who was massaging her feet, to be a little gentler. Lu Ping thought she couldn't take it. Elizabeth, why don't we just stop? We can do it later. But this damn desire to win made Elizabeth continue to grit her teeth and persevere. No, I'm not afraid of this little bit of pain. Lu Ping was speechless and said that he hadn't even started yet. Elizabeth told him to stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Lu Ping explained, there's an old saying in Chinese medicine massage. If there's pain, there's a blockage. If there's no blockage, there's no pain. A foot massage might be a little uncomfortable at first, but after the blockage is cleared, you'll feel refreshed and relaxed. I'll start gently and go deeper. You don't have to be afraid. I'll start with scraping the soles of your feet to relax you. Elizabeth thought she had seen through Lu Ping's tricks. Pain, ticklish, pleasurable, through complex and stimulating sensations. My senses are at their most sensitive. Then, combined with the scent of the essential oils, he'll guide my soul into a spiritual realm. Then, Lu Ping officially began to massage her Yongquan acupoint. Just a single rub was enough to pull Elizabeth into a spiritual realm. It was a bamboo forest, the bamboo stalks hollow but growing straight like arrows, so magic flow should be left with a 3-part leeway, otherwise it will become stagnant. Then Lu Ping continued to rub Elizabeth's Taichung acupoint. Soon, her bamboo spiritual realm dissipated and was replaced by a lotus spiritual realm. It emerges from the mud but is not stained, washed by the clear ripples but not seductive, straight in the middle and outside, not spreading and not branching. After massaging the Taichung acupoint, Lu Ping moved up to her calf. Then, she entered the plum blossom spiritual realm. The surroundings were filled with a biting cold, and snowflakes were falling. It is already 100 feet of ice on the cliff, yet there are still beautiful flower branches, not competing with 100 flowers, but exuding a unique fragrance in the extreme cold. At that moment, Lu Ping had also reached the Sanyinjiao acupoint, where the liver, spleen, and kidney meridians meet, and Elizabeth had also entered the final spiritual realm, the orchid spiritual realm. The orchid in the quiet room exudes a captivating charm. True strength does not necessarily have to shake all things, but is valuable in its self-awareness. And at the end of the massage, Lu Ping bent his 2 fingers and pressed hard on Elizabeth's thumb, instantly making her blush and let out a moan. At the same time, the clothes of her demon god form dissipated, and instead, a holy light enveloped her entire body. Even the color of her hair turned white, and she unlocked a new sage form. After it was over, Elizabeth was exhausted and collapsed on the bed, dozing off. Seeing this, Lu Ping told her to rest well and that he was going out to prepare dinner. Watching Lu Ping's departing figure, Elizabeth was surprised. A spiritual realm leap? There's this kind of gameplay? Amelia's dragon egg had a slight tremor, and a moment later, a small dragon claw actually broke through the eggshell. She had woken up and was chatting with the demon queen and the others at the table about old times, and Lu Ping had casually made a dry pot bullfrog with the toad sage's meat, saying that a patient who had just recovered should get more protein. The nearby demon queen was concerned about what had happened that day. Why did you, who have reached the demon king rank, lose? So Amelia told them everything about her incursion into the Dark Guild's lair that day. That day, Amelia had discovered that V.S. Malfoy was secretly cultivating a replica of the demon queen. The replica in the incubator lightly raised its hand, and in an instant, 2 bloody demonic claws shot at Amelia, and Amelia quickly retreated a certain distance. It's indeed the master's magic power, but the master is clearly still. How did you do that? Malfoy chuckled. It's simple. Because of love. Even after tens of thousands of failed experiments, I never believed that master would disappear. I firmly believed that she would eventually return to my side. It was this love that supported me until now. Amelia told him to shut up. Nonsense. I'm going to blast you to bits. But just then, 2 of the 6 pillars of demons launched a sneak attack on her. But Amelia just materialized a Dragon King's claw and easily sent the president of the Great Bear Guild and the still sealed 24 flying. 24 was not convinced. This guy's strength is at the Demon King rank. Can you unseal me and let me fight? But V.S. Malfoy flatly refused. Her magic power is crucial to my experiment. I can't hurt Lady Amelia. We must capture her alive. 24, you can take the others and leave first. Hearing their conversation, Amelia felt they were being very arrogant. You still want to capture me alive? Don't think that just because you have the master's replica as a shield, I won't be able to attack. But in fact, Amelia did hesitate because of the familiar feeling of the Demon Queen, so she was unguarded and was imprisoned by the replica's demonic claws. Even Amelia, who had broken through to the Demon King rank, could not break free for a moment. Malfoy had a lecherous smile. Lady Amelia, you were born from the master's magic power. You are more familiar with the master's magic power than anyone else. Do you still think it's a fake now? With a slight movement of the Demon Queen's replica's finger, a third demonic claw suddenly appeared and grabbed Amelia's neck. Amelia also had a bad feeling. Because of the pet contract, the master's magic power has an absolute suppressive effect on me. If this continues, Malfoy began to laugh maniacally. Stop struggling. Just cooperate and you'll suffer less, Lady Amelia. But the next moment, the illusion of the Golden Dragon King suddenly appeared in midair. Although I can't attack a target with my master's magic power, I can directly destroy this land completely. Then, a destructive magic ball gathered in the Golden Dragon King's mouth. The dazzling light terrified the succubus hiding in the corner. Is this the true strength of the Demon King rank? At that moment, even Malfoy could not remain calm and quickly shouted for everyone to retreat. With the roar of the Dragon King's breath, the entire land was instantly torn apart. But at almost the same time, all 6 of Malfoy's 6 pillars of demons had already been teleported away. The next moment, a golden light erupted from the building, and the sound of a massive explosion broke the silence of the night, destroying the entire Dark Guild's lair. The aftermath of the violent explosion swept towards the crowd thousands of meters away. Ruthbed was also seeing such a terrifying Demon King level power for the first time. After all the smoke had cleared, the entire lair was almost leveled by the breath attack, and Amelia was lying on the ground, already exhausted. I was too arrogant. I never thought that VS Malfoy guy could actually use my master's magic power. Good thing I used the Dragon King's roar on the ground. Why does this continent still exist? It turned out that the replica had used the uncrossable, isolating all damage. Malfoy smiled with fascination. Lady Amelia's wrath is truly terrifying. Even after absorbing 99% of the power, it's still so terrifying. If it weren't for your magic power coming from my master, I would have been turned to ashes. Do you have more, Lady Amelia? Let's do it again. The more of your magic power I absorb, the more perfect the master I create will be. But at that moment, Amelia couldn't even stand steadily. In a moment, she fell to the ground and lost consciousness. At the same time, the protective mark on her chest was triggered, and wisps of golden light formed into dragon scales that enveloped Amelia, forming a dragon egg. But even though she had saved her life, her magic power was still extracted by VS Malfoy. And so, Amelia, who had reached the Demon King rank, was completely defeated. Amelia shouldn't be alive. I no longer have the right to be my master's mount. Please grant Amelia. But at that moment, Demon Queen Elizabeth glanced at her nonchalantly. Are you done? The hero, Le Ping, asked. Elizabeth, I haven't cooked a dry pot in a long time. Does it still taste okay? Elizabeth nodded. It's alright. Maybe because I've been liking spicy food lately. It still feels a little bland with rice. Le Ping said gently. Then I'll go make you some fried rice now. Elizabeth nodded happily. I'm looking forward to it. Le Ping continued. You seem to have taken a liking to spicy food lately, Elizabeth. Elizabeth replied. It's because I've gotten used to living with you and have taken a liking to your taste. The conversation between the two of them seemed to have no interest in Amelia's failure, but just as she was about to cry in frustration, she was silenced by a bullfrog leg that Elizabeth had stuffed into her mouth. But just by eating that one bite of bullfrog meat, Amelia was pulled into a spiritual realm. She even thought it was her master's punishment. As my master's mount, Amelia's failure is a disgrace to my master's reputation. Then let Amelia be trapped on this endless road forever to reflect until she dies. And so, after walking for a while, Amelia knelt on the ground and cried. Amelia will never see her master again. She's no longer worthy of serving her master. But Amelia still can't help but miss her master. But at that moment, the voice of the Toad Sage came from the shadows. So it's you. Hearing the strange sound, Amelia subconsciously looked up and saw a toad in a Taoist robe suddenly descend from the sky. The Lord of Monsters, the Golden Dragon. The path to breaking through to the Demon King rank is indeed not simple. The final trial is actually you. Amelia said she didn't know it. The Toad Sage chuckled. It's normal for you not to know me. When I was just a tadpole, you were already the Lord of Monsters. But during the years you were gone, I have taken over and commanded all the monsters. But as long as I haven't personally defeated you, I am not the new Lord of Monsters. I also foresaw that this day would come, so for this, I have made full preparations. As long as I defeat you, I can complete the final evolution and break through to the Demon King rank. But the heartbroken Amelia had no desire to fight. With all the monsters swarming forward, the trial battle in the spiritual realm finally began. On the other side, Le Ping had also finished cooking the fried rice. Sorry to keep you waiting, but when he came to the dining table, he saw Amelia holding a bullfrog leg in her mouth, in a daze. Is she not used to it? Elizabeth smiled. She's savoring the protein you prepared for her. It turned out that after Amelia's battle with the Toad Sage in the spiritual realm, she had released her true form and defeated the Toad Sage's magical beast army, and the Toad Sage had also admitted defeat. This failure will be devoured by me and become the nourishment for my next evolution. With that, it and the other magical beasts fainted and disappeared within the spiritual realm, and this battle had also made Amelia grow a lot. It's right, if Amelia can't even handle one failure, then she's even less qualified to serve her master. Even if she has failed, Amelia is still the Lord of Monsters. Soon, the disheartened Golden Dragon King's former fighting spirit was rekindled, and she immediately left the spiritual realm and returned to the real world. Le Ping thought she couldn't handle spicy food and was about to go get a glass of water, but the Demon Queen said, no need. It will take Amelia some time to get used to your food, but once she does, it will be very beneficial for her, because Elizabeth had also almost been unable to handle the impact of the dumplings with hidden chili peppers, and Le Ping had thought that since dragons could breathe fire, they should not be afraid of spicy food, as long as it's beneficial. Soon, Amelia's magic rank broke through from 1-star Demon King directly to the peak of the Demon King rank. Only then did Elizabeth nod in satisfaction. That's how you become my pet. If you fail, you get back up. Amelia was instantly moved to tears. Master, thank you for your kind intentions. Then, like a child, she cried and threw herself into Elizabeth's arms. Le Ping said, she really is more energetic. I was right, wasn't I? Protein helps with recovery. Although Amelia was not convinced, she finally understood this time why her master had fallen for the hero. His strength was truly unfathomable. I understand what he means. The so-called defeat is that one can only reach a higher realm by tasting failure. This is both an encouragement and a threat, but Amelia will not be shaken again. Amelia will definitely help her master defeat you, the legendary hero. Then she asked Leping what other delicious food he had and told him to bring it all out. Leping felt that this scene was just like the first night Elizabeth had arrived. Meanwhile, the holy sword Alpha outside materialized in its human form and secretly left the courtyard. Soon, morning came. Leping had just opened his eyes, groggy, when he felt something wriggling under the covers towards him. Then, a small golden dragon slowly poked its head out and then transformed into a human form, carrying Leping out of bed. It's Amelia's turn. Leping scratched his head. I should get up too. You two can rest a little longer. I'm going out to make breakfast. But as soon as Leping left the room, Elizabeth stopped pretending to be asleep, thinking, Leping, you're still not willing to take the next step with me. You're insisting on waiting until the end of the month? I don't believe it. I have to take you down before the end of the month. On the other side, Leping had prepared an extra portion of breakfast. Just as he was about to go and wake them up, he saw the scene he had once imagined. He never expected that Amelia, even in her human form, would still abide by her duties and insist on carrying her master out. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had been searching for a long time outside the courtyard but still couldn't find Alpha. And inside the house, after everyone had finished breakfast, Leping took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Elizabeth told Amelia everything about living here. But Amelia still didn't quite understand. Master, what do you mean by I'm still improving? In Amelia's heart, you are already the most powerful being. Elizabeth didn't know how to explain for a moment. How should I put it? And although Elizabeth had already reached the sage rank, every time she thought her strength could reach the pinnacle, she unexpectedly found that there was always a higher mountain after climbing one. Amelia thought it was impossible. But Master, you have mastered the secrets of all magic. Elizabeth explained, it is precisely because I have climbed a high mountain that I know my own smallness. This world still has countless existences that we cannot understand, just like this TV series. I have watched it dozens of times and have benefited greatly from it, but I still cannot fully comprehend it. And at that moment, the TV was playing one of the 4 great classical novels, Journey to the West. Amelia also seemed to have a realization. The 4 dragon kings of the seas, the havoc in heaven, the journey to the west. The dragon had to become a horse. 9981 tribulations. So my failure is also like this, far more than this. Soon, the images of Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Tathagata Buddha, and the Jade Emperor appeared in Amelia's eyes. What is all this? I don't understand it at all. If I were in this world, I would just be food for that so-called great rock with golden wings. The amount of information was too much for Amelia's mind to process at once. She spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted on the sofa. Elizabeth sighed with satisfaction. You'll get used to it. Meanwhile, Leping had also finished washing all the dishes. When he came to the living room, he thought that Amelia had fallen asleep so quickly again. So he decided to go outside with Elizabeth to sunbathe, which made Elizabeth dance with joy like a child. Soon, they were outside. Leping took out a new frisbee he had specially developed and played a game with Wang Kai. Wang Kai immediately rushed over, lamenting that its master had finally remembered it. But unexpectedly, the next second, it was hit in the head by the newly developed frisbee. Wang Kai spun in the air 3.5 times before landing safely. On alert, it subconsciously triggered its defense system and then used various capture tools, until in the end, it even used a quantum black hole, as expected of the master's latest frisbee. In fact, this is also a performance test from the master for me. I will not let you get away. Only by bringing you back to the master can I get the master's praise. But the frisbee, which had clearly been caught by the quantum black hole, suddenly made a spatial jump and escaped. Wang Kai was incredulous and immediately used its system to detect it. Unexpectedly, there was an intelligent life form living inside the frisbee, and the target was also counter-detecting Wang Kai. Test failed. Wang Kai chuckled, taking advantage of the master's invention to come from another dimension to live here. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. I'm so excited my code is about to overflow. With that, it went all out, opening the weapons hidden in its body and preparing to have a showdown with the intelligent life form from another world. Soon, a violent explosion occurred on the grassland, and the air was filled with smoke and dust. But the hero, from 1,000 meters away, was watching with interest. Wang Kai is having so much fun. After Wang Kai brings the frisbee back, it will be your turn to throw it, Elizabeth. Elizabeth flatly refused. Besides these, is there nothing else you want to do with me? Something deeper. This was too abrupt and made Leping instantly blush. Something deeper? Elizabeth looked at him shyly. Is there a problem? Because ever since you said you had a surprise for me at the end of the month, you've been deliberately keeping your distance from me. Aren't we already lovers? Is there anything that has to wait until then? You're too old-fashioned. After being scolded by the Demon Queen, Leping also felt that he was indeed very old-fashioned, but his original plan was to formally propose to Elizabeth during the hot spring trip. He was a pure love type, so he wanted to wait until after that for all the good things. But Elizabeth mustered her courage and said, I can't wait anymore. I want to have a deep exchange with you now, unless you don't want to. Leping thought to himself, as a normal man, how could I not want to? But to be so wild on the first time, that was unexpected. Then he asked, right here? We're still in the wild. Elizabeth was a bit bit confused. So what? There's no one else here. Lu Ping thought she had a point. He couldn't be old-fashioned. He had to be bold. It's not impossible. If you really want to do it here, Elizabeth, then I'll start taking my clothes off. But at almost the same time, Elizabeth also said loudly, then please tell me about your past. This left Lu Ping, who was about to take his clothes off, with a question mark. Tell you about it? But Elizabeth nodded repeatedly. I know this is rude, but I really want to know everything about you. Even though she knew that prying into a superior's past was always a taboo, and Lu Ping also thought it was reasonable. In a relationship, one should know each other's backgrounds. We've been living together for so long, but we've never talked about our past experiences. But my boring life as a corporate slave. Are you sure you want to know, Elizabeth? Elizabeth swallowed nervously and nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ping had no choice but to tell her the truth. I was an ordinary person in my former world. I grew up with my grandparents in the countryside, so I can do all kinds of farm work. Although it was hard, it was also my happiest time. Until I grew up and went to college, I even chose to major in agriculture. Whenever I had a break, I would immediately go back to the village to help. This life continued until I graduated from college. Because I went to work in a big city, I had less and less time to go back to the countryside. Until my grandparents passed away one after another, I was left alone in the big city. The cycle of life became a daily commute, a two-point line of busyness. Sometimes I didn't even know what I was working for. I didn't like playing games, nor did I like watching dramas or anime. The only fun I had was probably scrolling through short videos on my way to and from work. And then, I somehow ended up in this strange world, holding onto a subway handle. After I came here, there was a system that wanted me to be the legendary hero, but I didn't have any interest, because I just wanted to live a simple life in this idyllic home for the rest of my life. Elizabeth was a bit surprised after hearing this. Is that it? Lu Ping replied. It's simple, isn't it? Elizabeth thought for a moment. It's not simple. It's a pureness of life. That's why Lu Ping can reach a realm that others can't. As for why that system wanted Lu Ping and me to be enemies, but Lu Ping ultimately foiled its scheme and created a connection with me. This should all be within Lu Ping's control, right? Lu Ping had told her everything about himself and was also curious about Elizabeth's past. Elizabeth asked him what he wanted to know, and Lu Ping said with great interest that he wanted to know everything about her. What was your childhood like, and why did you become the demon queen who ruled the world? Elizabeth thought her experience was very boring. I can tell you, but I'll warn you beforehand. You can interrupt me at any time if you don't want to hear it. It all has to start with the history of the continent of heroes. It was an era when magic was not yet enlightened. A long time ago, the continent of heroes was a peaceful and prosperous world where all races lived in harmony. However, with the emergence of extreme racists, they constantly incited confrontation and sowed discord. Gradually, the various races began to split and become independent, fighting over resources. Under this distorted ideology, the descendants of mixed blood, who once symbolized racial integration, were regarded as aliens by the various extremist forces and were expelled, becoming homeless exiles. In order to survive, they could only settle in dangerous areas that the major races were unwilling to set foot in. Over a long period of time, they gradually formed new ethnic groups, and this barren land forgotten by the world was called the demon domain. Although nominally under one power, the demon race has never been truly united. In an environment of extreme resource scarcity, plunder, slaughter, and crime have long become the daily survival rules of this land. From the time I can remember, the demon domain was like this. I don't know if it's because I inherited the most outstanding genes of all bloodlines, but one day, my food was snatched by some hooligans in the demon domain, and on that day, at the age of 5, I completed my first magic awakening. In the demon domain, where strength is the only law, I was already ruling a street block at the age of 9 and was known as Elizabeth of the Witch. At the age of 13, the Crimson Moon Bounty Hunter group I personally formed quickly became the most feared existence in the demon domain. The major forces competed to hire us with heavy rewards, but they didn't know my true purpose. Every time I carried out a mission, I would secretly infiltrate their forbidden ancient ruins and collect those lost ancient magic books. When the last piece of the magic puzzle was in place, on my 16th birthday, I had a second awakening that shook the entire continent of heroes. After that, I quickly used my strength to rule the entire demon domain, become the king of the demon race, and officially began my plan to rule the world, declaring war on all the major forces. In the face of my absolute strength, the elves, beastmen, and dwarves all surrendered one after another. Finally, I came to the gate of the human royal city and found that hypocrite who had secretly harmed countless lives just to prolong his own life. Today, I will wipe out a scumbag like you. She had come to the human royal city. Little did she know, the human king here had already been disfigured after practicing corpse magic. He even boasted that if he could bring back all his scattered descendants, he would surely be able to defeat the demon queen. But the human prince, V.S. Malfoy, had killed his own father on the spot, even crushing his father's body as a sign of his submission to demon queen Elizabeth. V.S. Malfoy, on behalf of all humanity, I submit to you. And so, Elizabeth had conquered the entire world with her absolute power. With an iron fist, she had shattered the barriers between the various races, leading the continent of heroes back to its proper state, where all beings were equal and society was harmonious and prosperous. Although her ideal ideals had been achieved, she could not feel any joy. Perhaps it was because she had become too powerful and no longer had anything in common with the rest of the world. Or perhaps it was because she had lost her purpose. Such a life without any pursuit was truly dull. It was for this reason that when Elizabeth learned of the prophecy that the legendary hero would come to challenge her, she felt a rare sense of anticipation. For this, she even went through a hellish closed-door training, reconstructing the underlying logic of magic and revolutionizing all her combat sword techniques, becoming the first living being in history to break through the magic venerable rank. The world then named this new realm Demon King rank in her honor. However, when she was full of anticipation, she waited and waited, but the hero never came to challenge her. All her efforts had become a huge joke, and so, Elizabeth had finally drawn the Alpha Holy Sword that stood in the royal city, and then, guided by the Holy Sword, she had opened a portal and finally found the hero who was prophesied to be able to defeat the Demon King in the magical Beast Mountain range. This was Elizabeth's entire story. And so, I met you. Do you know how many years you made me wait? Lu Ping quickly apologized to Elizabeth, but because of this, we didn't have to fight each other. Instead, we became good friends. However, Elizabeth still believed that all of this was Lu Ping's arrangement, because you didn't want to make things difficult for me, so you used waiting to wear down my murderous nature. But I wish I could have met you sooner. But just then, Lu Ping suddenly summoned the courage to put his arm around Elizabeth's slender shoulder and then gently touched her forehead with his own, and then gently apologized to her. In fact, Elizabeth was just complaining casually. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Lu Ping's eyes were filled with pity. So you had such a hard childhood. Elizabeth, I wish I could have met you sooner. I would have made you the most delicious desserts and personally sewn you the cutest dolls, so you could fall asleep with a smile every day and have a happy childhood. Elizabeth's eyes were hazy as she stared at Lu Ping. Isn't it nice like this now? Lu Ping couldn't help but make a promise. From now on, you don't have to be strong alone, Elizabeth, because I will always be by your side and go through everything with you. I will make every day from now on the most beautiful time in your life. I will protect your smile until the end of time. As their hearts raced wildly, they seemed to have a tacit understanding, and their bodies unconsciously leaned forward. Just as their lips were less than 5 centimeters apart, a sudden bark interrupted their sweet moment. It turned out that Wang Kai had created 3 new codes and at the same time optimized 70 million lines of code and had finally caught its master's new toy. It had originally thought that after passing the test, it would get its master's praise, but at that moment, its defense system frequently alerted it to an alarm. Demon Queen Elizabeth was already wearing a ferocious expression. Wang Kai immediately realized that it had ruined her moment again, and the result was self-evident. Wang Kai was once again kicked by the Demon Queen's violent foot. The hero secretly rejoiced. Good thing I've already upgraded to a data-connected cloud network. Elizabeth, having dealt with the third wheel, leaned over and told Lu Ping to continue. Hurry up and continue what we didn't finish just now. Then, without waiting for Lu Ping's reaction, she held his face in her hands and began their sweet embrace in the vast magical Beast Mountain range. On the other side, Wang Kai, who had been kicked by the Demon Queen, finally stopped with its dog head after flying 1,000 miles. Damn it, even after upgrading, I still can't delete the fear of that fierce woman. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, the new hero was talking to the Holy Sword Alpha. Is this the #1 general under Lu Ping and Elizabeth? Alpha replied coldly, Hero, his name is Wang Kai. The new hero chuckled. He's just like a stupid dog. Not a threat, but the system sent a warning to the new hero not to underestimate the enemy, and at the same time, it issued the ultimate mission to eliminate Lu Ping and Elizabeth, with the reward being the system's operating authority. The new hero smiled mysteriously. Alpha, you go back and continue to monitor for me. If anything happens, notify me immediately with your thoughts. Alpha's pupils had lost all emotion. He replied coldly, Yes, hero. After giving all the tasks, the new hero disappeared. But Wang Kai had seen everything. So that kid Alpha has come over here. It seems he's met some strange people. Anyway, it's not a big deal. I'd better fix myself first. I have to overcome my fear of that fierce woman. And on the side of the Sea of Darkness, Asathos's various clones were secretly monitoring the volcanic area. Among them, the Whisperer said that the entrance had already been opened, but the filth of 5,000 dark years was not enough to support it. The thousand-eyed demon didn't care. I've calculated with my chaotic measurements. Asathos has to have a certain body arrive first, and then the others can be granted abilities one by one to complete the fusion and descent. But the devouring worm asked back, if this process takes a long time, what if it's discovered by a strong person from some other world in the middle of it? Wouldn't it be interrupted? The defiling demon let out a sneering laugh. As long as the true body can descend, the strong will inevitably be our opponents. I want to slaughter them all into a thick, filthy mess. But the cranial web weaver cursed it as a fool. Have you forgotten the legendary hero you encountered? And that VS Malfoy guy is also waiting to reap the benefits. But the Watcher said that in all the futures he had observed, there was no possibility of failure, because the complete chaotic power was a dimensional reduction strike against them. The defiling demon couldn't help but drool. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. I'm going to turn that place into a twisted land of desire and savor the despair of every living being. The cranial web weaver even thought of continuing to link other dimensions after destroying this dimension. The Watcher snorted. exploded. That little man vs Malfoy thinks he can outsmart us, but in fact, he doesn't even understand our existence. The Whisperer thought he was about to get his revenge. Elizabeth, you just wait. I said I'd make you regret it. Meanwhile, the hero was back in the house, packing his bags, nail clippers, bath ball, handmade soap, and I have to remember to bring lotion, because my skin will be very dry after soaking in the hot spring. Elizabeth's things are almost ready, and I just need to bring a few sets of clothes, and of course, a swimsuit for the hot spring. I have to remember to pick some fresh ingredients from the garden before I leave. With this in mind, Lu Ping's gaze suddenly shifted to the cabinet. Is there anything else I need to bring? Then he carefully took out a small umbrella for intercourse. At that moment, Elizabeth suddenly called out to him, "What are you doing? Help me take a look." Lu Ping was so scared he fumbled and quickly stuffed the small umbrella into his backpack. "I'm not doing anything. What do you need my help with?" But as Lu Ping turned around, he saw Elizabeth in a sexy swimsuit, striking a pose. "Help me see which swimsuit would be better to bring." Lu Ping's face instantly turned red, because when he was making Elizabeth's swimsuit, he had had too many fantasies and had gotten a little carried away, making many strange ones. Then he asked Elizabeth how she had found them. Elizabeth thought Lu Ping didn't think it looked good. "Doesn't this suit me?" Then she snapped her fingers and instantly changed into a very charming purple swimsuit. "What about this one?" Lu Ping covered his nose, afraid of a nosebleed. He thought to himself, "I must have accidentally found it when I was packing just now." But when she saw Lu Ping staring blankly, she thought he meant the clothes didn't suit her. So Elizabeth began to imagine again. "As my feelings for Lu Ping have deepened, I seem to be able to sense some of his preferences, so I followed the strongest feeling and found these swimsuits. But looking at his reaction now, it seems none of them are the most suitable for me. What went wrong? But I won't give up." With a snap of Elizabeth's fingers, her attire changed into an even more sexy and fiery swimsuit. At the same time, Amelia also changed into a swimsuit with the Demon Queen. Why do humans have to wear such tight clothes to soak in a hot spring? It's not comfortable at all. In the past, when Amelia and you soaked, Master, we could just be naked. Elizabeth thought that made a lot of sense. "You're right, you should be naked when you soak in a hot spring," she thought to herself. I almost got sidetracked. Lu Ping's swimsuits seem to contain his preferences, but in the end, they are all external things. If I get attached to them, then I will be putting the cart before the horse. What Lu Ping really likes should be me. As she spoke, Elizabeth snapped her fingers again and took off all her clothes. At almost the same time, Lu Ping also pulled a bedsheet and threw it over her. "There are other people at the hot spring inn. We can't let others see." And so, after a night of messing around, when the sun rose again, everyone had already changed and was ready to leave. Lu Ping was looking forward to what kind of amazing place the Dwarf King and Uncle Boss would find, and Elizabeth also said she was looking forward to it, especially the surprise that Lu Ping had said he had for her. The nearby Amelia hugged the Demon Queen's arm. She was also looking forward to the feeling of bathing with her master again. Then, Elizabeth released her magic, and a forced teleportation array instantly enveloped the three of them, teleporting them to a volcano in the demon domain in the blink of an eye. After a brief moment of weightlessness, Lu Ping opened his eyes again and saw a large-scale hot spring inbuilt in the desolate volcano. But in the Demon Queen's eyes, it was very ordinary. It doesn't seem that special. Just then, Picious, dressed in a suit, came out and waved to the group. "Mr. Lu Ping, Sister Elizabeth." Then she bowed to the two great figures. "After the country got back on track, I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation from the Sword Saint Guild to help build the hot spring inn. The entire kingdom of Aristotle is eternally grateful for your kindness." In fact, what made her excited was that she could finally see Demon Queen Elizabeth again. However, the nearby Amelia was not happy. "Don't look at my master with those strange eyes." Elizabeth was calm. "Enough talk. Can you show us the way?" Picious immediately gestured. Yes, this way. I, Picious, will be your guide." However, as everyone entered the hot spring inn, the people from the Sword Saint Guild were also here to greet the two great figures. Seeing the people from the Sword Saint Guild, Lu Ping was also excited. "Miss Gigi, what are you doing?" Gigi explained. "We're on patrol, mainly responsible for the security of the area around the hot spring inn." Lu Ping waved his hand in gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." Luna and Anna looked at Lu Ping with disdain. "Isn't it the legendary hero and the Demon Queen who are here today? Why are there outsiders? I remember they're just a princess and a servant from some small country in the south." However, at that moment, the Sword Saint, Gigi, bowed and said, "Thank you. You're too kind, hero." These words immediately startled the two who were whispering. Lu Ping didn't even know that Gigi was the president of the Sword Saint Guild. "It seems that you're doing well in the Sword Saint Guild, Miss Gigi." Gigi replied respectfully, "It's all thanks to your guidance, hero." The conversation between the two of them contained enough information to shock the three members of the guild. Ching broke out in a sweat. "He's actually the legendary hero. He hides his aura so well." And Anna and Luna were trembling. "No way! He's the legendary hero who taught my Aunt Tai Chi sword. I can't tell at all." "Then the one next to him must be the legendary Demon Queen Elizabeth, right?" Coincidentally, Lu Ping also noticed them at that moment. "I remember you. We met at the guild competition meeting." However, this friendly greeting was misinterpreted by the two of them. "We've remembered your attitude in your face." After the imagined scene ended, the two of them were so scared that they fainted on the ground. At the same time, the only one who was still conscious, the blue sword sword, was sweating profusely after being pointed at by the hero, but Lu Ping still patted Qing's shoulder friendly. Miss Gigi, have you been learning from Qing? His swordless form is amazing. Hearing this, the sword saint, Gigi, was surprised. She thought to herself, all of Qing's swordsmanship was personally taught by me. Lu Ping said frankly, I just learned by copying his movements. This statement immediately confused both Gigi and Qing. Lu Ping continued, as the saying goes, among 3 people walking, there must be one who can be my teacher. I've really learned a lot from you. Qing was afraid of offending the guild president. Hero, I am not worthy. Lady Gigi, please don't misunderstand. How could I? But Gigi raised her hand to indicate she understood. You don't have to worry. The hero has already made it very clear. It's just that my level is not enough, and I have not been able to truly comprehend it. The first time I understood it, I knew that I should not be attached to the moves and should feel it in nature. But in fact, that's not all. Just thinking of becoming one with nature is another kind of attachment. Man and nature should be one and have no difference. It was I who was unable to completely let go of my past as the strongest human. Fortunately, the hero has enlightened me. Even someone as strong as him can find something to learn from Qing. Among 3 people walking, there must be one who can be my teacher. I cannot be arrogant. Even people who are weaker than me have something that I can learn from. This is the real reason why the hero wanted me to go back to the Sword Saint Guild to learn from scratch. At that moment, Gigi was already floating in the air, having once again broken through her magic rank to a 5-star demon king. This made Qing subconsciously look at Lu Ping, thinking, just one sentence and Lady Gigi has broken through. This is the demon king rank. It's really hard for me to understand at my level. The legendary hero has been secretly visiting amongst mortals, giving senior boss the cards, letting Lady Gigi learn from scratch, solving the dwarf kingdom's forging problem, saving the kingdom of Aristotle. Any one of these things is enough to subvert my cognition, and he even said he learned from me. With this in mind, his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Lu Ping thought that Qing and the other 2 girls had also fainted from heatstroke. Mr. Qing, are you okay? Why don't you rest for a while? But Qing was also quietly breaking through his magic rank. Thank you, hero. Qing is beginning to understand, and the nearby demon queen thought that Lu Ping had sensed that their strength was not enough to deal with the chaotic forces of the Sea of Darkness, so he had given them a gift as soon as he arrived. One of the reasons for arranging the hot spring here is also to have a backup plan, in case we have to step in ourselves. Just then, the floating Gigi spoke. Please, hero, you can leave the outside matters to me. Lu Ping thought it was better not to disturb their training, so he waved goodbye to everyone. After bidding farewell to the security team of the Sword Saint Guild, the group continued to follow Picious into the hot spring inn, and when they entered the main entrance, the dwarf king, Heimerdinger, and the father and daughter, Boss and Yilafu, came out to greet them. Lu Ping waved friendly. Hello, Uncle Boss, Yilafu, and Your Majesty the Dwarf King. Thank you for building this hot spring inn. As he spoke, Lu Ping unconsciously looked up and felt as if he had stepped into a fairyland. The clouds and mist were swirling, and the mountains and rivers were intertwined, as if you were in a vivid landscape painting. Lu Ping told Elizabeth to look quickly. The space inside is much larger than it looks from the outside. Elizabeth didn't think much of it. It's just some low-level spatial magic. Lu Ping pointed as he walked. Magic? So that water column flowing upwards is also using magic? But at that moment, the Dwarf King and Boss and his daughter were all feeling guilty, because the Dwarf King had dismantled all the top S-rank weapons in the entire Dwarf Kingdom to make the decorations for the hot spring inn. But because of the lack of materials, he had used some flawed S-rank materials. He guessed that the hero must have discovered it, and Yilafu had brought over the highest grade plants cultivated by the sacred tree of the elf tribe, but she still felt the hero's dissatisfaction. Then, the 3 of them knelt down at the same time as if they had agreed, as if they were accepting the hero's punishment. Just then, Lu Ping turned around and found them all kneeling on the ground, thinking that they must be tired from the tight schedule. Then he walked towards them in his flip-flops. Actually, what I originally wanted you to find was not such a flamboyant hot spring inn. However, in everyone's eyes, every step Lu Ping took was like a giant, and the pressure was immense, and what he said was misinterpreted by them. But since you've done it this way, I can only give you a little divine punishment. These 2 words resounded like thunder in everyone's ears, making them tremble all over. But in fact, Lu Ping just handed them a basket of freshly harvested magic fruit. This is some fresh fruit I just picked today. I hope it will help you. Lu Ping had originally intended for them to replenish their strength, but these magic fruits held a great significance for everyone in increasing their magic rank. The rest of this must be left for Elizabeth as ingredients. I picked a little too little, so please, Uncle Boss, go and share it with everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Just then, the Dwarf King raised his hand and asked, Hero, please allow me to ask you for your forging advice again. No matter how much I use my heart and focus on every detail, I still can't create a weapon of the same quality as yours. What am I missing? But these humble questions were interpreted as flattery by Lu Ping. Mr. Dwarf is Elizabeth's subject, so every time he sees me, the Demon Queen's boyfriend, he will ask about forging techniques to show his respect. But since someone has asked, I still have to answer seriously. I can't be rude to Elizabeth. Then he answered seriously, in my opinion, using your heart is not about nitpicking details, but a feeling. In short, don't rely on your eyes to see, but use your heart to feel. That should be about right. In fact, fact, what Lu Ping meant was that practice makes perfect, but it's all about feeling. But these few words awakened the Dwarf King. Don't rely on my eyes to see. I see. After hearing the hero's words, my 700 years of forging seemed to have been just standing still, a waste of time. The most perfect ratio formula, the most precise grinding angle, the most accurate quenching time. Even if I magnify it 10,000 times to nitpick the details, it's still not truly using my heart. It's all just a fig leaf for my own nitpicking. So true forging is not limited by external things. With this in mind, the Dwarf King, Heimerdinger, actually dug out the scope that had been installed in his eyes for 700 years, and crimson blood immediately gushed out. This bloody scene once scared Lu Ping silly. What are you doing? As the scope that had been installed in his eyes for hundreds of years fell, the Dwarf King's empty eye sockets were filled with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, hero. I've seen the light. With a series of brilliant lights enveloping the Dwarf King, he finally broke through his magic rank and was promoted to the Demon King rank. Boss quickly congratulated him. Congratulations on reaching the Demon King rank, your majesty. But your eyes. Yilafu, do you have a way? Yilafu nodded. I can use plants to repair them. I'll arrange it right away. But the dwarf decisively refused. No need. At this moment, I can see more clearly than ever before. Every forging defect in the field, I can now clearly feel with my heart. Lu Ping, seeing this scene, probably understood. So those glasses were a limiter on your strength, Dwarf King. But he thought to himself, as expected, their way of thinking is not something an ordinary person like me can easily understand. The Dwarf King agreed. The forging assistance device that I was so proud of eventually became a limitation that hindered my progress. Thank you, hero, but I still want to ask one more question. But at that moment, the nearby demon queen couldn't take it anymore and interrupted them. Are you done yet? You few, that's enough. If you're too greedy, be careful not to be able to handle it. As soon as she said this, everyone immediately knelt down. We're sorry. The demon queen is right, and Lu Ping still didn't understand the situation, but he thought that Elizabeth must be right. I don't understand the situation, but I guess I've also benefited from it. Everyone is so accommodating. At that moment, Picious continued to lead the way for the two great figures. This way, please. We will now proceed to your suite. However, it's a bit far, so we will be taking a shuttle. Then Picious came to a few leaves of about the same size and casually threw the capsule in her hand onto one of them. It was just a leaf imbued with magic power, but after the princess threw a capsule at it, it transformed into a flying machine that fused magic and technology. It turned out that the space capsule could store the machine, and the magical plant had the characteristic of providing power. And so, the legendary hero and the demon queen and the others boarded the new flying machine invented by Picious. Lu Ping felt that it was very stable and much quieter than the previous mechanical flying fish. But in fact, the inspiration for the invention came from the demon queen and the hero. Elizabeth had enlightened Picious about magic, and Lu Ping's mechanical dog had inspired her with endless creative inspiration, which she revered as the pinnacle of science. Just then, Amelia murmured unhappily, I am the master's mount. Why do I have to ride this thing? Picious casually joked that she was just a vehicle and could be replaced at any time. Hearing this, Amelia's veins bulged. You wretched girl, you dare to covet my position as the Dragon King. The two of them were at loggerheads, and the atmosphere became awkward, but Elizabeth was in no mood to deal with this. To get to the room and have a private moment with Lu Ping as soon as possible, she urged Picious not to waste time and to leave quickly. Receiving the order, Picious immediately pulled the throttle to the max and controlled the flying machine to shuttle quickly between the various magical floating islands. Along the way, Lu Ping was curious about the various landscapes on the floating islands. Some floating islands had toilets and were independent bathrooms. Some floating islands had winding slides and swimming pools and were water parks, and some floating islands had all kinds of dolls and were children's toy rooms. Picious said that these were all floating islands with different themes, and they could call her any time they wanted to go somewhere. And in front of us is the room for the two great figures. The two of them couldn't wait to see the room. Thank you for your trouble, Picious. Then, everyone came to a floating island with only a single large door. After Picious had brought them to the ground, she prepared to leave. If you need anything later, just ring the bell in the room, and Picious will come to serve you immediately. Lu Ping also said goodbye to Picious. You should go and rest too, Sister Picious. After making sure that Picious had left, Elizabeth and Lu Ping looked at each other and smiled. Then Elizabeth asked Lu Ping directly what kind of surprise he had for her. Lu Ping thought that the surprise had to be revealed at the most romantic moment. You'll know soon. Let's go in. Then, the large door slowly opened, and the two of them walked in hand. When they stepped into the magical space inside, it transformed into a hotel-style room. The petals on the large bed were even arranged in the shape of a heart. Elizabeth believed that all these hints were signals deliberately released by Lu Ping. You don't have to say it. I can guess. Today is the important moment for us to take the final step. By then, we will. But just as she was thinking of this, she was interrupted by Amelia. So comfortable. I can sleep here with my master tonight. I'm so happy. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was enveloped by some unknown force and then, like a Pokemon, was sucked back into a Pokeball by the unknown force. Lu Ping looked at the Pokeball and felt it was very familiar. Isn't this the small figurine I made a long time ago and left on the table? Elizabeth threw the Pokeball back into her backpack. It's nothing. I just thought it was convenient, so I took it and and put the contract space with Amelia inside. Then she gently caressed Le Ping's burning face and then took the initiative to kiss him. Let's not talk about other things. It's just the two of us now.